Washer 3rd People's Hospital Inpatient Department, Ward 306. With a resounding crash, the door was viciously kicked open from outside, and 3 arrogant figures blocked the doorway. Brother Who, a bald man with a bulging beer belly, toyed idly with a switchblade in his hand. 2 yellow-haired lackeys stood behind him. Ling Jingwo, today is the final deadline. Ling Jingwo hunched his back. Most of his hair had turned white over the past 2 years. His voice carried a pleading tremor. Brother Who, give us a few more days. I really am trying to gather the money. Gather money. Brother Who chuckled and pulled a promissory note from his pocket, slapping it down on the hospital bed. 2 years ago you borrowed 100,000, said you'd pay it back in half a year. Now with interest, it's already 4,500,000. If you keep dragging this out, what will you use to repay it? On the bed lay a young man in his early 20s named Ling Feng. The lines on the heart monitor rose and fell in a steady rhythm, his vital signs normal. Only he would not wake. Vegetative. That was what the diagnosis said. For 2 whole years, aside from the faint rise and fall of his chest, he was no different from a corpse. Wang Xiaoying stepped forward, eyes reddened. Brother Who, with my son like this, our family really. Don't you dare try that sob story on me. Brother Who slammed his palm onto the bedside monitor, sending the heart rate line into chaotic spikes. Ling Feng, right. Been lying here for 2 years, huh? Fine. If you won't repay the money, that's fine too. He bent down, staring at Ling Feng's pale face. His lips stretched into a grin, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. I'm tight with the guys down in the hospital morgue. When someone dies, their organs can be sold. A pair of corneas goes for 80,000, a kidney for 150,000, a heart for 200,000. Your son's whole body pieced together could fetch 400,000 to 500,000. Wang Xiaoying's knees went weak, her body swayed, almost collapsing. Ling Jingwo grabbed his wife, teeth clenched. Brother Who, today, just today, before nightfall, I swear I'll bring you the money. Brother Who's voice was hoarse and grating, the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel smile. I know you're poor. You sold your house, begged every relative, and still couldn't scrape it together right. He strode slowly to the bedside and drew a gleaming dagger from his waist. The tip traced lightly along Ling Feng's cheek. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoying screamed at once. Don't touch my son. I beg you, Brother Who will find more money, will definitely find it. Find it. Are you going to pay with your lives? Brother Who sneered, pressing the dagger harder against Ling Feng's side. Your son is young, his 2 kidneys are wonderfully fresh. On the black market, 1 kidney goes for 500,000 to make a cool million. Either you bring 4,500,000 in cash to the Heaven on Earth Club before nightfall, or... Brother Who's eyes went cold as the dagger began to press downward. I'll carve out his kidneys today to pay off the debt. You dare? Ling Jingwo's eyes flushed red as the blood of a retired soldier surged up. He lunged forward to shield his son, but was forced to the floor and pinned by the 2 punks unable to move. Wang Xiaoying flung herself across the bed, using her own body as a shield for Ling Feng. Brother Who, I'll kowtow to you, I'll be your beast of burden. Please spare my son, he's still just a child. In the ward, hoarse roars, pitiful pleas, and the thugs' mocking laughter tangled into a single cacophony. None of them noticed that on the bed Ling Feng's fingers twitched. Had he awakened? Yes. From the very moment Brother Who and his 2 cronies kicked in the door, he had already regained consciousness. His mind was razor clear. He could hear every word in the ward, sense everything around him, yet his body felt nailed to the bed, unable to move in the slightest. Even trying to open his mouth, he could not force out a single sound. And his mind was still in a daze. Had he not been in the midst of assaulting a higher realm of martial cultivation? He had been only a step away from transcending all worlds. Yet at the instant he broke through the final barrier, a pitch-black illusory gate had appeared from nothing, its immense suction brutally wrenching his soul inside. When he opened his eyes again, what greeted his ears were threats from debt collectors, and before his eyes the sight of his parents being humiliated. Damn it! Had he returned? Or was this only a dream? He remembered that to save him his parents had taken on a high-interest loan. And now these mortals, existences not even worthy of being called ants, actually wanted to carve out his kidneys. Instinctively he tried to sit up and survey his surroundings, but with the slightest attempt to move he realized his entire body was devoid of strength. Damn! Where is my cultivation? Ling Feng cried out within his heart. He hastily tried to circulate an emperor-level technique, only to find his dantian empty, his meridians sluggish and blocked. The power that had once overturned seas and grasped heaven and earth had vanished without a trace. 88,000 years of arduous cultivation, countless brushes with death, had it all become nothing but a mirage. The crushing disparity made his heart sink, yet the Tao heart of an emperor had been tempered beyond measure. In an instant he calmed himself. He rolled his eyes within their sockets, carefully examining this body. Thin, pale muscles wasted away from long bedridden years, skin drained of all color. This was unmistakably how he had looked back on Earth. Hell, I've come back. Or am I still dreaming? He gazed greedily at this body that was both familiar and foreign, then at his grief-stricken parents beside the bed. The more he looked, the more his heart stirred. A warm current indescribable in words surged through him. I'm back, truly back. Ling Feng screamed inwardly, his eye sockets faintly burning. He strove to sift through his past memories. Back then, shortly after graduating on his way home from a job hunt, he had reached his front door when he suddenly collapsed without warning, his consciousness swallowed by chaos. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a world utterly unfamiliar, the Tianling continent. There he lived for 88,000 years. There were no towering skyscrapers, no phones or computers, only martial paths that pierced the heavens, and the rule that the strong were revered above all. At the beginning, he was merely a worthless rogue cultivator, unable to sense even the faintest spiritual energy, trampled underfoot, cursed, beaten again and again several times, nearly losing his life. Step by step, he advanced: chi, refinement, foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, body, integration, great perfection, tribulation, transcendence, until finally he transcended tribulation and became an emperor. After attaining the rank of emperor, he never ceased searching for a path home. At every moment he yearned for Earth, for his parents. Yet 10,000 years passed as he traversed the entire Tianling continent, and still he found no clue. He had never expected that at the instant he assaulted a higher realm, believing he would finally transcend, he would instead return. Throughout those 88,000 years, he had never stopped yearning to return to his parents' side. Now that he was back, how could he not be overcome with emotion? From the conversation just now, he realized that only 2 years had passed here. His parents were still alive, though greatly aged. So be it if cultivation was gone, or as long as he could return, everything else was insignificant. He did not open his eyes immediately, but quietly began to circulate the supreme technique that had spanned 88,000 years, the myriad Tao chaos art. The spiritual energy on Earth was so thin it was appalling. Compared to the Tianling continent, this place was a wasteland that even the lowest-ranked cultivators would disdain. But it was enough. A thread of chi so faint as to be almost undetectable seeped through his pores into his body, coursed along his meridians, and finally converged in his dantian. Moments later, once the spiritual energy in his dantian had accumulated to a certain threshold, a muffled boom resounded within Ling Feng's body. Chi refinement, initial stage. On the Tianling continent, this realm was nothing more than the first step for a fledgling cultivator. Immediately afterward came several more muffled booms. Ling Feng's bodily functions fully erupted, yet his cultivation remained in a steep ascent. Chi refinement, late stage. U foundation, establishment, initial stage. Late stage. Golden core, initial stage. At last his cultivation stabilized at the initial stage of the golden core realm. Sensing the power within him and his body restored to optimal condition, Ling Feng felt an unrestrained joy. To recover a golden core cultivation right after returning, he finally possessed enough strength to protect himself here. This feels damn good. A lazy, indifferent voice suddenly echoed through the ward. Instantly, all sounds cut off. The thugs froze. Ling Jiangwo and Wang Xiuying froze as well. On the bed, the young man slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Clear and pure, seemingly harmless, even tinged with the confusion of someone just waking from sleep. Yet deep within them lay a detached indifference that overlooked all worlds. Ling Feng sat up, stretched lazily, his neck emitting soft cracking sounds, as though he had only indulged in a long nap, rather than been comatose for 2 years. He rubbed his eyes, his gaze settling on Brother Hu. The corners of his lips curved, gently forming an exceedingly mild smile. This gentleman. What was it you just said? How much are my kidneys worth? The moment his words fell, Brother Hu felt a numb jolt shoot through his wrist. With a clatter, the dagger in his palm dropped to the floor, ringing crisply. Brother Hu's face changed drastically. A nameless chill surged from the soles of his feet straight to his crown, as though some primordial beast had fixed its gaze on him. On the bed, the young man still wore that harmless smile, as if that bizarre scene just now had never occurred. Ling Feng slowly lifted the quilt and got out of bed. His bare feet touched the icy floor, and he frowned slightly. This body was far too frail, muscles atrophied, meridians fragile, so that even the most basic movements carried a sluggish, stagnant weight. In the span of 88,000 years, such a mortal shell was one he would not even spare a glance. Yet now this was his route on Earth, the son his parents had risked their lives to protect at all costs. Kid, good thing you're awake. Hu Ge, still shaken, picked up the dagger and forced himself to appear calm, barking harshly with a hollow bravado. For 150,000. Today you must hand it over. Otherwise your parents and you, none of you, will have a good time. 2 thugs immediately stepped forward, cracking their knuckles, viciousness written all over their faces. Ling Jiangwo struggled to get up, while Wang Xiuying clutched Ling Feng's arm tightly, her voice urgent. Xiaofeng, lie down quickly, your body hasn't recovered yet. Mom, it's fine. Ling Feng gently patted his mother's hand. His tone was unervingly calm, with not the slightest hint of fear in his eyes. Instead, there was even a trace of amused mirth. Just these few ordinary mortals, and they dared to shout and swagger before the Wind Emperor, who had lived 88,000 years. Ling Feng tilted his head and chuckled softly. You want money? But my family has no money. Hu Ge laughed in fury, pointing the dagger straight at Ling Feng. No money? Then pay with your kidney. He'll cripple you today. As his words fell, he charged at Ling Feng with the dagger movements crude and brutish. Wang Xiaoying squeezed her eyes shut in terror, while Ling Zhengwo's eyes nearly burst from their sockets. But in the very next moment, Ling Feng let out a sharp panicked scream as though frightened out of his wits, and stumbled a step backward, seemingly losing his balance. That seemingly clumsy step happened to slip past Hu Ge's dagger. Unable to pull back in time, Hu Ge drove the blade deep into the wall beside them, the impact numbing his wrist. You dare dodge! Hu Ge roared in rage, yanking the dagger free and lunging again. Ling Feng still wore that trembling, cowering facade, dodging left and right while crying out, Don't hit me. I have no money. Help! Strangely, no matter how the thugs struck, they could not even brush the hem of his clothes. A yellow-haired thug swung a fist at him, and Ling Feng casually hooked out a foot. Crack! A crisp snap of bone rang out. The yellow-haired thug screamed, clutching his ankle as he fell to the floor, rolling and writhing in agony. Another thug tried to attack from the side, and Ling Feng appeared to fling himself forward in fright, colliding straight into the man's chest. The thug felt as if his chest had been smashed by an iron hammer. The breath was knocked from his lungs, and he blacked out on the spot. Barely 3 seconds had passed. Of the 3 thugs, 2 were already down. Hu Ge completely panicked, gazing at the frail-looking young man before him, whom he could not touch no matter how he attacked. A chill of bone-deep terror rose in his heart. Whoa, who are you? Ling Feng halted his steps and blinked innocently. Me. I'm just a patient. As he spoke, he seemed so frightened that his legs gave out, and he plopped down onto the floor. His hand casually snatched up a fruit knife from the bedside cabinet, which he waved around wildly. Don't come any closer. If you come closer, I won't be polite. Hu Ge's fury flared, his cruelty surging as he hacked at him with the dagger like a madman. Ling Feng's gaze cooled, and a thread of imperceptible spiritual power flicked from his fingertip. In the next instant, Hu Ge felt a numb jolt in his wrist, the dagger flying from his grasp as he lost his balance and pitched toward Ling Feng. Ling Feng rolled aside in feigned panic. Bang! Hu Ge crashed to the floor face first, eating dirt like a dog. 2 of his front teeth snapped, and his mouth filled with blood. The entire sequence happened so quickly that no one could react. When a few security guards rushed in through the ward door, this was the scene. They saw several thugs sprawled messily across the floor, moaning incessantly, either injured or unconscious. The patient, who had just woken up, was huddled in a corner, arms wrapped around his head, face full of terror, body trembling. A picture-perfect image of an honest man who had been bullied mercilessly. The police. Call the police. The security captain's expression changed drastically as he immediately took out his phone to report it. 10 minutes later, police cars arrived with wailing sirens. While giving his statement, Ling Feng sat on a chair at the police station, eyes reddened and voice tinged with sobs. Officer, I really don't know what happened. As soon as they came in, they threatened my parents and said they wanted to cut out my kidney. I was so scared I just kept dodging, and then they fell on their own. His words were heartfelt, and coupled with his innocent face, every officer present could not help but feel sympathy. With that, he took the lead, striding towards the study, with each step exuding the pressure of a martial king at the initial stage. Xiao Teng followed closely behind, his murderous intent apparent, his gaze sharp. In the end, Hu Ge and his cohorts were criminally detained on suspicion of usury, illegal debt collection, and intentional injury. The heavy weight in Ling Zhengwo and Wang Xiaoying's hearts finally eased. After seeing his parents off and telling them to go home and wait, Ling Feng watched in the direction the police car had left. The terror on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a faint, indifferent smile. He raised a hand and stopped the taxi. Sir, to Tianshang Rinjian KTV. The taxi driver glanced at his patient gown and could not help but remind him, Kid, that place is full of all sorts of shady people. What are you going there for? I've been cooped up in the hospital for too long. Going to have a look at some pretty girls, Ling Feng said blandly. The driver shook his head, muttering under his breath, young people these days really do think differently. The car slowly pulled away from the hospital, heading toward the most luxurious yet chaotic entertainment venue in Hua City. The window rolled down and the night breeze brushed against Ling Feng's cheek. His fingertips tapped lightly against his knee, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. 450,000. They dared to threaten his parents. This debt was not something that could be settled merely by paying the money back. At the entrance of Tianshang Rinjian, lights blazed brilliantly, the gilded signboard flashing harshly in the night. 4 black-clad security guards stood on either side of the doorway, tall and imposing, exuding a menacing aura that warned strangers away. As soon as Ling Feng reached the foot of the steps, he was blocked by the guards. Stop! What are you doing here? The lead guard scanned him up and down, seeing his washed-out patient gown and messy hair. This isn't a place for you to see a doctor. Get lost, don't be an eyesore here. Ling Feng merely cast him a faint glance. I'm here to see the one in charge. You think you can just see our boss whenever you want? One guard scoffed, reaching out to shove Ling Feng. Get lost. If you don't move, don't blame us for what happens. Just as his hand was about to touch Ling Feng's shoulder, Ling Feng moved. In the next instant, there was a sharp crack. Accompanied by the guard's heart-rending scream, the outstretched arm twisted into a grotesque angle. Oh, my arm. The guard trembled from the pain and collapsed to the ground. The other 3 guards blanched, whipping batons from their waists as they surrounded Ling Feng. You dare cause trouble here? Looking for death? Ling Feng's lips curved into a cold smile. Against such mundane men, he needed only a casual wave of his hand. With a dull thud, a guard let out a muffled grunt as he was sent flying, crashing into the doorframe and passing out cold. The remaining 2 guards turned deathly pale, their hands shaking uncontrollably around their batons, not daring to step forward. In all their years on the job, they had seen many skilled fighters, but never someone who could drop their colleagues with a mere wave of the hand. Move. Ling Feng's gaze turned icy. Terrified, the guards scrambled backward hastily. Ling Feng stepped into the first-floor lobby of Tianshang Renjian. The receptionist looked up to see a handsome young man in a hospital gown smiling cheerfully at her. Hello, may I? I'm here to see your boss. Tell him Ling Feng has arrived, Ling Feng said. Ling Feng, you are. The receptionist was momentarily stunned. The one who owes him money. The one who just crawled out of the hospital, Ling Feng replied. On the 3rd floor, inside a supreme private box, crystal chandeliers shimmered while foreign liquors covered the table. Chen Jiu held a wine glass in one hand and a phone in the other, his expression so dark it seemed ready to drip. Trash. You can't even handle a brat who just woke up. Chen Jiu cursed loudly and roared into the phone. Find out everything. That kid's called Ling Feng, right? I want every detail about him. He was the owner of Jiugu Credit and Tiger Ge's hidden patron, a prominent figure in Huasher's underworld who had made a fortune by lending money at exorbitant interest. He had always been the one bullying others, yet today, he had actually been played by a vegetative patient who had just woken up. When news of Tiger Ge's arrest reached him, he almost smashed up the entire box in rage. Just as he hung up the phone, the door to the box was pushed open. A young man in a hospital gown walked in, posture straight, features refined, a harmless smile hanging on his lips. It was Ling Feng. After entering, his gaze swept over the table laden with famous brands of liquor, and he strode straight to the sofa and sat down. Without the slightest politeness, he picked up an unopened bottle of Louis XIII, expertly uncorked it, poured himself a glass, took a sip, and clicked his tongue in appreciation. Not bad, this has a strong flavor. Put it on my tab. Chen Jiu stared dumbfounded. He looked at the uninvited young man in a hospital gown and froze for a second, then suddenly reacted, his face turning ashen. You're the one who set Tiger up at the hospital? Ling Feng. Ling Feng set down his glass and smirked. That's me. Boss Chen, isn't it? I've heard much about you. Save the polite talk. Chen Jiu slammed the table and shot to his feet. 4 black-suited bodyguards rushed in behind him, each burly and thick-set, their eyes vicious. Tiger was thrown in because of you, wasn't he? Today either you pay up or you don't walk out that door. The 4 bodyguards spread out in a semicircle, blocking Ling Feng against the sofa. The air instantly grew heavy. Yet Ling Feng seemed oblivious to any threat, lazily lifting his glass to take another sip. Money? What money? I have no idea I owe you anything. Chen Jiu sneered. Plain dumb, are you? Your parents borrowed 100,000 in high-interest loans from me. With 2 years of interest, it's a total of 450,000, black and white, on the IOU. An IOU, huh? Ling Feng nodded as if suddenly enlightened. Then his brows drew together and a wounded look appeared on his face. Boss Chen, if you put it that way, you're in the wrong. I am the heir of a hidden sect and have been in seclusion cultivating for 2 years. I was on the verge of breaking through to a new realm when you barged into my ward, shouting, threatening, ready to beat people, forcibly disrupting my breakthrough and causing me to suffer chi deviation. My cultivation regressed, and my meridians were damaged. He spoke with utter seriousness, eyes sincere, as though he had suffered an injustice beyond measure. Chen Jiu listened in utter bewilderment, almost thinking he had misheard. Hidden sects, breaking through realms, chi deviation. Was this kid's brain addled from his coma? Chen Jiu roared, stop putting on that mystical act. I don't care what sect you're from. If you don't pay up today, I'll have your legs broken. Ling Feng set down his glass, his smile slowly fading as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Break my legs, eh? Boss Chen, do you have any idea how much I lost because that breakthrough failed? At least 8 to 10 billion. Seeing that you're straightforward, I won't ask for that much. Just 200,000 as compensation for mental distress, and we'll call it even. If you refuse. Ling Feng picked up his phone, tapped lightly a few times, and played a recording. Tiger Ge's arrogant voice immediately rang out from the phone. 2 kidneys sell for 1.8 million. If the money isn't paid before dark, we'll cut out his kidneys to settle the debt. The recording was crystal clear, every word audible. Chen Zhou's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Illegal fundraising, usury, threatening to traffic human organs. Any single charge from that list would be enough to ruin him. You dare set me up? Chen Zhou ground out between clenched teeth. Set you up? Ling Feng chuckled, his smile appearing pure and innocent. I'm a man of principle. You disturbed my cultivation, so compensating my mental distress is only natural. So either you transfer me 200,000 and we wipe the slate clean, or I hand this recording over to the police right now. He leaned back on the sofa, arms folded across his chest, looking utterly relaxed, as though he had Chen Zhou completely in his grasp. Chen Zhou stared fixedly at Ling Feng, then suddenly let out a derisive snort and waved his hand. Break him. Let him see what happens to those who cross me. His henchman immediately grabbed the bottles and ashtrays from the table and lunged at Ling Feng. Ling Feng's gaze turned icy as his body moved. He simply waved his hands a few times among them. Bang, bang, bang. In the span of a few muffled thuds, all the henchmen were on the floor groaning in pain. Arms broken, legs fractured, none of them able to get back up. The entire ordeal had lasted only a few seconds. The box fell into sudden silence. The smile on Chen Zhou's face froze, his eyes filled with shock and terror. He had never imagined that this kid who had just woken up from a hospital bed could fight like this. You, what on earth are you? Chen Zhou retreated 2 steps, blustering to hide his fear. Ling Feng advanced on him step by step, the aura around him growing more intense, a pressure that seemed to emanate from the depths of the soul. What I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you picked the wrong person to provoke. I've just woken up today, and I'm in a decent mood. I don't feel like slaughtering anyone. I'm giving you one last chance, either transfer the money now, or I'll loosen up your bones myself. Forced into a corner, Chen Zhou finally gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words, account number. Hearing this, Ling Feng's smile brightened. He immediately recited his bank card number. In less than a minute, a transfer notification chimed on his phone. 200,000 credited. Ling Feng put away his phone, rose to his feet, patted Chen Zhou's shoulder, and said in a tone heavy with meaning, Boss Chen, you're refreshingly straightforward. If I ever come across such a good deal again, I'll be sure to find you. With that, he turned and left his back leisurely and unrestrained, leaving Chen Zhou trembling with rage and the box teeth grinding as though he could shatter them. Ling Feng, this isn't over between us. Chen Zhou smashed his wine glass, red wine splattering across the wall in a ghastly pattern. By then, Ling Feng had already stepped out of Tianshang Renjian and onto the neon-lit street. He took out his phone, gazed at the freshly arrived 200,000 in his bank account, and the smile on his face slowly faded, his eyes turning soft. He lifted his head to look at the sky, and the stooped backs of his parents rose in his mind. Their graying hair, their tears of despair. 2 years. You have suffered. Dad, Mom. From today onward, no one will bully you again. Everything that is owed to our family, I will reclaim, with interest, one by one. Ling Feng tightened his grip on the phone, a glint of unwavering resolve flashing in his eyes. In the urban village of Hua City, the narrow alleyways were stretched long and thin by the setting sun. Ling Feng walked over the uneven stone pavement, with a faint lingering scent of herbal medicine in the air. It was the medicinal scent his mother had been boiling for 2 years, scrimping and saving just to nourish his body. With a creak, the rusted iron gate was pushed open. The cramped rental room of barely over 10 square meters was packed to the brim. An old television sat atop a peeling TV cabinet, while waist-high cardboard boxes were piled in the corner, filled with worn clothes his parents could not bring themselves to throw away. The only bright spot was the wall covered in Ling Feng's high school award certificates. Xiaofeng, why are you back? Wang Xiaoying was squatting by the stove decocting medicine and turned around when she heard the sound. Mom, the doctor said I'm recovering well and don't need to stay in the hospital anymore. Ling Feng walked over and casually reached out to support his mother. The sensation beneath his fingers made his heart tighten. The gaps of her nails were embedded with medicine residue and stubborn grime. Holding his hand, Wang Xiaoying looked him up and down. Why didn't you stay a few more days for observation? Look at you, you've thinned out of shape. These 2 years have really made you suffer. I haven't suffered at all. If anything, you're the one who has. Ling Feng's throat tightened. At his fingertips, a thread of spiritual energy quietly flowed forth, slowly coursing along his mother's meridians. The gentle spiritual energy nourished Wang Xiaoying's overtaxed body like a warm current. She felt her entire being relax. Child, why are your hands so warm? Wang Xiaoying touched his palm in surprise, then felt her own forehead. You're not running a fever. Maybe I just have a good constitution and strong inner heat, Ling Feng replied, with a smile deftly changing the subject. His gaze fell upon the folding bed in the corner of the living room. That was where his parents had slept these past 2 years, while his own bed was the old mattress spread out in the middle of the living room. To treat his illness, they had sold their only home, drained all their savings, and still could not bear to buy even a— Where's Dad? Ling Feng forced down the ache rising in his chest. Wang Xiaoying sighed. Your dad went out to drive the taxi. He said if he runs a few more trips we can pay off the debt sooner. That interest loan. Mentioning the debt, her voice grew faint and anxiety filled her eyes. Ling Feng's fingers tightened slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. It seemed he had been too lenient with Chinjio today. He could only hope they would not cross paths again. Otherwise he would certainly teach the man a painful lesson. Mom, don't worry about the debt anymore. I'll take care of it, Ling Feng said calmly. Wang Xiaoying shook her head. You've only just woken up and your body isn't fully healed. Just focus on resting. If your dad and I endure a few more years, we'll eventually pay it off. She had no idea that the son before her was no longer the fresh college graduate who needed his parents' protection, but the Feng Emperor, who had lived for 88,000 years holding dominion over life and death across myriad worlds. Just then a soft knock sounded at the door, accompanied by a gentle female voice. Annie Wang, Uncle Ling, I've brought. Wang Xiaoying's eyes lit up. It's Yuro. Ling Feng's heart gave a sudden jolt. Lin Yuro. She had been his junior in high school, and the secret white moonlight he had always cherished in his heart. In his memory, she was the girl with a ponytail and 2 dimples when she smiled. Now that very girl stood at the doorway, a thermal container dangling from her hand. After 2 years apart, she had shed the greenness of high school. Her long hair now cascaded over her shoulders, and she wore a simple white dress. Her brows and eyes were still as gentle as ever, though a faint weariness now rested at the bottom of her gaze. Seeing Ling Feng standing in the room, Lin Yuro almost dropped the thermal container in her hands. Her eyes reddened in an instant. Ling Feng, you woke up. She hurried inside, looking him up and down, her voice overflowing with excitement and suppressed grievance. You finally woke up. I thought. The rest of her words died on her lips as her eyes brimmed with tears. For the past 2 years she had gone to the hospital almost every day to visit him. Even when the doctors said Ling Feng might never wake again, she still insisted on coming day after day. She would bring soup she had boiled herself for Auntie Wang, sit beside Ling Feng's bed, and tell him about what was happening at school and in Hua City as though he were merely sleeping. I made you worry. Looking at the redness in her eyes, Ling Feng's heart melted into utter softness. In his past life, cultivating the Tao of ruthlessness, he had lived 88,000 years utterly alone, never once experiencing such pure concern. Since heaven had arranged for him to return to this point in time, he was determined to savor the present and enjoy what he had never known before. He would make sure to woo more girls and make up for all the years he had spent as a resolute virgin. Wiping away her tears, Lin Yuro handed the thermal container to Wang Xiaoying. It's fine now. Annie, this is chicken soup I made. It'll help Ling Feng nourish his body. Taking the container, Wang Xiaoying's eyes grew red as well. Child, you're always so thoughtful. These 2 years we've relied on you so much, constantly coming to look after us and bringing food. Auntie Ling Feng is my senior. Back in school he often helped me. This is simply what I should do, Lin Yuro replied softly. Lin Yuro lowered her head, sneaking a glance at Ling Feng. A faint blush rose upon her cheeks. Watching her shy demeanor, Ling Feng's lips curled into a roguish smile. So Campus Belle Lin, you've guarded this vegetative patient for 2 years. Have you been plotting something against me all this time? How can you still say such things at a time like this? Lin Yuro lightly punched his arm. Her strength was gentle, tinged with coquettish reproach, and the atmosphere instantly relaxed. Watching the 2 young people interact, Wang Xiaoying's face blossomed into a gratified smile. She quietly withdrew from the living room, leaving them a bit of private space. Have you been doing well these past 2 years? Ling Feng asked, putting away his joking manner and speaking seriously. Pretty well. I'm now a senior at Hua City Medical University and about to start my internship, Lin Yuro replied. Her eyes carried a trace of anticipation. I originally wanted to apply for an internship at the First People's Hospital so I could visit you often. I never expected you to wake up. That works out perfectly. If I get sick in the future, I'll have Dr. Lin personally treat me, Ling Feng said with a smile. You're not going to get sick. Lin Yuro glared at him. Then worry returned to her features. But you've only just woken up and your body is still very weak. You must rest properly, don't overthink things. As for the debt, I can help a little. I've saved some scholarship money. Ling Feng cut her off. No need. I'm a grown man. How could I possibly let a girl pay for me? Don't worry, I can settle the debt myself. Looking into Lin Yuro's clear eyes, he said seriously, from now on it's my turn to protect you. Lin Yuro's heart gave a violent thump. Heat rushed to her cheeks as she lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze, though the corners of her lips could not help but curve upward. At that moment, Ling Jiangwo pushed the door open and entered. He wore a taxi driver's uniform, faded from too many washes, his face etched with exhaustion. It was obvious he had just finished a long trip. Seeing Ling Feng standing in the room, he strode over quickly, concern filling his voice. You just woke up. Why aren't you staying in the hospital instead of running back home? Ling Feng smiled. The doctor said I'm now no different from a normal person, so they let me come home. After that, the few of them chatted together for a while. At dinner time, Lin Yuro stayed to eat with them. Just 2 simple dishes and a soup, yet the meal felt extraordinarily cozy. Afterward, when Lin Yuro was about to leave, Ling Feng walked her to the mouth of the alley. Ling Feng, I'll come see you again tomorrow, Lin Yuro said, reluctance in her eyes. All right, Ling Feng nodded. Suddenly remembering something, he asked, by the way, have you heard of any remarkable doctors in Hua City, or people who know martial arts? Lin Yuro blinked in surprise. I've heard of quite a few skilled doctors, but as for people proficient in martial arts, I'm not really sure. However, there is an old professor at our university who seems to know some traditional Chinese acupuncture and also teaches a bit of exercises for strengthening the body. Do you want me to ask around for you? Ling Feng chuckled. No need, I was just asking casually. You should head home early and be careful on the way. Watching Lin Yuro's figure disappear at the end of the alley, Ling Feng's gaze grew deep and contemplative. Early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Ling Feng rose from bed. He told his parents he was going out to look for something to do so they would not worry about him. With his phone in his pocket, he headed straight for Huasher First People's Hospital. Earning money was for now the most crucial matter. Even though he possessed remarkable abilities, robbery was of course out of the question. Now that he had returned, he had to abide at least to some extent by the laws here. He wanted to buy his parents a better home and to accumulate enough capital that he could finally enjoy life a little. On the Tianling continent, he had lived 88,000 years either cultivating, fighting, or fleeing for his life, while others hunted him down. It could be said that he had never once tasted what a woman's affection was like. Since he was back now, he intended to savor it properly. He also understood that on Earth, if a man wanted to court girls, he needed money. Lots and lots of money. For women whom looks alone could not win over, he would simply use money to break through their defenses. He would spend until they were willing to assume any posture he desired. Of course, there were some who disdained such material indulgence, girls like Lin Yuro. They sought neither his money nor his appearance, but only sincerity exchanged for genuine feeling. As for how he would earn money, naturally, he would rely on the peerless medical arts he had refined through cultivation. He could revive the dead and regrow flesh on bare bone. As long as a breath remained, even the king of hell would have to yield before him. At the entrance of Huasher First People's Hospital, people surged back and forth, cars flowing like a river. Ling Feng found a shady corner beneath dense leaves, picked up a discarded piece of cardboard, and using a twig scrawled a few crooked words upon it, specialized in treating difficult and complicated diseases, money back guarantee if ineffective. Treatment first, payment after. When he finished writing, he sat down on the ground, leaning against the tree trunk, legs stretched out and hands pillowed behind his head, utterly relaxed, like a carefree street swindler. Swindlers these days are getting bolder and bolder. He actually dares to set up shop right at the hospital gate. Exactly. Claims to specialize in difficult diseases. If he truly had that kind of skill, he would have been hired as an expert by some big hospital long ago, not sitting here in the wind and sun. He's just here to trick desperate patients grasping at straws. Everyone, don't be fooled. Passers-by turned their heads one after another, their murmurs pricking like needles. Yet Ling Feng acted as though he heard nothing, still squinting as he basked in the sun, as if the world around him had nothing to do with him. He knew that fine wine did not fear a deep alley. Those who truly needed him would come of their own accord. Sure enough, before long, an urgent cry rang out. Doctor! Doctor! Save my child! Please, I beg you, save him. A middle-aged man in a worn-out shirt, clutching a 5- or 6-year-old boy in his arms, dashed madly toward the hospital doors. The boy's face was as pale as paper, lips purple, eyes tightly shut, his breathing so faint it was almost imperceptible. The child's small body twitched now and then, as if he might stop breathing at any moment. Behind the man, a woman in a faded floral dress ran after them, weeping. Sir, you need to register and line up. A security guard blocked their path, saying expressionlessly, even the emergency department requires registration first. Those are the rules. Line up. My child is dying. We can't wait. The man pleaded bitterly, please let us in. If we're any later, it will be too late. Rules are rules. No one is an exception, the security guard said, unmoved. People crowded around, talking all at once, yet no one dared to step forward to help. Some took out their phones to film, some shook their heads and sighed, others urged the guard to show leniency, but he insisted on registration all the same. The man spun in panic, tears streaming as he looked down at the child fading in his arms, crying out in despair, who can save my child? I'll count out to you, he cried. At that moment, Ling Feng spoke. Let him come over. I'll take a look. His voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly to the man's ears. The man froze for a moment and turned toward Ling Feng. Seeing the cardboard in front of him, suspicion filled his eyes. But feeling the child's breathing grow weaker and weaker, he finally staggered over, clutching the boy. Can you really cure my child? The man asked, voice trembling, clinging to a sliver of hope. We'll know once we try. Hand the child to me, Ling Feng said. Ling Feng rose to his feet and held out his hands. The man hesitated, then passed the child over. Ling Feng took the boy and placed his fingers on the child's pulse. A thread of spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips into the small body. Congenital heart disease. Such an illness is usually carried from birth. The fact that this child had survived until now was itself a miracle, no doubt sustained by heavy expenses in the early stages. But since he had encountered Ling Feng today, it meant his life was blessed with great fortune. Ling Feng did not speak further. He simply reached into his pocket and drew out a silver needle. It was an ordinary silver needle he had bought that morning at a pharmacy for 10 yuan. The material was mediocre, but more than sufficient to handle such a minor issue. He instructed the man to hold the child firmly, then pinched the needle between his fingers and with swift precision pierced the heart meridian point on the boy's body. His movements flowed like water in a single unbroken sequence, leaving the onlookers dazzled. What is this guy doing? Randomly jabbing needles like that could kill someone. Exactly, call the police, don't let him harm people. This is outrageous. What if he ruins the child with... The doubts grew louder and louder. The woman grew frightened as well and tugged at the man's arm. Honey, let's just go to the hospital. Don't let him mess around any longer. Wait a little longer, the man said through gritted teeth. Looking at the focused light in Ling Feng's eyes, an inexplicable thread of hope rose in his heart. Ling Feng ignored the chatter around him. He picked up a second silver needle and pierced the child's heart region again, then a third, a fourth. Within barely a minute, he had driven 9 needles into the boy's body, each one precisely placed, imbued with profound knowledge of acupoints and controlled spiritual energy. When the 9th needle was set, Ling Feng swiftly twirled them with both hands. A faint current of spiritual energy flowed along the silver needles into the child's body, slowly repairing the damaged heart. Cough, cough. Suddenly the child let out a cough. His eyelids trembled, then slowly opened. Though still weak, his gaze now held a spark of life, and his lips gradually regained their color. Mom, I'm hungry, the child whispered weakly. Xiaobao, you're awake. The woman cried, tears streaming as she wrapped him in a tight embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Thank you, thank you. You're truly a living bodhisattva. The man's whole body shook with emotion. With a heavy thud, he knelt before Ling Feng and knocked his head to the ground 3 times. Master, thank you for saving my child. I will never forget this great kindness. Ling Feng helped him up and said evenly, get up. It was just a small effort. Master, how much do you charge? Whatever the amount, I'll pay it, the man said hurriedly, reaching for his cloth pouch. Ling Feng glanced at their worn clothing and the few crumpled bills inside the pouch, then said, 1,000 yuan. That figure was merely symbolic enough to ask for something without placing these two under undue strain. Otherwise, for such an illness, even tens or hundreds of thousands might not suffice. And even then, after all that money, the child's life might still be lost. The man froze for a second, clearly surprised at how cheap it was. He hurriedly took out all their money. After counting, there were a bit over 300 yuan. Master, this is all I have right now. Could I pay you the rest later? He asked, face full of guilt. No need. Just give what you have, Ling Feng replied with a faint smile, taking the 300-odd yuan. The people around them were stunned. Moments ago they had called him a fraud, and yet he had truly saved a child who had been on the verge of death. His medical skill was nothing short of miraculous. Amid the watching crowd stood a middle-aged man in a white lab coat, gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, his eyes filled with shock and curiosity. He was Zhang Qiming, the vice president of Huashe First People's Hospital, who had just returned from an external meeting and happened to witness this scene. As an authority in the medical field, he could tell at a glance that Ling Feng's acupuncture technique was extraordinarily exquisite, by no means comparable to that of an ordinary street quack. The combination of acupoints together with the depth and force of each insertion had reached textbook level, and was even more profound than the textbooks themselves. This young man is anything but simple. With that thought, Zhang Qiming strode over, a gentle smile on his face. Young friend, I just watched you treat that child. Your technique is remarkably refined. May I ask under which famous physician you have studied? Ling Feng lifted his gaze and sized him up, then smiled faintly. I am self-taught. After all, he could hardly say that he had naturally mastered medicine over the course of 88,000 years of cultivation on the Tianling continent. Zhang Qiming froze for a moment, then felt it made sense. Geniuses like this often had unusual pasts. It was normal if they were unwilling to reveal their lineage. Young friend, I am the vice president of this hospital, Zhang Qiming, he introduced himself. There is a patient in our hospital suffering from a strange illness. Experts from major hospitals have all been at their wits' end. I wonder if you would be willing to take a look. If you can cure him, our hospital is willing to pay a generous fee. How much? Ling Feng asked bluntly. He truly needed money right now. The more the better. Caught off guard by his directness, Zhang Qiming was momentarily stunned before saying 100,000 yuan. How about it? For an ordinary doctor, 100,000 yuan was already a considerable sum. Ling Feng pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right, take me to see him. Overjoyed, Zhang Qiming immediately led Ling Feng into the hospital, heading toward the VIP ward. Along the way, doctors and nurses, seeing the vice president treating an ordinarily dressed young man with such courtesy, began whispering to one another in curious amazement. Who is that young man? Why is Vice President Zhang being so polite to him? No idea. He was just setting up a stall at the entrance. How did he end up walking with Vice President Zhang? Could he be Vice President Zhang's relative? The murmurs drifted to their ears, but Ling Feng turned a deaf ear, and Zhang Qiming could not be bothered to explain. Soon they arrived at the door of the VIP ward. Inside the ward, an elderly man lay on the bed, his face waxen, eyes tightly shut, occasionally letting out a painful groan. Various tubes pierced his body, while the monitors beside him displayed his vital signs. At his bedside stood a middle-aged man in a sharp suit, anxiety written across his face. This was the patient's son, Su Zhenbang. Seeing Zhang Qiming enter, Su Zhenbang immediately stood up. Director Zhang, how is it? Have you found a solution? President Su, I have brought a young friend whose medical skills are exceptional. He may be able to cure the old master, Zhang Qiming said, pointing at Ling Feng. Su Zhenbang turned toward Ling Feng. At the sight of his youthful face and ordinary clothes, his brows knitted at once, his gaze filled with doubt. Director Zhang, are you sure you're not mistaken? He is so young. Can he really cure my father? He had sought countless top experts at home and abroad, all of whom had been helpless. How could a wet-behind youngster possibly have a way? President Su, do not underestimate this young friend. Just now at the hospital entrance, he used acupuncture to pull back a child with congenital acute heart disease from the brink of death. His medical skill is truly outstanding, Zhang Qiming hurriedly explained. I do not care whom he saved. My father's illness is no joke. Director Zhang, please ask him to leave. I will not have my father used as someone's training dummy, Su Zhenbang said firmly. The smile on Ling Feng's face faded. What he despised most were people who judged others solely by appearances. Since you do not trust me, forget it, Ling Feng said, turning to leave without the slightest reluctance. He had come for the money in the first place. Since the other party refused his goodwill, he had no intention of forcing a warm face against a cold backside. Hey, young friend, don't go. Zhang Qiming hurriedly grabbed him, then turned to Su Zhenbang. President Su, at least give him a chance. Treat a dead horse as if it were a living one. There might be a miracle. Su Zhenbang hesitated. His father's condition was deteriorating, and even painkillers were no longer effective. At this rate, he feared the old man would not last much longer. Perhaps he really should try. In the end, he gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll give you a chance. But if you fail to cure my father, or if his condition worsens because of you, I will not let you off. A cold smile tugged at the corner of Ling Feng's lips. Rest assured, I never do anything I'm not sure of. He stepped up to the bedside and carefully examined the elderly man lying there. The old man's breathing was weak, and a faint aura of death clung to his entire body. Ling Feng extended his hand to rest on the man's wrist, sending a thread of spiritual power probing into his body. After a brief moment, Ling Feng frowned. The old man's condition was even worse than he had imagined. He was not ill in the conventional sense. He had been poisoned with a slow-acting toxin. This particular poison was far more vicious, slowly corroding the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, plunging the victim into constant agony and mental haze until he finally died in torment. Moreover, the toxin was extremely well concealed. Ordinary examinations could not detect it at all. No wonder those experts had been helpless. Well, young friend, can he be cured? Zhang Qiming asked nervously. Su Zhenbang also stared intently at Ling Feng, his eyes filled with desperate hope. Ling Feng nodded. He can be cured. His tone was even yet carried an unquestionable confidence. However, the price must be raised. He added, dispelling this condition is troublesome and will consume a great deal of my energy. 200,000. Not a single yuan less. Su Zhenbang. Zhang Qiming. A moment ago the price had been 100,000. Now it had suddenly risen to 200,000. This young man certainly knew how to jack up the price on the spot. Are you extorting me? Su Zhenbang's face darkened. Although 200,000 was nothing more than pocket change to him, being squeezed by a youngster still left a bad taste in his mouth. Extortion. Ling Feng let out a derisive snort. Your father has been poisoned. This toxin erupts fully in 3 months and claims its victim within half a year, and I am the only one who can cure it. 200,000 in exchange for your father's life. Do you find that expensive? At the word poison, Su Zhenbang's expression changed dramatically. How could the old master of their family possibly have been poisoned? Yet the young man before him was far too confident. Could he really be telling the truth? There was no time to worry about anything else now, since the other party could see that it was poisoning. He likely had a way to resolve it. The hospital had already exhausted its options. Trying this path might not be so bad after all. Gritting his teeth, Su Zhenbang said, fine, 200,000 it is. As long as you can cure my father, money is not an issue. For his father's life, what was 200,000? Even 20 million would be a trivial matter. Ling Feng nodded in satisfaction. Straightforward. He drew a set of silver needles from his pocket. This time he intended to use the 3-needle detoxification method. The first needle, the meridian opening needle, would clear the blocked meridians in the old man's body, paving the way for the subsequent detoxification. The second, the toxin-driving needle, would gather the poison scattered throughout the 5 viscera and 6 bowels into the dantian. The third, the toxin-expelling needle, would then force the concentrated toxin completely out of the body. Though these 3 needles seemed simple, they embodied the vast and profound depths of medical arts. The angle, force, and depth of each insertion had to be precise to a hair's breadth. The slightest deviation could cause the entire effort to fail. Ling Feng looked at the old man on the sickbed. He grasped the first silver needle, his wrist trembling slightly, and the needle pierced the old man's acupoint like lightning. Buzz. The silver needle quivered slightly as a faint stream of spiritual energy flowed through it into the old man's body, slowly coursing, like a stream, unblocking the obstructed meridians. Following that, he swiftly inserted the second and third needles. After 3 needles, the old man's body gently trembled, and his furrowed brow gradually relaxed. The look of pain on his face also lessened significantly, and his previously weak breathing became steadier. Is this all there is to it? Su Zhenbang found it hard to believe. He thought detoxification would be complicated, but unexpectedly Ling Feng had only used 3 needles, making it seem so effortless. Ling Feng put away the silver needles and said calmly, "It's done, but the toxins haven't been completely expelled. In an hour the old man will wake up and expel the toxic blood from his body. By then he will be fine." Zhang Qiming leaned closer to the sickbed, carefully observing the old man's condition. He noticed that the old man's pupils had slightly constricted and his vital signs had stabilized considerably. A look of excitement appeared on his face. "It's effective. Indeed, it is effective." Su Zong looked. "Grandpa's condition has improved a lot." Su Zhenbang also saw the change in his father, and the anxiety in his heart finally eased, looking at Ling Feng with increased admiration. This young man truly possesses remarkable skills. An hour later, the old man on the bed suddenly began to cough, spitting out a mouthful of black toxic blood, which fell to the ground, emitting a pungent and foul odor. Slowly the old man opened his eyes. Although his gaze was still somewhat murky, he had regained consciousness. He looked at Su Zhenbang and weakly said, "Zhenbang, pour me a glass of water." "Dad, you've woken up." Su Zhenbang hurriedly poured a glass of warm water for his father, carefully helping him drink it. Then he explained what had happened during the treatment. The old man drank the water and appeared much more spirited. He looked at Ling Feng, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Young man, thank you." Ling Feng smiled and said, "No need to thank me, old sir. The toxins in your body have been mostly expelled. After a few days of rest, you will be able to get out of bed and walk. By the way, Su Zong, when will the payment be made?" Ling Feng reminded. Only then did Su Zhenbang remember the payment, and hurriedly took out his phone to transfer 200,000 yuan to Ling Feng. The phone notification rang, indicating that the 200,000 had been received. Ling Feng nodded in satisfaction. "Pleasure doing business with you." He turned to leave, but the hospital door was suddenly pushed open. A woman in a well-tailored black suit wearing high heels walked in. She was about 1.72 meters tall, with a slender figure and exquisite curves. Her cold and beautiful face resembled meticulously carved jade, with long, narrow phoenix eyes that exuded a powerful aura. This woman was Su Zhenbang's daughter, Su Qingxue. She held another title as the president of the Su Group, the most beautiful woman in Huashi. Having just returned from a business trip abroad, she rushed over upon hearing that her grandfather was critically ill. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered, she saw a strange young man, while her usually stern father treated him with a hint of politeness. "Dad, how is Grandpa?" Su Qingxue asked anxiously. Su Zhenbang smiled. "Qingxue, you're back. Your grandfather has awakened thanks to this Mr. Ling who treated his illness." Su Qingxue's gaze fell upon Ling Feng, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Dressed in a simple white t-shirt and black casual pants, and wearing canvas shoes bought from a street vendor, he appeared rather ordinary, even a bit unfashionable. Such a person cured a bizarre illness that others could not solve. Ling Feng also stared at Su Qingxue, admiring her perfect figure. She was truly stunning, among the best. In a little suit, she exuded a captivating allure, even more breathtaking than the holy maidens he had seen on Tianling continent. Seeing Ling Feng look at her, as if she were prey, a flicker of disdain flashed in her eyes, and she spoke icily. "Who are you? What method did you use to cure my grandfather? Have you gone through proper medical certification?" As a business elite, she was always cautious and naturally wary of such unknown practitioners. Moreover, the opponent appeared too young, seemingly only 2 or 3 years younger than her. With so many experts in the country unable to help her grandfather, she could not believe that a young man could have any solution. Ling Feng looked at the coldly beautiful woman before him, the corner of his mouth curling into a cheeky smile. "Miss Su, my name is Ling Feng. As for the method I used, you don't need to know. You only need to know that I cured your grandfather's illness. As for medical certification, those things are worthless in my eyes." His tone carried a hint of disdain, further tightening Su Qingxue's brow. This young man not only unknown, but also so arrogant. "You better honestly explain what means you used. If my grandfather has any problems later, I will hold you accountable." Su Qingxue's tone grew colder. Ling Feng scoffed. Miss Su, I cured your grandfather's illness. It would be one thing if you didn't thank me, but now you're questioning me. Do you think 200,000 is too much and are looking for trouble? You. Su Qingxue was left speechless by his retort. She had always been the center of attention, and no one dared to speak to her like this. Qingxue, do not be rude. Su Zhenbong quickly admonished. Mr. Ling is our benefactor. How can you speak like that? Su Qingxue felt somewhat wrong. Dad, I'm just worried about Grandpa's health. His methods haven't been verified, but what if? There is no what if. Su Zhenshan spoke up. Though still weak, his tone carried an undeniable authority. Mr. Ling is my lifesaver. Qingxue apologized to Mr. Ling. Su Qingxue was taken aback. Her grandfather actually wanted her to apologize to this young man. She looked at Ling Feng, who was watching her with a playful smile, his eyes filled with amusement, making her feel even more upset. However, she could not ignore her grandfather's words. Taking a deep breath to suppress her anger, Su Qingxue coldly said, I'm sorry. Her tone was stiff and insincere. Ling Feng didn't mind smiling. It's all right, Miss Su is just overly concerned. He turned to Su Zhenshan. Old sir, I have other matters to attend to, and will take my leave now. If any issues arise later, feel free to contact me. After saying that, he left his contact information and turned to leave the hospital room. Watching Ling Feng's carefree back, Su Qingxue's eyes were filled with complex emotions. This young man, not only skilled in medicine, but also so arrogant, was truly a strange person. What she did not know was that this person, whom she found extremely unpleasant, would soon completely intrude into her life, melting her icy heart. Stepping out of the hospital doors, Ling Feng glanced at the 20,000 that had just arrived in his phone. Coupled with the previous extortion of 20,000 from Chunjiu, he now had a total of 42,000. After settling all his relatives' debts, there should still be a bit left. It's still too little. I need to earn more money. Otherwise, how would the ladies take the initiative to approach me? At that moment, a hurried shout came from behind. Mr. Ling, please wait. Ling Feng paused, turning back to see Zhang Qiming holding the hem of his white coat, quickly squeezing through the crowd. Patients and medical staff passing by all turned their heads, their eyes filled with surprise. Who is Zhang Qiming? He is the vice president of the First People's Hospital of Hua City, a well-known internal medicine expert in the country, enjoying special allowances from the State Council. Usually surrounded by people in the hospital, when has he ever seen him so eager towards a young man, even personally chasing him out the door? Could it be that this young man owes money to the hospital? Director Zhang, is there something you need? Ling Feng asked, his tone indifferent. He had long anticipated that with Zhang Qiming's insight, he would certainly recognize the value of his medical skills and would likely come to win him over. Zhang Qiming ran to Ling Feng, resting his hands on his knees to catch his breath, and sincerely said, Mr. Ling, there was too much going on in the ward just now. I didn't have time to discuss it with you in detail. Your medical skills are truly remarkable, virtually divine. In my half a lifetime, I have never seen such exquisite acupuncture techniques, a master who can detoxify with just 3 needles. He did not hide his admiration. Mr. Ling, may I make an unusual request? I wonder if you would be interested in working at our hospital. The moment these words were spoken, the surrounding discussions erupted. My God, Vice President Zhang is actually inviting this young man to work at the hospital. Did I hear that right? This young man looks like he's just in his early 20s, and just a moment ago, he was still selling things at the entrance. How could Director Zhang personally invite him? I saw with my own eyes just now that he saved a nearly lifeless child with a silver needle. He must have some skills. No wonder Director Zhang values him so highly. Turns out he's a divine doctor. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, looking at Zhang Qiming with a smile that was not quite a smile. Director Zhang, what do you want me to do at the hospital? Of course, to be a specially invited expert at our hospital. Zhang Qiming immediately replied. Don't worry about the salary. I will personally apply for the highest standard for you, a monthly salary of 50,000 with full payment of 5 insurances and 1 fund, and the hospital will provide you with an independent expert consultation room with a housing allowance of 10,000 per month. These conditions are indeed filled with sincerity, even luxurious. A monthly salary of 50,000 is already at the top tier of white-collar income in Hua City. Upon hearing these conditions, the people around couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. My goodness, 50,000 a month. This treatment is too good. If it were me, I would agree on the spot. No wonder Director Zhang is willing to invest so much to recruit someone. Zhang Qiming looked at Ling Feng, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He believed that such conditions would be an irresistible temptation for any young person, especially since Ling Feng appeared to be dressed simply. His financial situation, likely not very affluent, this treatment would be enough to completely change his life. However, after listening, Ling Feng merely smiled lightly. 50,000 a month. Director Zhang, do I look like someone who is short of 50,000? As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding air instantly fell silent. Everyone was stunned, looking at Ling Feng in disbelief. 50,000 a month is a salary that many people dream of. How could he not want it? And to say he doesn't look like someone who needs 50,000. Is this young man out of his mind? Zhang Qiming was also stunned, his smile frozen. Mr. Ling, what? What do you mean by that? Ling Feng smiled lightly and said, Director Zhang, as you saw just now, I merely made a casual effort, and there was already a diagnosis fee of 20,000. Do you think I would take 5,000 a month from you? Moreover, being stuck in the hospital every day, seeing patients, writing medical records, and issuing medical orders bound by a bunch of rules. Zhang Qiming's face instantly turned extremely awkward. His mouth twitched a few times, unsure of what to say. Indeed, if one earns 20,000 in just an hour, who would care about a monthly salary of 5,000? The crowd was even more in an uproar, their eyes filled with shock and envy. My God, 20,000. He earned 20,000 so easily. This is too incredible. That's more than what we ordinary people earn after working for several years. No wonder he looks down on a monthly salary of 50,000. If it were me, I would also look down on it. This is a true master. Earning money is like playing. Among the crowd, a young doctor in a white coat said enviously, Director Zhang, I'm only making 8,000 a month. When will I be able to earn big money like Mr. Ling? Zhang Qiming shot him a glare, but his heart was filled with mixed feelings. He knew that Ling Feng was speaking the truth. With Ling Feng's medical skills, treating a few wealthy patients would earn him much more than being an expert in the hospital, and he would also be free. But he was truly unwilling to let such a rare talent slip away. Zhang Qiming took a deep breath, suppressing his embarrassment, and sincerely said again, Mr. Ling, I know that a monthly salary of 50,000 is nothing to you, but what the hospital can offer you is not just money. Think about it. By becoming a specially invited expert at our hospital, you will gain access to the country's top medical resources and encounter various difficult and complicated diseases. This will also benefit the improvement of your medical skills. Moreover, the hospital's platform will allow you to achieve fame more quickly, becoming a recognized divine doctor nationwide and even globally. By then you'll gain both fame and fortune. Wouldn't that be even better? However, Ling Feng still shook his head, his tone remaining calm. Director Zhang, thank you for your kindness, but I really have no interest. I practice medicine to earn money and to save lives, but not for fame, and certainly not to be restricted. What I desire is freedom, the ability to do things as I please. He paused, looking at Zhang Qiming's disappointed gaze, and added, However, I can give you a promise. If the hospital encounters any difficult and complicated cases in the future, when other experts are at a loss, you can contact me. As long as the price is right, I can help. But it also depends on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, I'll come right away, or if I'm not, I'll let the patient hold on for a bit. This was already the greatest concession he could offer. Zhang Qiming looked at Ling Feng's determined expression, knowing he truly wouldn't agree, feeling a deep sense of regret. But he could only nod helplessly. Oi, Mr. Ling, I respect your choice. If there's a need in the future, I will definitely contact you at the first opportunity. Here is my business card, which has my private phone number. You can call me anytime. He took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Ling Feng with great respect. At noon, Ling Feng had earned 200,000 today, his mood exceptionally good. He lost interest in setting up his stall in the afternoon, casually tossing the stall sign into the trash can and hailing a taxi to rush home. Just after getting out of the taxi, with only a few dozen meters left to his home, he saw 7 or 8 young people gathered downstairs. Ling Feng initially sighed inwardly about the youthfulness, then continued on his way home. But a familiar voice pierced his ears, causing him to suddenly halt in his tracks. In the crowd, Lin Yuro anxiously said, Young Master Zhao, please have some self-respect. I have already said that I have no interest in you, so please do not bother me in the future. This young Master Zhao is Zhao Tian, you the only son of a well-known real estate family in Hua City. Although the Zhao family cannot be considered a top-tier aristocracy, they hold considerable power in Hua City, with a fortune exceeding 100 million. Relying on his family's influence, Zhao Tian Yu has made a name for himself among the young rascals in Hua City. He first laid eyes on Lin Yuro during a seminar at the medical university and immediately fell for her, launching into a frenzied pursuit. Sending flowers, gifting luxury items, and even promising to arrange an internship for her at a top hospital, yet Lin Yuro remained unmoved. Today, upon hearing that Lin Yuro was visiting the comatose person again, Zhao Tianyu immediately rushed over with his lackeys. Feigning deep feelings, Zhao Tianyu said, Yuro, why are you so stubborn? That comatose person has been lying there for 2 years, why do you still cling to him? Besides, what can he give you? My Zhao family has plenty of money and connections. As long as you agree to be my girlfriend, I can arrange for you to directly enter the hospital as a chief physician without even needing an internship. His lackeys immediately chimed in, exactly. Young Master Zhao cares about you, don't be ungrateful. That comatose person can't wake up and is living in such a rundown place, oh, what is there to be nostalgic about? Following young Master Zhao, you'd have a life of luxury, isn't that better than guarding a comatose person? The group took turns mocking the comatose individual. Lin Yu's face turned red with anger as she retorted, "You are not allowed to speak about my friend like that, and he has already woken up. Please leave here." Woken up? Zhao Tianyu scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. "If he's awake, then I want to see what abilities this comatose person possesses that make our Linda Mei Nu defend him so fiercely. He may not have any special abilities, but there is someone here who is much more handsome than you." A lazy, carefree voice came from behind. Zhao Tianyu and his lackeys all froze for a moment and turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw a young man dressed in cheap clothes walking over. Ling Feng. This young man was indeed Ling Feng. He had initially planned to go home, but upon seeing Lin Yu being harassed, he could not bear it. In his heart, Lin Yu was the woman he had chosen, and he could not allow these little brats to harass her. The lackeys stared at Ling Feng for a few seconds before turning to look at Zhao Tianyu. It must be said that the young man's appearance was indeed far more outstanding than Zhao Tianyu. Upon seeing Ling Feng, Lin Yu's eyes instantly lit up as she hurriedly ran forward concerned and said, "You just woke up not long ago, try to stay home and rest more." Ling Feng smiled gently at her, saying, "I just wanted to take a stroll and feel the warmth of this city that has you in it." As soon as he said this, Lin Yu's cheeks instantly turned crimson. Zhao Tianyu's face darkened instantly as he observed the affection between the two. The young man before him, dressed in a cheap white t-shirt and casual pants, looked ordinary and even a bit plain. How could someone like this compete with him for a woman? Zhao Tianyu looked Ling Feng up and down, his tone arrogant and domineering. "So you're that comatose person. Indeed, a poor little boy living in this rundown place. You dare to compete with me for a woman. I advise you to be smart and leave Yu quickly, otherwise I will make it so you can't stay in Hua City." Ling Feng scoffed dismissively, saying, "Compete with you for a woman? Do you even qualify? One look at your ugly face, and anyone would think it had been plowed by a tractor full of pits and bumps." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu could not help but cover her mouth and giggle. Even the lackeys could not hold back, letting out laughter. Zhao Tianyu's face turned ashen as he pointed at Ling Feng and shouted angrily, "A man does not rely on looks, it's all about financial power." He raised his hand, flaunting his Patek Philippe watch. "Do you see this? This watch alone could buy 10 apartments in the rundown place you live. It's something you poor boys could never afford in your lifetime." His lackeys joined in again. "Exactly. Kid, be smart and scram. If you don't leave, we won't be polite." Ling Feng sighed lightly, murmuring to himself, "Being wealthy is good. Wealth gives one confidence and a strong voice." He looked at Zhao Tianyu and shook his head. "I am in a good mood today and don't want to argue with a kid like you. Now leave, immediately." Zhao Tianyu's face darkened, his eyes filled with rage. "Leave? Kid, do you dare tell me to leave? I see you are tired of living." He gestured to his lackeys. "Teach him a lesson. Don't injure him, just let him know how powerful I am." "Got it, young Master Zhao." 6 lackeys immediately agreed, grinning as they charged towards Ling Feng. They were used to being arrogant following Zhao Tianyu and did not take a seemingly ordinary young man seriously. Lin Yu's expression changed, and she shouted nervously, "Ling Feng, be careful." Ling Feng patted her hand, signaling her to be at ease, then stepped forward slowly to meet the 6 lackeys. The first lackey swung his fist, the wind whistling, and the force was tremendous. But Ling Feng simply raised his hand and delivered a crisp slap. Smack! The sharp sound echoed in the alley, and the lackey spun 3 times on the spot, blood flowing from his mouth, 2 teeth knocked out, and he crashed onto the ground unconscious. The other 5 lackeys were stunned, not expecting this newly awakened comatose person to actually have some skills. Altogether, charge at him. Zhao Tianyu regained his composure and yelled angrily. Ling Feng's lips curled up, and he smiled slightly. His figure flickered, charging into the crowd like a ghost, fists and feet flying. Bang! Crack! Op! Oh! The sounds of wailing filled the air, and in just a few seconds, all the lackeys had fallen to the ground, howling in pain. The entire process was so fast, it left people dizzy. Ling Feng hardly moved his feet, and had already dealt with several of them. He merely intended to teach them a small lesson, otherwise with these ordinary people, he could have easily turned them into a mist of blood with a single slap. The alley instantly fell silent, leaving only the wails of the lackeys and Zhao Tianyu's heavy breathing. Zhao Tianyu stared in shock at the scene before him, his previous arrogance instantly replaced by fear. He never expected that this comatose person could fight so well. 6 against 1, and they were instantly wiped out. Even if he were to unleash a powerful move, wouldn't he need some time? But it only took a few seconds, and all 6 were lying on the ground. Lin Yu was also stunned. She had known Ling Feng for years, and had never seen such a scene. Looking at Ling Feng's tall figure, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed lightly. Ling Feng ignored the cries of the few people on the ground, and coldly fixed his gaze on Zhao Tianyu, stepping closer to him. Zhao Tianyu, terrified, stumbled backward, his legs weak, almost falling to the ground as he trembled, saying, "Why you? Don't come any closer. I am the eldest son of the Zhao family. My father is Zhao Huaqiang. If you dare to lay a finger on me, he will never let you go. Zhao Huaqiang. Never heard of him. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, his tone flat. He stood before Zhao Tianyu looking down at him. Just now you said you wanted to make me unable to stay in Huashi. And you called me a poor loser. Zhao Tianyu, scared out of his wits, hurriedly waved his hands, saying, I didn't mean it. I was wrong. I shouldn't have bothered Yurua or insulted you. Please let me go. The arrogance from earlier had completely vanished, replaced only by overwhelming fear. Ling Feng curled his lips into a cold smile. Let you go. Fine, but there will be a price for what you just said. He reached out and snatched the phone from Zhao Tianyu's hand. This phone is nice, consider it a lesson for you. Just as he finished speaking, Ling Feng applied slight pressure with his fingers. Crack. A crisp sound rang out as the phone was crushed in his hand, fragments of the screen and parts scattered. Zhao Tianyu watched this scene in horror, his pupils constricting, almost crying in fear. How could a person do this? Crushing a phone with one hand. But he didn't dare to speak, only watching helplessly. Ling Feng released his hand, coldly stating, Get lost. If I see you bothering Yurua again, or coming back here, next time it won't be just your phone, it'll be you. He glanced meaningfully at Zhao Tianyu's groin. Zhao Tianyu shuddered all over, feeling a chill in his crotch, instinctively clamping his legs together, scrambling to say, Why yes. I'll leave right away. With that he dared not linger, running away with his legs clamped. The followers, seeing this, helped each other up, grimacing as they slowly left the area. This place is too damn scary. I won't come here to show off again. I need to find another place to act tough. Watching Zhao Tianyu flee in embarrassment, Lin Yurua couldn't help but laugh, her eyes crescent-shaped like the sun after the rain, warm and bright. Ling Feng, you are amazing. Lin Yurua walked up to him, her eyes filled with admiration and affection. Thank you so much just now. If you hadn't come back, I wouldn't know what to do. Ling Feng smiled and said, What's there to thank? Protecting you is my duty. He gently ruffled her hair, his tone soft. If you encounter something like this again, don't waste words with them, just call me directly. Lin Yuruo's cheeks instantly flushed, her heart racing as she lowered her head and whispered, I understand. The sunlight streamed through the gaps in the alley, casting a warm halo around the two, the air filled with a faint hint of romance. Ling Feng looked at her shy appearance, a gentle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In this brief moment of intimacy, Lin Yurua spoke first. Let's go inside. The sun is too strong outside. Ling Feng nodded and followed her inside. In the rental apartment, only Wang Xiuying was cooking while Ling Zhengwo had gone out to drive a taxi. Not far away on the main road, Zhao Tianyu kicked the light pole hard twice, gritting his teeth and growling, Damn it, and I want to crush my enemies. Today's humiliation, I will definitely make it right. The followers behind him covered their swollen faces, grimacing as they said, Bro, that guy was just too strong. We didn't even see his moves clearly before our faces got swollen. We're no match for him at all. Zhao Tianyu scoffed. So what if he has practiced for a few years? In this world, a few years of practice means nothing. Martial arts are worthless in front of a true warrior. The several followers exchanged glances. One of the younger ones cautiously asked, Bro, do you mean to find a warrior to deal with that guy? Zhao Tianyu snorted coldly. Otherwise, just because we can't beat him doesn't mean no one can. But we don't know any warriors. Where can we find one? Another younger brother scratched his head and asked. Zhao Tianyu leaned against the light pole, a smug look on his face. Don't worry, I have some connections in Huashi. I know a little leader from the Jiulong gang. I'll just ask him for help. It's just a matter of spending a bit more money. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. When the time comes, I'll make that little brat kneel before me and sing conquer, letting him know the consequences of competing with me for women. After dealing with him, I'll also forcibly take Lin Yurua for myself. He turned to his followers, a wicked smile curling on his lips. After I've had my fun, you can also have a taste. Upon hearing this, the followers immediately perked up as if the pain from earlier had vanished into thin air, laughing lewdly by the roadside. Passers-by cast curious glances, whispering that these guys must be crazy. Inside the rental apartment, after the three finished their meal, Lin Yurua said goodbye and left while Wang Xiuying went out to buy groceries. Ling Feng had some free time in the afternoon and found a place to sit cross-legged. He formed seals with his hands at his dantian and closed his eyes in concentration. He operated the 10,000 ways of chaos technique with tiny amounts of spiritual energy flowing into his body along the path of the technique. Inhale and exhale, and soon the afternoon passed quickly. Ling Feng slowly ended his cultivation, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, which soon turned into a sigh of resignation. What's going on? Several hours have passed, yet why hasn't my cultivation improved at all? Could it be that I just woke up yesterday and suddenly jumped to a higher level? Or did my soul just return, creating a bond that directly elevated me to the early stage of golden core? If it's the latter, that would be troublesome. With the spiritual energy on Earth, it would take forever to reach the peak period. You must know that the higher the realm, the more spiritual energy is needed to improve one's cultivation unless there are miraculous pills. But here even long-standing traditional Chinese medicine is hard to come by. Where can I find miraculous pills? Sigh. Having the realm of alchemy, without the materials for it, is a headache. Ling Feng shook his head and stood up to stretch his muscles. It's better to wait for opportunities or see if there are any materials on this earth that can be used for alchemy. Ling Feng's gaze fell outside the window, lost in thought. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Ling Feng prepared to set up a stall at the hospital entrance again. Yesterday, he made 200,000. He wondered how much he could earn today. He planned to first earn $1 million to buy a house for his parents in the city, intending to surprise them. Then he would select some top-quality Chinese medicinal herbs to help improve their health. However, just as he flagged down a taxi and the door had not yet closed, he received a call from Su Zhenbong of the Su family inviting him to discuss matters at the Su residence. The first reason was to personally express gratitude for his life-saving assistance yesterday. The second reason was to ask him to help re-examine the old gentleman's health. Moreover, there would be a reward. Ling Feng thought for a moment. Setting up a stall was to earn money, and going to the Su family was also for profit. It would save him the trouble of waiting for customers at the hospital entrance, so he agreed. After hanging up the phone, Ling Feng told the taxi driver to change direction, and the car turned towards the winding mountain road on the outskirts of the city. The scenery outside the window gradually changed, with the crowded and noisy urban village left behind and the fresh scent of greenery wafting in through the car window. After more than half an hour, the car turned a corner and a magnificent manor suddenly appeared in sight. The crimson gate stood 3 meters high, imposing and grand. Outside the gate, 4 bodyguards dressed in black suits stood straight. "Young man, you've arrived at the Dongfang." The taxi driver stopped the car, his tone carrying a hint of reverence. Ling Feng paid the fare and got out of the car. Just as he reached the gate, a bodyguard stepped forward to block his path. "Please stop. The Su family manor does not accept visitors without an appointment." Their eyes swept over Ling Feng, taking in his ordinary street vendor attire, filled with disdain. In their view, a young man dressed so plainly had no right to step foot into the Su family manor. "I'm looking for Su Zhenbong." Ling Feng's tone was flat. The bodyguard scoffed, "Looking for Mr. Su? Kid, do you know where this place is? How dare you call Mr. Su by his name? Hurry up and leave, or don't blame us for being rude." As he spoke, he reached out to push Ling Feng. At that moment, a black Mercedes slowly stopped at the entrance. The window rolled down, revealing Su Zhenbang's face. Seeing the confrontation at the door, he quickly instructed the driver to stop and walked over briskly. "Stop. No impoliteness allowed." The bodyguard froze for a moment, quickly retracting his hand, respectfully calling out Mr. Su. Su Zhenbang said with a serious expression, "This is Mr. Ling, our benefactor at the Su family and a distinguished guest of the old gentleman. From now on, Mr. Ling can enter the manor freely without announcement." "Yes." The expressions of the 2 bodyguards changed, and they hurriedly bowed and apologized to Ling Feng, saying, "Mr. Ling, we are sorry. It is our fault for not recognizing a great person." Ling Feng had seen many such sycophants and did not take offense. To him, the disdain of such minor characters was hardly worth mentioning. Su Zhenbang said enthusiastically, "Mr. Ling, please come in. My father specifically asked me to wait for you at the door. He has already prepared tea." Ling Feng nodded and followed Su Zhenbang into the manor. The luxury inside the manor far exceeded his imagination. The interior of the manor was even more luxurious than anticipated, with wide asphalt roads flanked by precious trees, meticulously trimmed lawns, and a massive fountain in the center, spectacular in its grandeur. Not far away, several European-style villas were arranged in a picturesque manner, with red roofs and white walls harmonizing with the blue sky and white clouds resembling a paradise. Ling Feng surveyed the manor. Although it did not match the grandeur of the Feng Emperor in Tianling continent, it was still considered a top-tier mansion on this earth. If he could get a house like this for his parents, it would be quite nice. Upon entering the main villa's living room, Su Zhenshan was already seated on the sofa waiting. Although he was still physically weak, his spirit had improved significantly, and he was dressed in a comfortable tang suit. Upon seeing Ling Feng enter, he immediately stood up, a genuine smile on his face. "Mr. Ling, welcome. Please have a seat." Ling Feng sat down opposite him, and a servant quickly brought in high-quality Longjing tea, the aroma wafting through the air. "Mr. Ling, thanks to you yesterday, I have been able to keep my old life intact." Su Zhenshan raised his teacup in a toast to Ling Feng. "A great favor requires no thanks. In the future, if Mr. Ling needs anything, please do not hesitate to ask." Ling Feng took a sip of tea and replied, "Old sir, you are too polite. It was merely a small effort on my part." Su Zhenshan smiled, his eyes filled with admiration. "Mr. Ling is too modest. To be honest, in my long life, I have met many talented individuals, but I have never encountered someone as young and accomplished with such superb medical skills as you." He paused, his expression becoming serious. "Mr. Ling, you mentioned previously that I was poisoned. May I ask what kind of poison it was?" Ling Feng glanced at him, his tone still flat. The level of poison you were afflicted with is too low. It is beyond my— Su Zhinshan. Su Zhenbang standing beside him also wore a look of shock, his lips twitching slightly. Su Zhinshan nearly couldn't hold back a curse. Too low. The poison had nearly cost him his life. Had it been any stronger, he would have died on the spot. But he could sense that Ling Feng was not an arrogant person. The mere fact that he could say this indicated that his vision and capabilities far exceeded what they could imagine. Su Zhinshan forced a smile and cupped his hands to Ling Feng. Regardless, Mr. Ling was able to pull me back from the brink of death. Ew, I truly admire your medical skills. Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, it was merely a small skill. It is nothing. To him, curing this poison was indeed as easy as brushing off dust. Compared to his extraordinary abilities, it was like a small sapling in a vast forest. His gaze landed on Su Zhinshan as he slowly said, however, there is another problem with you. Su Zhinshan was taken aback and quickly asked, oh, is it possible that the poison in me has not been completely resolved? The poison was resolved yesterday at the hospital. Ling Feng shook his head. I meant another issue. Su Zhinshan's brows furrowed slightly, his expression becoming solemn. Another issue. Please, Mr. Ling, enlighten me. Ling Feng picked up his teacup and took another sip of tea before leisurely saying, your meridians have suffered severe injuries. Whenever it rains or you engage in vigorous exercise, your entire body will ache unbearably. This condition has persisted for 5 years, hasn't it? As soon as his words fell, the living room plunged into silence. The expressions on Su Zhinshan and Su Zhenbang's faces shifted from confusion to shock in an instant. That's right. Ling Feng's words were spot on. 5 years ago, Su Zhinshan was attacked by 2 masked men while on a business trip. He fought desperately, and although he managed to escape, his meridians suffered severe damage. After 3 months of careful treatment upon returning, he survived, but the injuries to his meridians could never be fully cured. Over the years, as long as the weather changed or he moved slightly, it felt as if countless needles were stabbing him, causing excruciating pain. Moreover, his strength was dwindling day by day. It is essential to know that he was the only martial artist in the Su family, the backbone that allowed the Su family to maintain its standing in the city. Since his injury, the Su family's business had begun to decline. If it weren't for the connections and resources they had accumulated previously, they might have been devoured by the other major families long ago. This matter was extremely confidential. Only a few core members of the Su family knew about it. How could Ling Feng, who had never had close ties with them, know it so clearly? Did he even know the exact year of the injury? Did he figure it out when he took his pulse at the hospital yesterday? If that were the case, did it mean he had a way to cure this stubborn ailment? The more Su Zhinshan thought about it, the more excited he became, his body trembling slightly as he looked at Ling Feng with eager and hopeful eyes. As long as he could heal this injury to his meridians, he would be willing to spend any amount of money. Su Zhinshan's fingers tightened around the armrest of the sofa. He fixed his gaze on Ling Feng, his voice trembling with barely suppressed emotion. Mr. Ling, how could you possibly know about this matter? He had never mentioned this matter to outsiders, not even to the so-called divine doctors he consulted, who only dared to assert that it was an old injury not yet healed. No one had ever been able to pinpoint the severe damage to his meridians and the 5-year time frame so accurately. Ling Feng put down his teacup, his tone still calm. Yesterday, while detoxifying you, I also checked your internal condition. The traces of your meridian injuries are quite evident, making it easy to deduce. Su Zhenbang couldn't help but interject. Checked. Mr. Ling, you merely took my pulse, and you could identify problems even top-tier doctors couldn't. Ling Feng explained casually. Your father's vital energy is stagnant, with many of his meridians congested and blocked, and there are signs of old fractures. It's not difficult to estimate how long it's been since he was injured. Su Zhinshan took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous thoughts in his heart. He leaned forward eagerly and asked, Mr. Ling, since you can see it, does that mean you have a way to cure him? For 5 years he had endured the pain of rainy days like countless ants gnawing at his bones. He had suffered enough watching his strength decline day by day. He had had enough of the anxiety concerning the future of the Su family. Ling Feng glanced at him, neither affirming nor denying it can be cured. Just those 2 words struck Su Zhinshan and his son like a thunderbolt, leaving them momentarily stunned. Then a wave of joy surged within them. Su Zhenbang's voice changed with excitement. Mr. Ling, are you serious? You can really heal my father's meridian damage? Ling Feng replied, of course, but treating such chronic ailments is more troublesome than detoxifying. In fact, treating these meridian fractures was a matter of minutes for him. He said this just to negotiate for a— Sure enough, upon hearing this, the father and son were momentarily dumbfounded. Su Zhinshan quickly said, we don't mind the trouble, Mr. Ling. As long as you can heal me, the Su family is willing to pay any price. He understood too well what this meridian damage meant for him and the Su family. As long as he could regain his strength, the Su family could not only stabilize the situation, but also rise to greater heights. Money was trivial in his eyes. Ling Feng nodded slightly as a response, then slowly said, "Your meridian damage is complex to treat, so let's set the fee at 1 million. 1 million. Su Jinshan and Su Jinbong were both taken aback, their faces filled with disbelief. They originally thought that such a miraculous technique capable of curing a 5-year-long ailment would cost at least tens of millions, even over 100 million. They never expected Ling Feng to only charge 1 million. Su Jinshan furrowed his brow and spoke solemnly, "Mr. Ling, are you joking? This is far too cheap. You saved my life and can cure this chronic ailment of 5 years. This is a life-renewing grace. 1 million is truly too little for your medical skills." He turned to Su Jinbong. "Jinbong, prepare 10 million for Mr. Ling immediately." "No, prepare 20 million. That I understand." Su Jinbong immediately took out his phone and looked at Ling Feng, asking, "Mr. Ling, please give me your bank account number. I will transfer the money to you right now." Ling Feng raised his hand and said, "Let's wait until after the treatment to settle the payment. What if I can't cure him?" Su Jinshan replied, "Mr. Ling, as long as you do your best, even if you cannot cure him, I am still willing to pay you a fee." Having mingled in business for many years, this old man had a good eye for people, and he could see that Ling Feng exuded confidence. Since the other party could accurately identify the issues with his body, he would surely have the means to resolve them. Little did he know sitting opposite him was an old master among old masters, having seen all sorts of people over the past 88,000 years. Su Zinshan's thoughts were easily discerned by Ling Feng. In this world, there were probably very few capable of reconnecting meridians, who otherwise the Su family wouldn't be offering such a high price. He no longer held back. After all, he was in need of money. Money, of course, is always better in abundance. Moreover, his plans for pursuing girls would require some expenses. He took out his phone to check his bank account number and relate it to Su Jinbong. In less than a minute, Ling Feng received a bank alert on his phone. "Mr. Ling, please check the 20 million has been transferred," Su Jinbong said. Ling Feng glanced at his phone and nodded. "Received." Having resolved the payment issue, Su Jinshan eagerly asked, "Mr. Ling, are you now able to treat me?" Su Jinbong said. Ling Feng glanced at his phone and nodded. "Received." Having resolved the payment issue, Su Jinshan quickly instructed Su Jinbong to lead the way. "Jinbong, hurry and take Mr. Ling to my study. It's quiet and spacious there." Su Jinbong immediately led Ling Feng upstairs to the study, with Su Jinshan following closely behind. The Su family study was huge, spanning dozens of square meters, perfectly suitable for treatment. Su Jinshan nervously asked, "Mr. Ling, can we start now?" Ling Feng nodded. "Sit cross-legged, relax your mind, and do not resist my vital energy." Vital energy? Su Jinbong was taken aback. Although he knew his father was a martial artist, he had never heard that vital energy could also be used for healing. However, Su Zinshan's eyes brightened. As a martial artist, he naturally understood the existence of vital energy. But he had never imagined that vital energy could have such miraculous uses. He immediately followed Ling Feng's instructions, sitting cross-legged on the carpet, closing his eyes, and striving to relax his mind. Ling Feng approached him, extending his right hand palm, facing Su Zinshan's Baihui acupoint at the top of his head. In the next moment, an incredibly pure vital energy surged from Ling Feng's palm, slowly flowing into Su Zinshan's body like a gentle stream. Su Jinshan felt a warmth at the top of his head as a gentle energy flowed along his meridians. Wherever it traveled, the previously stagnant and congested meridians instantly became unobstructed. The sensation was akin to a long-awaited rain nourishing the parched earth, the dry land finally receiving moisture. He could distinctly feel his damaged meridians gradually repairing under the nurturing of this gentle vital energy. After 5 years, he had never felt such relief. The meridians that used to ache faintly in rainy weather now felt as if they were being soaked in warm water, warm and utterly comfortable. Su Jinbong stood by, wide-eyed in disbelief. He could see that a faint golden light was emanating from Ling Feng's palm, gradually spreading from Su Zinshan's head throughout his entire body. Su Zinshan's face, which had originally been pale, gradually turned rosy, his furrowed brow relaxed, and an expression of enjoyment appeared on his face. An hour passed and beads of sweat began to form on Ling Feng's forehead. This was also part of Ling Feng's deliberate delay. In fact, treating this meridian issue could have been completed in minutes. Even the sweat on his forehead was forced out. He wanted the Su family to realize the value of the 20 million spent. In reality, treating this meridian issue could have been done in a moment. After finishing, he let out a long breath and even deliberately wiped his forehead with his collar. All done. Su Jinshan slowly opened his eyes, filled with shock and ecstasy. He could clearly feel the smooth circulation of true energy within his body. The damaged meridians had been completely repaired. Although his strength had not yet fully recovered, he believed that within a year at most he could return to his peak power. He suddenly stood up, moving his hands and feet. The joints that would have ached unbearably on a rainy day were now flexible and free of discomfort. "I am healed." I really am healed. Su Jinshan exclaimed excitedly, stumbling over his words. He hurried to Ling Feng and bowed deeply, saying, Mr. Ling, I cannot thank you enough for your great kindness. Su Jinbang also stepped forward and cupped his hands towards Ling Feng, saying, Mr. Ling, thank you for saving my father yesterday and for helping to treat his long-standing ailment today. From now on, you are the most esteemed guest of the Su family. If you need anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Ling Feng waved his hand, saying, No need for formalities, Bim, just doing my job for a fee. At that moment, a hearty laugh came from outside. Old Su, your illness is treatable. I've finally found a divine doctor. Before the words had faded, a burly man with a tiger-like back and a bear-like build pushed the door open. He was dressed in a black tank top, exposing his solid muscles, and a knife scar ran from the corner of his eye to his chin, exuding an intimidating aura. This man was Lei Hu, a warrior of the Su family at the early stage of the martial king realm. Behind him followed a middle-aged man in his 50s, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and a goatee, dressed in a gray brocade robe, pretending to be profound as he stood with his hands behind his back. As soon as Lei Hu entered, he shouted, Old Su, I pulled strings through 3 layers and spent a fortune to invite Dr. Chen from Jiangnan. He specializes in treating hidden meridian injuries. Your old ailment will definitely be eradicated this time. Upon hearing this, Su Jinshan glanced at the so-called divine doctor with no inner stir. If he had heard this news 2 hours ago, he might have felt a surge of excitement. But now his hidden injuries had already been cured by Ling Feng. The title of divine doctor meant nothing to him. However, since it was Lei Hu who brought him, he could only stand up and politely say to the man, Thank you for coming, but coincidentally my hidden injuries have already healed, so there's no need for your efforts. Upon hearing this, Lei Hu was instantly dumbfounded. Healed? How could that be? Your meridian injuries have rooted for years. I pulled strings through 3 layers and spent a fortune to bring Dr. Chen from Jiangnan. You say you're healed just like that? Are you afraid of spending money and deliberately brushing me off? The doctor behind him, Dr. Chen, looked sullen. He had come for the generous rewards from the Su family, and now being told he need not intervene, he felt his dignity was undermined. He glanced sideways at Su Jinshan, speaking arrogantly. Old Master Su, you can't speak carelessly. Meridian injuries are stubborn ailments. If mild, they cause inconvenience. If severe, they lead to the loss of martial arts. How could they be easily cured? You must have been deceived by some quack. Your symptoms have only been superficially alleviated. Saying this, he scanned Ling Feng, who appeared ordinary and lacked any remarkable aura, assuming he was merely a servant of the Su family, and dismissing him entirely. I've been practicing medicine for 30 years, specializing in various meridian injuries. Even martial sovereigns have been treated by me. If I were to intervene, 3 doses of medicine would suffice for a complete cure. If an incompetent doctor delays treatment, you may never heal. Preposterous. A cold shout suddenly rang out. Su Jinbang stood up, abruptly confronting Dr. Chen. Watch your mouth. My father's injuries were personally treated by Mr. Ling, and it is absolutely true. If you dare slander Mr. Ling is a fraud, you are showing no respect to the Su family. He added, turning to Lei Hu, Uncle Lei, my father was treated by Mr. Ling, and it was Mr. Ling who saved him from the brink of death in the hospital yesterday. Lei Hu listened carefully, scrutinizing Ling Feng. Young. Too young. He didn't believe Su Zhenbang's words at all, not a single punctuation mark. How could such a young man possibly cure a hidden meridian injury? Just as he was about to inquire, Dr. Chen scoffed. How ridiculous. This young lad looks barely over 20, not even fully grown, and he dares claim to have cured a hidden meridian injury. I think your Su family is anxiously seeking a cure only to be swindled and counting the money. You, Su Jinbang retorted. But before he could finish, Ling Feng raised his hand to interrupt him, and then turned to Dr. Chen, saying, You've practiced medicine for 30 years, yet you can't even cure your own ailments, and dare to claim to be a divine doctor. Dr. Chen's face changed. What nonsense are you talking? I am in excellent health with no ailments. Oh really? Ling Feng smirked, a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Are you not frequently experiencing sore lower back and knees, dizziness, tinnitus, waking up 3 to 4 times at night, and having frequent and urgent urination? In the past 6 months, have you not indulged excessively, depleting your kidney essence and qi, which has even diminished your hearing? Am I right? These words hit like thunder, instantly turning Dr. Chen's face pale, making his goatee tremble. He had hidden these ailments deeply, and even after taking numerous supplements, they had proved ineffective. How could a young man see through him so easily? You are just guessing. Dr. Chen shouted. I am a disciple of a prestigious sect well versed in the art of healing. How could I be defamed by a mere child? Ling Feng sneered. The art of healing. Then let me ask you, with kidney deficiency splitting into yin deficiency and yang deficiency, which category do your symptoms fall under? Should I use left gui pill or right gui pill? What's the difference in their medicinal properties? Dr. Chen stood frozen, his eyes flustered. He knew nothing of the art of healing. He had only learned a bit relying on bragging and deceiving to make a living. He couldn't answer a single one of these professional questions. Previously, when treating patients, he would simply prescribe some supplements to brush them off. Once the money was in hand, he would make his escape. Who would have thought he would encounter a professional today? What? Can't answer. Ling Feng pressed on. Let me ask you again, meridian injuries are categorized as blood stasis type, qi deficiency type, and yin deficiency type. Which type does Old Master Su's hidden injury belong to? Is the corresponding treatment blood activation or qi replenishment? What is the formula for the 3 medications you mentioned? A series of questions left Dr. Chen speechless, his complexion alternating between red and white until he completely lost his confidence. He understood that his meager skills were utterly inadequate in front of someone truly knowledgeable. You are just looking for trouble. Dr. Chen fumed in embarrassment, but dared not respond directly to the questions. Lei Hu stood in place glancing at Su Jinshan and then at Ling Feng, his face filled with embarrassment. It dawned on him that the person he had paid a hefty sum for was nothing but a fraud. However, he could not believe that this young man dressed in cheap clothes and appearing to be in his early 20s could truly heal Su Jinshan's martial artist's hidden injuries that had plagued him for years. The injuries of a martial artist's meridians differ from those of ordinary people. During cultivation, the flow of blood and qi far exceeds that of normal individuals, and the hidden injuries have long since penetrated to the very marrow, affecting the internal circulation. Not to mention ordinary doctors, even those specialized in healing within the martial arts community, must exhaust their mental energy to gradually adjust such conditions. How could it be so easily cured? He suddenly turned to Ling Feng, his eyes wide with skepticism, and said in a gruff voice, "Kid, I admit you have some insight to see through that fraud. You have some skills. But you say you healed old Su's hidden injuries. I can't believe that. How many famous martial doctors have been helpless? You, a mere child, what gives you the right to claim you can heal him? You must have used some flowery words to deceive old Su, taking the opportunity to sneak into the Su family for ulterior motives, right?" Ling Feng merely shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "I didn't ask for your belief, but whether you believe or not has nothing to do with me." You. Lei Hu was momentarily speechless. "You better not be arrogant. Tell me, how exactly did you treat old Su? What medicine did you use? What techniques? If you can't explain, you're just a fraud." Ling Feng curled his lips, his disdain evident in his eyes. "Why should I tell you? Just because you're big? Or because you're darker and older than me? Who do you think you are to deserve an explanation? Kid, are you provoking me?" Lei Hu's anger ignited instantly, his hands clenched tightly. Ling Feng raised his gaze slightly, speaking each word clearly. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not provoking you, I'm insulting you. You can't even see a fraud who only knows how to boast. You spent a lot of money to bring him home for embarrassment, and now you're questioning the person who truly healed the illness. Don't you think your brain isn't functioning well?" PFF. Su Jinbang nearly spat out the tea he had just taken a sip of. He quickly lowered his head to cover it up, but couldn't help but feel impressed inside. "Mister." Ling's words were indeed direct and harsh. Lei Hu's face instantly changed from red to a dark shade, his chest heaving violently, clearly infuriated. He took a deep breath, turning to Su Jinshan, and said, "Old Su, look at this kid, too arrogant. He doesn't take us seriously. You must have been deceived by him. Just think about it. How does he look like someone who can heal martial artists' hidden injuries? He might be deliberately getting close to you with ulterior motives towards your precious granddaughter Su Qingxue." "Old Lei, I really wasn't deceived." Su Jinshan stood up, moving his limbs around. "Look at me now, full of energy. Just now I was trying to circulate my internal energy, and the blood clots that had accumulated for over a decade have dispersed, and my meridians are completely open. All of this is Mr. Ling's doing." "No way," Lei Hu asserted firmly. "The recovery of a martial artist's meridians can't be this fast. It must be a temporary suppression treating the symptoms, but not the root cause. Old Su, don't let him fool you." Suddenly Ling Feng's voice rose a few notches, tinged with impatience. "Big guy, I've tolerated you for long enough. From the moment you walked in, your gaze has been glued to me, either looking down on me or doubting me. What's the matter? Did I eat your rice? Or do I have an affair with your wife, causing you distress?" Lei Hu's mouth twitched violently, unable to hold back any longer. He suddenly turned to Su Jinshan and said, "Old Su, I can't take it anymore. Today, I must teach this kid a lesson to let him know what respect for elders means. But don't worry, I'll be measured in my actions. It will just be a lesson. I won't truly hurt him." With that said, before Su Jinshan could intervene, Lei Hu's figure suddenly moved like a rampaging bull, charging towards Ling Feng with a howling punch. "Mr. Ling, be careful." Su Zhenbang's expression changed drastically, and he shouted urgently, trying to step forward to stop it, but it was already too late. Lei Hu's speed was too fast, and in the blink of an eye he was right in front of Ling Feng. Su Jinshan was also startled, knowing Lei Hu's temper. Once he made a move, he couldn't hold back. Although he wouldn't truly hurt Ling Feng, the latter had just saved his life, and now he was suffering in his own home. He felt overwhelmed. However, facing this thunderous punch, Ling Feng showed no sign of panic on his face. Instead, he stood there, not even moving his feet, slowly raising his right hand and pointing a slender finger gently towards Lei Hu's fist. To Su Jinshan and Su Jinbong, this scene seemed like a death wish. How powerful was Lei Hu's punch? Not to mention a single finger, even a steel plate would be smashed into a pit. Kid, you're insulting me again. Lei Hu saw this and didn't slow down. Instead, he accelerated slightly. He thought Ling Feng was deliberately humiliating him, nearly spitting blood from anger. At the moment the finger met the fist, an invisible shockwave suddenly erupted between them. Boom. The shockwave spread outward like a tide, shaking the tables and chairs in the living room violently. Teacups on the coffee table toppled over, spilling tea everywhere, and books on the shelves came crashing down. The entire study seemed to have been caught in a whirlwind. Su Jinshan and Su Jinbong instinctively raised their hands to shield their faces, their expressions filled with horror. The next moment, they heard a muffled grunt. Lei Hu's hefty frame, weighing over 200 pounds, was sent flying backward as if struck by a speeding train. Bang! A loud crash ensued as Lei Hu crashed heavily into the solid wood desk in the corner of the living room. The desk, crafted from rosewood and weighing hundreds of pounds, was instantly shattered into pieces, with splinters flying everywhere, books and ornaments scattered all over the floor. Meanwhile, Lei Hu fell amidst the debris, his face filled with disbelief. He looked down at his fist, and then back at Ling Feng, his eyes brimming with shock and confusion. He had just felt an immense, boundless force emanating from Ling Feng's finger, gentle yet domineering, which instantly shattered all his internal energy, sending him flying. Strangely, however, he felt no pain at all. His internal energy was merely disturbed temporarily, and after a few surges it returned to normal. How can this be possible? The living room fell into a dead silence. Only the rustling of scattered books and the heavy breathing of everyone could be heard. Su Jinshan's eyes widened, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, the shock on his face evident. He knew Lei Hu's strength and originally thought Ling Feng was merely skilled in medicine. He never expected his martial prowess was even more formidable. This was no mere young man. He was practically a hidden, unparalleled master. Just then Su Qingxue, who had just returned, witnessed this scene. She covered her mouth, letting out a low gasp, frozen in place at the doorway, dumbfounded. Su Qingxue stood at the door, her entire being momentarily stunned. She knew that Lei Hu was a martial artist and a prominent figure in the martial arts community of Huasher with formidable strength. How could he have flown out like a paper tiger in front of Ling Feng? Who exactly is this Ling Feng? Previously, she thought Ling Feng was merely a lucky wandering doctor, an ordinary person despite his exceptional medical skills. But now it seemed that not only was he skilled in medicine, but his martial prowess was also unfathomable. Su Qingxue's heart raced, her cheeks slightly flushed as she gazed at Ling Feng's silhouette, her eyes filled with complex emotions, shock, curiosity, and a hint of indescribable admiration. Lei Hu got up from the ground, brushing off the wood chips from his body. He moved his limbs, realizing he was indeed uninjured, though he had been thrown back in a rather embarrassing manner. The look in his eyes when he looked at Ling Feng was devoid of the previous anger and skepticism, replaced instead with deep shock and a hint of awe. Having lived for over 60 years and practiced martial arts for more than 40, he had never witnessed such terrifying power. The ability to send him a peak martial king flying with just a finger was indeed fearsome. Even more frightening was the fact that this young man was so young. With such strength at such a young age, his future growth would surely be extraordinary. Su Jinshan finally regained his senses from the shock, hastily walking up to Ling Feng, his face filled with excitement and respect. He stammered, "Mr. Ling Yu, are you also a martial artist?" Upon hearing the term martial artist, Ling Feng slightly furrowed his brows, a look of confusion crossing his face as he asked in return, "Martial artist? What is that?" "What?" Su Jinshan, Su Jinbong, and Lei Hu exclaimed in unison, their expressions of shock more intense than before. Su Jinbong could not help but interject, "Mr. Ling Yu just casually sent Lei Hu flying with a mere finger. That is clearly the technique of a martial artist. You actually don't know what a martial artist is." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng immediately understood it referred to the cultivation system. However, in Tianlin continent, they were not called martial artists, but cultivators, also known as immortals. Initially, he thought Su Jinshan and Lei Hu were both at the Qi refinement stage, just like in Tianlin continent, starting from Qi refinement and progressing layer by layer to the Emperor realm. He did not expect them to be called martial artists here. Ling Feng then shook his head and said, "I have never come into contact with martial artists before, nor did I know of their existence. The skills I possess were acquired through fortuitous circumstances, and I am unaware of what you refer to as martial artists. Please enlighten me, old Su." He couldn't very well claim he had cultivated for 88,000 years in Tianlin continent, and even if he did, no one would believe him. They would probably think he was insane. Su Jinshan took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within. It appeared that Mr. Ling was not only incredibly powerful, but also had an extraordinary background, having no knowledge of the martial artist system. Could he be a descendant from some hidden sect? He organized his thoughts and slowly spoke. Mr. Ling, a martial artist, is someone who refines their inner strength through cultivation, honing their body to possess strength and speed far beyond that of ordinary people. In our world, there exists a special group known as martial artists who follow a specific cultivation system with strict classifications of realm. Lei Hu also chimed in, having completely lost any previous disdain for Ling Feng. Only awe remained. He added, indeed, the realms of martial artists range from low to high: warrior, master, martial king, martial sage, martial god, and martial emperor. Each realm is further divided into early, mid, and late stages. I am currently a martial king at the early stage, while Old Su was also a martial king at the early stage before he was injured. In the martial arts community of Huashi, he is considered a formidable expert. Yet you casually sent me flying with a finger. Such strength is undoubtedly beyond the martial king level, at least a martial sage level expert. Su Jinshan nodded in agreement. There is a world of difference between a martial king and a martial sage. A martial king merely externalizes their inner strength, applying it to their strikes, while a martial sage can separate their inner strength from their body to launch attacks, and their physical strength far exceeds that of a martial king. Inner strength, as previously mentioned, refers to true qi. We just call it inner strength. Your earlier burst of energy was clearly a manifestation of inner strength being externalized, so you must be at least a martial sage level martial artist. Ling Feng listened with great interest. The ancient techniques he had practiced had never mentioned any realm classifications for martial artists, and he was astonished to discover such a cultivation system existed in this world. Oh, then can you elaborate on the specific differences between each realm? Ling Feng inquired. Su Jinshan patiently explained. The warrior realm is the entry stage for martial artists, primarily focused on honing the body and laying a solid foundation, allowing the body to accommodate inner breath. At the peak of the warrior realm, one can strike down a bull with a single punch. In the master realm, one can cultivate inner strength, which circulates within the body, enhancing both power. A novice master can easily tear apart a small object, while a peak master can shatter rocks with bare hands, already considered an expert in the secular world. The martial king realm is similar to that of a master, just with thicker inner strength. In our Su family, our standing in Huashi relies heavily on the fact that I was once a martial king at the early stage. Lei Hu continued, a martial sage level martial artist can externalize their inner strength to kill from a distance. In all of Huaxiao, they are considered top-tier experts, and every martial sage is courted and revered by various factions. As for the martial god, they are even rarer. I have never seen one, but I've heard that with a mere gesture they can reduce a building to rubble. To my knowledge, there are no more than 20 such existences in all of Huaxiao, all being the distinguished guardians of their respective regions. As for the martial emperor, that is a legendary realm, even more so than one can imagine, and no one knows what abilities they possess. Listening to their introduction, Ling Feng had a rough idea. It turned out that the martial artist system in this world, compared to the realms he cultivated, was like a child seeing an adult. A martial god could only level a building. Even the highest realm, the martial emperor, probably wouldn't be too. As the strongest in Tianling continent, with a single sword strike, he could shatter the galaxy and break all laws. Even now at the golden core stage, a casual blow from him could reduce a building to nothingness. So does that mean a martial sage level martial artist is already very impressive here? Ling Feng asked. Lei Hu hurriedly replied, not just impressive. In Huashi, there isn't even a single martial sage level martial artist. If you truly are a martial sage, then you would be the boss of Huashi. Su Qingxue stood to the side, utterly dumbfounded. Although she was the young lady of the Su family and knew of martial artists' existence, she did not have such detailed knowledge of realm classifications. Now, hearing her grandfather and father's explanation, she finally understood how terrifying Ling Feng's strength was. At least a martial sage level, which was a top expert not found in Huashi. She looked at Ling Feng with eyes full of admiration and curiosity. This young man was not only skilled in medicine, but also astonishingly powerful. Who exactly is he? At this moment, Lei Hu no longer possessed his previous arrogance. He deeply cupped his fists towards Ling Feng, his tone filled with utmost respect. Mr. Ling, earlier I failed to recognize the great mountain and offended you. I hope you can forgive me for my ignorance and not hold it against me. Your strength truly opened my eyes. I, Lei Hu, am convinced. He was a straightforward person, admitting defeat when defeated, and Ling Feng's prowess far exceeded his imagination, leaving him genuinely impressed. Ling Feng waved his hand and replied lightly, "It's nothing new, I didn't take it to heart." The group chatted a bit more. As noon approached, Ling Feng decided to have lunch at the Su family home. After the meal, Su Jinshan arranged for a Rolls Royce to take Ling Feng home. After Ling Feng left, the Su family members sat in the study. Su Jinshan looked at them and asked, "What do you think of Mr. Ling?" Lei Hu was the first to speak. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. This kid not only has extraordinary medical skills, but he also managed to heal old Su's decade-long hidden injuries in just 2 hours, and his realm is unfathomable. We thought he was a martial saint, but now I believe it might be even more than that. I am at the initial stage of martial king, and though I'm not an expert, just with a single finger from him, I felt like a kite with a broken string flying away. The key is I sustained no injuries at all. Not only was I unharmed, but the internal force emanating from his finger also flowed into my body, dispersing the stagnant energy around my dantian. He stood up excitedly, growing more animated as he spoke. During lunch, I secretly circulated my internal energy and found it flowed much more smoothly than before, even showing faint signs of breaking through to the mid-level of Martial King. Su Jinshan nodded slowly, saying, "Indeed, your thoughts align with mine. I also feel that Ling Feng is even more terrifying than we imagined. When he treated me, a gentle yet domineering force roamed within me, not only repairing my meridians, but even indirectly expanding the width of my meridians. Now that force still lingers within me. I plan to enter seclusion for a while to properly utilize this energy for cultivation and quickly restore my strength." At this point, Su Jinshan shifted his gaze to Su Qingxue, his expression becoming profound. "Qingxue, what do you think of Mr. Ling?" Su Qingxue was taken aback for a moment, not expecting her grandfather to suddenly ask her this question. A faint blush immediately appeared on her cheeks, and her heart raced a bit faster. After a moment of thought, she replied softly, "Grandpa, everyone says he is very impressive with medical skills and martial prowess beyond measure. What more can I say?" Su Jinshan waved his hand and said, "That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if you have any feelings about him." Su Qingxue exclaimed, her blush spreading to her ears. "Grandpa, I've only met him twice. Why are you asking this?" Her heart raced even faster as Ling Feng's image involuntarily appeared in her mind. Dressed in ordinary market clothes, yet possessing an air of superiority. The nonchalance with which he sent Lei Hu flying with a single finger. Unknowingly, this mysterious and powerful young man had already left an indelible impression in her heart. Seeing his precious granddaughter's shy demeanor, Su Jinshan immediately understood, a knowing smile spreading across his face. He gently cleared his throat and said, "Qingxue, I know you are a strong-minded child. Over the years you have managed the Su family's business remarkably well, and I am very proud of you." However, Su Jinshan changed his tone, becoming serious. "I am getting old. Although my health has improved, my energy is not what it used to be. Your father and brother are not suited for business. The future of the entire Su family will inevitably rely on your shoulders alone. It is quite difficult for a weak woman like you to support such a large family." Su Qingxue lowered her head, remaining silent. Her grandfather spoke the truth. Over the years, she had traveled far and wide for the Su family business, enduring much hardship and difficulty. Only she knew the struggles involved. Su Jinshan looked at her and continued, "You are now of an age to discuss marriage. It's time to find a solid backing." As soon as these words were spoken, Su Jinbong and Lei Hu in the study instantly understood Su Zinshan's meaning. Today, with Ling Feng's sudden appearance, the grandfather clearly intended for Qingxue to become involved with Ling Feng, making him a son-in-law of the Su family. Su Qingxue also guessed her grandfather's thoughts, but feigned ignorance, softly saying, "Grandpa and Huasher, who is worthy of me? Those so-called wealthy young masters are either idle and useless or indulging in debauchery, with none being respectable." Su Jinshan chuckled, his eyes glimmering with a hint of cunning. "Hee, you know full well who I am referring to." Su Qingxue lowered her head, slightly nervously twisting her skirt, and asked quietly, "Grandpa, who? Who are you talking about?" Lei Hu, being impatient, couldn't help but interject, "Oh, stop pretending. Your grandfather is talking about Ling Feng, who came today. He is simply a dragon among men, a perfect match for you." Su Jinbong quickly added, "Yes, I also think Ling Feng is quite impressive and suitable to be our Su family son-in-law." "You? How do you know he doesn't have a girlfriend? Why are you speculating here?" Su Qingxue's face turned even redder, her voice barely a whisper. In truth, she also felt a hint of anticipation, but her modesty as a girl made it difficult for her to admit. Su Jinshan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What if he has a girlfriend? As long as he isn't married, you have a chance. Feelings can be cultivated. If you take the initiative, what's to stop you from trying to win his heart?" Su Qingxue, how could this be something an elder would say? Asking his granddaughter to pursue someone else's partner. After all, she was the most beautiful girl in Huasher. Why would she fear not finding a man? Seeing her still hesitating, Su Zinshan's tone became serious. "Qingxue, let me be straightforward with you. This matter is not just about you, it concerns the entire Su family. A peerless expert like Ling Feng is hard to come by in a century. As long as you can become his woman, our Su family can stand tall in Huasher and even become the foremost family in Jiangnan province. Weigh the importance of this for yourself." Su Qingxue looked at her grandfather's serious expression, feeling a sense of helplessness in her heart. She knew he spoke the truth, If a family had a powerful backing, they could indeed soar to great heights. After hesitating for a long time, she finally nodded gently and said softly, I understand. Then I will take some time to give it a try. Hearing Su Qingsu's response, Su Zhanshan immediately said, what do you mean by trying it when you have time? Su Qingxue replied, but there are still many things at the company, how can I find the time to go? Your main task right now is to win over Ling Feng, even if it means being a mistress, it doesn't matter. Su Qingxue was completely stunned, her eyes wide open. She never expected her grandfather to say something so outrageous. Not only Su Qingxue, but even Su Jinbong and Lei, who beside her, looked at Su Zhanshan in disbelief. To make Ling Feng the son-in-law of the Su family, the old man was willing to sacrifice his face. Seeing their expressions, Su Zhanshan said confidently, don't look at me like that. Just think about it, Ling Feng is young and possesses such terrifying strength and medical skills. He is handsome and has great charisma. What woman wouldn't like such a man? Forget about being a mistress. Even if it means being the 5th or 6th, if I were a woman, I would be willing. Lei Hu chimed in, realizing it late. Such an unparalleled master is truly one in a million. If I were a woman, I would also be willing to be with him, even if it means being the 8th or 9th. Seeing his father and Lei Hu expressing their support, Su Jinbong hesitantly said, then I will be the 5th. Hearing the three of them, Su Qingxue almost couldn't hold back her laughter, both angry and amused. These three old men, the youngest of whom was already over 50, were actually competing to be someone's mistress. It was simply insane. This family was utterly unbearable. She stood up and said to Su Zhanshan, Grandpa, I understand. Tomorrow I will go find Ling Feng. I'm heading back to my room now. Without waiting for Su Zhanshan's response, she quickly ran out of the study, fearing that if she stayed any longer, she wouldn't know what more outrageous words her grandfather would say. Watching Su Qingxue flee in a panic, Su Zhanshan revealed a satisfied smile. This girl is still willing deep down. Jinbong, you all should help out. If Qingxue needs anything, you must cooperate at any time. Got it, Dad? Su Jinbong nodded in affirmation. Su Zhanshan nodded with satisfaction, lifting his teacup for a sip, his eyes filled with anticipation. He firmly believed that as long as Qingxue could win over Ling Feng, the glory of the Su family was just around the corner. At this moment, Ling Feng was sitting in a Rolls-Royce Phantom heading home. Just then he received a text message on his phone. He took out his phone and saw that it was a message from Lin Yuro. Opening the message, it contained only a few short words, yet Ling Feng's expression instantly turned icy. Ling Feng, hurry and save me at Tianshang Rinjian. Tianshang Rinjian. Ling Feng furrowed his brows tightly. Isn't that Chunjiu's territory? How could Yuro end up in such a place? And in danger? Ling Feng's eyes instantly turned murderous. Could it be Chunjiu's doing? To take revenge for previous matters, he captured Yuro to threaten him. Ling Feng immediately said to the driver, change the route, go to Tianshang Rinjian. The driver was taken aback and asked, didn't you want to go home? Stop talking nonsense, change the route quickly as fast as you can. The driver saw Ling Feng's expression was off through the rearview mirror, and he quickly nodded, all right. Okay, Mr. Ling, I will change the route immediately. Without daring to hesitate, the driver immediately turned the steering wheel and stepped on the gas. The Rolls-Royce Phantom sped down the road like an arrow. The tires screeched against the pavement, and the surrounding vehicles quickly swerved to avoid it, fearing a collision with this luxury car worth millions. Mr. Ling, Tianshang Rinjian is a property of the Nine Dragons gang in the underground world of Hua City. It's a chaotic place. Should I contact old Su and see if he can help? The driver asked cautiously while driving. He was an experienced driver from the Su family, aware that the background of Tianshang Rinjian was not simple. Moreover, before leaving, old Su specifically emphasized that he must take good care of Mr. Ling and meet any of his needs. No need. Ling Feng's tone was cold, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Just drive faster, you don't have to worry about anything else. Yes. Yes. The driver didn't dare to say another word, and could only step on the gas harder. The speed of the car increased rapidly, racing towards Tianshang Rinjian in the city center. The atmosphere in the car instantly turned oppressive. Ling Feng tightly gripped his phone, his face showing no emotion. At this moment, if anyone from Tianling continent saw Ling Feng's expression, it would mean someone was in for a disaster. Chinjiu. Tianshang Rinjian. You better pray that Yuro is safe, otherwise I will make you understand what it means to live worse than dying. A terrifying, murderous intent flashed in Ling Feng's eyes, and the temperature around him seemed to drop a few degrees, causing the driver in the front seat to shiver involuntarily. The Rolls-Royce Phantom raced through the streets of Hua City, getting closer to Tianshang Rinjian. But just a few kilometers away, the traffic ahead suddenly came to a standstill. The originally smooth road was now completely blocked. Vehicles formed a long queue, making it difficult to move an inch. Damn it. The driver hit the steering wheel in frustration, his face anxious. Mr. Ling, this is the busiest area in the city center. It's easy to get stuck in traffic here, but I don't know why it's so bad today. Ling Feng looked out the window. The cars ahead were densely packed, and the honking was deafening. He glanced at his phone. No new messages came in, and Lin Yura's safety burned in his heart. Every second wasted increased the danger. No need to wait. Ling Feng pushed open the car door. Mr. Ling, where are you going? The driver was stunned. Before he could finish, Ling Feng had already dashed out. He chose not to walk on the sidewalk, but instead dashed between the gaps of the cars. At first his speed wasn't particularly fast, but as his urgency grew, his internal spiritual power quietly circulated, and his speed instantly soared. A blurry shadow darted through the traffic fast enough that no one could clearly see its silhouette. His feet barely seemed to touch the ground, leaving only faint traces with each landing, and the next moment he appeared several meters away. The surrounding cars were motionless, yet the gust of wind he created made the windows hum. The driver leaned against the window, his eyes wide, forgetting to grip the steering wheel. Is this speed achievable by a human? He seemed to understand why old Su valued this young man so much. It turned out that Mr. Ling was a martial artist. Why did he know this? Because he was also a martial artist, albeit only at the mid-level. Pedestrians on the road were stunned by this astonishing scene. The hurried people stopped in their tracks, pointing at Ling Feng's shadow and exclaiming, "What the heck? What is that? A gust of wind. It's not the wind. It's a person. I think I just saw someone run past. Are you seeing things? Can a person run this fast? Faster than a car?" Ling Feng completely ignored the astonished cries around him. His eyes were focused solely on one target. Tianshang Renjian. 1 minute before Ling Feng received the message, in an ordinary private room at Tianshang Renjian, 4 girls were celebrating a birthday. Among them was Lin Yuro. Today marked the 20th birthday of her college roommate Li Mingming, who came from a well-off family and had booked the private room early in the morning. Despite being an ordinary room, it required a minimum consumption of 10,000 to enter. Otherwise, Tianshang Renjian wouldn't have become the most luxurious club in Hua City. Li Mingming also invited her 3 closest friends to celebrate, including Lin Yuro. The other 2 girls were named Zhang Qi and Luya. The 4 of them chatted and laughed, cutting the cake, drinking champagne, and taking selfies, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. However, a lewd laugh shattered this warmth. "Hello, young ladies." Immediately 6 men dressed flamboyantly entered the private room. Leading them was a man with a buzz cut who scanned the 4 girls in the room with a malicious grin. Li Mingming trembled in fear and nervously asked, Who are you? What do you want?" The buzz-cut man snickered. "Our boss heard that someone here is celebrating a birthday, so he sent us to invite you and your friends to a more entertaining place. We guarantee you'll have a great time." Zhang Qi, the boldest among them, stepped forward to block the girls, saying sternly, "No, we're fine here. We don't need your invitation. Leave now, or I will call the police." "Call the police?" The buzz-cut man laughed as if he had heard a joke, and the men behind him joined in the mockery. "Little sister, calling the police is futile in Tianshang Renjian. Our boss said that as long as you obediently come with us, we guarantee you'll have a wonderful time." Zhang Qi spat. "Who are you people? If you don't leave, I really will call the police." The buzz-cut man's expression darkened, his gaze turning menacing. "You really don't know when to back down. It seems you need to see some real consequences." He waved his hand, and the men behind him immediately surrounded. Seeing this, Lin Yuro's heart sank as she realized the situation was dire. She quietly took out her phone, trembling as she sent a message to Ling Feng. After sending the message, she quickly hid her phone in her skirt pocket. "Grab them," the buzz-cut man commanded, and a few men pounced. "Oh, no," Luya screamed in fright. Zhang Qi tried to resist, but was slapped across the face by a man, blood instantly oozing from her mouth. "You filthy woman, dare to resist just because you're the biggest here." Lin Yuro and Li Mingming were also grabbed by the arms. They struggled desperately, but were no match for the strong men. Soon all 4 girls were subdued. The buzz-cut man produced 4 black hoods and tossed them to his men. "Put these on them and take them away." Lin Yuro felt darkness engulf her with the sounds of footsteps and men's sinister laughter filling her ears, her heart overwhelmed with fear. Unsure of how long they had walked, they were pushed into an elevator. After exiting, they walked a distance, and the hoods were finally removed. Lin Yuro squinted, adjusting to the light, revealing a massive room of at least several hundred square meters. The room was filled with a strong smell of blood mixed with disinfectant, making one feel nauseous. The space was divided by transparent plastic curtains into small compartments, each containing a surgical table stained with dark red blood. Dozens of men in white coats stood by the surgical tables, holding gleaming scalpels, their eyes blank, as if waiting for prey. A few other men in black vests patrolled the room, wielding large cleavers. Lin Yuro's heart dropped. As a medical student, she recognized immediately where this was. This was an illegal organ trafficking den. The men in white coats were not doctors, but executioners. They captured people, vivisected them, and sold the organs for profit. What are you going to do?" Li Mingming trembled, all over, her voice trembling. The buzz-cut man approached with a cruel smile. "What are we going to do? Of course we are going to find you a nice home. No, don't. Luya collapsed on the ground in fear, tears streaming down her face. Take them over there and prepare for surgery, the buzzcut man ordered. Two men in white coats approached, grabbing Lin Yurou's arms, ready to drag her into a compartment. Let go of me, you bunch of demons. Lin Yurou struggled desperately, but she was too weak to break free. Before long, she was forcibly pinned to the surgical table with her wrists and ankles tightly bound, unable. A man in a white coat picked up a syringe filled with a clear liquid and aimed it at her arm. No, you can't do this. Lin Yurou screamed, unable to hold back her tears. She knew that the syringe contained anesthetic, and once injected she would never wake up again. What awaited her was the fate of being vivisected. Just as the syringe was about to pierce Lin Yurou's arm. Boom. A loud crash echoed as the door of the room was kicked open, splinters flying everywhere. A figure dashed in like lightning. It was Ling Feng, who had arrived. Ling Feng's gaze was icy and piercing, exuding a terrifying murderous intent. He charged into Tianshang Rinjian, threatening the guards and thugs there. With his divine sense probing, he finally located this place at this critical moment. When he saw Lin Yurou tied to the surgical table, tears streaming down her face, and the bloody scene in the room, his murderous intent skyrocketed. Let her go. A cold shout like thunder reverberated through the room, making everyone's ears buzz. The thugs and those in white coats froze, not expecting someone to dare to barge in. Who are you to meddle in our business? The buzzcut man reacted, angrily shouting at Ling Feng. Ling Feng did not answer. His figure flickered and appeared before the fake doctor holding Lin Yurou. Without giving the man a chance to react, Ling Feng threw a punch, smashing it into his face. Crack! With a crisp sound, the fake doctor's skull shattered, his head exploding like a rotten watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Lin Yurou screamed in fright at the sight. Get him! Kill him! The buzzcut man roared, and his subordinates charged forward. Also charging forward were 4 martial artists, all of whom were at the warrior realm, known to be skilled, usually bullying ordinary people with ease. Ling Feng's gaze was icy, facing the onslaught without a hint of fear. His figure was nimble, weaving through the crowd like a phantom. With each strike, a scream accompanied by splattering blood echoed. Bang! Ling Feng's fist smashed into a warrior's chest, creating a gaping hole the size of a bowl, with internal organs flying out, leaving him dead beyond recovery. Crack! Boom! Up! In just a few seconds, 4 warriors were slain by Ling Feng. To him, they were as fragile as ants, easily crushed. The remaining dozens of thugs were terrified and scattered, no longer daring to approach. One by one, they turned to flee. Wanna run? Ling Feng's lips curled into a cruel smile as his figure flashed like the Grim Reaper, descending, reaping lives amid the crowd. The sounds of screams, bone fractures, and pleas for mercy rose and fell. Blood stained the floor, turning the entire room into a hell on earth. In less than 10 minutes, Ling Feng had killed all the thugs, leaving not a single survivor. The buzzcut man trembled in fear, his legs going weak, trying to sneak away, but Ling Feng saw right through him. Do you think you can escape? Ling Feng's voice was cold, as if it came from hell. The buzzcut man fell to his knees with a thud, repeatedly bowing his head to Ling Feng. Big brother, spare me. Spare me. It was all the orders of Lord Jiao. I was just following orders. It has nothing to do with me. Are you talking about Chun Jiao? Ling Feng asked coldly. At that moment, footsteps sounded from outside the room, as Chun Jiao burst in with a group of people. Behind him was an old man with graying hair, his eyes murky, exuding the aura of a martial artist. This man was Zhao Lao, a martial artist in the early stage of Martial King, whom Chun Jiao had hired at great expense. As soon as he entered, he saw the corpses and blood strewn across the floor, and Ling Feng standing amidst the bodies, his gaze icy. Seeing his enemy, Chun Jiao's eyes blazed with rage. Ling Feng, you piece of trash, I haven't had a chance to settle the score with you, and here you are delivering yourself to me. I'm here to collect the debt from last time with interest. He pointed at Zhao Lao beside him with pride, saying, This is Zhao Lao, a martial artist in the early stage of Martial Kings, specially hired to deal with you. Today I will ensure you have no place to be buried. Ling Feng looked at them with a mocking smile. Early stage of Martial King. Is that impressive? Arrogant. Zhao Lao's expression darkened, his inner strength circulating, a faint aura emanating from him as he punched toward Ling Feng. This punch contained all the power of an early-stage Martial King, intending to kill Ling Feng on the spot. Ling Feng stood still, unmoving, slowly raising his right hand to strike. Bang! As the palm met the fist, an overwhelming force erupted from Ling Feng's palm. Zhao Lao's smile froze instantly, his eyes filled with disbelief. He felt a terrifying force surge into his body through his arm, instantly destroying his meridians and dantian. With a piercing scream, Zhao Lao's body exploded, turning into a mist of blood, not even bones left, reduced to nothingness by Ling Feng's palm. Chen Jiu's smile froze instantly, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to comprehend how Zhao Lao, a martial king in the early stage, had been obliterated by Ling Feng's single strike. How is this possible? Not only Chen Jiu but the thugs behind him were trembling, pale-faced, looking at Ling Feng with eyes full of fear, as if they were staring at the Grim Reaper. Ling Feng walked step by step toward Chen Jiu, his gaze frosty, a murderous intent palpable. Chen Jiu, the matter of the usury was supposed to be over, our grudge settled. I never expected you to be so oblivious to your own death, daring to capture my friend and engage in such heinous organ trafficking. Chen Jiu retreated in fear, his legs trembling, forcing himself to sound calm. Ling Feng, you don't be smug. I have hundreds of brothers outside. If you dare to touch me, you won't leave here today. Ling Feng scoffed. Hundreds of brothers? They've already left before you did. You're talking nonsense. Chen Jiu didn't believe him at all. My men are guarding outside. How could anything happen? Do you think I would believe your lies? He said to one of his subordinates behind him, go out and take a look. The subordinate hesitated for a moment, but still braved himself to run out. Before long he returned with a pale face, trembling all over, his voice trembling. Jiu. Lord Jiu outside. There isn't a single survivor, they're all dead. What? Chen Jiu staggered back a few steps, as if struck by lightning, nearly falling. He looked at Ling Feng, his eyes filled with terror and despair. No. It's impossible. This can't be. My Jiulong gang is the largest gang in Huasher. No one can touch us. Who the hell are you? Ling Feng replied coldly. You aren't worthy to know who I am. If you were just engaging in usury, doing some borderline legal activities, I might have spared your life. But since you have resorted to such heinous organ trafficking, harming innocent lives, scum like you should be eradicated. Today I will rid the world of such evil. Chen Jiu fell to the ground in fear, repeatedly bowing to Ling Feng. No. Ling Feng, spare me. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please spare me. I'm willing to be your slave, and I will give you all my wealth. Now you know you're wrong. Too late. With a chilling gaze, Ling Feng kicked Chen Jiu in the chest. Crack. Chen Jiu's ribs shattered instantly, blood spurting from his mouth as his body flew back, crashing into the wall and sliding to the ground. He struggled to get up, but found a basketball-sized hole in his chest. Ling Feng walked step by step to him, looking down at him. You scum, your death is no loss. With that he lifted his foot and stomped down on Chen Jiu's head. Bang! With a muffled sound, Chen Jiu's head was crushed, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere, dying beyond return. After dealing with Chen Jiu, Ling Feng turned and walked to the surgical table, unbinding the straps around Lin Yuro. Yuro, are you okay? Lin Yuro rushed into Ling Feng's arms, bursting into tears. Ling Feng, I'm so scared. I thought I would never see you again. Don't be afraid, it's over now. It's all finished. Ling Feng gently patted her back. Li Mengming, Zhang Qi, and Lu Yu were also unbound. They looked at the bloody scene before them, trembling in fear, their faces pale, huddling together, afraid to speak. Ling Feng glanced at them and said, let's get out of here. With that he led the four girls toward the exit. Along the way bodies lay everywhere, frightening the girls so much they dared not open their eyes, closely following Ling Feng. Arriving at the first floor of Tianshang Rin, the atmosphere was still one of revelry. Waiters moved through the corridors with trays of fruit and drinks. In every private room, off-key singing could be heard. No one expected that beneath this high-end entertainment venue lay a place of unimaginable cruelty. Stepping out of Tianshang Rin, Ling Feng took out his phone, dialed the police, and reported the situation, stating that there was a fight in the underground level and hoping the police would come to handle it. Then Ling Feng said to Li Mengming and the others, you three should go home and rest well. Also forget everything that happened today, as if I never appeared. Seeing their confused expressions, Ling Feng explained further, I have many matters to attend to and do not wish to attract trouble. Li Mengming and the others nodded quickly, gratefully, saying to Ling Feng, thank you, big brother. Thanks to you we would have been doomed. No need to thank me, as you are all friends of Yuro. Ling Feng said. The three supported each other, and slowly, Ling Feng looked at Lin Yuro and said, Yuro, let me take you home. Lin Yuro nodded, her eyes filled with reliance. MHM. The two walked away toward the distance, sunlight pouring over them, seemingly washing away the bloodshed and darkness of the earlier events. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the street in a warm golden hue, yet it could not dispel the chill that lingered in Lin Yuro's heart. The bloody scene from earlier haunted her mind like a nightmare, causing her to tremble slightly. Ling Feng sat beside her, acutely aware of her fear. He reached out and gently grasped her shoulder, saying, don't be afraid, it's all over now. No one will harm you again. Lin Yuro instinctively leaned closer to him, resting her head against his shoulder, her voice choked with emotion. Ling Feng, I truly thought I was going to die just now. Thankfully you came. I told you I will protect you, Ling Feng said softly, patting her back. He understood Lin Yuro's fear. As a newly graduated female doctor, she had never witnessed such hellish scenes. The car drove steadily on the way home. Lin Yura's house, situated in a serene community, a small high-rise. The car stopped at the entrance of the community, and Ling Feng helped Lin Yuro out. Her legs felt weak, and she clung tightly to Ling Feng's arm to steady herself. "Let me take you upstairs," Ling Feng offered. Lin Yuro nodded. Upon entering the house, the warm yellow light enveloped them, the simple, yet cozy decor contrasting sharply with the chaos outside. "Come in." Lin Yuro invited Ling Feng inside, then changed into a pair of slippers. She settled on the sofa in the living room, hugging her knees, her gaze still somewhat dazed. Ling Feng followed her in and closed the door behind him. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the clean living room, the potted plants on the coffee table, and the women's clothing hanging on the balcony, all exuding a sense of daily life. "Would you like something to drink? Water or juice?" Lin Yuro asked, lifting her head. "Water is fine." Lin Yuro got up and walked to the water dispenser, filling 2 cups with warm water. She handed one to Ling Feng and sat down on the opposite sofa, sipping the water while glancing at him, hesitant to speak. Ling Feng noticed her thoughts and took the initiative to ask, "Are you still thinking about what just happened?" Lin Yuro nodded, putting down her cup and tightly clenching her hands together. "Those people were terrifying. How could they commit such atrocious acts? Ling Feng, you don't know, when they pinned me on the operating table and prepared to inject me with anesthetics, I truly felt like the sky was collapsing." "It's all over now," Ling Feng said, looking at her. Lin Yuro replied softly. She fell silent for a moment, then suddenly looked up, her eyes curious, as she gazed at Ling Feng. "Ling Feng, how did you become so powerful all of a sudden?" This question had been on her mind for a long time. In the past, Ling Feng, although a bit carefree, was just an ordinary young man with slightly better physical fitness. But just now at the organ den, he had single-handedly dispatched dozens of thugs, even turning one man into a mist of blood with a single palm strike, which was beyond her comprehension. Ling Feng had anticipated she would ask this question and had already prepared his answer in his mind. He set down his cup, a hint of reminiscence crossing his face as he slowly began. "Do you remember? 2 years ago I suddenly fell unconscious, right?" "Of course I remember." Lin Yuro immediately responded. "At that time when you suddenly fainted and were sent to the hospital for examination, they couldn't find any issues. The doctors said you might never wake up again. Uncle and Auntie and I stayed by your side every day in the hospital for 2 whole years, and you never woke up. I never expected you would wake up on your own." At this point, Lin Yuro's eyes reddened. During that time, she lived in constant worry and fear, terrified that Ling Feng might never wake up again. Ling Feng looked at her, feeling a surge of emotion. During his 2 years of unconsciousness, Lin Yuro and his parents never gave up on him. He had always remembered this bond. Ling Feng slowly spoke, his tone laced with mystery. "Actually, during those 2 years I was unconscious. I wasn't completely unaware. I was having a long dream." "A dream? What kind of dream?" Lin Yuro asked curiously. Ling Feng wove the lie he had long prepared, saying slowly, "I dreamt that I arrived in a place shrouded in clouds and mist, where the mountains were clear and the waters beautiful, a realm unlike our world. There I met an elderly man with white hair, dressed in a white robe, exuding an aura of immortality. He claimed to be an immortal who, while passing through the mortal realm, noticed my innate wisdom and specifically entered my dream to take me as his disciple." Lin Yuro listened and chuckled. "I didn't expect your skills to have improved so much. Even your storytelling has become more elaborate. Why don't you say you crossed over to a cultivation realm, achieved greatness, and then returned?" After hearing Ling Feng's brief tale, Lin Yuro felt her fear dissipate considerably. However, when she turned to look at Ling Feng, she found him staring at her in surprise. Lin Yuro touched her cheek and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Ling Feng shook his head and replied, "I didn't expect you to guess correctly. I did cross over and then returned." "Ha ha." Lin Yuro burst into laughter. "I've realized you're getting better at boasting. All right, if you don't want to say more, I won't ask. Just consider it your personal secret. In any case, as long as you woke up, nothing else matters." Ling Feng wanted to explain further, but thought better of it. Even if he explained, Lin Yuro might not believe him. The living room fell into a brief silence, the warm yellow light casting a soft glow over the two, creating a somewhat ambiguous atmosphere. Lin Yuro's gaze toward Ling Feng grew increasingly intense, her heart racing faster. She looked at Ling Feng's handsome profile, reminiscing about the moments they had shared since childhood. Whenever she was bullied at school, Ling Feng was always the first to stand up for her. When she was harassed by suitors, it was Ling Feng who came to her rescue. When she fell ill, Ling Feng would care for her with utmost attention. During his 2 years of unconsciousness, she prayed for him every day, hoping he would wake up soon. In truth, she had long since developed feelings for Ling Feng, but had never mustered the courage to confess. She feared rejection and worried that if she spoke up, they might not even remain friends. But today, after facing life and death, witnessing Ling Feng charge into the organ den to save her, fighting bravely despite the odds, she could no longer hold back. She did not want to miss this chance again, nor did she want to hide her feelings any longer. Lin Yuro took a deep breath, summoning her courage. and looked at Ling Feng, her voice trembling slightly. Ling Feng, I have something to tell you. Ling Feng turned his head to look at her. What is it? Go ahead. I like you. I've liked you since high school. Lin Yura's cheeks flushed bright red, her heart racing, as if it might leap out of her throat. She dared not look into Ling Feng's eyes, focusing instead on fiddling with her skirt. Ling Feng was taken aback. He did not expect Lin Yuro to suddenly confess her feelings. He gazed at her flushed face and her slightly trembling body, feeling ripples of emotion in his heart. Ling Feng was taken aback. He did not expect Lin Yuro to suddenly confess her feelings. He gazed at her flushed face and her slightly trembling body, feeling ripples of emotion in his heart. Seeing that he had not spoken, Lin Yuro felt a surge of anxiety, and continued. In high school, when I was being harassed by a boy from the neighboring class, you stood up for me and taught him a lesson. From that moment on, I felt a strong sense of security and reliability from you. In college, even though we were not at the same school, you often came to see me, bringing me delicious food and caring for my studies and life. At that time, I told myself I had to marry you. Yet I never had the courage to tell you. I was afraid you wouldn't like me, afraid that if I said it, we might not even remain. Lin Yura's voice trembled with emotion. During your 2 years of unconsciousness, I kept guard by your bedside in the hospital, watching you lie there devoid of life. I was truly terrified, afraid you might never wake up, afraid I would never have the chance to express my feelings. Fortunately, you woke up. Lin Yuro lifted her head, her eyes reddened as she looked at Ling Feng. Today, when I was captured by those bad people and thought I was going to die, it was you who appeared like a god and saved me. At that moment, I made up my mind that no matter what, I had to tell you my feelings. Even if you rejected me, I would not. Ling Feng, I like you. I want to be your girlfriend. I want to be with you forever. Will you accept me? Lin Yuro finished, biting her lip tightly, nervously, watching Ling Feng, waiting for his response. Her heart raced furiously, her palms sweating profusely. Ling Feng gazed at Lin Yuro's affectionate eyes, filled with tension and anticipation, and a warm current surged within him. During the 2 years he lay in a coma, she had never left his side. This bond had long been etched deeply in his heart. Throughout the 88,000 years in the Tianling continent, he not only harbored hopes for his parents, but also missed Lin Yuro. One could say Lin Yuro was the white moonlight in Ling Feng's heart. Ling Feng extended his hand, gently grasping Lin Yuro's, her hand soft and cool, still trembling slightly. Looking into her eyes, he spoke softly, Yuro, I actually like you too. Really? Is that true? Lin Yuro's eyes widened, disbelief etched on her face, as if she could hardly believe her ears. It's true. Ling Feng nodded. In an instant, tears streamed down Lin Yuro's face, but this time, they were tears of joy. She leaped into Ling Feng's arms, hugging him tightly, and cried out, Ling Feng, I am so happy. I'm really so happy. Ling Feng gently held her, feeling her soft body and warm tears with happiness flooding his heart. He softly patted her back and tenderly said, Don't cry, you. From now on I will always be with you, protect you, and never let you suffer again. Lin Yuro cried in his embrace for a while before slowly calming down. She lifted her head, wiped her tears, and revealed a sweet smile. Her gaze was as gentle as water, filled with deep affection as she looked at Ling Feng's lips, leaning in slowly. Ling Feng also gazed at her, feeling her breath draw closer, the faint fragrance wafting into his nostrils. Their lips finally met, soft and lingering. Lin Yuro's body trembled slightly, her cheeks flushed, filled with shyness and sweetness. Ling Feng gently embraced her, feeling her softness and warmth, with love surging within him like a tidal wave. The kiss lasted a long time, until they both struggled to breathe before slowly parting. Lin Yuro's cheeks were as red as ripe apples as she nestled in Ling Feng's arms, her voice as soft as a whisper. Ling Feng, my parents will be working late. I am a bit scared being home alone. Can you stay with me? Okay, Ling Feng replied softly. Lin Yuro lifted her head, a glimmer of joy in her eyes, and stood up. I'll take you to see my room. She led Ling Feng into her bedroom, which was decorated in a similar simple, yet warm style as the living room. The pink bedspread, white wardrobe, and a desk adorned with medical books and photos with a painting she had drawn. You sit for a while. I'm going to take a shower. Lin Yuro said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Okay. Ling Feng nodded and sat down at the edge of the bed. Lin Yuro took out a clean set of pajamas and walked into the bathroom. Soon the sound of running water filled the bathroom. Ling Feng sat at the edge of the bed, his heart already in a storm. A girl brought him to her room and then went to shower. What was about to happen was evident even without thinking. Unexpectedly, just 2 days after returning, the plan to indulge had already begun to take shape. Ling Feng laughed inwardly. While cultivating the heartless path in the Tianling continent, he had always remained a virgin, never entangled in emotional disputes with women. Since he was brought back here, he must fully experience the pleasures of life. Not long after Lin Yuro finished her shower and came out. She wore a pink lace nightgown, her wet hair draped over her shoulders, her face flushed, looking exceptional. You smell of blood. You should take a shower too. I'll find you a shirt of my dad's. You can wear that for now, Lin Yuro said. Okay. Ling Feng took the clothes with a calm expression, but inside his heart which had lived for 88,000 years, quickened. He quickly took a shower and put on the oversized shorts. Stepping out of the bathroom, Lin Yuro was already lying on the bed covered with a blanket looking at him shyly. The light in the bedroom was dim, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. Neither of them spoke, but they could clearly feel each other's breaths and heartbeats. Lin Yuro slowly took Ling Feng's hand, her voice shy. "Ling Feng, you want me, right?" Upon hearing this, Ling Feng could not hold back. He immediately lowered his head and kissed her again. This kiss was more passionate and lingering than the previous one. The temperature in the room rose, breaths became hurried, and their heartbeats intertwined, composing a melody of love. The evening glow outside shone through the gaps in the curtains, casting a gentle and romantic light on the two of them. This moment was destined to be unforgettable. In Ling Feng's embrace, Lin Yuro felt his protection and love, completely letting go of all her fears and anxieties. Meanwhile, Ling Feng was also experiencing the joys of human existence. An hour later, Ling Feng looked at the striking red marks on the sheets and gently kissed Lin Yuro. The two lay in bed snuggling for a while before Lin Yuro slowly got up. "I'll go wash the sheets, you sit in the living room for a bit." Ling Feng pulled her over. "Let's wash them together later." What are you doing?" Another hour later, Ling Feng stepped out of the community, taking a deep breath as sunlight bathed him, a satisfied expression on his face. After maintaining an 88,000-year virgin life, it was finally over. At this moment, he finally understood the pleasure of being a man. He even regretted cultivating the heartless path in the Tianling continent. After all, countless saintesses and fairies were inclined towards him. Yet he had always maintained his resolve. Thinking back, he felt like giving himself a slap. Living life to the fullest, yet insisting on practicing the heartless path, he had truly missed out on so much beauty. If one day he could return to the Tianling continent, he would certainly gather those saintesses and fairies under his wing. Since they showed interest, he could not remain heartless, right? Ling Feng hailed a taxi heading home. Meanwhile, at the Su family's estate, Su Qingxue had prepared everything and was about to set off to find Ling Feng, as per her grandfather's instructions. She sat in front of the vanity, looking at herself in the mirror, a shy smile appearing on her face. Just thinking of Ling Feng made her heart race. She didn't know if Ling Feng would like her, but she decided to be brave this time for herself and for the Su family. Early the next morning, the morning mist had just dissipated, carrying a hint of cool moisture. The morning light in the village of Huasher City filtered through the mottled leaves, casting shadows on the old shabby walls of Ling Feng's home. Ling's father and mother had left for work early. Ling Feng had just finished washing up and was tidying the small rented room of barely 10 square meters. Looking at the cramped room cluttered with odds and ends, he sighed deeply. His parents sold their house and took on heavy debts for his sake. How have they managed to get through these 2 years? 1 bun per meal, each person working multiple jobs. They even lived in this leaky house that dripped in the rain and whistled in the winter. The suffering they endured was all to awaken their sleeping child. Only those who have experienced it understand the greatness of a mother's love and a father's strength. Thinking of this, Ling Feng felt a surge of guilt. He silently vowed to repay this love and to ensure his parents would never live in poverty again. Making money to indulge in pleasures was one aspect, but allowing his parents to enjoy life was also crucial. He was determined to start by buying a house today, giving his parents a stable and comfortable home. Just as Ling Feng was contemplating how to improve their lives, a gentle knock came from outside the door. Immediately after, a clear and melodious female voice called out, "Is this the home of Mr. Ling Feng?" Ling Feng paused, raising his eyebrows slightly. He recognized that voice. It was Su Qingxue, the eldest daughter of the Su family. What was she doing here so early in the morning? As Ling Feng walked to the door and opened it, his gaze was captivated by the person standing before him. Su Qingxue stood at the entrance, dressed in a champagne-colored silk dress that accentuated her graceful curves, the hem just above her knees revealing her delicate and fair calves. Her long hair was styled into an elegant low bun, with a few strands framing her cheeks, softening her features. She wore just the right amount of light makeup with a soft pink lipstick, making her appear both elegant and lively. She also carried several gift boxes extravagantly wrapped, immediately suggesting their considerable value. Seeing Ling Feng open the door, Su Qingxue's voice took on a slightly ingratiating tone. "Good morning, Mr. Ling. I am here to thank you for saving my grandfather." As she spoke, her heart raced with nervousness. She had woken up early for this visit, spending 3 hours meticulously preparing herself. She even had the butler of the Su family run around the high-end malls in Huasher to choose the most expensive gifts. Ling Feng looked at the heavy boxes in her hands, and then at her anxious expression, stepping aside to let her in, saying, "Please come in." Su Qingxue let out a sigh of relief and entered the room while carrying the gift boxes. As soon as she stepped into the living room, her eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, and she couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. When her grandfather gave her the address last night, she had not thought much of it, but seeing the simplicity of the environment with her own eyes was still shocking. In the small space, the furniture was old-fashioned, the walls were yellowed, and a few cardboard boxes filled with miscellaneous items were piled in the corners. The air was permeated with a faint, musty smell. Having grown up with a golden key in her mouth, living in the vast Su family estate covering thousands of acres, she had never seen such a shabby house. Do high-caliber individuals really prefer such a low-key lifestyle? Su Qingxue thought to herself, her gaze towards Ling Feng filled with curiosity. The person before her, dressed in a faded gray t-shirt, clearly possessed extraordinary abilities, yet willingly lived in such a place was truly unfathomable. Yet oddly enough, he bore a unique charm that made her want to draw closer and explore. Ling Feng brought over a short stool, missing a leg from the corner, and said lightly, "The conditions at home are simple, Miss Su. Please make do with this seat." Su Qingxue quickly set down the gift boxes, carefully sat down with her legs together, hands resting on her knees, her posture both dignified and reserved. Ling Feng sat down on the bed next to her and asked, "Miss Su, you came all the way here this early with so many gifts. Is it purely to express your gratitude?" Su Qingxue was momentarily taken aback by his direct question. Her cheeks instantly flushed. She avoided his gaze. I primarily came to thank you, but I also wanted to ask if there's anything you need help with. My grandfather said you saved his life and asked me to come here to repay you." Her words were half-truths. The gratitude was genuine, but mainly she wanted an excuse to get closer to Ling Feng. Last night in the study, her grandfather's words still echoed in her mind. Winning over Ling Feng was not just her lifelong concern, but also the future of the Su family. Thinking of her grandfather's absurd comments about being a mistress, she couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Ling Feng watched her flustered and shy demeanor, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he teased, "Why do I feel like Miss Su is here? Because she finds me handsome." Su Qingxue's expression turned anxious at this question. "You don't say such nonsense. I came specifically to see you." As soon as she said this, she realized she had let slip her true feelings, and her face turned beet red. She hurriedly corrected herself. No, that's not it. What I meant was my grandfather specifically asked me to find you." "Oh no, I said it wrong again. I came to thank you on behalf of my grandfather." The president of the Su family, known for being decisive and capable in the business world, appeared before Ling Feng as a bashful girl struggling to string together coherent sentences. Ling Feng observed the nervous girl before him, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. He could easily see Su Qingxue's intentions. The Su family's motives were transparent. They simply wanted to forge a good relationship with him, to attach themselves to his powerful presence. However, he did not expose it. After all, he had cured Su Zenshin's illness, and the Su family owed him a favor, so it was not a problem to use this to his advantage. Such matters were not new to him. He had encountered many in the Tianling continent. Whether they were sect leaders, clan heads, or elders, they were all merely drawn to his strength, hoping to use him as a banner when it mattered most. Ling Feng spoke lightly. "All right, I appreciate your intentions. Since you're here, I do have something I would like to ask for your help with." "Go ahead, please. I'm all ears." Su Qingxue responded, immediately energized. Ling Feng said slowly, "I want to buy a house in Huashe. Can you recommend me one? As the eldest daughter of the Su family, you have a wide network and extensive knowledge, so you must know more than I do." "Is that all?" Su Qingxue was momentarily stunned, seemingly not expecting Ling Feng to ask her for such a trivial matter. "What did you think it was?" Ling Feng raised an eyebrow at her. Su Qingxue waved her hand, saying, "No, I mean, this is too simple. Even if you just ask someone on the street, you'll get an answer." Ling Feng feigned indifference and said, "If Miss Su is too busy, then never mind, you'll find someone else." "No way. Of course I have time," Su Qingxue hurriedly replied. "Then let's go." "Huh? Right now? What else? Do you want to stay here for lunch?" Su Qingxue asked. "Mr. Ling, what kind of house are you looking to buy? A villa? Or a mansion?" Ling Feng scoffed. "Let's skip the villa or mansion. I don't have the kind of wealth the Su family has. The house doesn't need to be too extravagant. A good environment, ample light, and proximity to shopping areas will suffice, preferably a movie-and-ready property." Su Qingxue listened and pondered for a few seconds before immediately saying, "There's a property in Huashe called Yujing Tianqing. While it may not be a top-tier luxury apartment, it's considered a wealthy area in Huashe. Not only is the environment good, but shopping nearby is also very convenient, especially suitable for the elderly. Moreover, the developer has a partnership with the Su family. If I take you there, not only can I get you an internal discount, but I can also ensure they prioritize arranging for you a re-added moving property, guaranteeing your satisfaction." Yujing Tianqing. Ling Feng had never heard of this name. He had been in a coma for 2 years and knew almost nothing about Huashe's properties and prices. He was a total novice. Since it was recommended by Su Qingxue, it shouldn't be too bad. He nodded. "All right, let's go check out Yujing Tianqing." The two of them walked out of the corridor, one after the other. Ling Feng got into Su Qingxue's white Maserati, heading towards the direction of Yujing Tianqing. The car drove for about half an hour before finally arriving at the entrance of the Yujing Tianqing community. Ling Feng opened the car door and looked up at the community gate. The community gate was made of pure copper standing 8 meters tall, intricately carved with exquisite patterns exuding a grand aura. For security guards in black suits stood at the entrance, saluting in unison upon seeing the visitors. As they walked into the community, a whole new world unfolded before them. The winding path was paved with bluestone flanked by precious flowers and trees, with a faint scent of blossoms filling the air. The artificial lake shimmered in the sunlight with several lotus leaves floating on its surface. Beside the lake were exquisite pavilions and unique fountains. In the distance, there were neatly arranged residential buildings designed in a minimalist European style, looking luxurious yet tasteful. The space between each building was ample, ensuring sufficient sunlight and privacy. How about it, Mr. Ling? The environment here is quite nice, isn't it? Su Qingxue asked with a smile. Ling Feng nodded, already feeling somewhat satisfied. Indeed, the environment here is much better than that of the urban village. Quiet, clean, and with high greenery coverage, it's definitely suitable for my parents to live in. Let's go check out the sales office. All right. The two of them walked into the sales office, which was luxuriously decorated with dazzling crystal chandeliers and marble floors that sparkled. Several sales consultants in professional attire were attending to clients. Just as Ling Feng and the others entered the lobby, a heavily made-up woman swayed over. She wore a tight-fitting professional outfit with an extremely low neckline that revealed a wide, deep cleavage. Her short skirt barely reached the top of her thighs, and with 10-centimeter high heels, she walked with a delicate posture resembling a flower butterfly. This woman was named Lina, a sales consultant at Yujing Tianxing. Upon seeing Ling Feng and the others, her eyes lit up and her gaze fixated on Su Qingxue with a tinge of intense jealousy. Su Qingxue was naturally beautiful with fair and delicate skin, stunning without the need for heavy makeup. Looking at herself again, she could barely hold her own with thick makeup. Standing together, the difference was stark. Then her gaze shifted to Ling Feng, noting his faded gray t-shirt and black casual pants topped off with a pair of ordinary sneakers. No designer pieces in sight. Her expression instantly turned disdainful. In her view, Ling Feng was just a poor boy who dared to visit such a high-end community like Yujing Tianxing only because of Su Qingxue, perhaps hoping to mooch off their hospitality or dream of something he could never attain. Lina approached the two and crossed her arms, her tone dripping with undisguised sarcasm. Are you two here to buy a house, or just to take a look? Let me make it clear the prices here are not low, and they are not affordable for just anyone. Su Qingxue's expression darkened instantly, her brows furrowing tightly. What kind of talk is that? Lina scoffed. I'm stating the facts. The starting price for a property here is 2 million. I'm just reminding certain people that if they lack the means, they shouldn't waste everyone's time. She paused, deliberately raising her voice so that the surrounding clients could hear. Moreover, our clients here are either rich or influential. This gentleman's attire, doesn't it seem like he's just here to waste everyone's time? Upon hearing the commotion, clients nearby turned to look, pointing and whispering about Ling Feng, their eyes filled with curiosity and disdain. Su Qingxue trembled with anger, about to retaliate, but Ling Feng gently patted her arm, signaling her to remain calm. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Su Qingxue, his face displaying an innocent smile. His eyes sparkled clear like a spring, yet held a hint of mischief, looking both innocent and cunning. Ling Feng sized up Lina, his gaze lingering on her chest for a second before curling into a teasing smile. You don't seem very young anymore. Why is your eyesight so poor? Lina was taken aback, not understanding his meaning. What do you mean? Ling Feng chuckled. I mean, since you are a sales consultant here, you should at least possess some level of professionalism. How can you judge someone solely based on appearance? Is this how Yujing Tianxing trains its staff? By encouraging personal attacks? He paused, his gaze landing on Lina's chest again, deliberately elongating his tone. And I advise you to wear looser clothing in the future. Lina struck a provocative pose, saying, what's wrong with what I'm wearing? It's all designer, much better than some wooden pup. Ling Feng shrugged. I didn't say it was the clothes' fault, but rather the wearers. What's wrong with me? Lina instinctively asked. Ling Feng replied nonchalantly, not prominent in front, not perky in the back, just a pair of small ass. How laughable. With your figure, do you really think wearing a low-cut outfit will make potential buyers interested or turn them off? Huffed. Several young clients nearby couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Lina's face instantly turned a pig liver color, a mix of blue and red, looking extremely unattractive. She was most sensitive about her figure, especially her chest, which had always been her sore spot. Now being publicly teased about her small, as by Ling Feng, was like hitting her where it hurt. Lina trembled with rage, pointing at Ling Feng, her voice shrill. You're talking nonsense. You poor boy, how dare you say that to me? I earn several thousand a month here, you'll never earn that much in your lifetime. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, his smile still innocent. Oh. Several thousand a month. If you're so rich, and that lipstick of yours, the way it overflows, is truly affecting the aesthetic of the area. You bastard. Li Na was so angry she was practically jumping, wanting nothing more than to rush over and tear Ling Feng's mouth apart. Usually in the sales office she relied on her looks and a close relationship with the manager to act arrogantly. No one dared to speak to her like this. Now publicly humiliated by a poor boy, how could she endure it? Just then a middle-aged man in a black suit with a slightly protruding belly walked over quickly. He was Wang Hao, the manager of the Yujing Tianqing sales office. Hearing the commotion in the lobby, he hurried over to see what was happening. Seeing Wang Hao, Li Na looked as if she had found her savior. She quickly suppressed her arrogance, putting on a pitiful expression and slinking up to Wang Hao. Grabbing his arm, she spoke in a voice so sweet it could squeeze out water. Brother, you're here. Please take a look. These two came to our place to see a house. I kindly offered to introduce them, but they not only rejected me, but also insulted me. As she spoke, she wiped away imaginary tears with her sleeve. Wang Hao followed her gaze, and upon seeing the scene, nearly lost his mind. The eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Qingxue. Wang Hao was startled as he saw Su Qingxue, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. How could the esteemed young lady of the Su family be here? Moreover, it seemed that Li Na had provoked her, which put him in a dilemma. On one side was the underground mistress who could offer him tenderness, and on the other was offending the young lady of the Su family in Huashi. Either choice made his heart ache. But reason told him this was not a matter of choice. Women could be found again, but if he offended the Su family, he wouldn't even have the qualification to stay in Huashi. After 2 seconds of intense struggle, he forcefully pushed Li Na's hand away and scolded impatiently, "Get the hell out. Who are you calling brother in such a manner? This is a workplace. You need to watch your manners. Don't create misunderstandings here." Li Na was stunned by the scolding, pouting her lips in grievance, her eyes reddening, but she dared not say another word. She had never seen Wang Hao so fierce towards her. The surrounding clients watched the scene unfold, turning into onlookers, eagerly anticipating the next development. However, after scolding Li Na, Wang Hao turned around and changed his face entirely. He quickly walked up to Su Qingxue, his face instantly filled with a flattering smile, respectfully saying, "Hello, Miss Su, I am Wang Hao, the manager here. If you need anything, please feel free to instruct me." Su Qingxue was somewhat surprised, raising her eyebrows as she looked at him. "You know me?" Wang Hao hurriedly nodded, his smile growing even more obsequious. "Of course. I certainly know you. Last month my boss took me to a business banquet hosted by the Su family, and I had the privilege of seeing Miss Su once." As he spoke, he secretly observed Su Qingxue's expression. Seeing that she showed no disgust, he quickly added, "Miss Su, what brings you here? If you had notified me in advance, I would have personally sent someone to pick you up. How could I let you come here on your own? I truly neglected you." The surrounding clients and sales consultants instantly erupted in astonishment, each one wide-eyed. "Su Qingxue? It's actually the young lady of the Su family, Su Qingxue." In the business world of Huashi, Su Qingxue was a legendary figure. The title of the most beautiful woman in Huashi was already well known, and even more impressive was that she took over the vast Su family group at a young age, becoming the youngest president of Huashi, hailed as a business prodigy. With such a reputation, it was hard for these people to be unaware of her. Seeing her in person today, they realized she was even more stunning than in photos, her noble aura emanating from within incomparable to ordinary people. Some clients could no longer resist pulling out their phones to sneakily take pictures. Li Na, on the other hand, felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place, her eyes filled with fear and disbelief. She never imagined that the person she offended would actually be the young lady of the Su family. The Su family status in Huashi was so formidable that even a stomp of their foot could shake the entire business world. Let alone a small sales representative like her. Even the owner of Yujing Tianqing would have to bow and scrape when meeting someone from the Su family. Su Qingxue's expression remained cold as she flatly stated, "I came to look at houses with my friend, but your sales department's service attitude surprised me a bit." Wang Hao's heart sank knowing that Su Qingxue was holding him accountable. He turned and shot a furious glare. This fool was simply trying to push him into a fire pit. He quickly bowed and apologized to Su Qingxue, his attitude extremely respectful. "Miss Su, I sincerely apologize. It is my mismanagement that allowed such an ill-mannered employee to offend you and your friend. Rest assured, I will give you a satisfactory explanation." After saying that, he turned his gaze to Li Na, his expression instantly becoming ferocious, and shouted sternly, "Li Na, you are fired. Pack your things immediately and get out of here." Li Na was so frightened that her whole body went soft, her legs trembling, nearly collapsing to the ground. She hurriedly ran to Wang Hao, grabbing his pant leg, and cried out, "Manager, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please don't fire me. I have elderly to support and children to feed. This job is what supports my whole family. I promise I will never dare again. Please give me one more chance." Wang Hao kicked her away, his gaze icy. "Chance. Opportunities must be earned by oneself. Someone like you who is so opportunistic is not worthy of working here." Let me tell you, not only are you fired, but if you can't make it in the real estate industry in Huasher after this, it's all your own doing. He knew that to please Su Qingxue, he had to sacrifice Li Na. Besides, Li Na, relying on their relationship, had been arrogant in the sales department, offending many colleagues and clients, and complaints about her had already reached him. Now was the perfect opportunity to get rid of her, while also doing Su Qingxue a favor. Why not seize it? Li Na lay on the ground crying her heart out, but she no longer dared to plead. She knew that this time she was truly finished. Wang Hao was right, offending the Su family made even the firing seem light. Realizing this, she no longer dared to act recklessly and could only leave in disgrace. With Li Na dealt with, Wang Hao's expression immediately turned flattering again, smiling at Su Qingxue and Ling Feng. Miss Su, this gentleman, I sincerely apologize for making you laugh at our expense. It's all right now. Oh, I will personally take you to see the houses and guarantee to recommend you the best properties. He knew that anyone who could have Su Qingxue accompany them to view houses was certainly not an ordinary person. Even if they seemed ordinary now, they must have an extraordinary background. He could not afford to neglect them again. Ling Feng found Wang Hao's attitude somewhat amusing, but said nothing, only replying blandly, "Lead the way." "All right, this way please." Wang Hao quickly led the way, bringing the two to the model display, picking up a laser pointer to start detailing the properties. After a thorough introduction from Wang Hao, Ling Feng ultimately chose a villa with an area of 600 square meters. The villa spanned 3 floors plus a basement featuring a 300 square meter courtyard with a garden decorated in a new Chinese style, exuding high-end elegance. With just some appliances and furniture, it could be moved into immediately. The original price of this villa was 10.8 million, but due to Su Qingxue's connection, the discounted price was 9.6 million. After Ling Feng completed the payment and signed the contract, he left Yujing Tiancheng with the keys and Su Qingxue. Stepping outside, Su Qingxue smiled and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Ling. Wishing you the best in your new home." Ling Feng turned to look at her, a faint smile on his lips, his tone playful. "Don't call me Mr. Ling anymore, just call me by my name. It sounds more friendly." Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue's heart raced and her face instantly flushed. He wanted her to call him by his name. Did this mean he had feelings for her? After all, she was the most beautiful woman in Huasher and the young lady of the Su family. It was normal for someone like Ling Feng to have feelings for her. Su Qingxue secretly admired herself in her heart, quickly nodding, her voice tinged with shyness. "Sure. Then you don't have to call me Miss Su anymore. Oh, just call me Qingxue." Ling Feng smirked, saying, "I couldn't ask for more, Miss Qingxue." Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed even more at his address, and she quickly changed the topic, smiling gently. "Do you have anything to do later? If you don't, let me treat you to a meal to celebrate your new home." Ling Feng shook his head, saying, "No need for a meal. I'm going to buy some furniture and appliances so my parents can move in quickly." Su Qingxue's eyes lit up quickly, saying, "I know people in that area. How about I take you?" Ling Feng smiled and declined. "No need to, I'll go myself. A friend of mine runs a furniture and appliance business, and I just want to check in on his business." Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue's face showed a hint of disappointment. "All right. If you need my help at any time, feel free to call me." "Okay." Ling Feng and Su Qingxue bid farewell at the entrance of Yujing Tiancheng, watching the Maserati gradually disappear. He took out his phone, found a contact labeled Fatty, and dialed the number. The phone rang for a long time before being answered, and a greasy voice came through. "Hello. Who is it?" "Fatty." Ling Feng's voice carried a hint of amusement. There was silence on the other end for 3 seconds, then a burst of anguished howling. "What the hell? You lunatic. Haven't you been in a vegetative state for 2 years? What the hell, you're awake. Really awake. Not just a corpse, right?" Ling Feng replied with a smile. "Yeah, I just woke up a couple of days ago, and I actually have something I need your help with. Speak. If it's about money or life, just say it. It's been 2 years since I visited you in the hospital. I'm really not human." Ling Feng said, "It's not about borrowing money. Doesn't your family run a furniture and appliance store? I just bought a house and want to pick some things from you to support your business." The excitement on the other end suddenly ceased, plunging into a long silence, the air so still that he could hear the other person's breathing. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, sensing something was off. "Fatty. Speak up, what's wrong?" After a few seconds, Fatty's heavy voice came through. "Brother, my family's store. It's closed." "Closed? Wasn't it doing well 2 years ago? Your parents even mentioned opening a branch. Oh, why has it suddenly shut down?" Fatty sighed, a tone of desolation filling his voice. "It's a long story, can't explain it over the phone. Let's meet and talk. Where are you now?" "We'll find a place, let's discuss it in person." After arranging a meeting spot, Ling Feng hailed a taxi and gave. As the taxi slowly drove away, Ling Feng leaned against the window, watching the rapidly retreating street, seeing his thoughts involuntarily drifting back to the past, to those days spent having fun with Fatty. Fatty's name is Zhu Dachong, a brother Ling Feng has known since childhood. The name has its origins. His father's surname is Zhu and his mother's surname is Chong. When they put their names together, it became Zhu Dachong, catchy and meaningful. But it was a misfortune for Zhu Dachong himself, who was teased as pig intestines since childhood. Yet this guy had a good attitude. Oh, every time he was mocked he would grin and say what's wrong with intestines. Intestines wrap around smaller intestines wrap around pork belly. Don't you order skewers when you barbecue? Ling Feng once commented, with this attitude this fatty is bound to achieve great things in the future. Reality proved him wrong. Zhu Dachong did not achieve great things. Instead, he became a couch potato, often spending nights in internet cafes. Standing at 175 meters tall and weighing nearly 250 pounds, he rolled around like a mobile meatball. His greatest hobby was playing online games and eating junk food, with his only exercise being moving from the internet cafe seat to the bathroom and back. But this couch potato had an unmatched virtue: loyalty and generosity. As long as he liked a friend, he would never be stingy. As Ling Feng's childhood best friend, their bond was so strong that they could share the same pair of pants. They spent money together, fought together, skipped classes together, and could sit on the curb discussing beautiful women. Ling Feng had heard from his mother that after he had been in a coma for a while, Fatty had asked his family for a considerable amount of money to send over, totaling around 20 to 30,000. He thought about visiting Fatty after finishing his business in the next few days, and today was the perfect opportunity. 1 hour later, Ling Feng and Fatty sat in a private room of a restaurant. It had been 2 years since they last met, and Fatty had changed drastically. Although he was fat before, he dressed neatly and always had a glimmer of foolish optimism on his oily face. But now his hair was so greasy it was matted, as if he hadn't washed it in days. His clothes looked almost worn out, resembling a person completely drained of vitality by life. After ordering, Ling Feng looked at Fatty and asked Fatty what on earth happened. Why did your family's good store close? How did you end up like this? Zhu Dachong sat in his chair, hands buried in his greasy hair, his expression downcast. Lunatic, I'm now an orphan. Orphan? Ling Feng frowned, thinking he was joking. What heinous crime did you commit to be kicked out by your family? Zhu Dachong shook his head, tears uncontrollably falling down as his voice trembled. If only it were that simple. I am a true orphan now, with no father, no mother, and nowhere to go. Ling Feng's smile vanished instantly, his tone turning serious. What do you mean? Where are your uncle and aunt? What happened? Stop crying and explain clearly. Zhu Dachong wiped his tears, sniffed, and after a long silence calmed himself down, slowly starting to speak. A year ago, my parents were driving at night to restock and had a car accident and never came back. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng frowned. A car accident? Really? Zhu Dachong continued. After my parents left, I thought about taking over the business, but I knew nothing. In desperation, I sold the furniture store at a low price to get some money. Later, I found a few jobs, but either I got fired or the work was too exhausting to continue. At that time, my mindset collapsed. With my parents gone, the job gone, and the store gone, I spent every day aimlessly in internet cafes playing games to temporarily forget these troubles. I stayed in the internet cafe for over half a year and met a guy named Biao Ge. He told me that at my young age, spending all day in internet cafes was a waste, and he would take me to make big money. In a moment of impulse, I followed him. Zhu Dacheng's voice was filled with resentment and anger. Do you know what he took me to do? Gambling. Underground casinos. At first, he indeed helped me win some small money, hundreds or thousands. I thought I had met a benefactor and felt that making money was so easy, so I got deeper and deeper, investing all the money from selling the store. Later, I found out that it was all a setup. All the gambling games were fake, the dice and playing cards were rigged, and I was just a fool being played around. Not only did I lose all the money from selling the store, but I also mortgaged the house my parents left me and ended up owing them over 100,000. Now I really have nothing left. No house, no money, no job, not even a place to stay, and I can only sleep in the internet cafe, surviving day by day, without meals. Lunatic, I really feel like I'm not human. I squandered my parents' hard work. I let them down. After saying this, Zhu Dachong collapsed on the table, crying his heart out. He felt hatred. Hatred for the unfairness of fate for taking away his parents' lives. Hatred for his own failure, for being utterly useless, unable to support himself. Hatred for believing in slanders and losing everything. Ling Feng listened quietly, his fingers unconsciously clenching into fists. Even though he had witnessed life and death on the Tianling continent, he couldn't help but feel sorrow and anger for the fat man at this moment. Although Zhu Dachong was muddled, he was not inherently bad. He had merely encountered a catastrophic disaster and was taken advantage of by others, resulting in such a fate. He patted Zhu Dachong on the back, comforting him. Fatty, stop crying once you've had enough. Although uncle and aunt are no longer here, you still have me as your brother. Let the past be the past. From now on, as long as I have food, you will too. And for those who bullied you, we will get back at them one by one. Zhu Dachong raised his head, tears in his eyes choked up as he said, Madman. Thank you. I thought my life was over. Stop talking nonsense. Ling Feng smiled, saying, we are brothers, your matters are my matters. Where is that brother Biao, and where is the casino? After we finish eating, let's go meet them. Zhu Dachong shook his head and said, Madman, you just woke up. Oh, I don't want you to get involved in my affairs. Ling Feng looked into his eyes and asked, Fatty, are we brothers? Of course we are, Zhu Dachang replied. If we are brothers, then trust me, Ling Feng said. Zhu Dachang shook his head again, saying, just because we are brothers, I don't want you to go. That place is a vampire. Moreover, you don't know how to gamble. What can you do if you go? Ling Feng smiled slightly. Don't worry, I have my own. Zhu Dachang asked what way. Ling Feng replied, you'll know when we get there. Looking at Ling Feng's confident gaze, Zhu Dachang suddenly felt a surge of courage. He knew that Ling Feng had always been braver than him, and now that he had awakened, he seemed to have gained an indescribable aura that made him feel reliable. He nodded and gritted his teeth, saying, all right. Let's go. After all, I have nothing now. I'm just a useless life. What is there to fear? The food was quickly served, and after days of hunger, Zhu Dachang forgot his sorrow upon seeing the table full of meat. He devoured the food, ravenously mouth full, mumbling, madman. You really are something. This braised pork is delicious. Ling Feng looked at his gluttonous appearance and smiled helplessly, handing him a bottle of beer. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. As they ate and chatted, they shared experiences from the 2 years apart. Ling Feng briefly mentioned his 2-year coma, omitting his adventures on the Tianlin continent, only saying that he felt much better after waking up. Zhu Dachang also shared some of his embarrassing stories from the internet cafe, and the atmosphere gradually lightened. After eating and drinking enough, the two took a taxi heading towards the casino. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped at the entrance of a luxurious entertainment venue. Ling Feng looked up at the grand sign that read Qinglian Entertainment, and then turned to look at the fat man, asking in confusion, are you sure this is a casino? Or are we here to find girls? Zhu Dachang retorted with annoyance, finding a girl. The casino is on the This is the territory of the Qinglian gang, an underground gang in Huasher, and inside there are KTVs, dance halls, bars, and bathhouses all in one. He added, after all casinos can't be seen in the light, so they are set in the underground level. You need a password to get in, which is Qing Chu Yulan. Ling Feng nodded and walked inside. The two didn't delay, heading straight to the underground level. At the entrance of the casino, 2 strong men blocked their way, coldly asking, what do you want? Qing Chu Yulan. Ling Feng replied calmly. The strong men exchanged glances and stepped aside, going, do you understand the rules? If you win money, you can leave. If you lose and have no money, then you'll have to leave something behind. Understood. Ling Feng smiled. Inside was a completely different world from outside. The interior was extravagantly decorated with red carpets on the floor and gambling tables set up around. Each gambling table was surrounded by people, smoke swirling and voices bustling. There were excited shouts, curses from those losing money, and the crisp sounds of dice rolling with the air thick with the scent of money. As soon as Zhu Dachang walked in, he spotted a familiar figure. Brother Biao. Brother Biao was in his 30s, tall and thin with slanted eyes, a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth, leaning against a gambling table and shaking the dice wildly. That's him. Zhu Dachang pointed at Brother Biao, his voice trembling slightly. Ling Feng followed his gaze, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let's go over and play. The two approached the gambling table where Brother Biao was, which was a dice table with simple rules. Bet on big or small with odds of 1 to 1. Bet on the points with odds of 1 to 6. Brother Biao squinted at Zhu Dachang upon seeing him, revealing a mocking smile. Oh, isn't this Zhu Dachao? What? Lost your pants and still dare to come? Are you here to borrow money to gamble again? The surrounding people turned to look at Zhu Dachang upon hearing this, pointing and laughing. Zhu Dachang's face turned bright red, about to explode, when Ling Feng pressed down on his shoulder. Ling Feng stepped forward, chuckling. Brother Biao, right? My friend said you won a lot of money from him, and I came to play today too. Brother Biao looked Ling Feng up and down, seeing his ordinary attire. He sneered, what? You want to win it back for him? He still hasn't paid me the money he owes. The debt isn't urgent. Ling Feng smiled. He then pulled out his phone from his pocket and said to a nearby waiter, change 10,000 worth of chips. The waiter was taken aback for a moment, not expecting this seemingly ordinary young man to be so generous. He quickly took the phone, scanned the code for the transfer, and handed Ling Feng a pile of chips. The people around them were astonished, not expecting that the fat man had such a wealthy friend. Zhu Dachang was also stunned. He knew Ling Feng had just woken up. How could he have so much money? Ling Feng handed half of the chips to Zhu Dachang, saying, take it, and what you win back is all yours. Then he looked at Brother Biao with a playful smile. Brother Biao, do you dare to make a big bet? Let's settle it in one round. I'll bet 50,000 and bet big. Brother Biao's expression darkened as he began calculating in his mind. The dice on this gambling table had been tampered with. They were rigged with magnets. He had a magnet in hand, able to make the dice roll high or low at will. This kid in front of him seemed to have some background, but could he really turn the tables with his certainty? What's there? Brother Biao coldly sneered, picking up the dice box and shaking it. Kid, good luck. The dice made a rattling sound in the box. Brother Biao shook it for a full half a minute before suddenly slamming the box down on the table, his gaze sinister as he looked at Ling Feng. Once you buy in, you can't back out. Roll. Ling Feng glanced at the dice box on the table and chuckled. Let's roll, I guess it will be a big one. Biao Gu smirked coldly inside, discreetly pressing the remote control in his pocket to make the dice show a small number. The waiter responsible for announcing the result shouted loudly, unaware that just before Biao Gu flipped the cover, the dice inside suddenly wobbled. The dice wouldn't move by themselves. Ling Feng had first used his divine sense to check, then manipulated them with his spiritual energy. Although he was currently at the early stage of the golden core, moving the dice with spiritual energy was still quite simple. Let alone the dice, even undressing someone was just a matter of thought. When Biao Gu saw the result, his expression revealed surprise. He clearly controlled the dice to show a small number. How could it be a big one? Was the remote malfunctioning? But now that the cover was open, the outcome was set. Saying anything more would be futile. So he casually remarked, "Kid, you're lucky, let's go again." Ling Feng shrugged and replied casually, "Of course he'll bet 50,000 again on big." Biao Gu picked up the dice box and quietly pressed the remote in his pants pocket a few times. Not noticing anything unusual, he shook the dice box vigorously. He shook it for a full minute before abruptly slamming the box down on the table. This time, he didn't immediately press the remote, but stared intently at Ling Feng, trying to read something from his face. Ling Feng still appeared calm and unconcerned, even picking up a cup of plain water beside him, taking a sip, and smiling. "Biao Gu, what are you waiting for? Let's roll, I'm waiting to win money here." "What's the rush?" Biao Gu snorted coldly, hesitated for a moment with his finger on the remote, and finally pressed the button for a small number. He suddenly flipped open the dice box, shouting, "Small. Give me a small one." 256 big, the waiter shouted again. "Ha ha ha, another big one. Crazy, we've won again." Zhu Dachong cheered excitedly from the side. Biao Gu saw the result, his face turning a deep shade of red, his chest heaving violently. He stared at the dice intently, and then looked down at the remote in his hand. Could it really be broken? Or was there something wrong with that kid? This trick had never failed him before, why was it failing today? Before he could figure out the reason, Ling Feng pushed out another 100,000 chips with a playful smile, saying, "Looks like my luck is good today, this time, I'll bet 100,000 still on big." 100,000. Everyone around gasped in shock. This young man was too daring. In just a few minutes, he had already won 100,000, and now was betting another 100,000. Such boldness was not something an ordinary person could possess. At this moment, Biao Ji's eyes were bloodshot. Not only had he not made any money today, but he had also lost 100,000. If he lost another 100,000, all the money he had scammed would be gone. He gritted his teeth as if determined, took out a bank card, and threw it to the waiter, saying, "Change me 100,000 in chips." After the waiter brought the chips, Biao Gu picked up the dice box. This time he didn't shake it for too long, he only gave it a few symbolic shakes before slamming it down on the table. "Let's roll," Ling Feng said calmly. Biao Gu took a deep breath, suddenly pressed the remote, and lifted the dice box, shouting, "Small. It must be small." 666 big, the waiter shouted. "We won. We won. Crazy, we won again." Zhu Dachong jumped up, excitedly hugging Ling Feng tightly, tears of joy streaming down his face. In just a few minutes, they had already won 200,000, enough to pay off the 100,000 he owed, and still have 100,000 left over. The surrounding gamblers erupted in excitement, surrounding Ling Feng and giving him thumbs up. "Young man, well done. What incredible luck. 3 consecutive wins, betting big every time and hitting every time. I think it's not luck but skill. This young man must be a master. If only I had such luck. I don't need to win much, just enough to find 2 girls upstairs would be good." The crowd buzzed with chatter, all praising Ling Feng's good fortune. At this moment, Biao Gu had completely collapsed. He slumped in his chair, staring vacantly at the dice on the table, muttering to himself, "Impossible. How could this happen? The remote should be working." He had won a lot of money with this trick and had never had any mistakes. Oh, why was it failing 3 times in a row today? Could the dice be faulty? Or did this young man have some tricks up his sleeve? Ling Feng looked at his disheveled state, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He certainly knew Biao Gu was cheating. From the moment he placed his first bet, he was aware that the other party had a remote control hidden in his pocket. Moreover, the dice were embedded with electronic devices. But how could such trivial electronic devices compare to a cultivator? As long as he wished, turning the dice to dust was a matter of an instant. Ling Feng collected the chips and smiled, saying, "Biao Gu, want to try again? This time I'll bet 300,000, counting the 200,000 from the fat guy. If you win, the 300,000 is yours. If I win, you just give me 200,000. At this point, Biao Gu was already driven mad with loss, so he didn't care much anymore. He changed back for 200,000 in chips, which was all he had. If he lost again this time, he would truly be left with nothing. Biao Gu took a deep breath, rubbed his hands, and picked up the dice box to shake it again. The result was the same again, 666 big. When Biao Gu saw the result, he suddenly went mad, standing up and pointing at Ling Feng's nose, shouting, "You're cheating, you must be cheating. How could you hit every time?" Ling Feng raised an eyebrow and sneered, "Cheating? You can mess with your meals, but don't slander. You say I'm cheating, and do you have any evidence? Evidence? Biao Ge scanned the surroundings with a sinister gaze as if trying to find something and shouted loudly. Everyone saw it. He bets big every time and wins every time. If that's not cheating, what is? Ling Feng shook his head and suddenly changed the subject. I haven't even touched the box. How could I cheat? What about you? What's in your pocket? How about you take it out for everyone to see? Biao Ji's expression changed, instinctively covering his pocket, his eyes flustered. Nothing. Just a lighter. A lighter. Ling Feng smiled and moved swiftly. Before Biao Ge could react, he had reached into Biao Ji's pocket and pulled out a palm-sized black remote control. Is this the lighter you mentioned? Ling Feng shook the remote in his hand. Biao Ge, your lighter design is quite unique. It has so many buttons on it. Is it for lighting or for control? The people around gathered curiously to look at the remote in Ling Feng's hand, discussing amongst themselves. This doesn't look like a lighter, does it? It looks more like a remote control, right? Yeah, I saw that guy fiddling in his pocket earlier. Turns out he was hiding this. Could he be controlling the dice with this? Upon realizing that the situation was exposed, Biao Ge's face turned pale, and he kept defending himself. No. This isn't mine. Someone must have set me up. Sneaked it into my pocket. Ling Feng let out a cold smile. He then picked up the remote control and pressed a few buttons, watching the dice in the box jump continuously. Zhu Dachang pointed at Biao Ge and cursed. Damn it, so it was you who was up to no good. I was wondering why you were so kind to bring me to this place. You just wanted to get my money. Quickly return all the money you won from me, or I will call the police. The truth was revealed. The surrounding gamblers erupted in anger, their eyes filled with fury as they looked at Biao Ge. I thought I saw this guy every time I came here, so it turns out he can control the dice's outcomes. This is too much. I always felt something was off. I kept losing to him in every bet. Turns out he was cheating with this thing. No wonder we lost so badly. It turns out we were fooled by him. Beat this scammer to death. Angered, several gamblers who had been cheated by Biao Ge rushed forward, wanting to hit him. Stop! Who dares to touch me? Biao Ge seemed cornered, suddenly pulling out a spring-loaded knife from behind his waist, opening the blade and waving it at the crowd. I tell you, whoever dares to come closer, I will stab to death. The spring-loaded knife glinted coldly, causing the surrounding people to step back several paces, no one daring to advance. Seeing the crowd retreat, Biao Ge revealed a mad smile. He turned to Ling Feng, his eyes fierce as if he wanted to devour him. Kid, you ruined my good deed. I'll settle this with you today. With that, he swung the spring-loaded knife and lunged at Ling Feng. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp sound, aiming directly for Ling Feng's chest, clearly intending to kill him. Watch out! Zhu Dachang's face turned pale with fear as he tried to intervene, but was pushed aside by Ling Feng. Ling Feng remained calm, even sporting a slight smile. Just as the blade was about to pierce his chest, he reached out, grabbing Biao Ge's wrist and twisting it gently. A piercing scream echoed throughout the casino. Biao Ge felt as if his wrist had been broken, a searing pain coursing through him, causing the spring-loaded knife to clatter to the ground. He tried to struggle, but Ling Feng held him down firmly, rendering him immobile. At that moment, a sultry yet authoritative voice came from the staircase. Stop it! Everyone turned to the sound and saw a man and a woman slowly descending the stairs. The woman appeared to be around 30, her figure breathtakingly alluring. She wore a tight black leather outfit that hugged her voluptuous body, accentuating her exquisite curve. Her bosom was so ample it nearly stretched the leather to its limits, her waist so slender that it seemed it could snap with a mere grip, and her hips were full and perky. Long straight legs clad in knee-high black boots made her even taller. Her features were strikingly beautiful, with willow-like brows and peach blossom eyes slightly upturned at the corners, exuding a natural allure like a rose with thorns. Her cold and sharp gaze swept across the room, carrying an undeniable authority that made people dare not look directly at her. This woman was Wu Mei, the leader of the Qinglian gang. She happened to be inspecting the place today and did not expect to encounter such an interesting event. Following her was an elderly man with white hair, dressed in a gray Zhongshan suit, tall and upright, his eyes cloudy, yet occasionally flashing with intelligence. This man was the strongest fighter of the Qinglian gang, named Gui Shou, who also served as Wu Mei's personal bodyguard and advisor. Earlier, Wu Mei and Gui Shou were discussing matters in the loft and had not paid much attention to the gambling below. It was only after Ling Feng won several rounds in a row, causing a stir among the crowd, that they noticed this young man who appeared ordinary yet had an extraordinary aura. Everyone was astonished to see Wu Mei's arrival. They never expected the formidable leader of the Qinglian gang would come to such a small casino. It should be noted that the Qinglian gang has numerous gray industries in Huasher with dozens of entertainment venues, and each venue has a casino beneath it. In fact, the Qinglian gang even has several martial arts arenas where the stakes are astonishing, often reaching hundreds of thousands, with some odds even hitting tens of millions. Upon seeing Wu Mei, Biao Ge nearly wet himself. He frequents various casinos and naturally recognized this underground queen. Now that his cheating was exposed, he could easily guess the consequences. A severe beating would be the least of his worries. In serious cases, he could end up at the bottom of the river. Wu Mei ignored the gazes of the crowd and walked over to Ling Feng, sizing him up and revealing a playful smile at the corner of her mouth. This little brother has good skills. Her voice was enchanting, almost like a hook that could lure away one's soul. Ling Feng did not shy away, looking back at her with a smile. My brother is not small, and would you like to experience it? But you with that figure and charm, wearing leather is such a pity. If you wore a qipao, you'd surely captivate all. Those around them gasped in disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. This young man dared to flirt with Wu Mei, the leader of the Qinglian gang. It should be known that Wu Mei is infamous in the underground world of Huashi for her ruthless and merciless methods. Those who offend her never end up well. Moreover, she is stunningly beautiful with numerous suitors, yet no one has ever dared to flirt with her so openly. Zhu Dachong, frightened, tugged at Ling Feng's sleeve and whispered, "Crazy, don't talk nonsense. She's the leader of the Qinglian gang, incredibly powerful and intimidating." Ling Feng, however, remained unfazed, still smiling at Wu Mei, his mischievous glint intensifying. Wu Mei, far from getting angry, smiled even more alluringly. She stepped closer to Ling Feng, a rich scent of perfume mixed with a faint hint of tobacco wafting over, utterly enticing. She raised her hand, her fingertips lightly tracing Ling Feng's chest, her tone ambiguous. "Oh, does my little brother think I look good in a qipao? Then I wonder if you have any interest in accompanying me to pick one out." Her fingertips felt cool against his skin, sending a slight shiver through him. Ling Feng could clearly sense the softness of her bosom and the dangerous aura she exuded. "That would be my pleasure." Ling Feng chuckled unabashedly, wrapping his arm around her waist, feeling her astonishing softness and elasticity. "As long as you're willing, not just picking out a qipao, I'd be happy to accompany you in anything. You certainly know how to speak." Wu Mei smiled, not pushing his hand away, but instead leaning in closer, her lips nearly brushing against his ear, her voice sultry and enticing. "We'll discuss the clothing later, and let me handle this situation first." Wu Mei's smile remained unchanged as she turned to the terrified Biao Gu, her tone cold and elegant. "In the Qinglian gang's casino, the biggest taboo is cheating. You have quite the nerve to cheat and swindle money here. Do you take me, Wu Mei, for a decoration?" Seeing the reckoning upon him, Biao Gu hurriedly knelt on the ground, pleading, "Master Wu, I truly made a mistake. I won't dare again. Please spare me." Wu Mei raised an eyebrow, a cruel smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she replied, "Spare you? Did you ever think of sparing others when you were cheating them out of their money? According to the rules of the Qinglian gang, those who cheat will have their limbs severed and be thrown out to feed the dogs." Severing limbs. Biao Gu was instantly terrified, losing all composure. At that moment, two burly men approached, dragging the wailing Biao Gu toward the back door of the gambling house. The chilling cries gradually faded away until they disappeared. The surrounding gamblers were silenced in fear, not daring to utter a word. They all knew that Wu Mei spoke with authority, such were the ruthless and merciless rules of the Qinglian gang. After dealing with Biao Gu and Ming, Wu Mei turned to Ling Feng, her face once again adorned with a charming smile, as if the cruel woman from moments ago was not her. "I hope my brother isn't offended. Would you like to join me in the loft to pick out some clothes and enjoy a drink?" "Of course I'm interested. It would be my honor to drink with such a beautiful woman like you," Ling Feng replied with a smile. "Then please follow me." Wu Mei let out a light laugh and turned toward the loft. Her walk was incredibly alluring, with her hips swaying slightly, each step seemingly treading on the hearts of those around her, capturing their gaze. Ling Feng gave Zhu Dachong a meaningful glance and said, "Fatty, you wait here. I'll be right back." "Okay, sure." Zhu Dachong nodded quickly, his eyes filled with worry. Though he was uneasy about Ling Feng being alone with Wu Mei, he knew he could offer no real help. Ling Feng followed Wu Mei up to the second-floor loft. The loft was luxuriously decorated and comfortable, resembling a private club. Several valuable calligraphies and paintings adorned the walls, with exquisite sofas and tea tables arranged around. In the corner stood a massive wine cabinet filled with various fine red and foreign wines. Ghost hands stood at the entrance, guarding the staircase to prevent any interruptions. Ling Feng casually sat on the sofa, crossing his legs with a relaxed demeanor. Wu Mei approached the wine cabinet and took out a bottle of 1982 Lafite. She also took out 2 crystal wine glasses, poured 2 glasses of red wine, and handed one to Ling Feng, saying, "Brother, give this a try. It's a fine wine I've treasured for a long time." Ling Feng accepted the glass, took a sip, and the rich aroma of the red wine spread in his mouth, its taste robust, indeed a rare delicacy. He smiled and said, "Good wine, beautiful woman. Your taste is truly exceptional." Wu Mei chuckled lightly, sitting on the sofa opposite Ling Feng, her legs crossed, revealing a long, fair thigh, her tone suggestive. "Not only are you skilled, brother, but your luck is also impressive, winning hundreds of thousands in just a few minutes. Truly admirable." "Just luck," Ling Feng replied with a smile, his gaze lingering on her thigh for a second before quickly shifting away. Mainly that person was just too incompetent. Even while cheating he could be discovered. Utterly useless. Wu Mei raised her wine glass and took a sip, the red liquid staining her full lips, adding to her allure. I see you are not an ordinary person. May I ask what your profession is, brother? Ling Feng said. I'm just an unemployed drifter, just woke up from the hospital with nothing to do, so I accompanied a friend to the casino for some fun. I never expected to have such good luck and win some money. Unemployed drifter. Wu Mei raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical, but did not press further. Instead, she turned the conversation, her tone somewhat probing. With skills like yours, it would be a shame to be idle at home. My Qinglian gang is in need of someone like you. Would you be interested in staying by my side as my deputy? Deputy. You want me to join the Qinglian gang? Ling Feng asked with a smile. Wu Mei nodded and said, exactly. If you agree to stay, I'll start you off at 50,000 a month. If you perform well, I can provide you with money and beautiful women. Whatever you desire, brother. If I want you, then. Ling Feng said, lecherously looking at her cheek. Wu Mei smiled faintly and replied softly, sure, as long as you have the ability, brother. Ling Feng reclined back on the sofa saying, but I'm used to freedom and don't want to be tied down. Wu Mei's smile gradually faded, her gaze turning icy. Brother, do you know what happens to those who refuse me? Ling Feng smirked, a hint of provocation in his eyes. I don't know, but I want to try and see if you can keep me. It seems you prefer punishment over a drink. Wu Mei snorted, coldly addressing Ghost Hand at the door. Ghost Uncle, show him what happens when someone refuses me in Huasher. Yes, miss. Ghost Hand replied, slowly approaching Ling Feng, his expression serious as he said, young man, don't be too arrogant. Those who offend our miss in Huasher never end well. I advise you to obediently accept her demands, or don't blame me for being rude. Ling Feng smiled, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Rude. I want to see how you plan to be rude to me. Stubborn. Ghost Hand snorted coldly, his figure flashing as he lunged at Ling Feng. His speed was incredibly fast, with a fierce punch imbued with the powerful aura of a beginner martial king, aiming directly at Ling Feng's chest, clearly intending to finish him off in one blow. Wu Mei sat on the sofa holding her red wine, watching the scene with great interest. In her eyes, Ghost Hand's strength was already top-notch in Huasher. Dealing with a young man was more than sufficient. She could already imagine the scene of Ling Feng being knocked down by Ghost Hand, kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. However, the next scene left her astonished. Facing Ghost Hand's fierce punch, Ling Feng remained unfazed, even lifting his wine glass to take a sip of red wine. Just as the punch was about to hit his chest, he slowly raised his hand and gently blocked it. Bang! A loud noise erupted as if two bombs had collided. Ghost Hand felt a tremendous force emanating from Ling Feng's palm, causing his arm to go numb and blood to surge within him. He attempted to retreat, but this force held him tightly, rendering him unable to move. Ling Feng curled his lips into a mocking smile, applying slight pressure with his wrist. Oh! A scream erupted as Ghost Hand was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood, slowly sliding down to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. One move. In just one move, he had sent the beginner martial king Ghost Hand flying. One strike. With just a single move, he sent the Ghost Hand, a warrior at the initial stage of the martial king realm, flying. The wine glass in Wu Mei's hand fell to the ground with a crash, shattering into countless shards. Her pupils suddenly constricted, and her always charming peach blossom eyes were now filled with shock and disbelief. She knew too well the strength of the Ghost Hand. There were very few who could defeat it in Huasher. Yet this seemingly ordinary young man had effortlessly sent the Ghost Hand flying, a display of power that exceeded her understanding. Ling Feng slowly stood up, still wearing that harmless smile on his face. Wu Lauda, do you now believe I can leave? Wu Mei stared at him, silent for a full half-minute, while only the heavy breaths of the Ghost Hand remained in the loft. Suddenly she smiled brightly, her eyes filled with charm, and said, can I revise the terms? If you join the Qinglian gang, I will give you 20% of the profits, and in the Qinglian gang, you will be the second in command. If you fancy me and wish to have me, that is not out of the question. Ling Feng looked at the fervor in her eyes, smirking lightly. Let's talk about that when you come to find me in a Cheongsam one day. After saying this, he turned and walked away, his posture tall and carefree, without any lingering attachment. Watching that figure disappear at the staircase, Wu Mei's gaze became incredibly complex. There was shock, there was awe, and there was an uncontrollable excitement. She turned to look at the Ghost Hand, who was struggling to get up, and spoke with a grave tone, Ghost Uncle, how are you? The Ghost Hand struggled to stand, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with fear. Miss him fine. This young man's strength is terrifying. Moreover, he had already shown mercy. At the moment of our clash, a tremendous force surged into my body, but abruptly retracted just before it reached my heart. Otherwise, I would surely be dead. His strength must have reached the level of martial saint, if not higher. This person can only be befriended, absolutely cannot be offended. Martial saint. These two words detonated like thunder in Wu Mei's ears. In Huasher, even a martial king could dominate, let alone a martial saint. She never expected that this seemingly ordinary young man was actually a master at the martial saint level. A playful smile crept onto Wu Mei's lips as she murmured to herself, "It seems I must reevaluate this little brother. I have a feeling we will meet again very soon." Suddenly she shifted her tone, her gaze turning sharp. Yesterday afternoon the heaven on earth was bloodied. Oh, it is said to have been the work of a young man. The martial king expert under Qin Jiao perished on the spot. Do you think it could be him? The ghost hand steadied his turbulent chi and blood and spoke solemnly. It is highly likely to be him. I have fought against that martial king, and we were evenly matched for 100 exchanges. In Huasher there are no more than 5 who could kill him in a second. And this young man definitely possesses that strength. Wu Mei nodded. It seems Huasher is about to change. We must seize this opportunity. This is also the best chance for me to take my revenge. You go investigate his background, the more detailed the better. Remember, conduct the investigation discreetly, and do not let him discover your whereabouts, or it will only backfire. I understand, Miss, the ghost hand replied. In the casino downstairs the noise continued, but no one dared to approach Zhu Dachong anymore. He stood on tiptoe looking at the staircase, and when he finally saw Ling Feng's figure, he hurried over. Crazy, are you alright? That woman didn't make things difficult for you, did she? Ling Feng grinned, patting his shoulder. What could possibly happen? She just wanted to discuss the philosophy of life with me. That's good, that's good. Zhu Dachong breathed a sigh of relief. Then, as if remembering something, he took out a card and excitedly said, "Crazy, this is the 400,000 you won plus your principal, a total of 500,000. The casino has already transferred it to the card." Ling Feng looked at the bank card in front of him, pushed it back, and said, "Fatty, you keep this money." Zhu Dachong pushed the card forward again, saying, "How can that be? Brothers are brothers, and the money that belongs to you is yours. I can't take it." Ling Feng looked into his eyes earnestly and said, "Fatty, I am not the same as before now. I will explain the specifics to you later. Just remember, if you stick with me, I will ensure you live a life of luxury and have whatever you desire." His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the Tianling continent. 8,800 years of solitary cultivation, accustomed to betrayal by peers and backstabbing by allies. In that place the world was treacherous, the weak were preyed upon, and only the strong could do as they pleased. He never truly trusted anyone, always remaining isolated and alone. Friendship, love, family, these were all utter nonsense. As long as you had cultivation resources, or even a bit of wealth, others would stop at nothing to eliminate you and seize what you had. He had done many such things, so many that he could no longer keep track of how many resources he had stolen or how many people he had killed. He had always acted alone, attacking with full force if he could win, then fleeing after snatching what he could. If he could not win, he kept his distance, not daring to even join the fray. Over the years he had come to understand the survival guide. One must be low-key, show off moderately, and strike hard when slapping faces. Later he became the Wind Emperor, and these words became his motto. Ling Feng looked at this fat buddy he had grown up with, who had always thought of him in everything. Now that he had the ability, it was only natural for him to help out this good friend. Zhu Dachong looked at the sincere gaze of Ling Feng, his nose tinged with emotion. He suddenly punched him in the chest and said with red eyes, "Good lad, I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. But you can't be my older brother. You were just born an hour earlier than me." Ling Feng replied, "Even a minute earlier you have to call me brother. That was because my mom had a difficult labor and she got stuck. Otherwise you would have to call me brother." Ling Feng said, "That was because you were too fat. Of course it would take some effort to give birth. I wasn't even fat when I was born, okay? I think the gravitational pull of the earth was off at that time." Ling Feng countered, "Your mom lay down to give birth to you, not standing up. How is that related to the earth's gravity?" "I don't care anyway. I'm not going to call you brother. Call me what you like. I'm not even interested in being your brother. Unless you find me a beautiful wife, I can even call you daddy. Forget it with your weight. Which girl would dare to be with you? Wouldn't she get crushed?" The two bantered back and forth, arm in arm, as they walked out of the casino. When Ling Feng and the others returned to the rented apartment, the sky had already darkened. Wang Xiaoying was preparing dinner and immediately smiled as she welcomed Zhu Dachong, who had come back, with Ling Feng saying, "Dachong, you're here." Zhu Dachong grinned. "Annie, today I found out that the madman has woken up, so I came along to see you both." Wang Xiaoying smiled and said, "You're such a thoughtful child. You've helped our family a lot these past 2 years. I don't know how to thank you." Zhu Dachong replied, "Auntie, you don't need to say that. The madman is my brother, and you both are like my parents. If I hadn't helped during the madman's 2 years of coma, wouldn't he beat me up when he wakes?" Wang Xiaoying laughed and said, "He wouldn't dare. If he bullies you, Annie will stand up for you." Zhu Dachong immediately turned to Ling Feng, lifting his chin proudly. "Did you hear that? I have a protector now. If you dare to bully me again, I'll come back and sue you." In the midst of their banter, Wang Xiaoying suddenly asked, "By the way, Dachong, how are your parents doing lately?" Zhu Dachong's smile instantly froze and his eyes dimmed. He fell silent for a moment before slowly recounting the experiences of the past year. After listening, Wang Xiaoying was already in tears. She stepped forward and gently hugged Zhu Dachang, softly comforting him. Child, you've suffered. Your parents are gone, and from now on I'll be your mother, and this place will be your home. Zhu Dachang could no longer hold back his tears, which rolled down his cheeks, as he choked out, Can I call you Mom from now on? Wang Xiuying nodded with a smile, her eyes red. Of course, I'd be delighted. Mom. Zhu Dachang suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud, his voice choked almost to breaking as he pressed his forehead against Wang Xiuying's pant leg, his shoulders shaking violently. He hadn't called anyone Mom for a year. The death of his biological mother had left him alone, and now feeling maternal love once more, all the pent-up grievances and pain erupted. At this moment his heart was both excited and thrilled. Wang Xiuying gently stroked his greasy hair, softly comforting him. Get up, child. Are you hungry? Mom will go make you dinner now. After saying this, she wiped her tears and turned to cook. Ling Feng stood by watching this scene, feeling a warm surge in his heart. The familial and friendly warmth of this life was a kind of comfort he had never experienced in Tianling continent. From now on he would protect the people around him, ensuring they would not suffer any more grievances. Before long, Ling's father Ling Zhengwo also returned home from driving a taxi. The family of four gathered around a small dining table, which was filled with home-cooked dishes, and the warm steam wafted through the air, spreading a long-lost warmth. After dinner, Ling Feng took Zhu Dachang out to stay. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay at home, but there was no way to do so. Just that small bed of his would collapse if the fatty lay down on it. Once outside, the two exchanged glances, sharing an unspoken understanding. Half an hour later, they were in a luxurious KTV private room in the city center, enjoying each other's company. Zhu Dachang held the microphone vigorously, showcasing his off-key singing. Ling Feng leaned back on the sofa, enjoying the earthly pleasures. While they were engrossed in their own activities on the top floor of the KTV where they were, there was an opulent office. The office was extravagantly decorated, with Wu Mei lounging on the sofa, her black fitted outfit accentuating her alluring curves. Gu Shou stood beside her, his face still somewhat pale, but regaining some color. He bowed slightly and said, Miss, I found out. That young man is called Ling Feng. He fell into a coma 2 years ago and was diagnosed as a vegetative state by the hospital, and he just woke up a few days ago. Wu Mei tapped her fingers on the desk, puzzled. A recently awakened vegetative. What was he doing 2 years ago? Gu Shou replied, 2 years ago he had just graduated from a university in Huashi, and after graduation there are no job experiences recorded. Wu Mei frowned and murmured, he just graduated from university and is already at the martial saint level. Did he begin cultivating in university? Or has he been training since childhood? Then who is behind him? Gu Shou replied, I haven't found any information before his graduation yet. I will report to you once I have clarity. However, he is currently singing in a private room downstairs, and that fatty is with him. Wu Mei raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes, saying, Oh, I said we would meet again, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. As she spoke, she stood up, the black fitted outfit tightening with her movements, showcasing her exquisite figure. She adjusted the hem of her outfit and was about to walk towards the door. Miss, wait. Gu Shou quickly called out to stop her, his tone tinged with hesitation. Wu Mei halted her steps, turned to look at him, her eyes questioning. What's wrong? Gu Shou's gaze swept over her cautiously as he said, Miss, is it a bit not quite appropriate to wear this? Wu Mei looked down at her attire, raising an eyebrow. What's the problem? Gu Shou quickly explained, It's not the outfit that's the issue. The young man said this afternoon that if you want to meet him it's better to wear a qipao. Wu Mei was taken aback for a moment, then remembered Ling Feng's casual remark when he left in the afternoon. At that time she thought it was a joke and didn't take it seriously, but now recalling it due to Gu Shou's mention, it struck her. She frowned a bit, troubled, and said, But I don't have that kind of clothing right now, and I've never worn a qipao in my life. How can you expect me to wear one? Gu Shou lightly coughed, his eyes flickering, proposing, The clothing is simple. We have many princesses here, and they have various outfits. You can pick one that fits just to make do with the occasion. Wu Mei's brows furrowed, even tighter, her tone carrying a hint of subtle disdain. No way. I don't know how many men have touched those clothes. Wearing them feels disgusting. Ooh, I won't wear them. As the leader of the Qinglian gang, how could she wear those clothes of fallen women? Impossible, it would never happen in this lifetime. Gu Shou smacked his lips and reminded, But that person is a martial saint. Wu Mei pursed her lips, took a deep breath, and said softly, Fine, I'll change. Let's go find some clothes. Gu Shou was delighted in his heart, quickly replying, Yes, miss. Just as they had taken a few steps, Wu Mei turned back and said, I will find clothes to change myself. You continue to investigate Ling Feng and see who is behind him and which forces are close to him. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, downstairs, the atmosphere was lively. Zhu Dachang lay sprawled on the sofa, deeply asleep, with drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, tightly clutching a half-finished bottle of beer, snoring loudly. He had cried and fussed during the day, sang and drank at night, and was utterly exhausted, now sleeping blissfully. Ling Feng leaned lazily against the sofa. Two princesses were delicately accompanying him, one feeding him fruit, while the other massaged his legs. Their smile. Ling Feng, with his eyes closed, enjoyed this comfort, occasionally brushing his fingertips lightly across the prince's hand, eliciting playful protests from them. Just as he was about to open his eyes to have a heart-to-heart with the little sister beside him and discuss the truths of life, a gentle knock sounded at the door of the room. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow and instantly utilized his spiritual sense. His soul power had long surpassed the comprehension of this world, allowing him to see clearly the person outside the door in an instant. It was Wu Mei. Why was she here? Ling Feng felt a bit surprised. They had just met in the afternoon, and she had come all the way here, evidently seeking him out. A sense of amusement rose within him. This woman truly would not rest until she achieved her goal. Come in, Ling Feng said flatly. The door to the room was gently pushed open, and a figure clad in red stepped inside. The moment Wu Mei entered the room, the entire atmosphere shifted to silence. The two princesses who had been playfully teasing froze at the sight of Wu Mei, their eyes filled with astonishment and envy. Ling Feng also opened his eyes, his gaze landing on Wu Mei, his pupils slightly contracting as a hint of unnoticeable admiration flashed in his eyes. The Wu Mei before him was a stark contrast to the woman he had seen in the casino loft that afternoon, dressed in a black bodysuit. She wore a stunning red silk qipao with lifelike phoenix embroidery that shimmered softly under the light. The neckline of the qipao accentuated her slender fair neck, and her full alluring curves were enticing, while her skirt's high slit revealed long fair legs, making her figure appear tall and elegant. Her long hair was loosely tied up, revealing a smooth forehead and exquisite features. Standing there, she resembled a blooming red rose, captivating anyone who laid eyes on her. With her cascading waves and slender waist, she was utterly enchanting. I didn't expect Wu Lauda to look so good in a qipao. Ling Feng's lips curled into a playful smile, his gaze unabashedly roaming over her from her delicate features to her alluring figure. Wu Mei felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze, her cheeks slightly flushed as she instinctively adjusted the hem of her qipao and sat down on the sofa opposite him. She deliberately softened her tone, her voice sultry. What? Is it only allowed for you, dear brother, to amaze others? Am I not allowed to show a different side to you? Her voice carried a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. After all, it was her first time wearing a qipao, and her first time approaching a man so proactively. Ling Feng chuckled, picked up a wine glass from the table, poured a glass of red wine, and handed it to her. Of course it's allowed. A beauty in fine clothes is a delight to behold. Here, let's have a drink. Wu Mei accepted the glass, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against his, sending a cool sensation through her, causing her heart to flutter slightly. She looked up, meeting Ling Feng's clear yet profound eyes, her heart racing a little faster. Brother really knows how to speak. Wu Mei took a sip of red wine, her red lips tinged with the liquid, making them appear even more luscious and inviting. In the afternoon at the casino, you certainly surprised me, dear brother. I didn't expect someone who seemed so ordinary to possess such strength. Ling Feng leaned back on the sofa, his posture relaxed. Wu Lauda is overpraising me. Compared to your leadership of the Qinglian gang, my strength is hardly worth mentioning. Are you mocking me, brother? Wu Mei set down her glass, leaning slightly forward, the curves of her chest becoming even more enticing. I'm just a weak woman making a living in this mixed underground world. How could I compare to a brother like you who hides his talents and is a true big shot? Ling Feng scoffed. Weak woman. To make a martial king bow down and to stand firm in the underground world of Hua City, if you are a weak woman, then there would be no strong ones left in this world. His gaze locked onto Wu Mei's eyes with a hint of scrutiny. Wu Lauda dressed like this to find me? It shouldn't just be for a drink and some compliments, right? Wu Mei's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't expected Ling Feng to be so perceptive, instantly seeing through. Yet she maintained a charming smile, calmly saying, You truly are clever, brother. I do have matters to discuss with you, but before that I just wanted to appreciate your demeanor and have a nice chat. She paused, her eyes glinting with curiosity. You seem young, yet your skills are remarkable. I wonder where you learned. In Hua City, it seems I have never heard of someone like you. Me? Ling Feng smiled, his gaze drifting far away, carrying a hint of nostalgia. I'm just a self-taught wanderer who has been hiding in the countryside for a long time, only recently venturing into the city. As for reputation, I prefer to keep a low profile and not draw too much attention. He certainly wouldn't tell the truth, especially since this woman had ulterior motives. Such a person could either be a rogue or a thief. So that's how it is. Wu Mei nodded, yet her curiosity deepened. To achieve martial saint level without a teacher seemed but she also knew that since Ling Feng didn't want to share, pursuing the matter further would be futile. She shifted the topic, her tone somewhat probing. Brother, have you heard of Tianshang Renjian? Ling Feng raised his wine glass, took a sip of red wine, and nodded lightly. I've heard of it, the most luxurious club in Hua City, also Qinjiu's territory, right? Wu Mei's eyes flashed with surprise before regaining her composure. I didn't expect you to know. Have you ever been there? I have been there, Ling Feng replied. Wu Mai's heart raced a bit faster as she asked each word carefully. Did you go yesterday afternoon? Upon hearing this question, Ling Feng's hand holding the wine glass paused slightly. He looked up, his gaze becoming sharp like two daggers piercing into Wu Mai's heart. He squinted at her, his tone icy. Why do you have so many questions? Are you conducting a household check? Wu Mei felt a tightening in her chest under his gaze and instinctively turned away from his eyes. Yet her face remained adorned with a charming smile as she hurriedly explained, Brother, don't misunderstand, I have no other intentions. I just heard there was a murder at Tianshang Renjian yesterday afternoon, and I was worried about you. Ling Feng scoffed, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Worried about me? Since when has Wu Lao to become so kind-hearted? Or are you really concerned not about whether I was involved, but rather if I was the one who bloodied Tianshang Renjian yesterday afternoon? Wu Mai's expression shifted slightly, as she hadn't expected Ling Feng to be so direct, instantly piercing through her thoughts. She fell silent for a moment, realizing that any concealment in front of such a clever man was futile. Ling Feng looked at her coldly, a smirk forming at the corner of his lips. Let's skip the nonsense. I'll be honest with you, the one who bloodied Tianshang Renjian yesterday afternoon was me. Boom. This sentence rang in Wu Mai's ears like thunder, causing her to shudder, her smile freezing instantly. Although she had long suspected, hearing Ling Feng admit it still left her utterly shocked. Yesterday afternoon, news of the bloodbath at Tianshang Renjian spread throughout the underground world of Hua City. Everyone was speculating about who had such audacity to challenge Chunjiu's authority. She never imagined it would be this seemingly ordinary young man before her. After killing dozens of people, he remained so calm and composed, as if he had merely committed a trivial act. This composure both shocked and awed Wu Mei. However, as the leader of the Qinglian gang, having experienced countless storms, she quickly regained her composure. Her face returned to calmness, even sporting a hint of a smile. She feigned confusion and said, What are you talking about, little brother? What killing, what bloodbath at Tianshang Renjian? I don't understand at all. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, his eyes carrying a hint of playful mischief, his big sister pretending to be clueless while fully aware. You came to see me, didn't you, to confirm this matter? Now that you know the answer, what do you plan to do next? Are you looking to continue to win me over? Or is it that my charm is so great that you wish to offer yourself to me? His words were straightforward and bold, carrying a hint of teasing. Wu Mai's cheeks instantly flushed, feeling both ashamed and angry yet helpless. Ling Feng's strength was too formidable. She simply couldn't afford to offend him, and she indeed had a request of him. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her emotions, the smile on her face fading, replaced by a touch of seriousness. She waved her hand to the several princesses still in a daze nearby. You all go out first. No one is to come in without my permission. The princesses were momentarily stunned, glancing between Wu Mei and Ling Feng, not daring to ask further. They quickly nodded and left the private room. As the door to the private room closed, Ling Feng looked at Wu Mei and chuckled softly, saying, These ladies were invited by me. By sending them away, do you wish to accompany me personally? His gaze openly scrutinized Wu Mei, from her exquisite features to her alluring figure, his eyes burning with interest, causing Wu Mei to feel a wave of panic. Hearing this, Wu Mei's red lips parted slightly, a captivating smile gracing her face, as she replied, Little brother is truly amusing. Teasing big sister like this makes me feel a bit embarrassed. She lightly traced the edge of her wine glass with her fingertip, adding an extra layer of allure. I came today primarily to thank you, little brother. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. We have only met twice. What do I have to be thanked for? Is it for coming to your place and contributing to your income? Wu Mei was amused by his teasing laughter, the curves of her figure accentuated by her qipao dazzling to the eye. She shook her head, her expression turning serious. Little brother is joking. A venue this large doesn't lack for income. What I truly want to thank you for is removing Chunjiu, a significant threat, allowing my Qinglian gang to have one less competitor in Hua City. Is that so? Ling Feng's lips curled into a mischievous smile, his gaze playfully roaming over her. Then how do you plan to thank me? Such a huge favor cannot simply be offset by having a drink with me. Wu Mei met his intense gaze, not dodging, but rather puffing her chest out, her curves becoming even more tempting. Her red lips slightly parted, her voice sultry and bold, carrying a hint of daring inquiry. What does little brother want for my gratitude? Should I loosen my clothes, or do you wish to get to know big sister more intimately and share a romantic encounter? Her words were almost explicit, and if it were an ordinary man, he would likely have lost control by now. But he had once been the Wind Emperor of the Tianling continent, accustomed to breathtaking beauty and countless temptations, his heart as solid as rock. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth, his gaze filled with mockery, as he said, If I want to unbutton your clothes, I'm afraid I'll have to pay some price, right? Wu Mei's smile remained unchanged, but a fleeting hint of surprise crossed her eyes. She hadn't expected Ling Feng to be so perceptive, easily seeing through her thoughts. She bit her lip, lightly, her tone tinged with grievance. Little brother, don't say it like that. After all, I'm just a young woman struggling in the underground world of Hua City. It's not easy. As a woman managing such a large operation, I tread on thin ice every day. Could little brother help relieve big sister's troubles? Her voice was soft and weak, her eyes filled with hope. If it were an ordinary man, he would likely have softened his heart and agreed to her request. But Ling Feng remained unmoved, merely stating, "Are you asking me to help you unify the underground factions of Hua City?" Wu Mei nodded, lightly cooing. Little brother is quite clever. You guessed big sister's thoughts in one go. Ling Feng leaned back on the couch, his fingers lightly tapping. He looked at Wu Mei, a playful smile curving his lips. Then what benefits can I gain from this? Wu Mei struck a seductive pose and replied, "What benefits does little brother want?" Ling Feng nodded. That pose is quite nice. Wu Mei's heart fluttered. Oh, she slightly opened the slit of her chi pao and said, "If little brother helps me, I can strike even more poses. Would you like to see them?" Ling Feng replied, "Of course I would, but I don't want to hear about your trivial matters." Wu Mei's smile faltered slightly, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. She hadn't expected this man to be so unyielding. Even with her being so alluring, he remained unaffected. After a moment of silence, she smiled seductively at Ling Feng, extending her delicate fair fingers to lightly trace his face. Since little brother has no time, then big sister's button will have to be undone by someone else. Saying this, she stood up, swaying her enchanting figure toward the door of the private room. The hem of her chi pao swayed gently with her steps, her beautiful legs peeking out enticingly, exuding great temptation. Ling Feng watched her departing figure, a smile creeping onto his lips as he muttered to himself, "This little girl is truly interesting, daring to use me so directly." However, unifying the underground factions of Hua City isn't necessarily a bad thing. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and he already had a preliminary plan in mind. Although Wu Mei was direct, even somewhat calculating, her courage and decisiveness still made Ling Feng appreciate her. Moreover, helping her unify the underground factions of Hua City would grant him a bit of influence, relieving him from having to handle everything personally. Ling Feng retracted his gaze, looking at the chubby man sleeping soundly on the couch, shaking his head helplessly. This guy can sleep so soundly wherever he goes, his heart is too big. He didn't wake the chubby man, but sat cross-legged instead, starting to circulate the Wan Dao Chaos technique. As the technique operated, the faint spiritual energy around gradually entered his body. The first light of dawn seeped through. Ling Feng slowly opened his eyes. A streak of flowing light flickered in his pitch-black pupils, then swiftly faded, reverting to his usual calm and indifference. After a night of cultivation, his realm had not advanced even a fraction. He was not surprised, for the spiritual energy on Earth was pitifully scarce. Yet the fatigue that had weighed on him was completely gone, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and vigor. He turned his head to look at the sofa beside him, where Zhu Dachang lay sprawled, drool hanging from the corner of his mouth. That guy had drunk himself into a stupor last night, collapsing into sleep and remaining unconscious until now. A glint of mischief flickered in Ling Feng's eyes. He raised his palm and without hesitation brought it down on the plump belly. Slap. The crisp, resounding sound cut through the quiet of the private room. Zhu Dachang shuddered violently, opening his eyes in a daze. He looked around, his face full of confusion. Where am I? He shook his heavy head. The effects of the alcohol had not yet fully dissipated, leaving his mind a blur. Only when he saw Ling Feng's smirking face and took in the surroundings did he suddenly snap back to reality. He slapped his thigh, and his face instantly twisted with regret and remorse. Damn it! How did I fall asleep? Those girls last night were stunning. Curvy in all the right places with such sweet voices. What a perfect chance to lose my virginity, completely wasted. He writhed in agony, his massive body twisting so violently that the sofa shook with him. Ling Feng watched speechless and rolled his eyes in exasperation. What did you expect? Did you think you were lying in your own bed at home? Who was it that clung to the bottle last night, shouting for the girls to have one more drink before toppling head first onto the sofa? Oh, stop. Don't bring it up. Zhu Dachang wailed, covering his face. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he stared at Ling Feng and lowered his voice. Crazy, be honest with me. After I passed out last night, which one of those girls did you get with? Was it the one in the black stockings, or the one with long hair? Ling Feng's temple throbbed at the question. He raised his hand and delivered a sharp knock to Zhu Dachang's head. Get your head out of the gutter. Get up now. We have things to do today. When the two stepped out of the KTV, the streets outside had already come alive. The aroma of breakfast stalls filled the air, and pedestrians and vehicles bustled to and fro, brimming with the vitality of everyday life. Zhu Dachang grumbled the entire way, lamenting the golden opportunity he had missed the night before, until Ling Feng's ears were nearly worn out. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of their rented apartment building. Just as they reached the door, Zhu Dachang suddenly stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes wide as saucers. He pointed at a graceful figure standing by the entrance and excitedly tugged at Ling Feng's arm. Crazy. Crazy. Look, a beauty. An absolute stunner. Ling Feng followed his gaze and saw a slender woman standing there. It was Su Qingxue. Today she wore a fiery red spaghetti-strap dress, making her appear dazzlingly radiant. In her hand, she carried several delicate breakfast boxes. Zhu Dachong waved excitedly, "Beauty. Hello there." Su Qingxue turned at the sound of his voice, and upon seeing Ling Feng and his companion, a hint of amusement glimmered in her eyes. She raised her hand and waved back, her voice crisp and melodious. "Good morning." Zhu Dachong, thinking she was responding to him, beamed with joy, his chubby face scrunching up. He rubbed his thick, greasy hands together and tidied his hair, which hadn't been washed in days, trying to present his most charming side. Ling Feng watched from the side, utterly exasperated, 3 dark lines appearing on his forehead. This guy was far too full of himself. He feared Zhu Dachong might say something even more embarrassing. Ling Feng looked at Su Qingxue and said flatly, "Why are you here again today?" "I had nothing to do at home, so I thought I'd come see if you needed any help," Su Qingxue replied with a smile. Zhu Dachong was stunned by the exchange. He turned to Ling Feng, then back to Su Qingxue, his face a mask of shock. "Crazy, you two know each other." "What do you think?" Ling Feng shrugged. "Holy crap. Crazy, when did you meet such a gorgeous girl?" Zhu Dacheng's eyes bulged in disbelief. "He'll tell you later," Ling Feng said. Zhu Dachong pouted. "Fine, keep your secrets. One day you'll find the most beautiful woman in Huashi and blow your mind." Little did he know the woman standing right before him was the very epitome of that title. Su Qingxue stepped forward, holding up the breakfast boxes with a gentle smile. "Have you eaten yet? I passed by a breakfast shop this morning and brought you some." Ling Feng glanced at the boxes and shook his head. "Not hungry." "You have them." Zhu Dachong immediately leaned in, fawning. "Beauty, since Crazy doesn't want them, how about giving them to me? I haven't had breakfast yet and am starving." Su Qingxue paused for a moment. "All right, they're all yours." She handed all the boxes to Zhu Dachong. There were 3 in total. Clearly, she had brought extra. Zhu Dachong was overjoyed. He quickly took them, opened a box, and stuffed a fried dough stick into his mouth, mumbling, "Thank you, Beauty. You're so kind." Ling Feng watched him wolf down the food and shook his head helplessly. Turning to Su Qingxue, he introduced him. "This is my brother Zhu Dachong. Just call him Fatty." Then to Zhu Dachong he said, "Fatty, this is Su Qingxue." At the sound of her name, Zhu Dachong froze his eating motion, halting mid-bite. He stared at Su Qingxue, stunned. Su Qingxue, the most beautiful woman in Huashi. For the past year he had been idle, roaming the streets of Huashi, and had long heard of Su Qingxue's reputation, though he had never seen her in person. Now that he finally had, it was a sight to behold. Beautiful. Utterly beautiful. Su Qingxue was amused by his unabashed stare and said softly, "Fatty." "Hello." Zhu Dachong, still reeling from the shock, stammered, "Hello." He never imagined that someone like him, weighing in at 250 pounds, looking like a lump of flesh, would one day greet the most beautiful woman in Huashi face to face. It felt like a dream. Ling Feng ignored his dazed state and said to Su Qingxue, "I mentioned yesterday that I have a friend who sells home appliances and furniture. That's this guy? But his family ran into some trouble and the shop is closed now. Since you're here and you know people who sell these things, could you help me get some supplies? Just pick the styles and types as you see fit. Let me know the total cost later and I'll transfer the money to you." Su Qingxue raised an eyebrow slightly. "You're not coming." I don't know much about these things anyway. Once you've bought everything, just have it delivered to Royal Vista. He'll wait for you there," Ling Feng said. "All right," Su Qingxue replied, and then she left. Watching Su Qingxue's retreating figure, Zhu Dachong finally snapped back to reality. His bulky frame swayed slightly, as if awakening from a dream. He grabbed Ling Feng's arm urgently and demanded, "Fengzi, be honest with me. When exactly did you get involved with the most beautiful girl in Huashi?" As he spoke, he scrutinized Ling Feng from head to toe, as if seeing his childhood friend for the first time. Who was Su Qingxue? She was the dream lover of countless men in Huashi. From a prominent family, stunningly beautiful, and usually difficult to even catch a glimpse of. Yet here she was coming to Ling Feng voluntarily, and even bringing him breakfast. This completely shattered his understanding. Ling Feng gently freed his arm, and said calmly, "What do you mean involved? Her grandfather fell ill a couple of days ago, and I stepped in to help. That's how we got to know each other." "You saved her grandfather?" Zhu Dachong frowned, his face full of confusion. "What, did he trip while crossing the street, and you happened to be there to lend a hand?" Ling Feng shot him a glance, and said flatly, "No, it wasn't a fall. It was a serious illness. The hospital was helpless. I cured him." Zhu Dachong let out a scoff. He patted Ling Feng on the shoulder, and said, "Fengzi, if you don't want to talk about it, I won't push you. But you don't have to feed me such a lame excuse. We've grown up together. I know you inside out. Apart from that one thing you've got on me, we're basically the same. And you're telling me you can save someone. Stop bragging." Ling Feng knew it was useless to explain further. With Fatty's limited understanding, he simply couldn't grasp Ling Feng's abilities. Too lazy to dwell on the topic, he turned and walked outside, saying indifferently, "Believe it or not, I'm free today. Let's go buy a car." sick of relying on taxis all the time. With that, he ignored Zhu Dachong and strode toward the intersection. Buy a car. Zhu Dachong stood frozen for a full 3 seconds before snapping back to reality, his face full of disbelief. Holy crap. Fengzi, what did you say? Buy a car. He scurried after Ling Feng on his short legs, peppering him with questions. Fengzi, since when do you have the money to buy a car? Just yesterday you said you bought a new house. Tell me the truth. Did you win the lottery? Zhu Dachong grew more and more excited, his bulky frame bouncing as he ran. He simply couldn't wrap his head around it. How could someone who had been in a coma for 2 years, whose family had nearly drained their savings to pay for his treatment, suddenly become so wealthy? Buying a house and a car, it just defied all logic. Ling Feng couldn't be bothered with his barrage of questions. Reaching the intersection, he hailed a taxi and climbed in. Zhu Dachong quickly followed, squeezing into the back seat and causing it to sink noticeably. Still relentless, he leaned close to Ling Feng and lowered his voice. Fengzi, come on, spill it. What's really going on? Harassed into submission, Ling Feng sighed helplessly and briefly recounted the story. Essentially, he had saved Su Jinshan of the Su family, and as a token of gratitude they had rewarded him handsomely. Zhu Dachong listened dumbfounded, but still didn't believe it. Though many questions lingered, he sensed Ling Feng's reluctance to elaborate and wisely refrained from pressing further. Half an hour later, the taxi arrived at Washi's largest auto mall. The sprawling complex housed 4 dealerships of every major brand. From economical cars costing tens of thousands to top-tier luxury vehicles worth millions, everything was available. Traffic flowed incessantly, and crowds of shoppers filled the premises with a lively buzz. The two walked side by side into the auto mall, strolling slowly along the street. Zhu Dacheng's head swiveled in every direction, exclaiming over one car's grandeur and another's flair. Finally, Ling Feng chose a BMW 4S dealership and stepped inside. A wave of cool air greeted them, a stark contrast to the sweltering heat outside. The showroom was lavishly decorated, every vehicle gleaming with an enticing luster. Several salespeople in professional attire were busy, some briefing clients on models, others organizing documents. When Ling Feng and Zhu Dachong entered, most of the salespeople merely glanced their way before returning to their tasks, making no move to greet them. After all, Ling Feng was dressed in ordinary casual, or looking utterly unremarkable. And Zhu Dachong wore a wrinkled t-shirt and shorts with flip-flops on his feet, a big burly figure that hardly screamed BMW buyer. In such high-end dealerships, salespeople were pragmatic, focusing only on clients who seemed capable of making. Unfazed, Ling Feng and Zhu Dachong headed deeper into the showroom to browse on their own. Just then a familiar voice rang out, tinged with surprise and mockery. Fengzi, fatty, what are you two doing here? Ling Feng and Zhu Dachong stopped in their tracks and turned around. A young man in a designer suit, his hair slicked back with gel and a briefcase in hand, strode toward them. Tall and decent-looking, he bore a faint air of arrogance in his brow. Ollie, Ling Feng and Zhu Dachong said in unison. The man before them was their childhood friend Dong Li. The three had grown up together, an inseparable trio. Back then, though Dong Li's family was slightly better off than Ling Feng's and Zhu Dacheng's, he was still loyal and genuine toward his two friends. But as time passed, Dong Li's family grew wealthier. His father went into business, made a fortune, and they moved into an upscale neighborhood. Meanwhile, Ling Feng's and Zhu Dacheng's families remained relatively modest, especially after Ling Feng's 2-year coma, which had drained their resources. The change in circumstances gradually transformed Dong Li. He became snobbish and pragmatic, looking down on Ling Feng and Zhu Dachong, feeling that associating with them would lower his standing. Over time, their bond frayed and eventually dissolved completely, with no contact for years. They never expected to run into him here. Dong Li approached, sizing up Ling Feng and Zhu Dachong with a look of contempt and derision. When his eyes fell on Zhu Dacheng's attire, a faint sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. Fengzi, I never expected to see you here, Dong Li began. His tone carried a veneer of false concern. I heard you were hospitalized a couple of years ago and ended up in a vegetative state. I thought you were. Well, I'm surprised you woke up. Congratulations. His words seemed caring, but the underlying schadenfreude and disdain were unmistakable. Ling Feng regarded him coolly and replied, evenly, thanks to you, I'm still alive. Zhu Dachong frowned and said, Ollie, what are you doing here? Dong Li puffed out his chest, his tone laced with a hint of pride. I am now the sales supervisor at this BMW 4S dealership, responsible for the sales of high-end models. As he spoke, he deliberately shook the briefcase in his hand, a look of smugness spreading across his face. In his view, being a sales supervisor at a BMW 4S dealership was a prestigious affair, enough to make Ling Feng and Zhu Dachong envious. Zhu Dachong let out an "oh" and remained silent, yet his expression grew colder. Dong Li glanced around the showroom and asked with a hint of mockery, by the way, what are you two doing here? You're not here to buy a car, are you? He thought to himself, given that Ling Feng's family had already drained their savings to treat him, they must be financially strapped, making it impossible for them to buy a car. And he had long known about Zhu Dacheng's family situation, which was so dire that they could barely support themselves, let alone purchase a car. Ling Feng looked at him and replied coolly, "What else would we be here for? Of course we are here to buy a car." Ha ha ha. Dong Li laughed heartily as if he had heard the greatest joke. Ling Feng stopped pretending. "All right. I know your family situation all too well. Your parents sold their house and borrowed money to treat your illness. Now they probably can't even afford to eat, let alone buy a car. And a BMW at that." He paused, his contempt deepening in his gaze. "I know you just woke up, you might not fully understand the current market. Here the cheapest BMW is several $100,000, the more expensive ones are over $1 million. Given your current situation, don't even think about buying a car. You probably can't even afford the maintenance for one, right?" Hearing this, Zhu Dacheng became furious, stepping forward and pointing a finger at Dong Li's nose, saying, "Dong Li, you ungrateful wretch. Have you forgotten who helped you fight when we were young? Who pleaded for you? You weren't like this when your family was just getting wealthy. Who would have thought you could become so realistic and so snobbish?" The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, his plump body trembling slightly. "We may be poor, but we wouldn't look down on others like you do. Do you think being a supervisor at a BMW 4S dealership makes you impressive? What's there to brag about?" Dong Li's smile faded and his expression darkened as he said coldly, "Is there anything wrong with being realistic? This society is inherently realistic. Interests are eternal. The so-called brotherhood and friendship are all nonsense. Without money or power, who would respect you?" He looked at Zhu Dacheng with disdain in his eyes. "Fatty, don't try to talk to me about childhood bonds here. Those are things of the past. I am no longer in the same world as you. I advise you to leave quickly. This is not a place for you, lest you embarrass yourselves here." "You?" Zhu Dacheng trembled with anger, wanting to confront Dong Li, but Ling Feng held him back. Ling Feng looked at Dong Li, gently shaking his head, a hint of disappointment on his face. He never expected that the childhood friend he grew up with would turn into someone like this. Money and status truly can change a person. Thousands may drink the same tea, but taste it differently. Thousands may walk the same path, but have different hearts. There's no need to argue with him. Ling Feng patted Zhu Dacheng on the shoulder, speaking calmly. After saying this, he turned to a young girl in the showroom who was organizing documents. This girl looked around 20, dressed in a somewhat loose professional outfit with a hint of naivety on her face. Unlike other salespeople who ignored Ling Feng and Zhu Dacheng, she hesitated several times, as if wanting to help, but was a bit unsure. Ling Feng waved at the girl and said, "Hello, could you come over for a moment and help us with the car models?" The girl was taken aback for a moment before quickly nodding. She walked over quickly, a shy smile on her face. "Hello, sir, which model would you like to know about? I can provide you with detailed information." Ling Feng glanced around the showroom, finally landing on a black BMW X5, calmly saying, "He'll take 2 of these." "What?" The girl was instantly stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. She thought she heard wrong. A single BMW X5 costs over $1 million, and the seemingly ordinary young man in front of her actually said he wanted 2. And he did so in such a casual tone, as if he were talking about buying 2 cabbages. Not only the girl, but even Dong Li and Zhu Dacheng nearby were momentarily dumbfounded. Dong Li's mocking grin froze. He looked at Ling Feng in disbelief, thinking he must be hallucinating. Did Ling Feng really just say he wanted to buy 2 BMW X5s? How is that possible? How could he have the money to buy such expensive cars? Zhu Dacheng's eyes widened as he pulled at Ling Feng's arm, whispering, "Crazy, you're not joking, are you? Those 2 BMW X5s together cost over $2 million. Are you really going to buy them?" Although he knew Ling Feng had some money now, spending over $2 million to buy 2 cars still shocked him immensely. Ling Feng nodded lightly, not joking, just these 2. The girl's expression changed to one of excitement as she regained her composure. She quickly said, "All right, sir. Can you confirm that you want these 2 BMW X5s? I will process the related paperwork for you right away." "Yes, as soon as possible," Ling Feng nodded. All right. The girl nodded, eagerly turning to prepare the paperwork, but was stopped by Dong Li. Dong Li looked at Ling Feng, his expression shifting between dark and light. He still refused to believe Ling Feng could afford these 2 cars. He turned to the girl and said, "Xiao Lin, don't listen to him. He's just pretending. He can't afford these 2 cars and is just putting on an act. Don't be fooled by him." He believed that Ling Feng was deliberately trying to show off after being provoked by him, intending to save face. When it came time to process the paperwork, he would surely be unable to produce the money and would leave in embarrassment. The girl Xiao Lin hesitated, looking awkwardly between Dong Li and Ling Feng. Dong Li was the sales supervisor at the dealership, and she didn't want to offend him. But Ling Feng didn't appear to be lying. Ling Feng looked at Dong Li, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Whether it's an act or not, you'll find out soon enough. Don't mind him, just proceed with the paperwork. Money is not an issue." After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Lin finally nodded and ran towards the office to prepare the car purchase paperwork. She thought to herself, regardless of whether this gentleman could afford it, she would just do her job well. Dong Li looked at Xiao Lin's departing figure, then turned to Ling Feng, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. Ling Feng, I want to see how you will end up later. Over 2 million is no small sum. Oh, I don't believe you can come up with it. He was convinced that Ling Feng was just putting on an act, and would surely lose face when he couldn't produce the money later. Soon Xiao Lin came running over with the car purchase contract and related documents, her face beaming with excitement. Sir, all the paperwork is ready for your review. If everything is in order, please sign here, and then proceed with... Ling Feng took the contract without even looking at it, and signed his name on it with a pen. Credit card or bank transfer? Xiao Lin asked. Credit card, Ling Feng replied. Xiao Lin quickly brought over a POS machine. After a series of operations, she saw the payment successful notification, and her smile became even brighter. Sir, the payment was successful. Thank you for your patronage. Here are your car keys and related documents. Please keep them safe. Ling Feng took the car keys and tossed them to Zhu Dachong, saying with a smile, Fatty, this one is yours. Zhu Dachong stared at the car keys being handed to him, completely frozen, with his face all scrunched up. He looked at the keys in his hand, choked with emotion, and said, Madman. Is this really for me? He couldn't believe that he actually owned a BMW X5. This was a luxury car worth over $1 million. Ling Feng patted his shoulder and sincerely said, Of course you are my brother. We grew up together, what's mine is yours. In the past I didn't have the ability, and you took care of me. Now that I have the means, I naturally want you to have a good life. Madman. Zhu Dachong couldn't hold back any longer, and tears instantly welled up. He hugged Ling Feng tightly, his plump body clinging to him, and with a choked voice said, Thank you. You are really my best brother. From now on, if you ask me to go through fire and water, I will do it without hesitation. His heart was overwhelmed with excitement and gratitude. He knew that Ling Feng truly regarded him as a brother, which is why he generously gifted him a luxury car worth $1 million. Ling Feng patted his back and smiled, saying, Stop being sentimental, there are many good days ahead. Standing nearby, Dong Li was completely dumbfounded as he watched the scene unfold. He stared blankly at the car keys in Ling Feng's hand, then glanced at the payment notification on Xiao Lin's phone, and the color drained from his face, leaving him pale as paper. He couldn't believe that Ling Feng had indeed bought 2 BMW X5s. Moreover, he had given one to Zhu Dachong. 268,000. Just like that, it was spent without a blink of an eye. Dong Li's heart was a mix of shock, jealousy, and deep regret. He recalled the times in childhood when the three of them shared spicy strips. He remembered how Ling Feng and Zhu Dachong had stood up for him and pleaded for him. He thought of the promise they made to share everything except for their wives when they grew up. But what about now? It was he who had changed, first becoming snobbish and realistic, looking down on his former brothers, and actively distancing himself from them. Yet Ling Feng, after becoming successful, still remembered their brotherhood and generously gifted Zhu Dachong a luxury car worth $1 million. In contrast, he seemed so small and ridiculous. If he had not distanced himself from Ling Feng and Zhu Dachong, but had maintained their brotherly bond, would he now be able to enjoy a good life like them? Would he also receive Ling Feng's help? The more Dong Li thought, the more regret he felt, as if his heart was being pricked by needles. His pride urged him to step forward and apologize to Ling Feng to salvage their once brotherly relationship, but arrogance prevented him from taking that step. He could only stand still watching Ling Feng shove the black car keys into Zhu Dacheng's hands. Seeing the happiness radiating from their faces filled him with endless regret and unwillingness. Let's go, Ling Feng said. Okay. Zhu Dachong eagerly nodded, carefully tucking the car keys into his pocket as if they were some rare treasure. The two walked side by side toward the exit of the showroom. As they passed by Dong Li, Ling Feng stopped, glanced at him indifferently, said nothing, merely shook his head gently, and then turned to leave. That glance held no mockery, no anger, just deep disappointment. Dong Li watched Ling Feng and Zhu Dacheng's figures as they walked towards the two brand new BMW X5s, each holding a car key, and his regret deepened. He stood at the entrance of the 4S store, watching the two cars gradually fade into the distance until they disappeared from his sight, before he slowly came back to his senses. In his mind, scenes from their childhood replayed repeatedly. Those innocent, carefree days felt like they were just yet, but now everything had changed. It was he who had personally destroyed this precious brotherhood. It was he who had missed this opportunity to change his destiny. Dong Li sighed, deeply knowing that all of this was caused by himself. From this day forward, what he lost was not just brotherhood, but also his proud self-esteem. The two luxury cars sped down the street, drawing the attention of countless passers-by. Half an hour later, the two BMWs drove into the Yujing Tianqing community. At this moment, the entrance of the villa was already bustling. A large truck was parked in front, and several workers were unloading various home appliances and furniture from the truck. Su Qingxue stood at the courtyard gate occasionally, giving instructions to the workers. It must be said that Su King's efficiency was indeed high. In just one morning, she managed to purchase all the necessary appliances and furniture for the entire villa. A young man was also following her. This man was around 25 or 26 years old, about 1.8 meters tall, with a tall and upright stature. He wore a custom-made suit and had an expensive watch on his wrist. He was Zhang Wei, the second son of the Zhang family in Huashe. The Zhang family held a status in Huashe comparable to that of the Su family, both being top-tier noble families with substantial power. Zhang Wei was here naturally because of Su Qingxue, the most beautiful woman in Huashe, which man would not be mesmerized by her. As a young master from a wealthy family, Zhang Wei was no exception. He had shamelessly followed her. Zhang Wei leaned closer to Su Qingxue and said in a flattering tone, "Qingxue, I have been pursuing you for 2 years. Don't you understand my feelings?" Su Qingxue replied seriously, "Zhang Wei, please respect yourself. I have said many times that I have no feelings for you. There is no possibility between us." At that moment, the roar of 2 car engines approached from afar. Su Qingxue heard the sound and looked up. She saw 2 brand-new BMW X5s driving up one after the other. Ling Feng and Zhu Dachang got out of the cars in succession. "Ling Feng, you're back." Upon seeing the two, the coldness on Su Qingxue's face instantly melted away, replaced by a gentle smile. The impatience from being bothered by Zhang Wei moments ago also vanished without a trace. Ling Feng nodded at her, a hint of a smile on his face. "Yes, I just want to buy 2 cars. You've worked hard getting all the appliances and furniture ready so quickly." Su Qingxue smiled, turning to point at the appliances being moved, saying, "Take a look. Are you satisfied with these? If there's anything you're not satisfied with, they'll have someone replace it." Ling Feng's gaze swept over the appliances, noting that they were all top-tier brands. He sincerely said, "Very good, I'm quite satisfied, thank you." At the side, Zhang Wei's face instantly darkened upon witnessing this. He looked at Ling Feng, then glanced at Su Qingxue, his eyes filled with confusion and discontent. Who is this suddenly appearing kid? Though he looked decent dressed in ordinary casual, where he seemed unremarkable, how could he be so familiar with Su Qingxue? The two were even smiling and greeting each other, and in Su Qingxue's gaze there was even a softness he had never seen before. This ignited a strong flame of jealousy within Zhang Wei. Having pursued Su Qingxue for 2 years, he had rarely received even a hint of kindness from her. How dare— Zhang Wei stepped forward, blocking the space between Ling Feng and Su Qingxue, and asked with a hostile tone, "Kid, who are you? Why are you here?" Ling Feng raised an eyebrow and glanced at him casually, replying, "This is my home. Why can't I be here?" "Your home?" Zhang Wei scoffed as if he had heard the biggest joke. He turned to Su Qingxue, saying, "Qingxue, isn't this your newly bought house? How could it be his home?" To him, this luxurious villa located in Yujing Tianqing, worth over 10 million, was undoubtedly newly purchased by Su Qingxue. After all, with Su Qingxue's family background, buying such a villa would be effortless. And this kid, looking so ordinary, could never afford such an expensive house. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue's eyes flashed with helplessness as she said, "Zhang Wei, when did I ever say this was my house?" Zhang Wei was taken aback for a moment, then frowned and said, "If it's not yours, then why are you here buying appliances and furniture? And personally directing the workers to move and arrange them?" "Because I helped him buy these appliances and furniture." Su Qingxue pointed at Ling Feng. "What? This house is really yours?" Zhang Wei's eyes widened as he looked at Ling Feng. What the hell? Is 1 million no longer worth much? A seemingly insignificant kid could actually buy a villa. Who exactly is this kid? He had never heard of such a figure in Huashe. After a brief shock, Zhang Wei's expression darkened further. No matter who this kid was in Huashe, no one— Su Qingxue is his and no one can take her away. Zhang Wei frowned, looking coldly at Ling Feng, his voice dripping with threat. "Kid, I don't care what your name is, I have 2 warnings for you. First, stay away from Qingxue. You and she are not from the same world. She's not the kind of person you can touch. Second, I paid for these appliances and furniture a total of 220,000. Transfer the money to me now, or don't blame me for being rude." He felt that since he had bought these appliances for Su Qingxue and now that the house belonged to this kid, he must pay him back. Moreover, he wanted this kid to know his power and to stay away from Su Qingxue voluntarily. Ling Feng listened to his words, first stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, so you paid for these appliances? But who asked you to pay? Did I ask you to?" He paused, his gaze sharpening, his tone laced with mockery. "Also, whether I should stay away from Qingxue or not has nothing to do with you. Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? You—" Zhang Wei was rendered speechless by Ling Feng's words, his face turning beet red. He had not expected this kid to be so arrogant, daring to speak to him like this. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and instead smiled mockingly, his eyes full of disdain and arrogance. "Kid, it seems I need to properly introduce myself. Listen up, my name is Zhang Wei, the second young master of the Zhang family in Huashe. You must have heard of the Zhang family's standing in Huashe. Let me tell you, I'm someone you could never hope to reach in your lifetime. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and transfer the money to me, then stay away from Qingxue. The Zhang family's name is well known in Huashi with numerous connections in both business and politics. Zhang Wei believed that as soon as he revealed his family name, this kid would be scared and obedient. However, upon hearing this, Ling Feng not only showed no signs of fear, but instead smiled with more interest. So you're just an arrogant fool relying on a little family wealth. No wonder you're so cocky you have a backing. Zhang Wei's expression darkened, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Kid, do you dare to call me a fool? I think you're tired of living. I'm just speaking the truth. Ling Feng shrugged, speaking casually. Don't play games with me here. Zhang Wei shouted angrily, his tone turning icy. This is your last chance. Transfer the money to me and stay away from Qingxue, or I'll make it so you can't stay in Huashi. Ling Feng chuckled. You think you can make me unable to stay in Huashi with just a finger? I'm quite curious. Did you train in a unique technique, or do you have special powers? Just how impressive are you? Zhang Wei was completely enraged, coldly saying, Kid, you're asking for trouble. It seems I must show you my... Watching the two men at odds, Su Qingxue reminded, Zhang Wei, you'd better show Ling Feng some respect, or you'll regret it. Zhang Wei scoffed, respect him? Sure, let me show you how a man respects directly. Saying this, Zhang Wei raised his fist and swung it toward Ling Feng's face. Having practiced some martial arts since childhood along with his tall stature, he was confident that this punch would surely knock Ling Feng to the ground, making him realize his strength. However, just as his fist was about to touch Ling Feng's cheek, Ling Feng moved. He raised his hand and delivered a slap. 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 A crisp sound of a slap echoed. Zhang Wei felt a fiery pain on his face, his head buzzing as his body uncontrollably flew backward. Thud. Zhang Wei fell heavily into the nearby green belt, his body covered in dirt and weeds, his hair disheveled. The expensive suit he wore was now filthy, looking utterly disheveled. He struggled to get up, but his cheek hurt intensely and his head felt heavy, making it impossible for him to rise. Ling Feng looked at the disheveled Zhang Wei in the green belt and coldly cursed, I respect you, but every day I encounter idiots like you. I don't know if it's because of your dad's bad genes, or if your mom squeezed your head wrong when you were born, but how dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? Zhu Dachang was first surprised to see Ling Feng slap someone away, not expecting his brother to have such guts. Then he ran over to the green belt and kicked Zhang Wei a couple of times while cursing, damn it. With your pathetic look, you still want to act tough. Go home and ask your mom for some nutrients. He had long disliked Zhang Wei, and after seeing him disrespect Ling Feng and attempt to fight, he felt a surge of anger. Now that he had kicked him a couple of times, he felt immensely satisfied. Su Qingxue stood by listening to the brothers' taunts, unable to hold back a laugh. Hearing their words along with Su Qingxue's laughter, Zhang Wei trembled with anger, nearly going berserk. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life. He struggled to get up from the green belt, pointing at Ling Feng, his lips trembling as he tried to say something, but due to his rage and pain, he found himself momentarily speechless. Ling Feng coldly stared at him and warned, get lost. While I'm still calm, hurry up and disappear from here. Otherwise next time it won't be just a slap. Zhang Wei felt an inexplicable chill rise in his heart as he looked into Ling Feng's icy eyes. He knew this guy was definitely not as simple as he appeared. The force of that slap was not something a normal person could possess. He must have trained. If he continued to linger here, he would surely face dire consequences. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. Today's grudge he would remember. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth and shot Ling Feng a fierce glare. He then looked at Su Qingxue, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Could you wait for me? After saying that, he no longer dared to stay, running away in disgrace, his retreating figure looking particularly comical. Zhu Dachang couldn't help but shout after him, waste. Hurry back home to nurse, don't embarrass yourself here. Su Qingxue shook her head with a smile, thinking it necessary to remind the Zhang family, otherwise they would only bring trouble upon themselves. After the workers installed all the furniture and appliances, Ling Feng chose a room for himself in the villa, a master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Zhu Dachang took a tour of the entire villa and returned to Ling Feng's side, asking in surprise, crazy, is this your new house? Ling Feng nodded and said, yes, are you interested in moving in together? Zhu Dachang's eyes glazed over for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, forget it, I plan to use the money you gave me yesterday to redeem my old house. After all, it has the traces of my parents living there, and it makes me feel closer to them. Ling Feng patted his shoulder and said, all right, if you ever need my help, just call me. Zhu Dachang moved his lips and said sincerely, thank you, crazy. Enough, a grown man shouldn't be so sentimental. When you took care of me before, I never held back. Ling Feng, after chatting a bit more, Zhu Dachang took his leave. He needed to hurry back to redeem the house left by his parents. Zhu Dachang's figure disappeared at the villa entrance, and the sound of the door closing broke the brief silence. Ling Feng turned around, his gaze landing on Su Qingxue, who was still standing in the middle of the living room, and spoke sincerely, thank you for your help today. To show my gratitude, stay for dinner tonight. Su Qingxue was taken aback, and with a hint of surprise and curiosity, replied, huh? Can you cook? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, proudly stating, of course a good man like me can do everything except for giving birth. But I need to pick up my parents first. This house is meant for them to retire in, and tonight is a good opportunity to— Huh? You want me to meet your parents now? Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes becoming a bit flustered as she instinctively tucked her loose hair behind her ear. Ling Feng noticed her suddenly awkward demeanor and paused before realizing she had misunderstood, unable to help but chuckle. What do you mean, meet the parents? Where did that come from? You've seen the house where my parents live. This time I bought the house to bring them over. I just wanted to take this opportunity to invite you for dinner and let them get to know you. So that's how it is. Su Qingxue's anxiety melted away, replaced by intense embarrassment, her cheeks turning even redder. She had thought it was the kind of relationship where he would formally introduce her to his elders. Now it turned out to be a complete misunderstanding, causing such an awkward situation. It's still early, I'll go pick up my parents. Do you want to come with me? Ling Feng asked. Su Qingxue raised her head, her eyes regaining calmness, though her cheeks still held a slight blush. She had come to have more contact with Ling Feng, so naturally, she was willing to go meet his elders. Sure, I'll go with you. Su Qingxue nodded. Then the two of them left, heading towards the urban village. Ling Feng and Su Qingxue had just returned to the rented house. They heard Ling's mother Wang Xiaoying say Xiaofeng is back. Then she looked at Su Qingxue and asked, this young lady is? Oh, this is a friend of mine named Su Qingxue. You can call her Qingxue. Ling Feng introduced. Hello, Miss Qingxue, welcome to our home. Wang Xiaoying said politely. Hello, Auntie. Su Qingxue quickly responded. At that moment, a gentle female voice came from inside Ling Feng, you're back. Then a girl wearing a white t-shirt walked out, her long hair cascading down her gentle eyes, being none other than Lin Yuro. Since she had an intimate encounter with Ling Feng, her mind was filled with that scene, and she couldn't focus on her studies. Now as soon as she had a chance, she rushed over. When Lin Yuro saw Su Qingxue behind her, her smile momentarily faltered, and a hint of subtle vigilance and scrutiny flickered in her gaze. The girl before her was appropriately dressed, exuding elegance and stunning beauty, clearly not an ordinary person. What was her relationship with Ling Feng? Su Qingxue also noticed Lin Yuro. Upon seeing the way she looked at her, an inexplicable sense of unease welled up inside her. This girl seemed quite familiar with Ling Feng's parents, speaking with a tone that carried a hint of intimacy. Moreover, the way she looked at Ling Feng revealed an indescribable attachment and possessiveness. More importantly, Su Qingxue keenly sensed that there seemed to be some undisclosed intimacy between Lin Yuro and Ling Feng. The gazes of the two women met in the air, exchanging no words, yet it felt as if a silent contest had already taken place. A subtle awkwardness and tension hung in the air. Ling Feng was also surprised to see Lin Yuro here. After a brief moment of shock, he quickly said, Yuro, you're here too. Then he turned to Su Qingxue, introducing her. This is Su Qingxue, Miss Su, a friend of mine. Hello, uncle. Su Qingxue was the first to regain her composure, smiling politely and taking the initiative. Hello, Miss Su, please have a seat. Ling Feng's parents were very welcoming, quickly inviting Su Qingxue to sit and pouring her a glass of water. Lin Yuro also suppressed her curiosity, nodding at Su Qingxue as a form of greeting. Once inside the house, Ling Feng pondered for a moment and said to his parents, Dad, Mom, I have something to tell you. You child, if you have something to say, just say it, no need to make it so serious, Wang Xiaoying replied. Ling Feng said, it's like this, when I was out yesterday, I saved the old master of the Su family on the road. To thank me, he let me temporarily stay in a vacant house of theirs. As he spoke, he gave Su Qingxue a knowing glance. I thought the environment there was quite nice, so I agreed. Su Qingxue immediately understood Ling Feng's intention. This was the cover story they had discussed on the way. She didn't know why Ling Feng didn't say the house was bought by him. Anyway, her role was just to cooperate. She then added, that's right. Yesterday, when my grandfather was crossing the road, he was almost hit by an out-of-control car. Thanks to Ling Feng's timely intervention, he saved him. When he learned that he needed to rent a house, my grandfather, grateful for the life-saving favor, happened to have a vacant house, so he let him stay for now. Her tone was natural, and her gaze sincere, showing no signs of flaw. After speaking, she exchanged a glance with Ling Feng, as if to say, look, I delivered it well. Then how can we accept that? Helping people is to be expected, we shouldn't seek rewards, Wang Xiaoying said. Ling Feng replied, I initially declined, but the old master insisted, so I couldn't refuse. And it's indeed not very convenient for you to live here. The environment over there is good, and it's comfortable to live in. Ling Feng's parents listened, their faces filled with surprise and gratitude. Thank you so much, old Master Su, and thank you, Miss Su. They really needed a place to live. The three of them were cramped into a space of just over 10 square meters, which was indeed inconvenient. But they had no money to find a new place, and unexpectedly this problem was solved when their son went out to save someone. Uncle and Aunt, please don't be so polite. Ling Feng saved my grandfather, which is the least I could do, Su Qingxue quickly said. Lin Yuro watched the two of them in harmony, feeling that this coincidence was too strange. But since Ling Feng had said so, and Su Qingxue confirmed it, she felt it was inappropriate to ask more. Yet the gaze she directed at Su Qingxue still carried a hint of vigilance. This Miss Su appeared gentle and graceful, yet she felt that the other party's approach to Ling Feng was not that simple. Su Qingxue also sensed Lin Yuru's gaze, and the strange feeling in her heart grew stronger. She was certain that Lin Yuru's relationship with Ling Feng was definitely not just that of ordinary friends. The possessiveness in that gaze could not be feigned. Thinking of this, an inexplicable discomfort welled up in Su Qingxue's heart, as if something she had her eye on was being snatched away by someone else. She shook her head, feeling somewhat ridiculous. She and Ling Feng had only met a few times. At most they could be considered. Even if Lin Yuro and Ling Feng really had something, it had nothing to do with her. Yet despite that, the jealousy in her heart was impossible to suppress. Ling Feng noticed the subtle atmosphere between the two women and felt secretly pleased. Indeed, a handsome and capable man could attract the attention of the opposite sex. He cleared his throat lightly and quickly said, "Mom and Dad, let's pack up some things. We can move over now. Everything is prepared over there. You just need to bring some everyday items." Okay. Ling Feng's parents quickly agreed. Lin Yuro, watching them busy, hesitated for a moment and said, "Ling Feng, let me help uncle and aunt with the packing." "There's no need to trouble you, Yuro. We can manage ourselves," Wang Xiaoying said. "It's fine. I have nothing else to do." As Lin Yuro spoke, she turned to help. Su Qingxue stood by, wanting to assist, but feeling somewhat out of place. After more than 10 minutes, they finished packing and headed towards Yujing Tianqing. The car drove under the fading evening glow, the city's prosperity slowly receding outside the window. In the back seat were Su Qingxue and Lin Yuro, a distance apart, both silent. Occasionally they would steal glances at each other, the complex emotions in their gazes evident. Lin Yuro was constantly pondering what Su Qingxue's background was. Saving someone was one thing, but why did that old master of the Su family bring his granddaughter along? Moreover, the way Su Qingxue looked at Ling Feng didn't seem to be that of a simple friend. Did she also have feelings for Ling Feng? Thinking of this filled Lin Yuro with a sense of crisis. She had already been intimate with Ling Feng. In her heart, she believed she was already Ling Feng's woman and would never allow anyone to take him away. Su Qingxue was also contemplating the relationship between Lin Yuro and Ling Feng. From Lin Yuro's demeanor, it was evident that her feelings for Ling Feng were anything but ordinary. Su Qingxue was also contemplating the relationship between Lin Yuro and Ling Feng. From Lin Yuro's demeanor, it was evident that her feelings for Ling Feng were anything but ordinary. The natural display of intimacy and possessiveness could not be feigned. Moreover, Ling Feng's attitude towards Lin Yuro also carried a hint of indulgence and familiarity. What exactly was their relationship? Were they former lovers, or did they still maintain a close relationship? The more Su Qingxue thought, the more chaotic her heart became, and an inexplicable sense of irritation surged. She had approached Ling Feng according to her family's wishes. But now she found that she seemed to genuinely be interested in this man, even starting to care about the other women around him. The car drove into Yujing Tianqing and stopped in front of the villa with a courtyard. Ling Jiangwo and Wang Xiaoying got out, staring dumbfounded at the majestic house before them. "Xiaofeng, this. Is this really the place that old Master Su lent us?" Wang Xiaoying stuttered in disbelief. Ling Feng smiled and nodded. "Mom, let's go inside and take a look." Su Qingxue naturally took out the keys to unlock the door. Lin Yuro glanced at her, but said nothing. Upon entering, Ling Jiangwo looked at the high-ceilinged living room, the gleaming marble floor, and the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, hesitating to take a step forward. "Uncle and Auntie, please change your shoes." Su Qingxue took out several pairs of new slippers from the shoe cabinet. Lin Yuro had already changed her shoes and walked over to Ling Jiangwo, saying, "Uncle, let me help you to sit down." No, I can walk by myself." Ling Jiangwo hurriedly waved his hand, but Lin Yuro had already supported. Su Qingxue glanced at Lin Yuro and turned to Wang Xiaoying with a smile. "Auntie, let me show you the kitchen. We can cook together tonight." "All right, let's go." Wang Xiaoying followed Su Qingxue into the kitchen. Ling Feng stood at the door, watching the scene with a smile. Goodness, these two girls have already begun to showcase their talents. In the kitchen, Wang Xiaoying gazed at the high-end kitchen appliances, looking bewildered. "Auntie, this is a steamer, this is an oven, and this is a dishwasher." Su Qingxue patiently explained. Wang Xiaoying pressed a button hesitantly, and the steamer door suddenly opened, startling her. "Wow, this thing is really advanced." Su Qingxue laughed. "Don't be afraid, Auntie. Once you use it a few times, you'll get used to it." Ling Feng walked in, observing the situation on both sides, and said with a smile, "Dad, Mom, you two take a break. It'll help them prepare dinner." Yes, you young people go ahead." "Well, just watch," Ling Jiangwo quickly said. Su Qingxue opened the refrigerator, which was already filled with various ingredients that she had arranged to be delivered in the afternoon. "Ling Feng, what do you want to eat?" she asked. Lin Yuro also came over, saying, "Ling Feng likes braised pork, and I can make that." "I can too." Su Qingxue turned to her. "And I can make steamed base." Then he'll make garlic broccoli, Lin Yuru added. He'll make a soup, Su Qingxue chimed in. Ling Feng scratched his head. Well, how about I do it instead? No way, both girls said almost simultaneously. The air suddenly fell silent. Ling Feng chuckled awkwardly. How about rock, paper, scissors? Su Qingxue and Lin Yuru exchanged glances, but remained silent. In the end, Su Qingxue stepped back, saying, Yuru, you go first. He'll assist you. Thank you, Qingxue sister. Lin Yuru smiled, a hint of pride in her expression. Ling Feng sighed in relief. If these two girls really got into a competition, he would be in a socially awkward situation. Dinner was prepared quickly with 6 dishes and a soup laid out on the table. Ling Jiangwo and Wang Xiuying stared at the table full of dishes, their eyes wide. How much did all this cost? Wang Xiuying whispered. Mom, it's all homemade, it didn't cost much, Ling Feng laughed. The meal was enjoyed in a cheerful atmosphere. Su Qingxue shared her experiences studying abroad, while Lin Yuru talked about the amusing things that happened in college. Ling Jiangwo and Wang Xiuying listened eagerly, occasionally asking questions. Xiaofeng, is your health really completely restored now? Wang Xiuying still felt uneasy. Mom, do I look? I'm now strong enough to take down a bull. Ling Feng patted his chest. You're just talking nonsense, Wang Xiuying laughed. After dinner, Lin Yuru rushed to help with the dishes, while Su Qingxue went to chat with Ling Jiangwo and his wife. Ling Feng sat on the sofa, when suddenly he furrowed his brow. He sensed a faint presence outside the villa lingering beyond the courtyard wall. Dad, Mom, I'm going out for a walk to digest my food. Ling Feng stood up. You're going out so late? Wang, just a stroll around the neighborhood, he'll be back soon. Ling Feng walked out of the villa and closed the door, the smile on his face vanishing in an instant. He strolled slowly toward the courtyard wall, as if he were genuinely taking a walk. Outside the wall in the green belt, a man in a black tracksuit was crouching there holding binoculars and looking. Hey buddy, what are you looking at? Ling Feng suddenly appeared behind him. The man jumped in surprise and turned around abruptly. Ling Feng did not give him time to react and pressed his hand on the man's neck. The man rolled his eyes and fainted. Ling Feng pulled out a phone from his pocket, opened the contact list, and saw that the most recent contact was labeled Zhang Xiao. He chuckled. What a surprise, Zhang Wei is quite quick. He even sent someone to keep an eye on me. Ling Feng used the man's finger to unlock the phone, found Zhang Wei's number, and sent a text. Don't send anyone, it'll take down whoever you send. If you dare to harass me again, it will be you next time. Bye. After sending the message, he stuffed the phone back into the man's pocket, then casually dragged the man to the neighborhood wall and tossed him over like garbage. After finishing these tasks, Ling Feng clapped his hands and turned to walk back. Just as he reached the villa's entrance, he heard voices coming from the balcony. It was Su Qingxue and Lin Yuru. Miss Su, what exactly is your relationship with Ling Feng? Don't tell me it's just a simple friendship, Lin Yuru. Su Qingxue did not expect Lin Yuru to be so direct. After a moment of surprise, her competitive spirit surged. Although she felt embarrassed to say she was there to steal her boyfriend, she did not want to show weakness, either, calmly replying, my grandfather asked me to see if there was anything I could help with. After all, he saved my grandfather, and our Su family cannot forget our benefactor. Help me. Lin Yuru chuckled lightly. Miss Su, you probably have ulterior motives, right? I advise you not to waste your efforts. Ling Feng and I are already inseparable, and he only has eyes for me. Lin Yuru's words were very direct, almost openly declaring her claim. She wanted Su Qingxue to know that Ling Feng was hers and to retreat. Su Qingxue's expression changed slightly, as she had already suspected that their relationship was special. However, hearing Lin Yuru say it so bluntly still left her feeling uncomfortable. She took a deep breath and replied calmly, feelings cannot be forced. Ling Feng and I are just friends, and who knows what will happen in the future. You? Lin Yuru was momentarily speechless. Ling Feng knew he could no longer hide. He pushed the door open and walked in. What are you guys talking about so seriously? He smiled as he walked onto the balcony. Su Qingxue and Lin Yuru turned to look at him simultaneously. We weren't talking about anything. Su Qingxue smiled. Lin Yuru came over and naturally hooked her arm through Ling Feng's, saying, we were just wondering why you took so long. Ling Feng glanced at Lin Yuru's arm around his, then at Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue's smile faded a bit, but quickly returned to normal. Ling Feng, it's getting late. I should head back now. Su Qingxue suddenly spoke up. All right, be careful on your way back. Ling Feng nodded. After sending off Su Qingxue, Lin Yuru also said she needed to return to school. Ling Feng escorted her to the door. When he returned to the villa, his parents had already gone back to their room to rest. Ling Feng went up to the 3rd floor and arrived at the rooftop terrace. The night was deep and quiet, with the night view of Huashe unfolding before him. He sat cross-legged and began to circulate the Wandao chaos technique. The thin spiritual energy gradually gathered, but it was truly too little. Ling Feng opened his eyes and looked at the night sky. The cultivation environment on Earth was like an old lady crawling into bed. What a laugh. With such thin spiritual energy to restore his emperor-level cultivation, he would have to wait until the monkey year and horse month. but soon a smile returned to his lips. It's alright, take it slow. Now that his parents had moved into a nice house, their lives had improved. The next step was to start the plan to woo the girls. As dawn broke, Ling Feng's phone rang. Glancing at the number, he noticed it was an unfamiliar call with the area code from Huasher. Hello. We are from the Municipal Public Security Bureau regarding the murder case that occurred at the Tianshang Renjian Club 2 days ago. We would like to invite you to help us understand the situation. On the other end was a man's voice, sounding very official. Ling Feng sighed softly. It was inevitable that they would come looking for him, the one who reported the incident. He knew that with so many people dead, they would definitely want to ask him about the situation. 20 minutes later, Ling Feng arrived at the Municipal Public Security Bureau. He was greeted by a middle-aged police officer in his 40s, clad in uniform with several stripes on his shoulders indicating his rank. You must be Ling Feng. My name is Li Guodong, the director of the Huasher Public Security Bureau. Li Guodong pointed to the chair opposite him, signaling Ling Feng to sit down. Ling Feng took a seat and surveyed the office. It was quite simple, with just a desk, a few chairs, and a banner hanging on the wall. Director Li, what can I do for you? Ling Feng asked, smiling. Li Guodong opened a folder and adjusted his glasses. The day before yesterday afternoon, a massacre occurred at the Tianshang Renjian Club, resulting in 256 deaths, including the leader of the Jiulong gang, Chinjiu. We received a call from the informant, who left your name. Yes, I was the one who reported it, Ling Feng nodded. Can you tell me what happened at that time? I happened to be passing by and heard fighting, so I called the police. Then I left, and I don't know what happened after that, Ling Feng shrugged. Li Guodong stared at him for a few seconds. Is it really that simple? What else could it be? I'm just an ordinary citizen. When I see illegal activities, I call the police. Isn't that the duty of a citizen? Ling Feng replied with a smile. Li Guodong remained silent and flipped through a few more pages of the document. We have investigated, and the surveillance at the Tianshang Renjian Club was down that night. Oh, that's quite a coincidence. Ling Feng feigned surprise, though he was inwardly aware. He had anticipated the surveillance would be a problem and had already discreetly sabotaged the club's security system. Furthermore, all those who died were members of the Jiulong gang. You know of the Jiulong gang, right? Li Guodong looked up, his gaze sharp. I've heard of them. They're not good people, Ling Feng nodded. You're right. They are indeed not good people, Li Guodong replied slowly. After you reported the incident, we dispatched officers immediately and found the entire basement filled with corpses. It was a river of blood, and it was also a hub for human organ trafficking. Ling Feng simply replied with an "Oh." Director Li, why are you telling me all this? I'm just the one who reported it. Li Guodong leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the desk, gazing intently at Ling Feng, trying to discern something from his expression. However, Ling Feng sat there maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. After a moment of silence, Li Guodong's tone suddenly turned serious. Do you know that behind the Jiulong gang there are others? They are backed by a huge criminal organization far more powerful and complicated than the Jiulong gang. This organization operates in several provinces and cities across the country, involved in human organ trafficking, child abduction, drug trafficking, smuggling, and a series of serious crimes, with countless innocent lives stained by their hands. According to our informants, after the annihilation of the Jiulong gang, this criminal organization has already sent people to Huasher, and their primary target is you, the one who reported the incident. Ling Feng chuckled lightly, saying, Director Li, instead of spending time here frightening an ordinary citizen like me, wouldn't it be better to bring those scoundrels to justice and restore peace to Huasher? Li Guodong suddenly raised his voice, becoming emotional. Do you think I don't want to? Do you have any idea how much we have paid to investigate this criminal organization? We have sent numerous undercover agents to infiltrate their ranks, but in the end, not a single piece of evidence has returned, and everyone has vanished. No sightings, no bodies. The web of this organization is incredibly intricate, penetrating various levels of society. We have conducted both covert and overt investigations for years, yet we have never managed to capture their core evidence. At least 1,000 people die every year because of this organization, and countless families have been shattered as I wish I could personally exterminate these bastards, but I am a police officer, and police officers are bound by the law and must seek evidence. Li Guodong's chest heaved violently, his eyes bloodshot with evident pent-up anger and helplessness. Ling Feng watched his agitation, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He could sense the sincerity in Li Guodong's words. The sense of responsibility and helplessness that came with being a police officer was not feigned. Director Li, according to regulations, what you are saying falls under confidentiality, right? Why share this with an ordinary citizen like me? Li Guodong took a deep breath and looked at Ling Feng with a complex expression. Do you know why I, a criminal police team leader, am personally speaking with you? Ling Feng smiled, crossing his arms over his chest. I don't like beating around the bush. If you have something to say, Director Li, just say it plainly. Li Guodong fixed his gaze on Ling Feng, asking each word deliberately. You know Li Mingming, right? Ling Feng frowned and shook his head. I don't know her. She was one of the 4 girls you rescued from the Tianshan Ren Jin 2 days ago. Li Guodong's voice softened. Hearing this, Ling Feng suddenly recalled that aside from Lin Yuro, there was indeed a girl named Li Mengmeng. At that time, to avoid unnecessary trouble, he had specifically instructed them to forget everything that happened that night, as if they had experienced nothing. He never expected that the information would still leak. Ling Feng sighed, inwardly thinking that next time he encountered such a situation, he should knock someone out first to avoid complications. Li Guodong seemed to see through his thoughts and quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand, it wasn't Li Mengmeng who leaked the information. She is my niece. That day was her birthday, and she went to the Tianshan Rinjian with friends to celebrate, only to be captured by the Jiulong gang. I only found out later that she was there. I was worried about her safety, so I made a point to ask her about it, and she told me everything. If there's blame, it should be on me." Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. Since it's already known, there's no point in discussing it further." He looked at Li Guodong, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Now that you know those people were killed by me, are you planning to apprehend me directly? Logically, killing over 200 people at once would constitute intentional homicide, even if those people were gang members, and would be enough for conviction." Ling Feng was well aware of this, yet he felt no worry. Li Guodong shook his head, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. He stood up, walked in front of Ling Feng, suddenly reached out his hand, and firmly grasped Ling Feng's hand. "No, I'm not here to arrest you. Ling Feng is the director of the Huasher Public Security Bureau. I want to thank you here." Ling Feng was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a gesture from him. "On behalf of the 3 million citizens of Huasher, thank you." Li Guodong's voice carried a hint of choking. "The Jiulong gang has committed numerous atrocities, harming countless innocent people. We have long wanted to deal with them, but have lacked concrete evidence. Although you used extreme measures, you have indeed eliminated a great harm for the people." He released his hand, returned to his seat, and his tone became serious. "I'm not here to hold you accountable, but rather to ask for your help." "Oh." Ling Feng became interested. "What does Director Li need my help with?" Li Guodong requested, "I would like to invite you to become an external member of our city bureau to infiltrate that criminal organization. I know you possess remarkable skills as a martial artist, and they have already set their sights on you. You can use this to get close to them. As long as you can infiltrate and gather core evidence and hideouts, we can uproot this criminal organization and restore peace to the citizens of the nation." Ling Feng's smile completely disappeared as he looked at Li Guodong in silence. An external member of the criminal investigation team. An undercover agent. How thrilling. However, he had just returned and did not want to get too involved in these matters. Ling Feng smiled and said, "I just want to live a stable life now. I don't want to wade into these muddy waters. I know this is dangerous, but I truly have no other options. Our undercover agents have either had their identities exposed or have been killed after being discovered by them." He paused and added, "If you agree, the police will provide you with comprehensive support, including funding, information, and necessary protection." Ling Feng remained silent, quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. He indeed did not want to attract trouble, but Li Guodong's words, along with the plight of the innocent victims harmed by the criminal organization, made him waver. He was not a saint, and the number of innocents he had killed on the Tianling continent was beyond his count. Yet here was his home, the place where he had lived since childhood, and he could not bear to see such inhumane acts occur. He was not a saint, and the number of innocents he had killed on the Tianling continent was beyond his count. Yet here was his home, the place where he had lived since childhood, and he could not bear to see those children who have been trafficked, the victims of organ trafficking. Their families are still waiting in anguish. We are the police, and it is our duty to protect them, but we are truly powerless right now." He stood up and deeply bowed to Ling Feng. "Ling Feng, I'm begging you." Ling Feng looked at the director, who was in his 40s, with mixed feelings. He could sense Li Guodong's helplessness and sense of responsibility, and he could also imagine the pain of the families of the victims. After a long silence, he finally spoke slowly, "I can agree, but I have a condition." Li Guodong's face immediately lit up with a joyful smile. "You say it. As long as we can do it, we will definitely fulfill your request." Ling Feng said, "Just ensure my parents are protected, and do not let them suffer any harm or trouble." "No problem." Li Guodong agreed without hesitation. Seeing Ling Feng nod in agreement, a huge weight was finally lifted from his heart. He quickly took out a document from his drawer and said, "This is a confidentiality agreement. Once you sign it, we will officially begin our cooperation." Ling Feng did not take the document, but instead said softly, "I am a man of my word. Since I have agreed, there is no need to sign this." Just then there was a knock on the office door. "Come in," Li Guodong called. The door was pushed open and a young girl in police uniform walked in. She was tall, about 170 centimeters, with neatly styled short hair, fair skin, and delicate features. Her eyes were particularly bright and spirited, exuding a sense of heroism. Her police uniform was fitted perfectly, outlining her graceful curves, displaying both the competence of a police officer and the beauty of femininity. Li Guodong nodded and smiled, introducing her to Ling Feng. Ling Feng, this is our criminal investigation team's squad leader Chiyu. From now on she will be your assistant cooperating with you to complete the undercover mission. He turned to Suyu again and said, Chiyu, this is Ling Feng, and you two will be partners from now on. For convenience in operation, I've arranged an identity for you as a couple. Out in public you must act as a couple and cannot reveal your true relationship. Couple. Ling Feng was taken aback. Chiyu's cheeks flushed instantly, and she lowered her head shyly. Although Director Li had explained the plan in advance, playing a couple with a stranger still made her feel a bit embarrassed. Ling Feng was also surprised he hadn't expected Li Guodong to have arranged this beforehand, clearly anticipating that he would agree. However, he quickly realized this was also a way to monitor him to prevent him from doing anything out of line. But this woman looked quite charming, he wondered if anything would happen. Li Guodong, observing their reaction, smiled and said, What? Is there a problem? Chiyu took a deep breath, raised her head, and said firmly, No problem, Director. I will cooperate with Mr. Ling to complete the mission. Ling Feng also said, No problem, I just hope Officer Chi will take good care of me in the future. You can just... Chiyu looked at the man before her, who was not very old and had a calm demeanor, and she thought he did not seem like someone capable of eliminating over 200 members of the Julong gang alone. But since the director trusted him so much, he must have remarkable qualities. Li Guodong nodded in satisfaction. Very well, Chiyu, you have a certain understanding of the criminal organization, and you need to familiarize yourself with Ling Feng quickly. I have already rented an apartment in the city center for you which will serve as your residence. The key has been prepared by the internal staff, and you can go pick it up later. At that time I will spread the news externally. To avoid detection you will hide in the apartment and not come out. I believe they will actively come looking for you. He paused and said seriously, Remember, the mission is extremely dangerous, and you must be very careful and protect yourselves. I will arrange for people to protect you on the periphery. Understood, Chiyu responded. As they walked out of the Public Security Bureau, it was already noon. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Chiyu held the key to the apartment and walked alongside Ling Feng, the atmosphere a bit awkward. Mr. Ling. Chiyu broke the silence first. Shouldn't we go to the apartment to familiarize ourselves with the environment? Sure, Ling Feng replied. They then drove the X5 towards the city center. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chiyu couldn't help but steal glances at Ling Feng. He held the steering wheel, his expression calm, as if he had no concern for the dangerous mission ahead. Chiyu's curiosity grew, and she couldn't help but ask, Ling Feng, did you really take down over 200 members of the Jiulong gang by yourself? Ling Feng replied lightly, What do you think? I don't know. Chiyu shook her head, but you don't seem like the type who enjoy. Ling Feng chuckled, One should not judge by appearances. To be honest, I have killed people in the millions. Looks like you are quite the braggart. Chiyu pouted. Half an hour later, Chiyu took the key and opened the apartment door. The two entered and were immediately stunned. The apartment was not large, approximately 40 square meters, and could be seen through at a glance. A sofa, a small table, a wardrobe, and a bathroom. Then in the center of the room, there was an enormous double bed. Incredible. Ling Feng rubbed the tip of his nose and chuckled. It seems a pity that Director Li doesn't take on a part-time job as a director. He plays his role so seriously, even creating the perfect couple atmosphere. Chiyu's face instantly flushed red as she pointed at the bed. There's only one bed. How are we supposed to sleep together? Ling Feng shrugged, feigning innocence as he spread his hands. There's no other way. We can only act like a couple for real. After all, your superior has already said that we are a couple outside. That won't do. Chiyu exclaimed, eyes wide and voice raised. I've never shared a bed with a man. Oh. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, deliberately elongating his voice with a teasing glint in his eyes. Then this is perfect. You can experience it. I'm quite well behaved when I sleep. No snoring or teeth grinding, just occasionally turning over which might press against you. You. Chiyu stomped her foot in anger, but looking at Ling Feng's shameless expression, she didn't know how to retort. In the end, she could only grit her teeth and say, I'll sleep on the sofa. Ling Feng glanced at the small sofa, then at her height of 170 centimeters, and sincerely said, At your height, sleeping on the sofa might require you to curl up like a shrimp. You'll wake up with a sore back tomorrow. Even if I do, I still won't sleep in the same bed as you, Chiyu replied irritably. In her mind, she cursed Li Guodong 800 times for this ridiculous assignment, turning a perfectly good mission into a couple's setting and renting such a shabby apartment. Then do as you wish, Ling Feng said, walking to the edge of the bed and plopping down, testing its comfort. It's quite soft. I wonder if it can withstand some shaking. Chiyu was rendered speechless by this remark. Was the director out of his mind? Tasking her with such a scoundrel who spoke so lewdly was simply outrageous. Watching Ling Feng's carefree demeanor, her anxiety grew stronger. Ling Feng noticed her irritated expression and couldn't help but laugh. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. When it comes time to sleep, this bed is yours. What about you? Chiyu was taken aback for a moment, surprised by his concession. Of course I'll keep watch outside for you. You're so beautiful. If someone tries to do something to you, you'll intervene in time. Ling Feng said. I think the one most likely to have ulterior motives is you. Qiyu shot him a glare and muttered under her breath. The two chatted casually for a while, and noticing it was almost noon, they went out for lunch. Although Ling Feng was at the golden core stage and had reached the phase of abstaining from food, he would not be affected by not eating for a few months. But Qiyu, being an ordinary person, definitely needed to eat. Soon evening arrived. Ling Feng changed into a simple black t-shirt and jeans outlining his tall figure. With a hint of roguish charm, he looked just like a slacker from the streets. Qiyu rummaged through the wardrobe for a long time, and finally picked a fitted black dress, applying a little light makeup. The originally capable policewoman now appeared a few degrees more alluring, perfectly masking her inherent heroism. The clothes had been prepared in advance by the police department, fitting their young couple identity quite well. Standing in front of the mirror, Ling Feng looked at them and nodded. You look quite the part. Qiyu ignored him, feeling somewhat nervous. This was her first time executing a task that required her to act as a couple. She took a deep breath and silently recited in her heart, I am Ling Feng's girlfriend, not police officer Qiyu. The Rainbow Bar was located on a not-so-busy street in the city center with a small facade, but a dazzling neon. Inside, the music was deafening, the lights dim and shadows danced. Just as they reached the entrance, the thunderous electronic music blasted out, mixed with the smells of alcohol, perfume, and tobacco, making it somewhat suffocating. Ling Feng and Qiyu exchanged glances and walked in side by side. The bar was dimly lit, the dance floor crowded with writhing figures, and the colorful spotlights swept back and forth, dazzling the eyes. The two found a booth in the corner and ordered a few drinks. Ling Feng naturally wrapped his arm around Qiyu's shoulders. Qiyu's body stiffened for a moment, but she quickly forced herself to relax and leaned in. Relax, you're my girlfriend, now not a police officer. Ling Feng leaned closer to her, ear lowering his voice. Qiyu took a deep breath and nodded. According to intelligence, this bar was also the territory of the Jiulong gang. The reason they came here was to actively make contact with the people behind the Jiulong gang. Qiyu suggested waiting for them at the apartment. But Ling Feng didn't want to waste time. Rather than waiting idly, it was better to take the initiative. As long as someone from the organization behind the Jiulong gang came, he had a way to fish out the big fish behind it. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a man in a black tank top approached with two lackeys. Hey buddy, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? The tank top man sat down opposite Ling Feng, his gaze sweeping over Ling Feng and Qiyu. Ling Feng smiled, took a sip of his drink, and replied casually, I heard it was quite lively here, so I brought my girlfriend out for some fun. The tank top man stared at Ling Feng for a few seconds, then suddenly lowered his voice. Brother, I heard there was a bit of a stir at Tianshang Rinjian a few days ago. Do you know about it? Ling Feng set down his glass, maintaining his smile. Yeah, that scene was really fucking scary. Oh, seems like you know quite a bit. Why don't you share it with me? The tank top man said with interest. Ling Feng lifted his chin, slightly gestured at the scattered empty bottles on the table, and said, if you want to hear a story, that's fine, but you need to drink some good wine to get the mood going right. Look, the wine is almost gone, shouldn't we? The tank top man was silent for a few seconds, then stood up, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Brother, I have a few bottles of imported red wine in my private room. Would you be interested in going over for a more in-depth chat? After hearing this, Qiyu's face instantly changed. She quietly tugged at Ling Feng's arm, gently shaking her head to signal him not to go. But Ling Feng acted as if he hadn't seen it, immediately showing an excited expression, clapping his hands. That's great. I've never had imported red wine before. It seems today is my lucky day. Qiyu felt anxious, secretly sighing. Was this guy genuinely foolish or just pretending? How could he fall into such an obvious trap? This was the Jiulong gang's territory, and the opponent had the numbers. If a fight broke out, they might not come out. But at this point, she had no other way. She could only prepare for the worst in her heart, her fingers quietly gripping the emergency button on her bracelet, ready to press it at any moment. As long as she pressed this button, the police around would immediately converge here. Then, under the guidance of the man in the vest, the two of them passed through the crowded throng, heading towards the private booth deep within the bar. As the door closed, the music immediately softened. The interior was lavishly decorated with a large, genuine leather sofa in the center. On the nearby coffee table were several bottles of red wine and crystal glasses, while a flat-screen TV mounted on the wall played a vulgar music video. However, Qiyu's attention was not on these details. She quickly scanned the area and noticed that the two lackeys were standing at the door, blocking the only exit to the booth. It seemed that the other party had made preparations long ago. The man in the vest sat down on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and exhaled a puff of smoke, saying, Brother, the drinks are ready. Begin your performance. Ling Feng naturally opened a bottle of red wine and poured himself a glass. He poured another glass for Qiyu and smiled at her, saying, Take this opportunity to try the wine. You rarely have the chance to drink like this when you're out on missions. Qiyu was startled by his words, almost dropping her wine glass to the floor. Is this guy crazy? Does he dare to say such things? Wasn't this blatantly revealing their identities? The man in the vest paused, his smoking, squinting with sharp eyes fixed on the two, his tone icy. Mission? What mission? Ling Feng set down the wine bottle, his smile unchanged though a hint of coldness crept into his voice. It's to root out the people behind Qinjiao and eliminate them completely. Damn. Yu couldn't help but curse inwardly. She was out here to handle a case, not to seek death. Was there such a frank undercover agent? Wasn't this the same as directly saying, I am a cop, come and arrest me? The man in the vest's expression darkened instantly, his eyes filled with murderous intent, sneering. Do you know who you're sitting in front of? I'm not interested in knowing who you are. I only want to know where your hideout is, Ling Feng replied calmly. Huh? The man in the vest burst into laughter, doubling over. The police from Huasher are really interesting. Do you go out without a brain? Kid, I think you don't understand the situation. You're about to die, yet you're still so self-righteous. Ling Feng shook his head. It's you who doesn't understand the situation. I'll give you two choices. First, tell me everything you know, and I'll let you leave quickly. Second, I'll make you talk, and then you'll die in a more gruesome manner. The man in the vest scoffed, filled with disdain. I've killed many people, but I find you very interesting. Today I'll fulfill your wish and let you die in a more gruesome way. With that, he waved his hand at the two lackeys. Do it. Chop them up and feed them to the dogs. Stop. Yu suddenly stood up, shouting loudly, this place has been surrounded by our police. I advise you to surrender and seek leniency. Resisting will only lead to your death. She knew that she had to seize the initiative and intimidate the other party. Just now she had pressed the emergency button. Help would arrive in no more than 5 minutes. The man in the vest was momentarily stunned, then laughed heartily. I think you're about to die, and still talking nonsense. He yelled again at the two lackeys. Damn it, don't waste time with them. Hurry up, kill the men, and the woman will be dealt with. The two lackeys immediately drew out gleaming daggers from their waists, charging towards Ling Feng and Yu with a fierce look in their eyes, clearly desperate criminals with blood on their hands. Yu instinctively wanted to draw her gun, but she had already turned it in as per the undercover requirements, leaving her with only an empty wine glass. She could only sidestep to dodge, feeling anxious inside. Just then Ling Feng suddenly raised his hand, and two streams of spiritual energy shot out. Yu felt a blur before her eyes, and then heard two soft thuds like the sound of a pen piercing paper. When she looked back at the two charging lackeys, a small red suddenly appeared on their foreheads, their bodies stiffened violently, eyes wide open, and then they fell straight back without a sound. The entire process was as fast as lightning. Yu didn't even see how Ling Feng had made his move. She stared at Ling Feng in shock, seeing him still leaning against the sofa, holding a wine glass as if nothing had happened. The man in the vest was also stunned, his arrogant expression instantly frozen, replaced by deep fear. He never expected that this seemingly unremarkable young man could kill his two subordinates with just a casual gesture. Who are you? The man in the vest's voice trembled, his body involuntarily retreating, his eyes. Who I am is not important. What matters is that you should now answer my question. Ling Feng slowly stood up, stepping towards the man in the vest. Each step felt like treading on his heart. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand, his palm, like lightning, pressing down on the top of the man in the vest's head, too quick for the other to react. This was a secret technique Ling Feng often used in Tianling continent, soul search technique. By injecting his own spiritual energy into the other's mind, he could forcibly read fragments of their memories. This technique was incredibly ruthless. The brain of the one being searched would suffer severe damage, potentially turning them into an idiot at best or causing immediate death at worst, with no third possibility. As the spiritual energy surged into the man in the vest's mind, his eyes widened instantly, pupils dilated, his body began to convulse violently, and foam bubbled from his mouth, creating a terrifying scene. Yu watched in horror, instinctively stepping back, her eyes filled with shock as she looked at Ling Feng. A few seconds later, Ling Feng released his hand. The man in the vest collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, his gaze vacant, drooling, having turned into a fool. Ling Feng closed his eyes, sorting through the information he had extracted from the man's memory. The man in the vest was just a small fry and didn't know much. He had a big brother above him, named Niu Yi, who was the head of the Juxian gang in Lingjiang City, and the Juxian gang was the backing behind the Jiulong gang, controlling the underground trade in Huasher and Lingjiang City. As for who was above the Juxian gang, the man in the vest had no qualifications to know, only that it was an extremely terrifying existence. However, this information was enough for Ling Feng. As long as he found that Niu Yi, he had ways to force out more clues. Ling Feng raised his hand and gently patted the man in the vest's crown. Crack! A faint sound of bone fracturing echoed. The man in the vest jerked violently, then fell completely, still, his eyes still wide open, having lost all vitality. Seeing this, Yu finally couldn't help but speak up, her voice trembling. You killed him? We haven't even extracted the intel yet. How could you kill him? He already told me, Ling Feng replied. Yu was dumbfounded. He told you? How come I didn't hear it? Ling Feng looked at her bewildered expression and suddenly laughed. He told me quietly. What did he say? Qiyu asked. Ling Feng leaned closer to her ear, lowered his voice, and seriously said, he said you're very beautiful, and even as a ghost he would want to take your kidneys. Qiyu. She looked at Ling Feng's teasing smile, then at the three corpses on the ground. A chill surged from her feet to her head. This person killed as easily as drinking water. After killing, he didn't forget to joke. It was truly bewildering. Where should we go now? Where are we going now? Qiyu took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down as she knew that this was not the time to dwell on such matters. Back to sleep, Ling Feng said indifferently. Sleep? Qiyu widened her eyes in disbelief, her voice rising a few notches. What time is it now? Do you still have the mood to sleep? She increasingly doubted whether Li Guodong's decision to have this guy assist in the case was a mistake. This guy had no awareness of being an undercover agent at all. He acted completely on impulse, killing whenever he felt like it without considering the consequences. Don't worry. Ling Feng walked to the door, glanced back at her, and said, I already have the clues. It'll take you there tomorrow. As for the bodies here, have someone come to handle them. Qiyu hurriedly followed her, mind filled with questions. How do you know? Did he really tell you? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow and mysteriously replied, I calculated it with my fingers. Qiyu. She truly didn't know what to say anymore. Following such a teammate, the upcoming tasks would likely be more challenging than she had imagined. Stepping out of the neon bar, the night wind brushed against her face, carrying a hint of coolness, and Qiyu felt slightly more awake. She glanced back at the bar's flickering neon lights, her heart a mixture of emotions. Where to now? Are we really going back to sleep? Qiyu asked. What else? Ling Feng hailed a taxi and opened the door. Do you want to stand here in the wind? Or do you want to go back for another drink? Qiyu said nothing and followed him into the taxi. Inside, the two sat in silence. Qiyu leaned against the car window, watching the neon lights fly by, outside, her mind in disarray. By the time they returned to the apartment, it was already past 11 at night. Qiyu looked at the large bed and then at the narrow sofa, feeling somewhat conflicted. Let's sleep, we have things. Ling Feng was the first to break the silence. He did not mention the dispute over the sofa and bed again, directly walking to the window and sitting cross-legged, a faint aura enveloping him. Qiyu gazed at his back, her heart a swirl of emotions. She wanted to say the bed is quite big, is sharing half with you is fine, but the words were swallowed back down. She sighed helplessly, turned and grabbed her change of clothes, heading into the bathroom. Hot water poured down from the shower head, washing over her tense body, yet it could not disperse the chaotic thoughts in her mind. What secrets did the man who casually took 3 lives with a wave of his hand, and who spoke so flippantly? After finishing her shower, Qiyu tiptoed to the bedside, trying not to make any noise, carefully lifting the blanket and lying down. The mattress was indeed very soft, but it made her feel tense all over, not daring to relax in the slightest. By the window, Ling Feng still sat cross-legged, his back straight as a statue. The dim moonlight fell on his profile, outlining his sharp features. Qiyu looked at his side face and suddenly realized that this man was actually quite handsome. His usual nonchalant and cynical demeanor completely concealed his true looks. If he were serious, he would probably attract the attention of many girls. As soon as this thought emerged, she forcefully suppressed it, her cheeks flushing again. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep. It was the first time being alone in a room with a strange man, and the discomfort in her heart was hard to shake off. After an unknown amount of time, the moonlight outside gradually moved westward, leaving only Ling Feng's steady breathing in the living room. Qiyu's eyelids grew heavier, and finally, in her repeated turmoil, she dozed off. Meanwhile, on a hillside in the suburbs of Lingjiang City, a luxurious villa covering hundreds of acres was brightly lit, forming a stark contrast with the silence below. In the villa's living room, the decor was extravagantly jaw-dropping. A burly man sat on the sofa. He was none other than the leader of the Jushin gang, Master Niu. Master Niu was about 40 years old, nearly 2 meters tall, with a broad back and a powerful build. He sat bare-chested, skin covered in grotesque tattoos, holding a cigar thicker than a rolling pin. Flanking the sofa were 2 young, beautiful women dressed in revealing spaghetti strap dresses, their faces forced into smiles, but their bodies trembled involuntarily, clearly filled with fear of this man. In front of him stood a middle-aged man named Zhuofei. Master Niu, there's news from Huasher, Zhuofei said respectfully, his head bowed as he stood in front of the sofa. Speak. Ado and his 2 brothers were killed in a private room at the Neon Bar in Huasher. Zhuofei's voice trembled slightly. Waste. Master Niu suddenly pressed the cigar down onto the crystal tea table. A kid who hasn't even grown hair can't handle it. A living is just a waste of air. The 2 women nearby trembled in fear, quickly lowering their heads and not daring to make a sound. Zhuofei broke out in a cold sweat, quickly explaining. Master Niu, according to the brothers outside the bar, multiple undercover police appeared outside the Neon Bar at that time. It seems the Huasher police had set up an ambush, and Ado and the others were caught by the police. The police. Master Nyo narrowed his eyes. Humph, whether it's the police or some rabble, anyone who dares to ruin my plans must die. He lay back on the sofa, his tone slightly impatient. Forget that kid for now. The most important thing is the ritual sacrifice in 2 days. If something goes wrong with this matter, not only you and I, but the entire Jushin gang will have to pay the price. Mentioning the ritual sacrifice, Zhou Fei's face showed a hint of reverence, and he quickly nodded. Yes, Master Nyo is right. I have been personally overseeing the ritual sacrifice preparations without daring to be careless. Master Nyo's expression turned serious as he said solemnly, tomorrow morning I will go to the altar to take a look. You handle the matters here. Remember, the offerings must be brought to the altar on time. Not a single one can be missing. If the deity is angered, the consequences will be unimaginable, and neither of us can afford it. Zhou Fei quickly replied. Master Nyo, rest assured the offerings are almost ready. We have gathered 287 so far, and we are only 13 short. We will definitely gather 300 before tomorrow night, ensuring there will be no delays for the ritual sacrifice. Master Nyo nodded in satisfaction, a glint of greed and fervor flashing in his eyes. They must be verified. They must be virgins. Only the purest offerings can satisfy the deity and allow me to receive the deity's blessings. Rest assured, Master Nyo, each offering has undergone strict checks. There will be no issues. Zhou Fei quickly assured. Very good. Master Nyo nodded slightly. Then he gestured to the 2 women. The 2 attractive women understood immediately and bent down. A few seconds later, a look of pleasure appeared on his face. Zhou Fei, seeing this, bent down and turned to leave. As dawn broke the apartment and Huashe remained silent. Chi Yu slept uneasily, her brows tightly furrowed, occasionally murmuring in her sleep, clearly haunted by the bloody scenes from the bar. Her body trembled slightly, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. By the window, Ling Feng slowly opened his eyes. In the light, his gaze was astonishingly bright, showing no signs of the confusion typical of someone just waking up. He had not slept all night, sitting cross-legged the entire time, absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation. Yet no matter how hard he tried, the golden core within his dantian remained motionless, the spiritual energy seemingly stuck in a stagnant pool devoid of any ripples. Ling Feng sighed inwardly, realizing indeed the spiritual energy on Earth is far too scarce. It had been a few days since he returned from the Tianling continent to Earth. He had thought that with his cultivation at the golden core stage, he could slowly progress even in the spirit-deprived environment of Earth. However, he did not expect to hit such a bottleneck with no progress in his cultivation. Ling Feng slowly stood up and stretched. He walked to the bedside and glanced down at Chi Yue, who was fast asleep. Seeing her tightly furrowed brows and pale face, a trace of barely perceptible tenderness flickered in his eyes. Perhaps his gaze was too intense. Chi Yu slowly opened her eyes. Still dazed from sleep, she froze for a moment upon seeing Ling Feng standing by the bed and asked, "What do you want to do?" Her voice was hoarse from just waking up, carrying a hint of shyness. She quickly sat up, instinctively pulling the blanket around her cheeks slightly flushed. "I want to." Ling Feng nodded, "But it's already dawn. Get ready, we need to set off." "Set off?" Chi Yu asked in confusion, her mind still sluggish. "To Lingjiang," Ling Feng replied. "What are we going to Ling?" Chi Yu inquired. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "To enjoy the breeze. I've heard the river breeze in Lingjiang is quite refreshing. Can you be serious for once?" Chi Yu glared at him, somewhat irritated. "We're here to handle a case, not for a vacation." Ling Feng feigned grievance, raising his hands in surrender. "Am I not being serious? A lone man and a woman alone in a room, and I haven't done anything to you. Isn't that serious enough? You shameless." Chi Yu's cheeks turned crimson, unable to find her voice in her anger. She glared at Ling Feng, her eyes filled with frustration, yet could not find a retort. Ling Feng looked at her, pouting like a little angry cat, unable to hold back a laugh. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Hurry up and get dressed. As for what we're doing in Lingjiang, you'll find out when we arrive." Chi Yu bit her lip, wanting to say something more, but seeing the seriousness in Ling Feng's eyes, she ultimately swallowed her words. "Turn around, I need to get dressed." 10 minutes later, both of them were dressed. Stepping out of the apartment building, they got into the BMW X5 and headed towards Lingjiang. As the car hit the highway, the scenery outside sped by. Chi Yu leaned against the window, watching the changing landscape, her confusion deepening. She turned her head to look at Ling Feng, who was driving, and couldn't help but ask Ling Feng, "What exactly are we going to Lingjiang for? Do you already know something?" Ling Feng smiled lightly. "I already told you we're going to enjoy the breeze. Why don't you believe me?" "I don't believe your nonsense." Chi Yu frowned, turning her head away, not saying anything more. 2 hours later, the BMW X5 wound its way up the mountain road, the mist thickening at mid-mountain, shrouding the view ahead in a hazy obscurity. "What exactly are we doing here?" Chi Yu, having held her question all the way, finally couldn't help but ask. "You'll know when we arrive," Ling Feng replied. Before long, a luxurious villa appeared before them. This villa was the very place where old Nyo had indulged himself the previous night. After getting out of the car, Chiyu looked at the villa and asked, "Is this your booked hotel? It looks quite luxurious." "Yes, I've even arranged for you some special services," Ling Feng said nonchalantly. "Special services? What kind of special services?" "You'll know when you go inside." Chiyu followed him hesitantly as they got out of the car, pushing open the slightly ajar iron gate and walking along the pebble path to the villa entrance. The door was unlocked. Ling Feng pushed it lightly, and the heavy wooden door opened inward. What greeted them was an ostentatiously luxurious decor with oil paintings framed in pure gold adorning the walls. In the living room, 6 shirtless men sat on the sofa, each muscular with grotesque tattoos, gathered around a coffee table boasting of their exploits. Hearing the door open, the 6 men turned their heads in unison, their gazes landing on Ling Feng and Chiyu. Their stares lingered on Chiyu for some time, making her feel uncomfortable, prompting her to instinctively retreat behind Ling Feng. "Hey, where did these handsome guy and beautiful lady come from?" One of the men with dyed yellow hair was the first to speak. Chiyu steeled herself and said, "We are here to check in." "Check in?" The yellow-haired man burst into laughter, slapping his thigh as if he had heard the funniest joke. "Little sister, this is not a hotel. Are you sure you're not in the wrong place?" The other 5 men joined in the laughter, their eyes lewdly sizing up Chiyu. "But hey, little sister with looks like yours, if you really want a place to stay, it's much warmer in my arms than in any hotel. Want to come over for a lie down?" "Exactly, I guarantee you'll feel comfortable living the good life. Look at that figure, tisk, much more exciting than the ladies on our turf." Filthy words surged like a tide, and Chiyu's face instantly turned pale, filled with both shame and anger. She turned to Ling Feng beside her, lowering her voice to question, "Didn't you say this was a hotel? What on earth is going on?" Ling Feng completely ignored her question and dismissed the mockery of the group on the sofa, his gaze scanning over the 6 men as he asked in a calm tone, "Where is old Neo? Call him out." The smile on the yellow-haired man's face froze, raising an eyebrow as he asked, "Kid, you still haven't answered my earlier question. Who exactly are you?" Ling Feng's lips curled slightly as he stated word by word, "Police here to take you down." Uffed. One of the men who was drinking beer couldn't help but spit it out. The others also stared blankly, their smiles frozen, their eyes filled with astonishment. "Police? Here to take them down? What kind of operation was this? Were the police nowadays so brazen and straightforward?" After a brief silence, a louder burst of laughter erupted in the living room. A slightly older man stood up slowly. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered, with a vividly detailed dragon tattoo on his arm, glaring fiercely at Ling Feng and saying, "Kid, I have to admire your courage. Just you 2 dare to come here and shout about taking us down. I haven't heard such a funny joke in years." He turned to the others and said, "Brothers, let's see how this police comrade plans to take us down. Haha, I want to see what he's capable of. He's probably just a greenhorn fresh out of police academy, unaware of how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. In my life, I've never played police before. Looks like today I'm in for a treat." The group cracked their knuckles, eyes brimming with disdain and provocation. Chiyu paled at their taunting words, her delicate features stricken with terror. In stark contrast, Ling Feng remained utterly impassive, merely uttering 2 words, calm and detached, "Tedious." Before the final syllable faded, his right hand rose effortlessly, fingers slightly splayed. Chiyu caught only a fleeting glint. 5 barely perceptible surges of chi flashing from his fingertips, striking the 5 men on the sofa like bolts of lightning. Those 5 chi surges were finer than silk threads, nearly invisible to the naked eye, moving at incomprehensible speed, leaving no time for reaction. Hiss, 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 hiss. 5 faint, almost inaudible cleavages of air sounded in unison. The smiles froze instantly on the faces of the 5 men seated on the sofa, their gazes turned blank and vacant. In the next second, a tiny crimson dot appeared on each man's forehead. Blood seeped forth like slender red threads, tracing slow paths down their cheeks. No cries of agony, no convulsions. They collapsed backward onto the sofa, rigid upright, eyes wide and unblinking, pupils dilated and lifeless. The entire sequence lasted barely 2 seconds. The living room, moments earlier roaring with clamor, plunged into absolute, suffocating silence, leaving only the blonde-haired man trembling in place. He stared disbelieving at his 5 companions lying dead on the sofa, then whirled sharply toward Ling Feng, his entire body shuddering uncontrollably. One casual wave of the hand, and 5 men were gone. What sorcery was this? He had lived over 20 years, spent a decade navigating the underworld, seen men hacked apart, shot at point-blank range, even blown apart by explosives. Yet he had never witnessed anything so uncanny. No flash of blade, no thunder of gunfire, just a gentle lift of the hand and life itself extinguished. Even among the martial cultivators, he knew such a method of killing was unheard of. Was this truly something a human could wield? Terror coiled around his heart like an icy serpent, choking his breath, freezing his limbs. Ling Feng's gaze settled upon the blonde-haired man. His voice remained level, unruffled. "Now, will you tell me where Master Neo is?" The blond man jolted violently, teeth chattering as he stammered. I don't know. And Master Nyo went. Panic tightened his throat, his tongue twisted, rendering him incapable of forming a single coherent sentence. Ling Feng's expression hardened. His voice edged with impatience. If you can't even speak clearly, I wonder how you ever survived in the underworld. Allow me to assist you. The moment the words left his lips, the blond man's vision blurred. Ling Feng, who had stood several meters away, vanished from sight. Before he could react, an ice-cold palm pressed firmly against his crown. A fierce suction surged from that palm. Agony ripped through his skull, as though countless steel needles pierced his brain. He tried to thrash, to scream, but his body locked rigid, his mouth sealed shut, utterly voiceless. Indeed, Ling Feng was employing the soul search technique, the most direct, efficient, and infallible method known in the southern realms, bypassing torture entirely and eliminating the risk of deception. Spiritual energy flowed from Ling Feng's palm into the blond man's mind, flooding his consciousness like a relentless tide, scouring every fragment of memory. Childhood recollections, underworld exploits, internal hierarchies of the Jushian gang, Master Nyo's deeds, all surged through Ling Feng's awareness in rapid, vivid succession, like scenes flickering across a lantern wheel. Seconds later, Ling Feng withdrew his hand. The blond man's eyes dulled into hollow vacancy. White foam trickled from his lips as his body crumpled limply to the floor, twitching once, twice, then falling still. Ling Feng lowered his hand. The lingering spiritual energy around his fingertips dissipated like mist. From the blond man's memories, he found no precise trace of Master Nyo's current whereabouts. Yet he uncovered something far more vital. That very night, the Jushian gang would hold a grand deity sacrifice ceremony at an abandoned factory on the city's outskirts. The nature of the ceremony remained vague. Even the blond man knew little. But Master Nyo himself would attend alongside every core member of the gang. Moreover, 300 virgins would be offered as sacrificial tributes. Grand deity sacrifice ceremony. A wry, knowing smile curled Ling Feng's lips. There are still those bold enough to proclaim themselves gods in this world. How delightfully absurd. You're insane. A furious cry shattered Ling Feng's reverie. Chi Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the 6 corpses sprawled across the floor, her face ashen, her frame trembling faintly. Her gaze lifted slowly from the dead to Ling Feng, filled with shock, fury, and profound confusion. How could you do this? Killing without hesitation. Her voice quivered. Ling Feng turned to face her. No remorse, no hesitation in his expression. In your eyes, do these men not deserve death? Even if they are irredeemable monsters stained with unforgivable sins, they must be judged by law and not executed by your private vengeance. What separates you from the murderers you condemned? Chi Yu argued fiercely. Difference? Ling Feng scoffed, a cold, brittle sound. The difference is simple. I slay only those who merit death, while the law too often fails those who most desperately need its protection. He paused, then continued, voice steady and unyielding. Law exists for those who abide by rules, for the righteous, not the wicked. For scum who treat law as mere parchment, whose hands drip with blood, law is nothing but empty ink on paper. Do you truly believe locking them away for a few years will reform them? Don't be naive. They'll only grow bolder, more vicious, continuing to poison society, harming the innocent. Against such vermin, only overwhelming force speaks their language. Only retribution exacted in kind delivers true justice. Only thus can the innocent be safeguarded, and only thus can latent predators feel dread, hesitating before they dare to strike. Chi Yu trembled with rage, shouting back, that's sophistry. Retaliation breeds only more violence. What this world needs is order, lawful restraint, not your arbitrary unilateral slaughter. Order. Law. Ling Feng regarded her with icy detachment, his words resounding like iron striking stone. When law cannot punish evil, when order lies trampled underfoot, when the innocent suffer injustice with no recourse, what use then are your order and your law? Chi Yu fell silent, speechless. She longed to declare law, just to insist justice may delay, but never fails. Yet the words died on her tongue, unspoken. She recalled the missing girls, the anguish etched upon their families' faces. She remembered the gang's atrocities, the criminals released due to insufficient evidence. Yet even so, she could not condone Ling Feng's path. To casually extinguish another's life was blasphemy against law, and a profound desecration of. Chi Yu looked at Ling Feng, gritting her teeth as she said, no matter what, you cannot kill like this. What you're doing is no different from those gang members. You are disrupting the order of society. Ling Feng was too lazy to argue with her any further. With differing values, further discussion was futile. Anyway, the clues were already in hand. Tomorrow night, they would go directly to the ritual site and eliminate everyone, thus ending the mission. Where are you going? Chi Yu hurriedly chased after him, blocking his path. Looking for a place to sleep, sleeping again. Chi Yu was furious. You think you can just kill and then go to sleep? Do you even care? Ling Feng kept his hands in his pockets, ignoring her and showing no intention of stopping, walking straight past her towards the door. Ling Feng, stop right there. Chi Yu shouted from behind. If you don't clarify things today, I won't let this go. Ling Feng did not pause his steps, quickly exiting the enclosure and heading towards the X5. Watching his disappearing figure, Chi Yu was seething with anger, but felt helpless. She turned to look at the 6 corpses in the living room, her stomach churning, and could not help but cover her mouth and run outside. Having lived this long, although she was a police officer and had seen her share of bloody scenes, she had never witnessed such an eerie method of killing. 6 people dead in an instant, without any struggle, without any warning, as if their souls had been pulled out like puppets. Ling Feng's strength had surpassed her understanding. Who exactly is he? Is he a hidden martial arts master in the city? Or some kind of non-human existence? Chi Yu dared not think further. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Chi Yu looked at Ling Feng sitting in the car, feeling a surge of anger. She angrily sat in the passenger seat and asked, "Where are we going now?" Ling Feng started the car, saying, "To the hotel to sleep." "All you do is sleep? Don't you wonder why Director Lee called you to carry out this mission?" The BMW X5 left the winding mountain road, breaking through the mist and heading towards the city of. Chi Yu leaned against the passenger seat, her face still pale, the gruesome scene of the 6 corpses in the villa lingering in her mind, making her stomach churn. She glanced at Ling Feng in the driver's seat, who still wore a calm expression, as if the bloody massacre had just been an inconsequential game. "Can't you care a little, eh?" Chi Yu couldn't help but speak up. "Those were 6 lives. Even if they deserve to die, you should leave it to the law." Ling Feng interrupted her. "I've already said lecturing those people on the law is just cruelty to the innocent." Chi Yu was at a loss for words, turning her face away to look out the window. High-rise buildings lined the streets, and soon they arrived at a 5-star hotel called Boyu Mansion. "Are we staying here for the night? The expenses here are not low." Chi Yu looked at the grand entrance of the hotel, the golden revolving door reflecting dazzling lights, as a well-dressed bellhop approached respectfully. Ling Feng replied casually, "Anyway you can claim expenses, there's no need to deprive yourself." After saying that, he got out of the car and headed towards the hotel lobby. Chi Yu had nothing to say and could only follow him into the hotel lobby. In the lounge area on the left side of the lobby, several well-dressed young men were talking loudly, while surrounding guests showed displeasure. However, they didn't want to provoke trouble and were too lazy to say anything, only mentally cursing the elders of these young men. Ling Feng approached the front desk and booked 2 rooms. According to his thoughts, there was no need to pretend to be a couple anymore. Moreover, with both of them staying together, he could only look at Chi Yu, the delicate flower, without being able to pluck her. Chi Yu was taken aback when she saw Ling Feng book 2 rooms, instinctively looking at him. She wanted to remind him of the couple identity that Li Guodong had mentioned, but the words got stuck in her throat. Indeed, ever since they received this so-called undercover mission in the past 2 days, Ling Feng had not taken it seriously and had been doing things his own way. Since they wouldn't be staying together, she was more than happy to have some peace. The attendant quickly completed the check-in process and handed over 2 room cards, both rooms located on the 2nd floor. Just as the 2 turned to head towards the elevator, a frivolous voice suddenly came from behind. "Excuse me, miss, please hold on." Chi Yu stopped in her tracks and turned to look. A young man in a tailored suit was walking briskly towards her, probably around 27 or 28 years old. With slicked back hair and a haughty smile on his face, his gaze unabashedly roamed over Chi Yu, filled with blatant greed. Behind the man were 2 bodyguards in black, clearly of remarkable status. "Is there something I can help you with?" Chi Yu frowned slightly, instinctively moving closer to Ling Feng, watching the man warily. The man stepped in front of her, looking down as he extended his hand. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Shun Mingxuan, heir to the Shun family." The Shun family was a prominent family in Lingjiang, involved in real estate, hotels, and many other fields. Almost no one in the surrounding cities was unaware of them. As a police officer, Chi Yu had naturally heard of them. Chi Yu did not take his hand, her tone cold. "Mr. Shun, may I ask what you want? I have things to attend to." Shun Mingxuan's smile froze for a moment. He was used to charming women, and as long as he revealed his identity, those beautiful girls would generally fall for him. Clearly not expecting this woman to be so indifferent, he withdrew his hand, his arrogance even more pronounced. "Miss, you are so beautiful and possess such great charm. May I ask your name? Would you be interested in having a drink with me? I can reserve the top-level revolving restaurant in the hotel, ensuring you have a unique experience." "Not interested." Chi Yu refused without hesitation, pulling Ling Feng and attempting to leave. "Wait." Shun Mingxian reached out to block her, his gaze turning sinister. "Little girl, no one in Lingjiang dares to disrespect me, Shun Mingxian. Do you know? I have never failed to get the woman I wanted. Then I will be the first. Step aside, or I won't be." Chi Yu replied firmly. Shun Mingxian then sneered, "Not polite. I want to see how you won't be polite." His 2 bodyguards stepped forward, their eyes fixed on Chi Yu. Ling Feng had been standing by, hands in his pockets, coldly observing everything as if it had nothing to do with him. Only when the bodyguards moved forward did he slowly raise his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Shun Mingxian and the two bodyguards, an invisible pressure instantly enveloping the area. Shun Mingxian felt a chill all over, as if a venomous snake had fixed its gaze upon him, instinctively taking half a step back. The two bodyguards turned pale, their legs trembling slightly, not daring to advance another step. "Get lost." Ling Feng uttered a single word. "Get lost." Shun Mingxian's face turned pale and flushed with anger. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Yet looking into Ling Feng's cold eyes, a trace of fear emerged in his heart. He knew that the man before him was definitely not to be trifled with. Shun Mingxian gritted his teeth, his gaze filled with resentment as he glared at Qi Yue. "Very well, we shall see. I will make you regret it." Qi Yu sighed in relief and turned to Ling Feng. "Thank you." Ling Feng did not respond, merely turning to walk toward the elevator. "Let's go." The two entered the elevator and pressed the button for the second floor. In the cramped space, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Qi Yu wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. She could sense that although Ling Feng had helped her, he still kept his distance. The elevator doors opened, and they each returned to their rooms. Qi Yu entered her room and leaned against the door, taking a long breath of relief. The room was luxuriously decorated with a soft bed dressed in white sheets that looked exceptionally comfortable. She was exhausted and just wanted to take a good shower and then sleep. Qi Yu walked to the bathroom, turned on the shower head, and let the warm water wash over her body, taking away her fatigue. She looked at her pale face in the mirror, and Ling Feng's strange killing methods flashed through her mind. After showering, Qi Yu changed into the bathrobe provided by the hotel and was about to lie down on the bed to rest when suddenly there was a knock at the door. "Who is it?" Qi Yu asked warily. "Hello, ma'am, I am the hotel staff." A gentle female voice came from outside the door. "The hotel has prepared a glass of freshly squeezed watermelon juice for our esteemed guests. May I bring it in for you?" Qi Yu was momentarily taken aback. Watermelon juice. She had stayed in many hotels, and indeed some would provide drinks. Plus she was a bit thirsty after her shower, so she thought nothing of it. "Come in." The door was gently pushed open, and a young girl in a staff uniform walked in, holding a tray with a glass of bright red watermelon juice that looked refreshing and tempting. "Ma'am, here is your watermelon juice. Enjoy." The staff placed the tray on the bedside table, smiling as she spoke. "Thank you." Qi Yu nodded. The staff did not linger, politely greeting her before turning to leave and closing the door behind. Qi Yu approached the bedside table and picked up the glass of watermelon juice. The juice emitted a rich watermelon fragrance and looked fresh and delicious. She took a sip. The sweet taste slid down her throat, cooling and refreshing, making her feel much better instantly. Perhaps she was truly thirsty, as Qi Yu finished the entire glass of watermelon juice in a few gulps and placed the empty cup back on the table. She lay down on the bed and began to play on her phone. Ling Feng returned to his room and stood by the window, recalling the memories of the yellow-haired man. The ritual for honoring the gods, and they even needed to sacrifice 300 virgins. This trip to Lingjiang seemed far more interesting than he had anticipated. He had originally just wanted to help out and deal with a gang organization. Unexpectedly, these people dared to use living humans as sacrifices for cultivation. Although he had seen many similar situations in the Tianling continent, where some cultivators required living souls to enhance their cultivation. Some required special materials for alchemy, such as newborn infants, and others needed the blood of virgins as a catalyst. But how could there be human sacrifices on this earth? Moreover, they were all virgins. The path of cultivation should be against the heavens, seeking the road of longevity and protecting all living beings. Yet some evil cultivators in pursuit of power resort to any means harming the innocent and violating the heavenly path. Such people do not deserve to be called cultivators, but rather deserve destruction. Tomorrow night, no matter what that so-called god is, regardless of how powerful that organization may be, he will make them disappear from this world. Meanwhile, Qi Yu was lying on the bed looking at her phone. As she did so, she felt something was off with her body. A strange heat surged from deep within her, spreading through her blood to her limbs. Her cheeks gradually flushed, her breathing became somewhat hurried, and her previously exhausted body suddenly filled with an indescribable restlessness. "What's going on?" Qi Yu frowned, thinking it was just her fatigue, and went to the bathroom to splash cold water on her face to calm down. But when the cold water splashed on her face, it not only failed to cool her down, but made the heat sensation more. Her heart raced faster, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably as some shameful images unexpectedly surfaced in her mind. A strong desire grew deep within her, leaving her feeling incredibly strange and panicked. No, that glass of watermelon juice is problematic. Qi Yu suddenly realized, her face turning pale. She recalled the watermelon juice the staff had brought earlier. Could it be that it was drugged? Who could it be? Her first thought was Ling Feng. Why would he do this? Was it to take revenge for her accusations against him during the day? Or did he have ulterior motives toward her from the beginning? This thought emerged and was immediately dismissed. They had been alone in a room yesterday, and he had shown no interest. It was even less likely that he would resort to such underhanded means now. Then who could it be? Just as she was in a state of unease, the door to her room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Qiyu turned her head in terror only to see Shun Mingxian swaggering in with a confident smile. "Hey little girl, how is it? The gift I sent you is not bad, right?" Shun Mingxian approached Qiyu, his greedy eyes studying her flushed cheeks and slightly trembling body. "I told you no woman can refuse me. This hotel belongs to the Shun family, and all the people here are mine. What do you have to fight against me? You have been enchanted by my drug. This potion was brought in by a contact of mine from abroad. It's colorless and tasteless with potent effects. Once consumed, even a chaste lady will turn into a promiscuous woman." "It's you." Qiyu was both shocked and furious, her blood rushing to her head. She finally understood that the watermelon juice earlier was Shun Mingxuan's doing. He had bribed the hotel staff to drug her. Who else could have such power? "You were so proud in the lobby earlier, still dare to refuse me. What now? You have to obediently listen to me, don't you?" Shun Mingxian laughed triumphantly, extending his hand to caress Qiyu's cheek. Qiyu instinctively wanted to dodge, but found herself utterly powerless, unable to even lift her hand. The effects of the drug were becoming more intense, and her vision began to blur. The heat within her body felt as if it would burn her to ashes, and her rationality was being slowly devoured. "Get away!" Qiyu yelled with all her might, but her voice was weak like that of a mosquito. She was a police academy graduate who had trained for several years and could easily handle 3 or 4 ordinary. Qiyu looked at Ling Feng, gritting her teeth as she said, "No matter what, you cannot kill like this. What you're doing is no different from those gang members. Get lost." Shun Mingxian sneered, his gaze growing more lewd. "At this point, stop pretending. The woman I Zhao Tian you have set my sights on has never been unattainable. Today, just give in to me. I promise to make you feel as if you're in paradise, leaving you with endless aftertaste," he said, pulling Qiyu into his embrace tightly. The softness beneath his hands made his heart race even more. Qiyu's body stiffened, a strong sense of humiliation and fear surged within her. She struggled desperately, but the more she resisted, the hotter her body became, intensifying that unfamiliar desire. "No, let go of me." Qiyu's voice trembled with sobs as tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. In this moment of despair, a name suddenly appeared in her mind: Ling Feng. Apart from him, no one could save. "Ling Feng, save me!" Qiyu shouted towards the door with the last ounce of her strength. "Ha ha ha, save!" Shun Mingxian laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke. "Do you really think that wild kid can save you? Let me tell you, this hotel has top-notch soundproofing. Shout all you want, the louder you scream, the more excited I become," he said, violently tearing at the dress Qiyu was wearing. "Rip!" A crisp sound echoed as the neckline of Qiyu's dress tore open, revealing her snow-white neck and delicate collarbone. Shun Mingxuan's gaze grew even hotter as his hands continued to tear down. Qiyu closed her eyes in despair, tears streaming down her cheeks. She thought she would surely die today, enduring all this humiliation. Just then a loud crash echoed through the room. The door was kicked open from the outside. A tall figure stood against the light at the doorway, exuding an icy aura with eyes as cold as eternal ice. It was Ling Feng. Qiyu's eyes widened as she saw Ling Feng. It was as if she had seen a savior. She shouted with all her might, "Ling Feng, save me!" Shun Mingxian was startled by this sudden turn of events. He turned his gaze angrily towards Ling Feng, his face dark as if it could drip water. "You brat, do you dare to ruin my good fortune? I advise you to be sensible and get out quickly, or I will throw you off this building and ensure you die a terrible death." Ling Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed on Qiyu. Seeing her disheveled with tear-stained cheeks and a dazed expression, he instantly understood everything. It seemed he had arrived too early. Had he come a little later, he might have witnessed a live show. Since he was already here, this matter could not be ignored. He slowly walked towards Shun Mingxuan, not rushing, a mocking smile on his face. Shun Mingxian was frightened by his smile and took a step back, shouting nervously, What do you want to do? I warn you, I am from the Shin family. In Lingjiang, no one dares to offend me. If you even touch a hair on my head, I will make sure you regret it." Ling Feng still said nothing as he stepped in front of Shun Mingxian and reached out his hand, grabbing his collar. Shun Mingxian felt a surge of immense strength, unable to resist, lifted by Ling Feng, as if he were, "Let go of me!" Shun Mingxian shouted in terror, his legs flailing in the air. Ling Feng dragged him straight to the floor-to-ceiling window. "No, don't." Shun Mingxian was so scared that he was about to lose his mind. He looked out at the height of 2 stories, his legs went weak, and he nearly lost control of his bowels. "Please spare me. I was wrong, I won't dare again." Ling Feng had an expressionless face, his arm applying slight force, directly throwing Shun Mingxian out of the window. "Oh!" A piercing scream tore through the night sky. Although 2 stories wasn't high, Shun Mingxian's legs hit the hard concrete ground. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, he rolled on the ground in pain, unable to get up again. After dealing with Shun Mingxuan, Ling Feng turned to look at Qi Yu. At this moment, Qi Yu's dress was in tatters, her snow-white skin exposed to the air, her face flushed abnormally, eyes dazed, breathing rapid. It was as if she had lost her mind, her hands uncontrollably caressing her neck and chest, emitting soft moans, an extremely alluring sight. Ling Feng frowned, quickly walking up to her, placing his hand on her wrist. A few moments later, Ling Feng's brow furrowed, even tighter, murmuring, "So it is aphrodisiac, and such a potent one at that." He could sense that the effects of the drug within Qi Yu had fully manifested, stimulating her nerves and desires. If the effects weren't purged quickly, it would likely cause significant harm to her body. The sudden softness took Ling Feng by surprise. Qi Yu's body was burning hot like a flame. She stood on her tiptoes, leaning toward Ling Feng, her breath carrying a faint scent of watermelon and a hint of heated allure. Her eyes were glazed, lacking their usual clarity, filled only with primal desire and dependence. "Ling Feng." She murmured his name, her voice soft and tempting, filled with an irresistible allure. "I'm so hot. So uncomfortable." Her cheek pressed against Ling Feng's, the burning warmth causing his heart to race uncontrollably. "I have a way to help you expel the drug's effects." Ling Feng attempted to push her away, but Qi Yu clung on tighter, as if grasping a lifeline, refusing to let go. The drug effects had completely consumed her reason, leaving only the most primal needs of her body. She tilted her head, her soft lips directly kissing Ling Feng's. It was a green and clumsy kiss filled with confusion and urgency. Ling Feng was taken aback by this. Was he being forcefully kissed by a woman? Qi Yu's lips were soft and scorching, carrying a deadly allure, causing ripples in his once calm heart. He could feel Qi Yu's body trembling slightly, her kiss growing more urgent and daring. Reason told him he should push her away and help expel the drug effects. But for some reason, looking into Qi Yu's dazed and longing gaze, feeling her soft body and burning kiss, a certain corner of his heart seemed to be touched, and he found himself reluctant to push her away. Qi Yu's kiss moved from his lips to his neck, leaving a trail of scorching marks. Her hands began to wander restlessly, exploring Ling Feng's chest and back, her movements carrying a primal wildness. Ling Feng's breathing quickened, sensing his own body undergoing changes. He knew that taking advantage of someone in such a state wasn't right. But which man could resist such temptation and remain indifferent? In the end, his Bodhi's reaction overcame his mental resistance, and he no longer resisted, wrapping his arms around Qi Yu's waist, deepening the kiss. The temperature in the room rose higher and higher, and an ambiguous aura lingered in the air. Clothes slipped off one by one, revealing their honest bodies to each other. Qi Yu nestled against Ling Feng like a gentle kitten, feeling his warmth and strength. The heat and desire within her body were alleviated by his touch, replaced by an unprecedented pleasure and satisfaction. Ling Feng's movements were both tender and domineering, unable to suppress his own desires. He could feel Qi Yu's body tremble slightly under his touch, her response filled with a clumsy passion that made his heart race. At this moment, dry tinder met a fierce flame, and words were unnecessary. In the room, only the intertwining sounds of their breaths and soft moans remained, composing an ambiguous and lingering melody. 3 hours later, Qi Yu lay limply on the bed, her chest heaving violently, her body aching as if it had been dismantled. She slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling, her mind a chaos, the earlier scenes piecing together like shattered glass. The entanglement with Shun Mingxuan, the humiliation of being drugged, Ling Feng's rescue, the uncontrollable intimacy at the end. Each scene replayed in her mind, instantly turning her cheeks crimson. She suddenly lowered her head, seeing her naked body and the equally naked Ling Feng beside her, feeling utterly ashamed. It turned out that everything just now was not a dream. She had truly, under the influence of the drug, actively seduced Ling Feng and engaged in relations with him. Although she had been drugged, she clearly remembered that she was the one who took the initiative and that it was consensual. That desire and dependence came from the heart. Thinking of this, Qi Yu's heart raced. She hurriedly pulled the blanket around herself, exposing only her pair of watery eyes, avoiding looking at Ling Feng, as if that would isolate the awkwardness of the moment. Ling Feng looked at Qi Yu, whose face was flushed and whose gaze was evasive, his expression calm, as if everything that had just happened was merely a fleeting romance. What surprised him was that this seemingly strong female police officer, when driven wild, caught him off guard. If it weren't for his decent physical condition, after these 3 hours he might have been completely spent. The room fell into silence, the atmosphere awkward to the extreme. Qi Yu bit her lip, finally summoning the courage to say softly, "Well, about last night. You mustn't tell anyone, just pretend." As if nothing happened. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz, carrying a subtle hint of shyness and panic. Ling Feng remained silent for a few seconds, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "It sounds like you were the one who was wronged. Clearly it was you." "Don't say it." Chi Yu hurriedly interrupted him, her cheeks turning even redder, her voice laced with flustered, teasing, "You just can't say it out loud." "All right, I will listen to you," Ling Feng conceded. Chi Yu sighed in relief and quickly said, I will go take a shower." Wrapped in the blanket, she carefully got out of bed, but her body after 3 hours of exertion felt weak in her legs, and she stumbled as soon as her feet touched the ground. Ling Feng, quick to react, reached out to help, but accidentally only grabbed the edge of the blanket. With a whoosh, the blanket slipped from her body. "Oh!" Chi Yu exclaimed hurriedly, using her hands to cover herself, her cheeks so red they seemed to bleed. Ling Feng withdrew his hand, feigning helplessness as he raised an eyebrow. "What are you shouting for? You've seen worse. You're so annoying." Chi Yu, both shy and angry, turned and rushed into the bathroom. As she entered, she turned back and muttered defiantly, "I've seen yours too, so am not at a loss." Ling Feng watched her hurried figure, chuckling softly, his eyes filled with affection. This little girl is Meanwhile, in the VIP ward of the First People's Hospital of Binhai City, Shin Mingxian lay on the bed, his legs encased in thick plaster, his face pale, eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. His once shiny hair was now in disarray, his eyes filled with bitterness and grievance. He recalled the scene of being thrown off the building, and his anger burned fiercely. How could he have ever suffered such humiliation? I must kill him. Oh, I want him to suffer worse than death. Shin Mingxian gritted his teeth, his emotions flaring, causing pain to radiate from his wounds. At this moment, the door to the ward was gently pushed open, and a middle-aged man in a black suit walked in. He appeared to be around 50, with a stern face, exuding an air of authority and oppression from long-standing power. This man was Shun Hongtao, the head of the Zhao family in Lingjiang. The Shun family had maintained their position in Lingjiang for 30 years, thriving in both the legal and illegal realms, all due to Shun Hongtao's ruthless efforts and meticulous mind, known for being fiercely protective of his own. "Dad." Upon seeing Shun Hongtao, tears sprang to Shun Mingxuan's eyes like a wronged child. He choked out, "You finally came. You must avenge me. My leg was broken by someone." Shun Hongtao approached the bedside, looking at his son's disheveled appearance. A flicker of concern flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand to interrupt Zhao Tianyu's words. "All right, stop shouting. I already know about your injuries, and I just called the hotel about the person who hurt you. Oh, as of now, he is still in the room. If he is still at the hotel, then why haven't you sent someone to capture him?" Zhao Tianyu said discontentedly. Shun Hongtao's gaze fell on his son's broken leg as he replied, "What are you panicking for? The sky isn't falling. How can I not panic?" Shun Mingxian cried, even harder, his voice filled with despair. "The doctor said that even if my leg heals, there will be sequelae. I might end up disabled. Dad, I'm only 28. I just wanted the hotel to inspect the situation and got beat up for no reason by that bastard ruining my leg." He exaggerated the situation, omitting any mention of the drugging, merely stating that the other party had attacked him indiscriminately, portraying himself as an innocent victim. Shun Hongtao listened quietly, his fingers lightly tapping on the railing of the hospital bed. Once Shun Mingxian finished speaking, he slowly asked, "So you're saying that person beat you up for no reason?" "Exactly." Zhao Tianyu gritted his teeth. "That bastard did it on purpose. He wants me to suffer. Dad, you must kill him and tear him to pieces." Shun Hongtao's brow furrowed slightly as he contemplated Shun Mingxuan's words. To be honest, he knew his son all too well. He didn't believe a word of what Shun Mingxian said. This brat wouldn't stop bullying others. How could he be beaten up for no reason? He must have provoked someone and got himself beaten. Regardless of the reason, his son had been beaten in Lingjiang, which meant that the Shun family was not being taken seriously. He then took out his phone and made a call. The night was as dark as ink, enveloping the luxurious Plume Hotel in Binhai City. Outside the room, the dazzling city neon lights shone brightly. Inside, the warm yellow light wove a luxurious yet tranquil atmosphere. Ling Feng stood by the window, his gaze fixed on the bustling city in the distance, his expression calm, as if he were isolated from the hustle and bustle. Meanwhile, by the bed, Chi Yu curled her legs on the edge, her eyes vacant, as if lost in thought. Her face displayed a myriad of emotions, occasionally furrowing her brows, her expression filled with worry, as if contemplating some vexing issue. At times, a faint smile would subtly lift the corners of her mouth, with a hint of sweetness glimmering in her eyes as she pondered the swirling thoughts in her mind. "You haven't eaten anything all day. Do you want to go out for a bite?" Ling Feng turned his head, his gaze landing on her slightly flushed cheeks. His voice was not loud, yet it perfectly shattered the silence in the room. Chi Yu suddenly snapped back to reality, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Just as she was about to habitually say she wasn't hungry, her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. Her face instantly turned crimson, and she bit her lip as she looked at Ling Feng, swallowing the words that were on the tip of her tongue, her eyes reflecting a hint of shy embarrassment. Ling Feng naturally heard that protest and couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile as he stood up and walked in front of her. "Let's go, we'll take you to eat something." Chi Yu pouted slightly, her face showing a bit of grievance, her voice soft and tender. Could you? My legs are still a bit weak." Ling Feng rubbed his nose, a hint of barely noticeable amusement flashing in his eyes. He'll carry you then. Chi Yu's cheeks flushed deeper, her fingers instinctively gripping the corner of her clothes. Initially hesitant, she then thought that since they had already been intimate it seemed inappropriate to refuse. She bit her lower lip, propped herself on the edge of the bed, and slowly stood up, gently leaning against Ling Feng's back, her arms wrapping around his neck, her cheek pressed against his warm back. Just as their figures were about to step out of the hotel's revolving door, a man at the front desk quickly took out his phone, made a call, and spoke in a low voice. "Boss, those two have gone out." A deep voice responded from the other end of the call. "Send someone to follow them. See where they go and report immediately if there's any news." "Yes, boss," the man quickly replied. The evening breeze was cool on the street, as Ling Feng leisurely carried Chi Yu at his pace, neither fast nor slow, as if taking a stroll. His senses had long since enveloped his surroundings, and he naturally noticed a figure not far behind him following closely. This person had been tailing them since they left the hotel, but for now he had no interest in probing their intentions. As long as they did not provoke him, he was too lazy to bother with them. However, if they were foolish enough to overstep, he would show them what true, devastating damage meant. Meanwhile, Chi Yu, resting on his back, was completely unaware of the danger approaching, feeling extraordinarily secure. Ling Feng's back was broad and sturdy, supporting her steadily, as if it were the safest harbor in the world. She couldn't help but recall the 2 times she had witnessed Ling Feng in action. No matter how many opponents he faced or how formidable they were, he could easily crush them. His movements were swift and decisive, yet his demeanor remained calm and composed, even his brows not furrowing once. What made her heart race the most was that this man not only possessed formidable strength, but also met her aesthetic standards. With sword-like brows and bright eyes, his features were distinctly handsome, his stature tall, and yet he was still quite young. What made her too shy to speak was that his capabilities in that regard far exceeded her expectations. In the past, while chatting with her girlfriends, she had heard them complain that most men would tire out in just a few minutes. Yet earlier in the hotel they had been at it for 3 full hours, and Ling Feng looked as if nothing had happened, full of vigor. If the effects of the medicine in her body hadn't worn off, Chi Yu even felt that the duration could be extended further. Instead, she herself felt as if her entire body was sore and weak. Thinking of those passionate scenes, Chi Yu's cheeks instantly burned with heat, even her ears turning red. She subconsciously buried her face deeper against Ling Feng's back, fearing he might sense her unusualness. Ling Feng, however, was unaware that the woman on his back was contemplating inappropriate thoughts. Feeling the evening breeze brush against his face, he casually asked, "What do you want to eat?" Chi Yu lifted her head, her nose brushing against his neck, her voice soft and tender. "Whatever you eat, I will eat too." Just as she finished speaking, her gaze fell upon a barbecue restaurant not far away. Barbecue grills were set up at the entrance with smoke wafting up, and the aroma of meat could be smelled from 100 meters away. "How about we go for barbecue? I haven't had it in ages." "All right," Ling Feng replied, turning his steps towards the barbecue restaurant. To be honest, he hadn't tasted the earthly flavors of barbecue in 88,000 years. Previously in the Tianling continent, he had been grilling beasts and spiritual creatures. Although the meat was 100 times more tender and rich in spiritual energy, here it still lacked the essence, missing the culinary techniques that had been passed down for thousands of years in Huaxia. As soon as they entered the barbecue restaurant, they found a window seat. As soon as they walked in, a shady man in a hoodie in a corner not far away swiftly took out his phone, furiously tapping on the screen, sending a text, while his eyes occasionally darted towards the barbecue restaurant. At Ling Feng's table, a feast of barbecue was quickly laid out. As soon as the dishes were served, Chi Yu eagerly dug in the tender meat, bursting with juice in her mouth, and she squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Ling Feng, on the other hand, opened 2 bottles of beer, sipping leisurely, while watching her devour her food, a hint of unusual amusement flickering in his eyes. An hour later, the two of them stepped out of the barbecue restaurant, their appetites satisfied. Perhaps fueled by the energy from the food, Chi Yu's strength had recovered significantly. No longer feeling weak like before, she decided to walk on her own, not requiring Ling Feng to carry her anymore. The two walked side by side toward the hotel. Just as they were nearing the hotel entrance, Ling Feng suddenly paused and turned into a secluded alley. Chi Yu was momentarily taken aback. Although she didn't understand why, she didn't ask further and obediently followed him into the alley. The alley was quite deep, with weathered walls on either side, only a few strands of neon light filtering through from above, casting dim light. Ling Feng walked to the middle of the alley, stopped, and with his hands in his pockets, his profile looked particularly cold under the dim light. He spoke lightly, his voice not loud, but penetrating. "Come out, you've been following us for a while." Chi Yu frowned, not understanding Ling Feng's meaning. However, her instincts as a police officer made her subconsciously alert, scanning the surroundings of the alley quickly. It was empty, with only a few trash bins piled in the corner and nothing else. She looked at Ling Feng in confusion and asked, "Who are you talking to?" Just as her words fell, two shadows suddenly sprang out from the shadows at both ends of the alley, blocking their path. The two were dressed entirely in black, their faces obscured, only their pairs of cold eyes visible, radiating a strong aura of chill. The two figures were completely shrouded in black attire, their appearances obscured, revealing only a pair of cold eyes that radiated intense hostility. The two men in black stood in the alley, their gazes fixed on Ling Feng. Qi Yue, upon seeing this, felt her pupils constrict sharply, a flash of surprise crossing her face. She never expected Ling Feng's words to be true. There were indeed people hidden in this secluded alley. Immediately, she sensed the unmasked malice emanating from them. As a police officer who had spent years navigating the front lines of criminal investigations, her nerves instantly tightened, instinctively adopting a combat stance. Ling Feng glanced at Qi Yu's tense demeanor, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Then he turned back and fixed his gaze on the two men in black, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Are you sent by the I've only been in Lingjiang for a day, and the number of people I've interacted with is few. Aside from the Jushin gang, there's only that second-generation heir from the Shin family. And everyone from the Jushin gang who had seen him was already dead. With that, the answer became evident. The two men in black were momentarily taken aback by his words, exchanging glances, clearly not expecting him to guess their origin so quickly. After a brief moment of astonishment, the taller man in black sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. This kid has some brains, but it seems cleverness has led him to his doom, actively stopping to wait for death. Simply hopelessly foolish. I really don't understand why the master would send us to deal with such a young brat. Isn't that overkill, using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? The shorter man in black waved his hand impatiently, his tone hurried. Enough of the nonsense. Let's quickly capture him and report back. The woman in my room has already bathed, just waiting for me to return. The taller man in black's eyes glinted with a lewd light as he remarked with interest, say, Tisk, I caught a glimpse of your woman last time. She's indeed quite attractive, with skin so fair it dazzles. When you're done playing, how about letting me have a turn for a couple of days? The shorter man in black laughed nonchalantly, his tone frivolous. No problem. When I'm done, I'll send her back to you, but you should also bring your new little beauty so we can exchange and enjoy ourselves. Haha, sure, sounds good. The taller man in black laughed more lewdly. Listening to their banter, Ling Feng felt annoyed as they completely disregarded him. He looked at the two and mockingly said, Hey, you two idiots, are you done chatting? What the hell did you just say? The shorter man in black exploded at his words. He glared at Ling Feng, his voice icy. Kid, how dare you speak to me like that? You've got a death wish. I was initially planning to just break your legs and take you back, but now it seems I won't be satisfied unless I break all your limbs. As soon as he finished speaking, the shorter man in black lunged at Ling Feng. His movements were swift, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, clearly indicating he was a martial artist with solid training. His fist cut through the air with a resounding sound. The force behind it was tremendous, the punch howling towards Ling Feng's face. If an ordinary person were to take such a hit, they would suffer severe internal injuries or even die on the spot. Be careful, Qi Yu exclaimed in alarm upon seeing this. Ling Feng, however, remained unfazed, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth in the face of such a fierce attack. Just as the fist of the shorter man in black was half a meter away from his face, Ling Feng slowly raised his right hand. His movement seemed slow but possessed an indescribable rhythm, as if time itself had slowed in that moment. In the next second, a crisp sound echoed through the entire alley. Ling Feng's right hand accurately grasped the fist of the shorter man in black, his fingers locking down like iron pincers. No matter how the shorter man struggled, he could not budge an inch. Oh! The intense pain forced a shrill scream from the shorter man in black. Cold sweat instantly covered his forehead, his face turning as pale as paper, his eyes filled with terror. How can you be so strong? He had practiced for many years and had reached the mid-level of a martial artist capable of breaking stone with a punch, his arm's strength far exceeding that of ordinary people. Yet in the hands of this young man, he felt as though his fist was shackled, unable to move at all. Moreover, the opponent's fingers continued to tighten, the agonizing pain of his bones fracturing radiating throughout his body, nearly causing him to faint. Ling Feng looked at him with indifference, the smile on his lips vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. With such little ability, you dare to come out and embarrass yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he gently twisted his wrist. Crack, crack. Two more crisp sounds of bone fracturing echoed. The black-clad man's wrist twisted into an unnatural angle, the bones completely shattered. Oh, my hand, my hand. The black-clad man writhed in agony, curling into a ball as cold sweat poured down like rain. He emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, no longer possessing the arrogance he had moments ago. This sudden turn of events caused the taller man in black to narrow his pupils, the lewd smile on his face freezing, instantly replaced by deep shock and apprehension. Both of them were equally matched, both at the mid-level martial artist realm. Yet before Ling Feng, the other could not withstand even a single blow. Just how terrifying was this kid's strength? A martial king. Was there such a young martial king in Huaxia? He had never heard of one, much less seen one. Fear surged like a tidal wave in his heart, and the taller man in black no longer dared to linger. He knew he was no match for this person, and staying any longer would only lead to the same fate as his companion. Retreat. Without hesitation, the taller man in black turned and sprinted towards the alley's exit. His speed was even faster than before, wishing he had two more legs, desperate to escape this terrifying place. Chi, seeing the taller man in black, turned to flee, instinctively opened her mouth to warn Ling Feng. But before she could speak, she felt a blur pass before her eyes. When she looked up again, Ling Feng had already appeared in front of the taller man in black. This astonishing speed left Chi completely stunned, her eyes filled with shock. She had witnessed Ling Feng's formidable combat prowess, his lethal methods, and his extraordinary abilities. But she never expected that his speed would be absurdly fast, quick enough that all she could see was a blur. If he was that fast in every aspect, would it be even more so? Oh no, what am I thinking? This is so embarrassing. Yet in her mind the scene from the hotel lingered, refusing to fade. Upon seeing Ling Feng suddenly appear before him, the man in black almost lost his sanity in fright. He uncontrollably stumbled back 2 steps, his eyes filled with terror as he trembled. Why, you don't come any closer. Ling Feng casually put his hands in his pockets, his expression indifferent as he looked at him, his tone laced with mockery. Why are you running? Since you're here, shouldn't you leave something behind before you go? The tall man in black turned pale, attempting to flee in another direction. However, just as he turned, he felt a powerful force rushing towards him. Slap. A loud slap echoed through the alley, the force so great that it spun the man in black around 3 times on the spot. Then, like a kite with its string cut, he flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground. Puffed. The man in black spat out a mouthful of blood, stars swirling before his eyes, his head buzzing as he struggled to recover. Ling Feng slowly walked up to him, looking down from a height, his gaze cold and devoid of warmth. The man in black trembled at Ling Feng's advancing steps, continuously scooting backward. He incoherently begged for mercy. Please spare me, big brother. I was sent by the Shen family. I beg you to let me go. Ling Feng ignored his pleas, raising his right foot and bringing it down forcefully onto the man's calf. Crack. The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed again. Oh. The man in black let out a heart-wrenching scream as his calf bone was crushed, twisting at a bizarre angle. Without pausing, Ling Feng aimed for the other calf. Crack. Oh. The chilling screams reverberated through the empty alley, sending shivers down spines. Then Ling Feng methodically crushed both of his arms, each stomp accompanied by the sharp crack of bones and the man's shrieks. Only when the man could no longer make a sound, left with only weak groans, did Ling Feng finally stop. He then approached the shorter man in black, delivering several more crushing blows, each met with a scream. In the alley, the 2 men in black lay on the ground, their limbs shattered, gasping for breath, no longer possessing the ferocity they had earlier. Ling Feng dusted off non-existent dirt from his hands and turned to Chi. Seeing her still in the same position, her gaze vacant, it was clear she was completely stunned by the earlier scene, lost in a daze. He reached out, gently grasping Chi-Yu's wrist. Let's go, Ling Feng said softly, pulling her back from her state of shock. Chi-Yu slowly regained her senses, her eyes still a little dazed. She paused the replay in her mind. Instinctively, she followed Ling Feng's steps forward, her mind still replaying the intimate moments in the hotel. As Chi-Yu walked out of the alley alongside Ling Feng, she stole glances at his profile. The light from the lamps illuminated his face, outlining his perfect jawline. A complex emotion spread within Chi-Yu's heart. She faintly sensed that this man seemed to have taken root in her heart forever. Moreover, it was rooted deep inside to the very core. Stepping out of the alley and back onto the brightly lit street, the evening breeze brushing against her face brought her a slight clarity. She looked at Ling Feng, holding her hand, his steps steady as he moved forward, and a sudden wave of intense security surged within her. Chi-Yu gently bit her lip, quietly tightening her fingers, gripping Ling Feng's hand, in return feeling the warmth and strength of his palm, a faint smile unconsciously gracing her lips. The 2 entered the Beauties hotel side by side, where the middle-aged man in a black suit at the front desk was still there. Upon seeing them return, his eyes flickered briefly before quickly lowering his head to feign checking the documents, but his fingers subtly moved under the table, clearly conveying information in secret. Reaching the door to their room, Chi-Yu took out the room card and swiped it open, the warm yellow light instantly spilling out, starkly contrasting with the dimness of the alley. She entered the room, but instead of relaxing as usual, she felt a sense of unease due to the emptiness inside, the earlier fear of being drugged seemingly resurfacing. Ling Feng originally intended to turn back to his room, but just as he turned, Chi-Yu gently tugged at his wrist. What's wrong? Ling Feng looked back at her. Chi-Yu lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, whispering, I am a bit scared alone. Can you stay with me? Her voice carried a hint of barely perceptible grievance and dependence, and as she looked up, her eyes shimmered with a glistening light. Ling Feng's lips curled into a mischievous smile, teasingly responding, "You don't want to do it again, do you?" Huh. Chi Yu instantly froze her face, turning beet red as she hurriedly waved her hands, her voice stammering with a hint of panic. "Why you? Don't say such things. I didn't." She lowered her head, her voice as soft as a whisper. "I'm just afraid. Afraid that the Shin family will come back for revenge. With you here I can feel more at ease." The last few words were said very softly, and she buried her head, even lower, fearing that Ling Feng would see her embarrassment. Ling Feng looked at her shy demeanor, the smile in his eyes deepening, yet he replied calmly, "All right, it's a date, beautiful. If I don't agree, that would be ungrateful." Upon hearing this, Chi Yu's face turned even redder, resembling a ripe apple. She quickly released her hand and turned to walk into the room, her steps slightly hurried, as if fleeing from something. Ling Feng watched her slightly flustered silhouette, rubbed his nose, and a trace of an imperceptible smile flickered in his eyes as he followed her inside, casually shutting the door. The warm yellow light in the room remained soft as Chi Yu sat at the edge of the bed, her hands resting on her knees, nervously intertwining her fingers, her gaze drifting. Ling Feng sat down beside the sofa, his gaze fixed on her with a hint of playful scrutiny, yet he remained silent, allowing the silence in the room to linger. This silence made Chi Yu even more anxious. She took a deep breath, mustered her courage, and looked up only to meet Ling Feng's gaze filled with a smile. Her cheeks flushed again, and she quickly averted her gaze, softly asking, How come you're so powerful, Moi?" Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. "What aspect are you referring to?" "I mean, those people just now were clearly trained warriors, but dealing with them seemed as easy as squashing ants for you." Ling Feng, hearing this, displayed a hint of proud arrogance in his eyes. "What can I say? It's innate. I'm the chosen one, born this way. Didn't you see it for yourself in this room today?" Chi Yu naturally understood what Ling Feng meant by seeing it for yourself, her eyes wide with a mix of embarrassment and irritation as she scolded, "You're so annoying. Don't say that again, don't bring it up next time." Thinking about the absurdity and intimacy of those 3 hours in the hotel made her feel her entire body heating up. Moreover, the embarrassing images simply refused to fade away. Ling Feng looked at Chi Yu's flustered and annoyed expression, finding it quite amusing. He then rose and sat down beside her on the bed. The distance between them instantly closed, the air filled with each other's presence. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew ambiguous. Chi Yu could clearly feel the slightly cool temperature emanating from him, her heartbeat quickening as her body involuntarily tensed up. What do you want?" Chi Yu tried to change the topic, her voice still tinged with a hint of panic. "I want," Ling Feng replied without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing this, Chi Yu was rendered speechless, realizing that Ling Feng misunderstood her intentions. So she hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean that. I meant, what do you want while sitting next to me?" "I want as I just said before." Ling Feng nodded. I meant you." However, before Chi Yu could finish her sentence, Ling Feng gently raised his hand to caress her face and softly said, "I understand everything you said." Chi Yu felt a shiver run through her entire body from the touch on her cheek. Immediately after, Ling Feng slowly leaned closer, his nose brushing against hers. Chi Yu's heartbeat raced as if it were about to leap out of her chest as she could distinctly smell his scent. Feeling the deep affection and desire in his eyes, the blood within her seemed to boil. She said nothing and offered no resistance, merely closing her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, as if in silent consent. Seeing her reaction, Ling Feng no longer hesitated. He leaned down slowly and kissed her lips. His lips were warm and soft, carrying a faint scent of beer that was particularly alluring. Chi Yu's body immediately softened, instinctively reaching her arms around his neck, responding to his kiss. The room's temperature gradually rose, and the ambiguous atmosphere thickened in the air. After what felt like an eternity, they slowly parted, and both of their gazes were filled with lingering desire. Chi Yu's cheeks flushed like ripe apples, her gaze misty as she looked at Ling Feng, her eyes glistening with moisture, carrying a hint of shyness and a touch of expectation. Ling Feng looked at her appearance, his throat unconsciously moving. He said nothing but gently picked her up and placed her on the soft bed. The warm yellow light in the room became even softer, illuminating the intertwined figures of the two. There were no deliberate gestures, no sudden movements. Everything flowed naturally, filled with an undeniable ambiguity and warmth. Outside, the city's neon lights still dazzled. Inside, the bed shook and sweat poured down. How exactly it shook you can imagine. The night deepened and the warm yellow light in the room remained gentle, casting a cozy and tranquil glow on the two, embracing as they slept. That night, Chi Yu slept exceptionally well, free from nightmares or fears, only enveloped in a sense of in the First People's Hospital of Linjiang City. In a VIP ward, Shun Hongtao stood with his back to the door, gazing out at the large floor-to-ceiling window. After staring at his phone for a few seconds, his expression darkened, as if it could drip water. On the hospital bed, Shin Mingxian seemed to sense his father's unease and asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" Shun Hongtao slowly turned around, his face devoid of any expression. But the chill in his eyes made Shun Mingxian instinctively shiver, quickly retracting his neck, not daring to meet his gaze. The shadow guard failed. Shun Hongtao's voice was deep and hoarse. Not only did they fail to bring the person back, but their limbs were also destroyed. What? What? Shun Mingxian's eyes widened, as if struck by lightning. The shadow guard failed. How is that possible? Dad, you're not joking with me, are you? He struggled to sit up, but the movement pulled at his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain as he gasped and fell back down, his eyes still filled with shock. The Shadow Guard. They are one of the most elite forces of the Shin family. He had known since childhood that the Shadow Guard never failed. Even when facing experts from other prominent families in Lingjiang City, the Shadow Guard could hold their ground. This time, although only 2 were dispatched, how could they possibly fail against a kid who looked to be in his early 20s? And they even had their limbs destroyed. Who exactly is that kid? Shun Mingxian asked anxiously. Does he have someone backing him? Is he a bastard from some family, or a disciple from a hidden sect? His mind was in chaos, racing rapidly. Yesterday he had schemed to set up Qi Yue, and was close to succeeding, but unexpectedly Ling Feng suddenly barged in. At that time he had only thought that Ling Feng's skills were decent, and he had incredible strength, able to lift him with one hand. But even so, he merely regarded Ling Feng as someone who had practiced martial arts for a few years, possessing a bit of brute force, and did not take him seriously. He even thought that his father sending the Shadow Guard was an overreaction. But now it seemed he was wrong. Terribly wrong. To incapacitate 2 mid-stage martial artists of the Shadow Guard, it was not something that could be achieved with mere brute strength. Shun Hongtao looked at his son, who was in a state of panic, and his anger flared even more, his gaze growing colder. You're asking me. I want to ask you. How did you provoke that kid? Tell me everything clearly, and do not hide anything. If you dare leave out a single word, I'll peel your skin off. Shun Mingxian trembled at his father's furious demeanor, no longer daring to hide anything. He quickly swallowed and recounted the entire story in detail. The more Shun Hongtao listened, the darker his expression became. When he heard about drugging the woman, the veins on his forehead throbbed with rage. Once Shun Mingxian finished speaking, he could no longer restrain himself, and raised his hand to slap Shun Mingxian's face. Slap. A sharp sound echoed through the ward, cutting through the air. The steward standing by did not dare to breathe, quickly lowering his head to pretend to organize the fruit on the table, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. You're a damn fool. Shun Hongtao pointed at Shun Mingxuan, cursing loudly. How could I have given birth to such a waste, only knowing how to indulge in debauchery and stir up trouble? Women, all you think about are women. One day you'll die at the hands of a woman. If you continue like this, the Shun family's century-old foundation in Lingjiang will eventually be ruined by you, this idiot. Shun Mingxian was scolded thoroughly, but did not dare to retort. He could only shrink his neck, lower his head, avoid eye contact, and weakly argue, this isn't all my fault. I was almost successful, but who knew that kid would suddenly barge in? Besides, I didn't know he was so strong, able to lift me with one hand. Recalling it now, he felt a bit scared. Thankfully, he was on the 2nd floor, otherwise if it had been on the 8th or 10th floor, he would have met his great-grandmother on the spot. Shun Hongtao was seething with rage, stepping forward, and pointing at him he shouted, How dare you say that? Knowing that kid is formidable, why didn't you make it clear to me back then? I thought he was just strong, and had some skills, who would have known he could fight like this? Shun Mingxian stammered, his face filled with innocence and fear. Strong? What a joke. To incapacitate 2 mid-level martial artists is just a bit strong. Shun Hongtao looked at his useless demeanor, his chest heaving with anger. After taking several deep breaths, he barely suppressed his fury. He knew that scolding would do no good now. The urgent matter was to find out Ling Feng's background and devise a Shun Mingxian noticed his father's expression had softened slightly, and cautiously raised his head to ask in a low voice, Dad, do we still seek revenge? To him, since Ling Feng was so powerful that even the Shadow Guards were no match, there might really be some strong backing. If they provoked him further, it could bring trouble to the Shin family. Yet he couldn't swallow this humiliation. He had been thrown out of a window and nearly died. If this got out, how would he face others in Lingjiang? Shun Hongtao shot him a cold glance and said firmly, Revenge. Of course we will. He sat down by the sofa, his gaze sinister as he continued. Our Shin family has stood in Lingjiang for many years, never fearing anyone. No matter his origins or who is backing him, he must pay the price. However, I have to attend the divine ceremony tomorrow night. We will discuss this after I return. Upon mentioning the divine ceremony, Shun Hongtao's expression changed instantly, the earlier anger and sinister demeanor fading. What replaced it was a complex emotion of awe, longing, and fear, causing his voice to lower. Shun Mingxuan's eyes lit up at the mention of the divine ceremony. He forgot the pain and fear he had just felt, and curiously inquired, Dad, what exactly is this divine ceremony? Is it really that extraordinary? You mentioned before that participating in the divine ceremony could grant divine blessings and even enhance strength. Is that true? For the past 2 years, the elite social circles in Lingjiang have been buzzing with tales of this divine ceremony. It was said to be the most mysterious and sacred event in Lingjiang, attended only by leaders of a few top families, yet no one could clearly explain what it entailed. He had always been curious, but never had the chance to witness it himself. Shun Hongtao looked out the window, his tone becoming serious as he slowly said, "No one knows what the divine truly looks like. But the wonders of the divine ceremony are real." He paused, recalling last year's divine ceremony experience. "I was fortunate to attend once. The spectacle was beyond our imagination." The ceremony was held in a deep mountain on the outskirts of the city, enveloped by an invisible force that even birds and beasts dared not approach. At that time, a mid-level martial king was fortunate enough to receive divine guidance, and just a month later, he broke through to the martial saint realm. Even more terrifying was a martial saint who arrogantly sought to witness the divine's true form. But in the end, no one saw how the divine struck. That martial saint was instantly reduced to ashes. As he spoke, Shin Hongtao couldn't help but shiver, as if he were reliving that terrifying moment. A martial saint. Such high-level experts. In Lingjiang, and indeed in the entire Jiangnan province, martial saints stood at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Before the divine, such figures were left with no chance to retaliate. Shun Mingxian shivered in fear, his curiosity instantly replaced by terror. Turned to ashes. Not even a trace left. Not a single trace. Shin Hongtao nodded. Before he could even scream, he was turned to... That scene was terrifying beyond measure. It was the most horrifying method of killing I have ever witnessed, leaving not a single remnant. He still remembered how everyone was too scared to make a sound, the entire valley silent enough to hear their heartbeats. Since then, no one has dared to question the existence of the divine, nor has anyone attempted to probe into the divine's true form. Participating in the divine ceremony can indeed grant divine protection. After last year's ceremony, our Shin family was fortunate to acquire a supreme cultivation technique. With this technique, our 26 shadow guards broke through consecutively within a year. Shun Mingxian was left dumbfounded. He had initially thought the divine ceremony was merely a formality, but was astonished to learn it was so miraculous. The power of the divine was terrifying to such an extent. Then, if our Shun family gains the divine's favor this year, will we easily deal with that Ling Feng? Shun Mingxuan's eyes sparkled with expectation as he asked. In his view, no matter how formidable Ling Feng was, he could not possibly stand against the divine. If the Shun family could gain divine guidance again at the divine ceremony, wouldn't dealing with Ling Feng be a piece of cake? Shin Hongtao glanced at him, his eyes complex. Don't be foolish. The divine is lofty and does not grant opportunities just because we desire them. Last time receiving a cultivation technique was already a tremendous opportunity. He paused, his tone becoming sinister once more. However, eliminating a mere brat doesn't require such trouble. After I attend the divine ceremony, I will use the shadow guard Kaleo to deal with that kid. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Shun Hongtao's eyes. After years of managing in Lingjiang, could he really be intimidated by a little brat? But Dad, that kid is indeed very powerful. Even 2 shadow guards are no match for him. Shin Mingxian still felt concerned and quietly reminded him. Useless. Shin Hongtao shot him a glare. 2 mid-level martial artists are nothing compared to Kaleo. He is at the peak of the late martial king stage, just a step away from becoming a martial saint. He will be more than enough to handle that kid. Mentioning Kaleo, Shun Hongtao's tone carried a hint of confidence. Kaleo was not only powerful, but also meticulous and experienced, being the strongest trump card of the Shin family. He believed that as long as Kaleo intervened, he would surely capture that kid, making him wish he were dead. Upon hearing this, Shin Mingxuan's eyes lit up, and his earlier worries evaporated, replaced by strong anticipation. Good. Dad, you must let Kaleo teach that kid a good lesson and avenge me. I want him to know the consequences of provoking our Shin family. Just thinking about Ling Feng being dealt with by Kaleo made him feel relieved, and the humiliation of being thrown from the building could finally be washed away. The next morning before dawn, the sky was not yet fully bright, only a faint blush of white appeared on the horizon. In a room of the Buyue Hotel, a few pieces of intimate clothing lay scattered by the bedside, and the air was thick with the scent of hormones. This implied that there had been a fervent battle here last night. Chi-Yu curled up on the soft bed, sleeping soundly, her long eyelashes quietly resting in the corners of her mouth, curved in a faint smile. Ling Feng slowly opened his eyes, his deep gaze devoid of any confusion from just waking up, only a serene clarity, as if he had been awake for a long time, quietly observing the person in his arms. He could distinctly feel the warm body temperature of the woman nestled against him, as well as her soft touch, unconsciously seeking comfort. He carefully removed Chi-Yu's arm that was wrapped around his waist, moving lightly and slowly, afraid of waking her. You seemed to sense something, letting out a soft murmur, instinctively curling deeper into the covers her brow, slightly furrowed, yet she did not wake. Ling Feng gazed at her adorable appearance, a hint of tenderness flickering in his eyes. He reached out his hand and gently tucked in the corner of the blanket for her. After completing this, Ling Feng slowly got up. He walked to the window, pulling the curtain open just a crack, and a beam of morning light instantly flooded in, illuminating the entire room and outlining his tall, slender figure. Outside the window, Lingjiang City was gradually awakening, with sporadic vehicles and pedestrians appearing on the streets. However, Ling Feng's gaze did not rest on the city's bustle. His eyes pierced through the layers of air, as if he could see the invisible energy flowing between heaven and earth. He turned around and sat cross-legged on the carpet by the window, his hands swiftly forming a complex seal, the 10,000 Paths of Chaos technique. As the seal was formed, Ling Feng slowly closed his eyes, his mind sinking within, entering a state of cultivation where he forgot both himself and the world. The 10,000 Paths of Chaos technique began to operate, an invisible pulling force emanating from his body, permeating every corner of the room. The previously drifting spiritual energy, as fine as a hair and difficult to see with the naked eye, seemed to receive some kind of guidance, converging towards the room. The spiritual energy, like fine silver threads, flowed with his breath, permeating through the pores of his body, gradually gathering towards his dantian. Within his dantian, a round golden core quietly floated, emitting a gentle golden glow with faint patterns swirling on its surface. Time passed little by little, and the light outside the window gradually brightened from dim to full daylight until the sun was high in the sky. The number of pedestrians and vehicles on the street increased, and the city fell fully into chaos. The converging spiritual energy continuously surged into Ling Feng's dantian, being absorbed and refined by the golden core. Yet the glow of the golden core remained, with no change in its patterns. Ling Feng slowly opened his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed. According to the usual logic of cultivation, reaching the peak of the early stage of the golden core to the mid-stage should be effortless. As long as enough spiritual energy was absorbed, the golden core would naturally transform, and his cultivation would advance correspondingly. Ling Feng had thought that with his foundation and the profundity of the 10,000 Paths of Chaos technique, it would only take a moment to absorb some spiritual energy in this mortal realm to break through to the mid-stage of the golden core. Although the spiritual energy on Earth was sparse for him at this moment, it was merely a matter of quantity accumulation rather than a qualitative breakthrough. However, several days had passed, and he could clearly feel that the spiritual energy within him had reached a saturated state. Some of the refined spiritual energy, unable to be absorbed by the golden core, began to wander in his meridians, showing faint signs of overflowing. Yet his realm still remained at the early stage of the golden core, showing no signs of a breakthrough. This step felt as if there was an invisible chasm between him and advancement. No matter how hard he tried, he could not cross it. It was like a cup filled with water. No matter how much more water was poured in, it could only overflow without increasing the amount of water inside. This feeling was both familiar and strange. On the Tianling continent, after reaching the peak of the Emperor's realm, he had fallen into an identical predicament. At that time, his cultivation was like a cup filled with water. No matter how much spiritual energy he absorbed from heaven and earth, or how many powerful enemies he killed to accumulate insides, his realm remained stuck at the peak of the Emperor's realm, unable to make any further progress. He had been stuck at the peak of the Emperor's realm for a full 20,000 years. In those 20,000 years, he traversed every corner of the Tianling continent, searching through all ancient ruins. He even risked his life to enter perilous chaos forbidden zones, yet still gained nothing. Until later, he found a place of dragon veins where he secluded himself for 1,000 years, attempting to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth to seek a breakthrough opportunity. After 1,000 years, he finally had a moment of enlightenment. Emotions are not the way our attachments are obstacles. The Tao has 3,000 paths, all leading to the same destination. To break the shackles, the way of the Tao returns to the essence. He practiced the path of emotionlessness, severing all emotional ties. It seemed that he was focused and undistracted, yet in reality, he was trapped in another form of obsession. This obsession with emotionlessness, like an invisible shackle, firmly restrained his great path, preventing him from reaching higher realms. But now he was merely at the peak of the early stage of the golden core, a far cry from the peak of the Emperor's realm of the past. How could he encounter this bottleneck again? This was simply not in accordance with the logic of cultivation. On the Tianling continent, the golden core realm was merely the level of low-tier cultivators. The bottleneck of this realm was as fragile as paper. As long as there was enough spiritual energy with a little insight, one could easily break through. Even the most poorly endowed cultivators would not get stuck at the early peak of the golden core, unable to move. Yet he had once been a powerful being at the peak of the Emperor's realm, practicing top-tier techniques, and yet he found it exceedingly difficult to move forward at this lowest tier of realm. Ling Feng looked up at the sky outside the window, the midday sun glaring and dazzling, yet he remained unfazed. His deep gaze was filled with confusion and inquiry as he muttered, could it be that there is some mechanism in this world controlling it? He had no choice but to speculate this way. He felt as if there was an invisible barrier in this world suppressing the power to transcend certain limits. Just like in the Tianling continent, the peak of the Emperor's realm was widely recognized as the end of the great path beyond which there was nothing to glimpse. Was his path of cultivation also restricted by the rules and mechanisms of this world? The early stage of the Golden Core was the highest realm permitted to exist in this world. So no matter how much spiritual energy he absorbed, he could not break through, only to be firmly stuck at this bottleneck. A series of doubts made Ling Feng's brow furrow even tighter. If this were true, then wanting to restore his former cultivation and even break through to a higher realm would be as difficult as reaching the heavens. Just as he was lost in thought, immersed in the dilemma of cultivation, a slight movement came from behind him, accompanied by Qi Yu's lazy voice. Ling Feng, when did you get up? Ling Feng turned around to see that Qi Yu had already woken, rubbing her eyes as she sat up. In the next moment, an enticing scene caught his eye. Qi Yu lay half naked at the head of the bed, her hair messily cascading over her shoulders, her eyes reflecting the confusion of just waking up, both innocent and alluring, extremely tempting. When Qi Yu met his deep gaze, she froze for a moment, then followed his line of sight down, and suddenly realized that she was exposed. Oh! With a soft cry, her cheeks instantly flushed like a ripe apple, even her ears turned crimson. She hurriedly pulled up the blanket to wrap around her shoulders, tightly clutching the corners of the blanket, blushing with a mix of embarrassment and helplessness, glaring at Ling Feng and saying, what are you looking at? It's not like you haven't seen it before. Ling Feng gazed at the alluring scene, feeling his throat involuntarily move. A fleeting glimmer of shadow passed through his eyes, accompanied by a hint of barely perceptible tenderness. How did you sleep? Mind your own business. Qi Yu pouted playfully, turning her face away, unable to look at him again. Her cheeks were still remarkably flushed, even the roots of her ears tinged with a faint pink. Yet within her heart there was not an ounce of disgust. Rather, the momentary daze he had just displayed stirred a sweet ripple within her. She could clearly feel that Ling Feng's gaze held no lewdness, only pure admiration. This feeling of being cherished warmed her heart. As Ling Feng looked at her shy and embarrassed demeanor, the weight and restlessness born from his cultivation bottleneck dissipated almost entirely. He stood up and moved to sit by the bed, thoughtfully asking, are you hungry? I can go buy some food. Qi Yu stole a glance at him, and seeing his expression unchanged and not teasing her further, nodded slightly, saying, I am a bit hungry. She pulled the blanket around her and recalled how Ling Feng had been standing by the window earlier, curiously asking, what were you looking at just now? Standing there without moving at all. Just admiring the scenery, Ling Feng replied casually. The scenery? Is it beautiful? Qi Yu blinked and asked. Ling Feng's lips curled into a faint smile as he teased, no scenery could compare to you, by a long shot. You? Qi Yu's face instantly turned crimson upon hearing this. She quickly lowered her head, saying, you're such a smooth talker. Despite her words, her heart felt sweet, as if filled with honey. Even her breath carried a sugary scent. Having lived over 20 years, it was her first time receiving such direct praise from someone. Moreover, the one complimenting her was Ling Feng, the man who usually appeared aloof and taciturn, yet could always provide her with a sense of security at crucial moments. Ling Feng looked at her bashful appearance, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. I speak the truth, the heavens can witness. If anyone dares to say you're not as beautiful as the scenery, I will surely jump up and slap them hard. Qi Yu was amused by his earnest demeanor, laughing softly. The sweetness in her heart surged, as if it were about to overflow. Tilting her head with a hint of mischievous provocation in her eyes, she asked, do you often flatter other girls like this? No, you're the first person to receive such praise from me. Ling Feng's tone was exceptionally firm, without the slightest hesitation. He truly wasn't boasting. Having lived for 88,000 years, he had devoted himself to the path of the emotionless, severing all feelings and desires. Not only had he never flattered a girl, but he had never even spoken much to the opposite sex. Qi Yu looked into his eyes, finding no trace of deceit, and involuntarily believed his words. Yet she feigned stubbornness, pouting, I don't believe you. Not a single one of you men is good. You all think of beautiful girls inappropriately. Ling Feng, upon hearing this, smacked his lips and rubbed his nose. He indeed had such thoughts now, but he couldn't say it outright, or it would truly make him a scoundrel. He quickly changed the subject, standing up and saying, I'll go get you something to eat. Wait for me a moment. With that, he turned and left the room. Qi Yu watched his slightly hurried back, covering her mouth as she chuckled softly, her eyes full of mirth. I didn't expect you to have awkward moments too. Especially her waist and legs feeling as if they had been disassembled and reassembled, sore and weak. Stupid Ling Feng, it's all your fault. Yu grumbled, holding her waist, and especially her waist and legs feeling as if they had been disassembled and reassembled, sore and weak. Stupid Ling Feng, it's all your fault. Yu grumbled, holding her waist and grimacing, yet her cheeks couldn't help but flush. I don't even know why you exerted so much effort for so long, it exhausted me. As she continued to complain, she leaned against the wall, moving step by step toward the bathroom. Warm water flowed down from the shower head, washing over her skin, alleviating the soreness in her body and gradually clearing her thoughts. At the same time, her curiosity about Ling Feng's identity deepened. Who exactly was he? Why was he so powerful? Soon Ling Feng returned carrying a large bag of food. Come eat quickly, Ling Feng said casually, placing the dishes on the coffee table in the room. Yu had just finished washing up and walked out wearing the hotel's bathrobe. Having bathed, her skin radiated a dewy glow, her hair damply cascading over her shoulders. With no makeup at all, she still looked stunning. Upon smelling the delicious aroma of the food, she couldn't help but swallow, her eyes instantly lighting up, momentarily casting aside all doubts and fatigue. Wow, so much delicious food. Yu quickly walked over and sat beside the coffee table. Unbeknownst to them, a large spread of food had been nearly devoured by the two. Ling Feng was tidying up the food boxes on the table, speaking in a neutral tone. Let's clean up and get going. Going? Where to? Yu paused, puzzled. Ling Feng raised his head, looking at her, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. To get you some achievements. Achievements? What kind of achievements? Yu was even more confused, blinking. Ling Feng sighed a bit, helplessly stating, Did you forget why we— I don't know. Yu spread her hands, her tone carrying a hint of grievance. I've asked you several times, and you haven't told me anything. She paused and couldn't help but remark. Ever since you arrived in Lingjiang, it's been nothing but violent killings. I suspect you might be the reincarnation of a god of slaughter. Ling Feng shrugged, feigning innocence, and said, Fine, this is my fault. I didn't explain it clearly to you. He paused, his tone becoming more serious. Tonight, there is a grand ritual in the suburbs. The people we need to find, as well as the achievements you want, are all there. A grand ritual? What is that? Yu furrowed her brows and asked. I don't know the specifics either. We'll find out when we get there. Ling Feng did not elaborate further. He also knew little about this grand ritual, only that the gathering of heroes valued it highly. Yu pressed her lips together, feeling quite puzzled. She had never heard of such a grand ritual, and it sounded like something superstitious. How could it relate to their undercover mission? Speaking of the undercover mission, she felt even more bewildered. Undercover agents usually infiltrate criminal organizations, quietly collecting evidence before catching them all at once. But they had it easy. They encountered the other party, and without a second word went in for the kill, leaving her utterly confused. She had originally come to be an assistant, but now it seemed she had forcibly transformed into a secretary, and a personal one at that. Although the first time she was forced into it after being drugged, the second time, she had indeed done some of the tasks a secretary should do. Ling Feng noticed her dazed expression, her gaze a bit vacant, and reminded her, What are you thinking about? Let's go, the journey is a bit far. Leaving now is just right to make it in time. If we delay, many lives will be lost. He referred to the 300 uninitiated girls. From the memories obtained through soul searching, these girls were intended for the ritual. The exact method of the ritual could only be known upon arrival. Thus going a bit earlier was to prevent any mishaps, and to be able to stop this tragedy in time. Yu regained her senses, looking at Ling Feng's serious expression, realizing that things were likely not simple, nodded, and said, Okay, I'll pack up right away. 3 hours later, the hustle and bustle of Lingjiang City was completely behind them, and the scenery outside the car window transitioned from dense skyscrapers to the undulating green mountains. To the north of Lingjiang lies the Yalang Mountain. As the largest mountain in Jiangnan province, its main peak rises over 1,000 meters, its majestic and perilous body wrapped in mist resembling a celestial realm. The winding mountain road was built along the mountainside with its 99 sharp turns resembling the spine of a giant dragon. Although the road surface was hardened, the narrow path and steep incline made the drive particularly slow. On this treacherous road, luxurious cars were cruising by, each worth millions. Among these high-end vehicles, a black SUV stood out awkwardly. This car was priced far lower than the surrounding vehicles, making it inconspicuous, yet strikingly noticeable amid the dazzling array of luxury cars. Inside the car, Ling Feng held the steering wheel firmly with his left hand, while his right hand restlessly reached toward the passenger seat. Yu was dressed in a white short-sleeve top that highlighted her slender shoulders, paired with ultra-short denim shorts revealed her fair and straight calves. Caught off guard by this sudden touch, her whole body stiffened and her cheeks flushed instantly, even the tips of her ears tinged with a faint blush. With a helpless sigh, she said, You're driving, don't mess around. The mountain road is so dangerous. What if something happens? Ling Feng glanced at her, a playful smile curling on his lips. Don't worry, this little challenge is nothing. A beautiful view deserves a beautiful companion. It should not be wasted. Yu shot him a glare, but her eyes held no blame, only a hint of shyness and helplessness. She bit her lip, her voice barely a whisper. You shouldn't be like this during the day. If you wanna do something, we can. Do it when we get back at night. It's up to you. After saying this, her cheeks turned as red as a ripe apple, and she quickly turned her gaze to the window, her heart racing almost out of her chest. Ling Feng laughed heartily, his right hand not only remaining where it was, but subtly tightening its hold. Chi Yu was at a loss for words, pretending to admire the mountain scenery, but her peripheral vision couldn't help but dart towards the man beside her, her heart sweetening. Being cherished by the man she admired, who also gave her a sense of security, didn't seem like a bad thing after all. Outside, the winding and treacherous mountain road saw a stream of luxury cars slowly making their way deeper into Alang Mountain. The atmosphere inside the car was filled with ambiguity and intimacy. Ling Feng drove with his left hand while his right hand secretly teased Chi Yu, causing her to blush and emit occasional soft, suppressed sounds. Another hour passed, the sky gradually darkening as the sun sank behind the western mountains. A streak of orange-hued twilight spread across the horizon, illuminating the mist between the mountains with a breathtaking beauty. Deep in the mountains, the surrounding greenery grew denser, and the air became cool and moist, finally stopping in front of a wide valley. Ling Feng parked the car and turned off the engine. Chi Yu followed closely behind, her face flushed as she eagerly breathed in the fresh air, trying to calm her racing heart. Before them stood an ancient temple that had long been abandoned, silently rising in the center of the valley. The temple covered about 10 acres at scale, quite substantial. The mountain gate was in ruins, with large areas of red paint peeling off, revealing a mottled wooden structure. The plaque hanging above was faded, but the 3 characters Fanning Temple could still be vaguely discerned. Inside the mountain gate, the courtyard was overgrown with weeds up to waist height, with only a small path deliberately trampled leading to the main hall. Chi Yu gazed at the temple before her, her eyes filled with astonishment. She never expected to find such a grand, ancient temple hidden deep in these mountains. Ling Feng's gaze swept over the architectural layout of the temple, his expression calm, without saying much. In the desolate area in front of the temple gate, it was evident that someone had deliberately leveled the ground and covered it with simple gravel, temporarily transforming it into a large parking lot. At this moment, over 100 various luxury cars were parked in the parking lot, merging seamlessly with the convoy on the road, creating a spectacular sight. These cars had license plates from all over the country, indicating that the attendees of the sacrificial ceremony included not only locals from Lingjiang, but also many wealthy outsiders. Ling Feng stood with his hands in his pockets, looking at the dilapidated Fanning Temple and the luxury cars, and a sarcastic smile crept onto his lips as he softly remarked, I didn't expect so many people to come to this rundown temple to worship some god. It's just a waste of time indulging in feudal superstition. His voice was not loud, but it carried through the quiet valley, reaching the ears of many nearby. Those who had just gotten out of their cars abruptly changed their expressions upon hearing his words. Filled with reverence for the deity, they were instantly filled with anger and displeasure at hearing someone openly blaspheme, shooting him unfriendly glances and whispering among themselves. Who is this kid? How dare he speak nonsense here? So audacious to blaspheme the deity. He really doesn't know what he's getting into. Look at how ordinary he is, driving a shabby BMW. He must have come to the wrong place, probably just a tourist. It doesn't matter who he is, anyone who dares to say such things here will definitely meet a bad end. Amidst the rising voices of discussion, the gazes directed at Ling Feng were filled with anger and disdain, revealing a strong sense of hostility. At that moment, a loud and furious voice suddenly came from behind. You dare? How can you blaspheme the divine? You truly do not value your life. Ling Feng slowly turned around to see a middle-aged man in his 50s striding toward him, accompanied by a 70-year-old man with a goat beard. The middle-aged man was dressed in a finely tailored black zhongshan suit, his hair meticulously combed and shining slightly plump, yet exuding an air of authority from having held a high position for a long time. This man was none other than Shun Hongtao, the head of the Shun family in Lingjiang. The old man with the goat beard beside him was the Shun family's top shadow guard, Ku Lao. Ku Lao had white hair and a face full of wrinkles, his sharp eyes revealing a shrewd and sinister demeanor, dressed in a gray tang suit. He walked silently, his hands clasped behind his back, emanating a faint but ominous aura. Shun Hongtao glared at Ling Feng with fury, his tone severe. You insolent brat, do not speak indiscriminately. How can the majesty of the divine be blasphemed? Kneel and apologize to the deity at once. Yes, kneel and apologize. Otherwise you'll regret it. A few bystanders echoed their tone. Ling Feng's lips curled into a playful smile as he spoke blandly. It's just a shabby temple. Where's the god? I see you all are being tricked and still counting your money. You might end up losing your lives in the process. As soon as his words fell, Ku Lao stepped forward, his aura suddenly turning sharp as he fixed a cold, piercing gaze on Ling Feng, revealing undisguised killing intent. Shi Yu's face changed at the sight, instinctively stepping in front of Ling Feng, her voice tense. Don't you dare make a move. Ku Lao, wrinkling his face full of lines, looked at her with disdain, sneering. What? Are you scared now? Shi Yu shook her head, her tone serious. It's not that I'm scared and worried you might get killed. She stood in front not out of fear of Ku Lao, but because she feared that this old man might truly anger Ling Feng, which could lead to dire consequences. She had witnessed the power of Ling Feng's strikes. He could easily sever limbs, or at worst send someone to meet their maker. Moreover, with so many witnesses around, if Ling Feng killed someone here, it would undoubtedly attract unnecessary trouble. If he were to kill a heinous criminal, it could be justified. But if he inadvertently killed some innocent people and was caught, it would result in the country sending experts to suppress him. Even if Ling Feng was powerful, how could he contend against the might of the entire nation? Ha ha! Ku Lao burst into laughter upon hearing this, his laughter full of ridicule. I've lived over 70 years, and this is the most absurd joke I've ever heard. Are you afraid of getting hit? Who do you think this kid is? Oh, what a lively scene. At that moment, a rough voice suddenly came from the outskirts of the crowd, breaking the tense atmosphere. Oh, what a lively scene. A rough voice thundered like rolling thunder in the valley, breaking the tense standoff. The crowd turned in unison, their gazes converging on a towering figure pushing through the throng. The newcomer stood a staggering height of nearly 6'3", with a robust physique and broad shoulders that seemed capable of shouldering a door. His mere presence exuded an aura of intimidation. It's Lord Niu, someone in the crowd gasped, instinctively taking half a step back, eyes filled with awe. The leader of the gathering of heroes, Lord Niu, was a renowned name in Lingjiang, and even in the Jiangnan province's underground world. It was said that in his early years he carved out his territory with iron fists, rising from a street thug to a dominant figure. With thousands of underlings and businesses sprawling across the gray areas, his methods were ruthless and his actions flamboyant, earning the respect of even many powerful figures. Ling Feng watched Lord Niu approach slowly, his eyes narrowing imperceptibly as his fingertips gently traced the pocket. This was the man. His purpose for coming to the Ling family was to kill Lord Niu, then extract information from those hideouts, ultimately eradicating the threat completely, thereby fulfilling his mission. However, he was not in a hurry now that he had seen the man. It would be fine to wait a while before taking action. He was curious to witness what this so-called sacrificial ceremony entailed. Lord Niu stepped into the crowd, his gaze first landing on Shun Hongtao, speaking with a hint of politeness. I didn't expect you, the head of the Shun family, to arrive so early this year. It seems last year brought you some sweet rewards. His words were pointed. After last year's sacrificial ceremony, the Shun family acquired a technique significantly enhancing their family strength and elevating their status in Lingjiang. Shun Hongtao quickly stepped forward with cupped hands and a smile on his face, saying, I just arrived as well. It seems Lord Niu has come a bit late. After all, you are a favored individual by the divine. Arriving early would be better to oversee matters. Sigh. Lord Niu let out a heavy sigh. I was delayed by matters, you see. He paused, his tone growing increasingly grim. The night before last, I do not know which fool dared to trespass into my residence and killed several of my brothers. I have been searching the city for the past 2 days without proper sleep, hence I woke up late today. As soon as these words left his mouth, gasps erupted from the crowd and murmurs began to rise. What? Someone dared to kill Lord Niu's men? Are they crazy? Who doesn't know that Lord Niu has thousands of brothers under him? That's practically courting death. Who is so blind as to dare oppose Lord Niu? The discussions escalated, and the crowd's gazes towards Lord Niu were filled with apprehension. Everyone understood that those who offended Lord Niu never ended well. Shun Hongtao feigned surprise, his eyes widening exaggeratedly. Oh, there are still people in Lingjiang who dare to trouble you, Lord Niu. Isn't that like the birthday boy hanging himself, tired of living? Who can say otherwise? Lord Niu clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were cold and his voice icy as he declared, if I catch that person, I will certainly skin him alive and let him experience the taste of being unable to live or die. His ferocious expression sent shivers down the spines of those around him. He shifted his gaze, scanning the crowd, and inquired, I just heard some commotion among you. What are you arguing about? Shun Hongtao immediately raised his hand to point at Ling Feng, explaining with a hint of dissatisfaction, Lord Niu, you may not know this, but this brat was openly desecrating the divine, saying the sacrificial ceremony is feudal superstition, claiming we were all deceived. I was just about to teach him a lesson to make him apologize to the divine. The surrounding crowd echoed in agreement, their voices filled with indignation. Yes, Lord Niu, this brat is far too audacious. He must be taught a lesson. Make him kneel and apologize, otherwise it won't appease the divine's anger. Right, he can't just get away with it. Lord Niu's gaze slowly fell on Ling Feng, carrying a scrutinizing intent. He looked Ling Feng up and down, noticing the young man wore a simple white t-shirt and jeans, his demeanor unremarkable, appearing like an ordinary college student. The only striking feature was his eyes calm and unflinching, as if the surrounding noise and threats were of no concern to him. Lord Neo furrowed his brows, slightly feeling a twinge of impatience. His mind was preoccupied with the preparations for the sacrificial ceremony, leaving him no inclination to argue with a young upstart. This ceremony was of great importance, and he could not afford to be negligent. Lord Neo spoke in a flat tone, interrupting the crowd's agreement. Head Shin, you know this sacrificial ceremony is crucial. I have many matters to attend to, and I have no time to fuss over this trivial issue. If Head Shin wishes to handle it himself, please feel free. Oh, I shall take my leave. With that, he ceased to look at anyone, turning to stride deeper into the temple. Behind him followed several bodyguards clad in black suits, each with a stern expression, quickly keeping pace with Lord Neo. Shun Hongtao's smile froze instantaneously. He hadn't expected Lord Neo to give him no face at all and refuse him outright. He glared at Lord Neo's hurried retreat, cursing inwardly. What a show-off! One day the thunder will strike you down. The surrounding crowd was also taken aback, not expecting the situation to turn out this way, leading to an awkward atmosphere. Shun Hongtao took a deep breath, suppressing his inner fury, and turned to glare fiercely at Ling Feng. Brat, consider yourself lucky. Today, on account of the sacrificial ceremony, I will spare you for now. However, I have noted you. I hope next time you have such good luck. Ling Feng smiled with a hint of amusement, his gaze calm as he replied, I have also noted you. His indifferent tone carried an inexplicable sense of intimidation, causing Shun Hongtao's heart to race unexpectedly. He snorted coldly, saying no more, and turned to follow the old man into the temple. Seeing this, others realized there was no more entertainment to be had and dispersed, each finding a place to rest quietly as they awaited the commencement of the sacrificial ceremony. The once bustling parking lot quickly became empty, leaving only Ling Feng and Qiyu. Qiyu finally exhaled, tugging at Ling Feng's arm and quietly asking, Is this Lord Neo the person we are looking for? Ling Feng nodded, his gaze deepening. Indeed it is him, but I wish to delay his demise a little longer. He looked up at the dilapidated Vanine temple, curiosity flickering in his eyes. I want to see what kind of person dares to call themselves a god in here. In the Tianling continent, I have cultivated to the highest realm, yet I have never dared to claim to be a god. In a secular world so devoid of spiritual energy, there are still those who dare to call themselves gods. Qiyu recalled something, her expression becoming complex as she softly asked, Is that Shun family the same one that drugged me a few days ago? Ling Feng replied nonchalantly, It should be that Shun family, however that is no longer important. As long as they do not provoke me again, I will not hold it against them. But if the Shun family is foolish enough to provoke me, I won't hesitate to dispose of a few of them. In his eyes, the Shun family was nothing but a bunch of clowns not worth his concern. Yet if they dared to challenge him, he wouldn't mind dealing with this trouble. Let's go inside and take a look. Ling Feng gently urged Qiyu's hand. Qiyu nodded, allowing him to lead her as they walked towards the Vanine temple. The figures of Ling Feng and Qiyu disappeared after leaving the parking lot. Not far away, an inconspicuous black GL8 commercial vehicle was parked. The car windows were covered with the darkest privacy film, completely obscuring the interior scene. The lights inside the car were off, only the faint green glow of the dashboard outlined the silhouettes of three individuals. The man in the driver's seat appeared to be around 56 or 57 years old, with a square face, a tight jawline, and a look of determination in his eyes. The man in the passenger seat was of similar age, with a more refined demeanor and equally sharp eyes. In the back seat by the window sat a girl around 20 years old. She wore a simple black outfit that accentuated her tall and slender figure, with her long black hair tied up in a high ponytail, revealing a smooth and full forehead. Her appearance was not stunning, yet she emanated an air of righteousness. Her clear and pure gaze seemed capable of washing away all the world's impurities, leaving a lasting impression. At this moment, she rested her chin on her hand, looking towards the direction of the Fanine temple. Through the car window, her petite nose slightly wrinkled in disdain. These three individuals were members of the most mysterious special department in China, the Dragon Group. The Dragon Group was responsible for handling issues related to martial artists and national security crises, serving as an invisible shield for China's martial arts community. The man in the driver's seat was named Huang Lai, at the peak of the martial sage realm. The man in the passenger seat was named Chao Shi, also at the peak of the martial sage realm. The girl in the back seat was at a significantly lower realm in the midstage of the martial king realm, named Long Yao. The three had been dispatched to uncover the secrets behind the divine ceremony at Fanine Temple. Huang Lai broke the silence first, saying, Do you really think this divine ceremony is that sinister? Look at those people just now. They are either wealthy or powerful, all crowding in like eager little dogs. Chao Shi took over the conversation, saying, Who knows? According to the intelligence we have, this divine ceremony at Fanine Temple has been held for 3 years, attracting numerous dignitaries each year. Those who attend the ceremony each year always seem to gain some benefits. I've heard of a martial king in the early stage who received guidance and broke through to the martial sage in just a few months. He paused, adding, and even more bizarre, last year a martial sage caused a scene here and was completely obliterated, leaving not even a trace of his remains. Hearing this, Long Yao couldn't help but pout, a hint of youthful arrogance in her tone as she said, killing a martial sage is nothing to boast about, and my master could do it with a wave of his hand. Huang Lai shook his head helplessly in response, saying, kid, you can't say that. How many can be compared to your master in all of China? He's the anchor of the Dragon Group, the pillar of China's martial arts community, a being who has nearly touched the threshold of the martial emperor realm. Chao Shi chimed in, exactly, Yao Yao. The so-called gods in this temple, even if they have some power at most, they are peak martial sages. How can they compare to your master? Upon hearing the praise for her master, Long Yao's lips curved into a radiant smile. She raised her chin slightly playfully, saying, of course my master is the strongest. However, this so-called god is too arrogant, daring to claim divinity in China and hold such a strange ceremony. Uncles, once we get in, if we find out he is just a fraud, you must teach him a lesson, so he knows not just anyone can claim to be a god in China. Huang Lai clicked his tongue, his tone turning serious. Yao Yao, our mission this time is to gather information. We absolutely cannot act unless absolutely necessary. You must not act recklessly, otherwise next time I won't take you out on missions and will leave you at the base to train. Long Yao stuck out her tongue, made a face and pleaded, oh, Uncle Huang, I understand. He'll be good and promise not to cause trouble, okay? Huang Lai and Chao Shi exchanged glances, shaking their heads helplessly. They certainly did not believe the little girl's promise. Long Yao was the last disciple received by her master in his later years, exceptionally gifted and spoiled to the extreme, practically a little ancestor in the Dragon Group base. She either drew caricatures on the faces of others or dragged a group of rough men to play mahjong, turning the serious training base into a gambling den, much to the ire of several leaders. But it must be said, Long Yao's talent for cultivation was indeed extraordinary. By the age of 20, she had reached the mid-stage of the martial king realm, far surpassing many who had cultivated for decades. In China's martial arts community, the martial king realm already signifies a great expert capable of surpassing the vast majority of martial artists. Given time, her achievements may not fall short of her masters. All right, it's time to go in. Huang Lai opened the car door, his tone grave. Long Yao immediately perked up, pushing the car door open and jumping out first. She stretched her limbs, excitement flickering in her eyes. Finally, I can see inside. I want to see what this so-called god really looks like. Meanwhile, Ling Feng and Qi Yu had already stepped through the gate of Fanning Temple. The temple gate was in a state of disrepair, with large areas of red paint peeling off, revealing the mottled wood grain all covered in a thick layer of dust. Inside the courtyard, the uneven ground was paved with blue stone slabs with weeds growing in the cracks, clearly indicating it had not been maintained for a long time. Just as the two entered the courtyard, Ling Feng suddenly halted, his brow furrowing, and his previously smiling gaze turned unexpectedly profound. He raised his head, sweeping his eyes around from the gate to the side rooms, then to the main hall, finally landing on the orderly arranged stones around the courtyard, a playful smile slowly emerging at the corner of his mouth. Interesting, truly interesting. I didn't expect to see such craftsmanship in this world. It really surprises me. Ling Feng murmured, his tone filled with both surprise and curiosity. Qi Yu looked at him in confusion, her voice tinged with tension. What's wrong? Did you find something amiss? She felt that this temple was eerie, making her uncomfortable all over. Ling Feng turned his head to look at her anxious expression and said softly, it's nothing, just found something interesting. Something interesting? Qi Yu blinked her eyes and curiously asked, what is it? Tell me quickly. Ling Feng leaned closer to her ear, lowering his voice with a hint of teasing. I suddenly thought of a position. How about we try it when we get back? His warm breath brushed against Qi Yu's ear, carrying a faint warmth. Qi Yu was momentarily stunned, a look of confusion appearing on her face. Position? What position? She instinctively tilted her head, seemingly deep in thought. In the next moment, she finally realized, her cheeks instantly flushed bright red like a ripe apple. She glared at Ling Feng, fiercely annoyed, as she said, I don't know what you're thinking all day. Even at a time like this, you're still thinking about such nonsense. I'm not talking to you anymore. Ling Feng watched her somewhat hurried figure, unable to suppress a chuckle. The reason he didn't explain to Qi Yu was that, even if he did, she wouldn't understand. The moment he stepped into the mountain gate, he sensed a faint energy fluctuation. This fluctuation was hidden in every corner of the temple, forming a massive formation. Ling Feng did not know the name of this formation, but he could clearly perceive its essence. It was a sacrificial killing formation. The so-called sacrificial killing formation utilizes the power of the formation to extract the souls and blood of those within, transforming them into pure energy for the formation's user to absorb, thereby enhancing their strength or healing injuries. Such formations are extremely sinister and are strictly forbidden in the Tianling continent. He didn't expect that in this world where spiritual energy was so scarce someone would actually use it. Ling Feng's gaze swept over the irregularly stacked stones in the courtyard. They appeared to be randomly placed, yet they concealed intricate mechanisms. The spacing, orientation, and height of these stones were meticulously calculated with different shapes, echoing one another, forming a circular array along specific geometric trajectories. Between the layers of stones, a faint bluish light flickered, outlining the contours of the formation pattern, silently proclaiming that this was a murderous formation hidden in darkness. A ground-level formation. Ling Feng murmured softly, a hint of disdain in his tone. In the Tianling continent, formations are classified into 6 levels: Huang, Xian, Di, Tianling, and Xian, with each level further divided into 3 grades. This sacrificial killing formation could at most be considered a low-grade, ground-level formation, hardly worth his notice. With his current cultivation at the early stage of golden core, breaking this formation would be a matter of a casual wave of his hand. What surprised him was that someone in this world actually understood the art of formation, especially such a sinister sacrificial killing formation. It is known that the art of formation requires high talent and comprehension. Even in the Tianling continent, only a few can master it. That guy who calls himself God indeed has some skill. Ling Feng had originally planned to directly use his divine sense to probe the true identity and cultivation level of this god. But after a moment's thought, he abandoned that idea. He wanted to see for himself what tricks this guy was trying to play, daring to use such a sinister formation to lure so many wealthy and powerful individuals. Wait for me. Ling Feng quickly caught up with Qi Yu's steps, taking her hand casually. Qi Yu struggled for a moment, but did not break free, allowing him to hold her hand, her cheeks still flushed, not turning to look at him. The two walked side by side toward the grand hall, encountering many people who had come to attend the sacrificial ceremony. Most of these people were dressed elegantly, accompanied by bodyguards, their faces displaying expressions of either reverence, anticipation, or nervousness. They gathered in small groups, whispering to each other, their words filled with awe for the god. Have you heard? Last year, Boss Zhang, who attended the ceremony, received a pill from the god and directly transformed from a mortal into a warrior, breaking through to the mid-level of a warrior in just a year. Not only that, but I also heard that old man Li from the west side of the city, who was terminally ill and had received a critical illness notice from the hospital, miraculously recovered after attending the sacrificial ceremony, and now he can even go for morning runs every day. This is the power of the god. As long as we are devout enough, the god will grant all our wishes. These discussions reached Ling Feng's ears, causing him to narrow his eyes slightly. It seems this god indeed has some means temporarily satisfying these people's wishes with small favors. This lures more people to willingly become sacrifices in the formation. This kind of trick is rather interesting. The two entered the grand hall, and the sight within caused Qi Yu to gasp in astonishment. The hall occupied at least several thousand square meters, and it was dark and damp inside, the chill in the air more intense than outside, mixed with a strong smell of blood. In the center of the hall, instead of a Buddha statue, there was a sacrificial altar several dozen meters wide. The altar was made of black stone covered in dense and bizarre runes, with a faint blood-red glow flowing between the runes, creating a chilling atmosphere. Surrounding the altar were a dozen large white candles, burning, their flames flickering uncertainly, casting the shadows of people in the hall into a ghostly dance. On either side of the hall stood a dozen individuals dressed in black robes. Their faces were concealed by menacing masks, obscuring their true features, revealing only pairs of cold eyes that fixedly stared at each person entering the hall, sending shivers down their spines. Old Master Niu and Shun Hongtao had already arrived, standing in front of the altar with expressions of reverence, quietly conversing, seemingly waiting for something. Qi Yu tightly grasped Ling Feng's hand, her palm soaked in cold sweat. She instinctively leaned closer to Ling Feng, her voice trembling slightly. This place. It's so scary. Ling Feng gently patted the back of her hand, his tone soothing. Don't be afraid, I'm here. His voice was not loud, but carried a reassuring strength. At that moment, the back door of the hall suddenly opened, and a figure slowly walked out. It was a man in a black robe, looking no older than 30, with a strikingly handsome face that seemed otherworldly, and a pair of eyes as deep as the sea, as if they could see through one's heart. He exuded a faint pressure that caused everyone in the hall to instinctively hold their breath, afraid to speak loudly. God! It is the god who has appeared. Someone shouted excitedly, his voice trembling slightly. Old Master Niu and Shun Hongtao immediately bowed respectfully, hands clasped together, their faces revealing utmost reverence. Ling Feng looked at the man who called himself God, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He could clearly sense that the other's cultivation level was the same as his own, both at the early stage of golden core. However, the aura was extremely unstable, clearly indicating that he was severely injured, likely unable to exert even 1/10 of his strength. Moreover, there was an ominous energy subtly emanating from him, suggesting that his cultivation was obtained through improper means. It seems that this so-called god is the one who set up the sacrificial killing formation, seeking to absorb energy through this formation to restore his own power. A cold smile crept onto Ling Feng's lips. He wanted to see how this guy planned to use this sacrificial ceremony to turn these people into his offerings. However, one thing puzzled Ling Feng. According to his calculations, someone at the early stage of Golden Core should at least be comparable to a martial emperor's level. As far as he knew, there were no martial emperor level existences in the Chinese martial arts world who could have injured a Golden Core early stage powerhouse like this. At that moment, in a corner of the hall, Huang Lai Chao Shi and Long Yao had already stealthily hidden themselves. Long Yao looked at the man in black with disdain, lowering her voice to speak to the two beside her. I thought he would be impressive, but he's just a brat daring to call himself a god. Huang Lai shot her a fierce glare, signaling her to be silent, his gaze fixed tightly on the altar, his expression grave. He could clearly sense the strange energy fluctuations on the altar and intense unease rising within him. It was exactly 8 o'clock in the evening. The sky had completely descended into the depths of night. The candlelight in the great hall flickered violently, casting distorted shadows of the gathered crowd. Old Neo strode to the front of the altar, his plump palm patting his chest as he boomed. Everyone, it is the grace of the Divine Lord that we can gather here at the Fanning Temple today. He pressed his palms together and deeply bowed to the man in the black robe, his eyes revealing a fervent fervor as he turned around. 3 years ago, I was just a nobody in Lingjiang City, but it was the Divine Lord who bestowed upon me divine powers, guiding me on the path of a martial artist. Now I am a mid-stage martial king, all thanks to the Divine Lord's generosity. Whispers of agreement rustled through the crowd, many nodding in affirmation. Old Neo surveyed the greedy yet reverent faces of the people, feeling increasingly pleased with himself. The Divine Lord is compassionate, allowing mortals to step onto the path of martial arts and change their fates. Yet divine grace must be honored with sincerity. Today I have prepared a generous gift for the Divine Lord. He clapped his hands, and the heavy sound of the back door of the hall opening echoed through the room. A dozen bodyguards ushered in 300 young girls in a single file. Most of the girls were around 18 or 19 years old, their faces still stained with undried tears, their eyes filled with fear and confusion. Their wrists were tied with coarse ropes linked together as they were forcibly pushed toward the altar. Hurry up, don't dawdle. The bodyguards shoved the girls, their tone fierce. One bolder girl struggled and cried out, "Let me go. I want to go home." In response, she received a harsh slap, blood immediately spilling from the corner of her mouth. Old Neo watched the trembling girls on the altar, a barely noticeable lewdness flickering in his eyes. He calculated in his heart, the Divine Lord possesses immense powers, and these 300 maidens are surely for his enjoyment. Indeed, with the Divine Lord's might, it would be effortless for him to have 100 encounters in a single day. As long as he could obtain the godly techniques promised by the Divine Lord and break through to the saint level, he could easily gather not just 300 maidens, but even 800 or 1,000. After all, he operated more than 300 entertainment venues in Jiangnan province, with countless young girls coming and going daily. Gathering merely 300 maidens would take just a month without causing any stir. In his eyes, the lives of these lower-class girls were akin to that of ants. Old Neo bowed again, his voice dripping with utmost respect. "I humbly request the Divine Lord to bestow grace upon us, granting us longevity and prosperity." He suddenly straightened up, arms wide open, proclaiming loudly, "I announce that the grand sacrificial ceremony has officially begun." The crowd below bowed their heads in unison, chanting fervently. The man in the black robe slowly raised his hand, his slender fingers tracing strange patterns in the air. A cold smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, but his eyes held no warmth. Ling Feng's brow furrowed, suddenly his fingertips gently stroking Qi Yu's palm. At the moment the man in the black robe raised his hand, an extremely subtle black aura seeped out from his body. The chilling aura carried a malevolent intent to destroy everything, unmistakably a demonic energy long thought to have vanished from the Tianling continent. Demonic tribe. Ling Feng's heart surged with waves of shock. He never imagined that beings of the demonic tribe would appear in this world. The demonic tribe is inherently brutal, practicing by devouring the blood and essence of living beings, leaving devastation in their wake. When the demonic tribe invaded the Tianling continent years ago, various sects and rogue cultivators banded together to resist, including him. At that time, he was merely at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, only fit to linger on the battlefield's fringes. The battle lasted a full century with countless casualties on the Tianling continent before they barely managed to defeat the demonic tribe. During that century, he picked up a considerable number of storage rings, which brought him a significant fortune. He used the treasures within those rings to elevate his strength to the Great Ascension realm in just a few decades. But how could the demonic tribe have come to this world? Could it be that this world has already been infiltrated by the demonic tribe? Or is it possible that this person escaped through some spatial rift? A series of questions swirled in Ling Feng's mind, but he refrained from acting rashly, choosing to observe quietly. The gestures of the man in the black robe grew increasingly rapid, and the blood-red runes on the altar began to flicker wildly. Dark red beams of light shot up from between the runes, intertwining to form a massive blood-red web that enveloped the entire great hall. The temperature inside the hall plummeted, and the stench of blood became increasingly thick, even causing a sensation of suffocation. What is happening? Someone was the first to exclaim, clutching their chest tightly, their face turning crimson. My blood. It feels like it's about to burst out. Me too. My heart is racing like it's going to explode. Another wealthy gentleman collapsed to the ground, bracing himself as he gasped for air, veins bulging on his forehead. Divine Lord, I feel so hot all over I can't breathe. What is going on? Not just my heart, it feels like something is pulling at my meridians, it hurts so much. I can barely see, I might fall over. Divine Lord, please save us. The crowd began to wail, their once devout faces now etched with fear. They felt as if their bodies had turned into balloons about to explode, with blood racing through their veins, banging against the vessel walls, threatening to burst out at any moment. At this moment, Shen Hongtao was flushed all over, glancing at the veins on his arm, clearly seeing the blood surging wildly, causing a warm sensation to spread in his pants. Standing beside him, the frail elder, despite being at the pinnacle of the martial king realm, was also struggling, his goat beard swaying as his face turned beet red. He could only desperately circulate his inner strength to resist, barely stabilizing the raging blood. The three members of Dragon Team were currently unaffected, two being peak martial saints along with Long Yao, who was at mid-stage martial king. Together they formed a faint white barrier around themselves. Chi Yu's face was also pale, her body trembling slightly, and she bit her lip tightly to prevent herself from crying out. She could distinctly feel her blood flowing rapidly, with a tearing pain radiating through her limbs. Just as she was about to lose her hold, Ling Feng squeezed her hand gently, a warm current flowing from his palm into her body, instantly spreading through her limbs. That current was gentle, yet powerful, like the warm sun of spring, dispelling the chill and pain within her body, making her feel utterly relaxed, as if soaking in a hot spring. Surprised, Chi Yu looked up at Ling Feng, only to see his expression calm, seemingly unaffected at all. She knew he was protecting her, though she didn't understand how he managed it. But the fear in her heart dissipated in an instant, replaced by a profound sense of safety. Ling Feng had merely formed an invisible barrier of spiritual energy around their bodies. Although the sacrificial array was sinister, it was ultimately only of low-grade earth level. His spiritual energy barrier was as solid as a wall, easily isolating the array's pull. Compared to the suffering of the crowd, the 300 maidens on the altar were in a far more tragic state. Already physically weak and mentally fragile under the powerful pull of the array, each one of them became dazed, their faces pale as paper, collapsing limply onto the altar on the verge of perishing. At this moment, Elder Nyo, standing by the altar, also felt that something was amiss. He was at the peak of the martial master realm, and logically, he should not be in such a dismal state. However, at this moment, he felt the power within him rapidly depleting, his heart racing violently, as if it were about to leap out of his throat. Elder Nyo staggered and knelt on the ground, asking the man in black robe, Divine Lord, what is happening? Why do I feel like I am about to die? The man in black robe saw that the grand formation had been activated and finally ceased his actions. He looked at the people in the hall writhing in pain and let out a series of shrill, sinister laughs filled with mockery and madness. It's supposed to feel uncomfortable. Your blood and souls are the nutrients for my recovery. To become my offerings is your fortune in 3 lifetimes. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the terrified crowd, his tone growing colder. The only reason I show you a bit of grace is that I want more people to come and willingly deliver themselves to me. Your greed and stupidity are truly laughable. What? Elder Nyo felt as if struck by lightning, collapsing on the ground, the flattery on his face instantly replaced by despair. Divine Lord, you cannot do this. You promised me a divine level technique to help me break through to the martial saint realm. Technique. The man in black robe scoffed. Once I absorb your blood, I will naturally provide you with one. A painful way to die? The crowd finally understood that the so-called ritual for the gods was nothing but a trap. They had not come to receive blessings, but to become sacrifices. Run! Someone shouted, and the crowd panicked, rushing towards the hall's entrance like startled birds. However, when they reached the door, they were blocked by an invisible barrier, as if crashing into a wall of solid steel, and were bounced back, falling and bruising themselves. What's going on? What is blocking us? Help! Someone save us! Divine Lord, please spare my life. The cries of desperation and pleas for mercy intertwined, turning the grand hall into a hellish nightmare. Some attempted to attack the barrier with their hands, but it was utterly futile. Some even broke their arms from the sheer force. Elder Nyo crawled to the feet of the man in the black robe, repeatedly bowing his head until blood flowed from his forehead. Divine Lord, I beg you to spare my life. Considering that I have gathered 300 virgins for you, please let me go. I am willing to be your servant for eternity. The man in black robe looked down at him, his eyes devoid of any compassion. Rest assured, you won't suffer for too long. Once I absorb your blood and souls, my strength will recover by a tenth, and I will be able to leave this cursed place. At that time I will rule this world and welcome the arrival of the demon lord. No, I don't want to die. Divine Lord, have mercy. I have elders above and children below. Please. The crowd fell to their knees, repeatedly bowing and begging for mercy, some even so frightened that they lost control of their bowels, filling the hall with a foul odor. However, their pleas for mercy did not yield a shred of compassion, and the suction of the formation grew stronger, with many people's skin beginning to ooze blood. Just as despair enveloped the crowd, two powerful auras suddenly erupted from a corner of the hall. Huang Lai and Chao Shi shot towards the center of the hall like arrows, standing protectively in front of the crowd, glaring at the man in black robe. You monster! Do not act recklessly. Huang Lai's voice boomed like a thunderclap as he unleashed the full force of his peak martial saint aura. I am from the Dragon Group of Huaxiao, sent to investigate your sinister ritual. Cease your wickedness and surrender, or do not blame me for being merciless. Dragon Group. It's the Dragon Group. Great. The Dragon Group has come to save us. The Dragon Group represents the highest combat power of Huaxiao. They will surely defeat this monster. Upon hearing this, hope ignited in the crowd's eyes, and they ceased their weeping, looking at Huang Lai and Chao Shi with expressions filled with anticipation. To them, the Dragon Group symbolized justice and strength. As long as they intervened, this nefarious monster would surely be brought to justice. The man in black robe looked at the two sudden arrivals with a hint of surprise before sneering, Dragon Group. In my eyes, you are merely ignorant ants. No matter what you are, Dragon Group or Tiger Group, once you enter my sacrificial killing formation, even a true dragon must bow down. Arrogant to the extreme, since you refuse to repent, do not blame me for acting on behalf of justice. Huang Lai shouted angrily, his internal energy surging wildly, causing the air around him to vibrate. With that, Huang Lai pushed off the ground, charging towards the man in black robe like a cannonball, his fist clenched tightly, making a sound that cut through the air as he aimed a powerful punch at the man's face. Chao Shi refused to lag behind, unleashing a fierce palm wind towards the man in black robe. The two worked in perfect harmony, clearly seasoned partners. Both were powerful figures at the peak of the martial saint realm, among the top in Huaxia's martial arts community. Together, even a martial god at the initial stage would have to exercise caution. In their eyes, though the man in black robe exuded an eerie aura, they believed that they could take him down if they teamed up. However, just as their attacks were about to hit the man in black robe, he raised both fists and struck back at them. The seemingly slow movements carried an irresistible force. Boom, boom. After two resounding impacts, Huang Lai and Chao Shi were sent flying back as if struck by a heavy hammer. They spat out blood in midair, tracing a graceful arc before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. They struggled to get up, but found their bodies felt as if all their bones were shattered, unable to move, blood continuously oozing from the corners of their mouths, their breaths becoming weak and labored. How is this possible? The crowd witnessing this scene felt their hope instantly replaced by despair, their eyes wide open in disbelief. Long Yao also turned pale, never expecting that two peak martial saints could be so easily defeated by. After all, these two were significant figures in the Dragon Group. How could they be so incapable? What realm was the opponent at? She looked up at the man in black robe, fear evident in her expression. It's over, completely over. Someone sat limply on the ground, murmuring, if even the Dragon Group can't defeat this monster, we are doomed today. I don't want to die. I still have so much money left to spend and many things to do. Despair once again spread, and the cries and wails of the crowd were more heart-wrenching than before. They looked at the man in black robe with eyes full of terror, as if they were staring at a demon from hell. The man in black robe looked at the fallen Huang Lai and Chao Shi, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I said in my grand formation, you are all lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Now the game shall continue. He raised his hand again, and the suction from the formation grew even more terrifying, with many people's consciousness beginning to blur. It seems it's time to finish this. At that moment, an unremarkable voice suddenly echoed within the grand hall. It seems that the end has come. The voice was like a gentle breeze brushing over a lake, instantly overpowering all the wails and cries. The crowd turned to see Ling Feng holding Qi Yu's hand, slowly emerging from the throng, his steps calm, and his demeanor leisurely, as if entirely unaffected by the formation. Qi Yu nestled beside Ling Feng, her complexion rosy, her eyes tranquil, a stark contrast to the suffering of those around them. She held Ling Feng's hand tightly, filled with a sense of security. Is that him? The guy who defamed the Divine Lord in the parking lot? Someone recognized Ling Feng, a look of surprise crossing their face. How could he be unscathed? Does he truly possess some extraordinary ability? Previously I thought he was arrogant, but it seems he indeed has the capital to be so. Perhaps he can save us. The crowd's eyes ignited with a flicker of hope, fixating on Ling Feng, expecting him to create a miracle. The man in the black robe stared at Ling Feng, and Qi Yue, his brows furrowed tightly, filled with confusion and vigilance. Who are you? Why is my sacrificial killing formation ineffective against you? He could clearly sense that there was no fluctuation of internal energy within Ling Feng, who appeared to be an ordinary mortal. Yet the fact that he could remain unscathed in his grand formation perplexed him greatly. Ling Feng curled his lips into a faint smile, his tone laced with sarcasm. With your broken formation you think you can harm me. What a delusion. Broken formation. The black-robed man's expression darkened, his gaze sharpening. My sacrificial killing formation is a top-tier Earth-grade array. Even those at the peak of Foundation establishment would find it hard to escape death. You, a mere mortal, dare to speak so arrogantly. He paused, asking with confusion, how did you manage to do this? Do you possess some sort of defensive treasure? Ling Feng scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Treasure? You think you're worthy of having me use a treasure against you? With such garbage as your formation you aren't even fit to hold my shoes. The black-robed man's face turned ashen, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. No matter who you are, or what backing you have in my formation, you are merely prey. Before he could finish, Ling Feng suddenly raised his hand and swung it violently upwards. Boom! A domineering golden aura erupted from Ling Feng's hand, sweeping through the entire hall like a tsunami. This strike of Ling Feng seemed casual, yet contained incredibly terrifying power. The golden aura transformed into a massive sword in the air, striking fiercely at the blood-red net. With a crisp sound, the blood-red net enveloping the hall was instantly cleaved in two, turning into countless crimson light spots that dissipated into the air. The crowd felt a powerful force rushing towards them, the once wildly surging blood suddenly calming and their bodily pains dissipating. They looked at Ling Feng in astonishment, their eyes filled with shock and reverence. The hall returned to tranquility, and that strange force vanished without a trace. The sacrificial killing formation has been broken. We are saved. We are saved. The crowd cheered, their faces lighting up with smiles of relief as they bowed to Ling Feng in gratitude. Thank you, young hero, for saving our lives. The great kindness of the young hero is unforgettable. If it weren't for the young hero's intervention, we would surely have perished today. Ling Feng waved his hand, speaking plainly. You all should leave. This place is no longer your concern. Yes, yes, yes. The crowd nodded eagerly, each rushing towards the hall's entrance, fearful of encountering any further danger if they hesitated. As they left, they instinctively turned to glance at the black-robed man, their eyes filled with fear. The black-robed man stared at the dissipating formation, his face pale as paper, his body slightly trembling. He never anticipated that the sacrificial killing formation he had meticulously set up would be so easily unraveled by the opponent. He could feel that Ling Feng harbored an incredibly terrifying power. Even at his peak, he might not be a match, let alone the fact that he was currently in a severely injured state. Old Neo looked at the broken formation, and then at Ling Feng, who stood in the center of the hall like a true god, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. He knew that the divine lord in his mind had already fallen. The only one who could preserve his life now was this mysterious young man before him. He hurried to Ling Feng's side, putting on a flattering smile, wanting to express his gratitude, but was preempted by, "They can leave, but you cannot." Ling Feng's tone was flat. Old Neo's smile froze instantly, a wave of intense unease flooding his heart. He asked tremulously, "Why can't I leave?" Ling Feng looked at him, a cold smile curling at his lips. "Because I came to Lingjiang specifically to find you. If you leave, wouldn't I have come for nothing?" Old Neo's face turned pale upon hearing this, his body going limp as he nearly collapsed to the ground. He looked at Ling Feng in terror, his voice trembling. "You are the one who broke into my residence and killed a few of my brothers. It seems you're not too foolish after all," Ling Feng said coldly. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly extended his hand, pressing it against Old Neo's head. Old Neo wanted to resist, but found himself unable to move, forced to watch as Ling Feng's palm pressed down on his head. Moments later, Old Neo's gaze became vacant, white foam bubbling from his mouth, and his body began to convulse. Soul-searching technique. The black-robed man watched Ling Feng's actions, his pupils suddenly constricting, disbelief etched on his face. He had been in this world for nearly 5 years, always hiding here to heal. However, through these years he had gained a certain understanding of this world. It was a realm lacking in spiritual energy, where cultivators did not exist, let alone someone capable of using a profound technique like soul-searching. Though soul-searching was not considered a top-tier technique in his original world, only those above Foundation establishment could perform it. What exactly is the background of this young man before him? How strong is he really? A series of questions swirled in the black-robed man's mind, his gaze towards Ling Feng, filled with shock and apprehension. Ling Feng withdrew his hand from atop old Nio's head, his eyes icy. Through the soul-searching technique, he had gleaned all the information. Underground casinos, drug trafficking, organized prostitution, human organ trade, trafficking of women and children. Every single one of these instances was too numerous to count. At this point, the only way to repay for those you have harmed is with your life. Ling Feng exerted a slight force with his palm, and with a crisp crack, old Nio's massive head was instantly crushed, blood and brain matter splattering, staining the ground red. Ah! Chi Yu and Long Yao, who stood not far away, both gasped in horror, their faces turning pale. Oh! Chi Yu and Long Yao were startled and exclaimed upon witnessing the scene before them. Although Chi Yu knew that Ling Feng was powerful and that old Nio was a villain, the bloody sight still made her feel uneasy. Long Yao was both astonished and frightened. She never expected that the seemingly gentle and refined youth would strike with such ruthless ferocity. Sensing Chi Yu's trembling, Ling Feng gently squeezed her palm and softly said, "Don't be afraid, this kind of person deserves to die." Chi Yu nodded, still feeling a bit uncomfortable inside. However, looking into Ling Feng's comforting eyes, her fear dissipated considerably. Ling Feng turned to the fallen Huang Lai and Chao Shi, slowly walking over to them. He extended his hands, placing them on the shoulders of both men, a gentle stream of spiritual energy gradually flowing into their bodies. Huang Lai and Chao Shi felt a warm current circulating within them, and the previously broken bones and damaged meridians began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. In just a moment, they felt invigorated, their previous injuries completely healed. They exchanged glances, seeing disbelief reflected in each other's eyes. Having practiced for many years, they had witnessed numerous healing techniques. However, they had never seen such a miraculous method. Just a gentle press could instantly heal severe injuries. It was simply divine. Ling Feng withdrew his hands and said in a calm tone, "You can leave now." Huang Lai and Chao Shi hurriedly stood up, bowing deeply to Ling Feng and respectfully saying, "Thank you, young hero, for saving our lives." Filled with awe, they realized that the power of this youth surpassed their understanding. Even the leader of the dragon group, Long Yao's master, could only look up to him. The two turned to leave simultaneously, signaling Long Yao with their eyes to come along. However, Long Yao stood still, not moving. She looked at Ling Feng, her eyes filled with curiosity and admiration, then turned to glance at the man in black robes beside the altar, her brows furrowing tightly. "Uncles, we can't just leave like this," Long Yao said to Huang Lai and Chao Shi, her tone firm. "This wicked person has committed numerous atrocities, killing so many people. If we let him go, who knows how many more will suffer in the future. Our duty in the dragon group is to protect Huaxia and eliminate evil for the people. We cannot allow him to roam free." Huang Lai and Chao Shi nearly fainted upon hearing this. "Oh dear ancestor, can you not see the situation? Even with both of us peak martial saints joining forces, we were easily defeated by him and cannot even stand. How can we eliminate evil? The youth before them and that wicked person were not something they could provoke. It was already a blessing to salvage their lives. Oh, what more could they think about capturing someone?" But they also knew Long Yao's stubborn nature. Once she set her mind on something, it was hard to change. The two exchanged glances and could only brace themselves to step forward and attempt to forcibly drag her away. Just as the three were about to reach the entrance of the hall, Ling Feng's voice rang out again, "Wait." Huang Lai, Chao Shi, and Long Yao all halted simultaneously, their bodies jolting as nervous expressions appeared on their faces. Huang Lai turned around, forcing a smile, and cautiously asked, "Young hero, do you have any further instructions?" Ling Feng looked at him and said, "Come here." Huang Lai's heart sank, realizing something was amiss. Oh no, was he displeased with him and planning to kill him for entertainment? But he did not dare to disobey and could only nervously approach Ling Feng. Ling Feng raised a finger, gently tapping Huang Lai's forehead. Huang Lai instinctively tried to dodge, but found his body unable to move, leaving him to watch helplessly as Ling Feng's finger landed on his forehead. In the next moment, Huang Lai felt a torrent of vast information surge into his mind through the fingertip, unstoppable like a flood that had burst its banks. This information was naturally the memories of old Nio, detailing all the criminal evidence of the gathering of the virtuous society. It included human organ trafficking, drug manufacturing, and hideouts for the trafficking of women and children, as well as the list of members of the gathering of the virtuous society throughout Jiangnan province, along with their contact information. Huang Lai's body trembled, his pupils constricting as a storm of shock surged within him. He never expected that Ling Feng could directly imprint someone else's memories into his own mind. Such a technique was simply unheard of and unseen. Ling Feng withdrew his finger and said in a calm tone, "You are of the state. You can handle these matters." Huang Lai gathered his thoughts from the memories and bowed deeply to Ling Feng, again speaking with utmost respect. "Rest assured, young hero, I know what to do and will not disappoint your trust." Filled with awe towards Ling Feng, he silently vowed to handle this matter well and not let this great. On the contrary, this was also the duty of someone from the dragon group. With that, Huang Lai turned and left forcefully, pulling Long Yao along as they approached the entrance of the hall. Uncle Huang, what are you doing? Let go of me. We can't just let that wicked person go. Long Yao struggled, her face filled with resentment. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up, Huang Lai said in a low voice, urgency in his tone. He'll explain it to you outside. Chao Shi quickly followed suit, and the three soon disappeared at the entrance of the hall. Ling Feng looked at Qi Yu and said, the scene coming up might be uncomfortable for you. You should also go wait for me outside. Yes. Qi Yu nodded obediently. Inside the hall, only Ling Feng and the man in black robes remained. Ling Feng turned to the man in black, his gaze sharpening. Now it's time for us to have a chat. The man in black looked at Ling Feng's composed demeanor, his heart racing uncontrollably. This youth was too bizarre. Clearly his aura was as subdued as an ordinary person, yet he could break the formation that had taken the man an entire day to set up with a single strike. This power exceeded his expectations. What kind of kid are you? How could you break my blood oath formation? Even a martial god would find it impossible to dismantle it so easily. The voice of the man in black trembled slightly, lacking the previous cold arrogance. He stared intently at Ling Feng, trying to glean some insight from his expression. However, Ling Feng maintained an air of calm indifference, as if breaking the formation just now was merely brushing off some dust. Hearing this, Ling Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, forming a mocking arc. It's just an earth-level formation, is it really that impressive? Those words struck like an invisible slap to the face of the man in black. Although the Blood Oath formation was not a top-tier formation, it was still a high-grade earth-level formation, and in this world where spiritual energy was scarce, it was considered unsolvable. Yet in Ling Feng's words it seemed utterly insignificant. Ling Feng walked slowly towards the man in black robes, his steps neither hurried nor slow, speaking as he walked. If you were at your peak, this formation might have given me a bit of trouble. But in your current state, with your cultivation at less than 10% of your peak, the power of the formation is greatly diminished, posing no threat to me. The man in black robes trembled all over, his pupils suddenly constricting. He was indeed severely injured, having relied on the blood essence of living beings to barely recover over the past few years, and had only regained less than 10% of his strength. He had never mentioned this to anyone. Oh, how could this youth possibly know? A ridiculous yet singular thought exploded in his mind. He squinted slightly, his gaze filled with inquiry, asking, how do you know so much about formations and levels? Could it be that you are not from this world? Over the past 5 years I have learned the ins and outs of this world through those common folk who came to offer sacrifices. The spiritual energy here is thin, and the highest martial realm does not exceed the martial emperor level. Let alone grasping the essence of formations, the vast majority of people are completely unaware of the existence of formations, much less their level classifications. Unless the other party, like him, was a traveler from another world. Ling Feng glanced at him casually and replied, sort of, but not exactly. The man in black robes furrowed his brows tightly, clearly not understanding the meaning behind those words. Ling Feng continued nonchalantly. It's just that when I was young I wandered for tens of thousands of years, found it rather uninteresting, and came back to enjoy retirement. Tens of thousands of years. The man in black robes looked at this youth, who appeared to be just over 20, astonished that he claimed to have wandered for tens of thousands of years. This was utterly absurd. Nevertheless, he tentatively asked then, which world did you come from? Ling Feng looked at the man in black robes, his gaze becoming profound. You are asking too many questions. Now it's my turn to ask. The man in black robes felt a tightening in his heart, instinctively taking half a step back. What do you want to ask? Ling Feng's gaze was as sharp as a sword, and he spoke in a deep voice. How did your demon clan find this world? And how did you come here? Are there other demons besides you that have come here? These questions were related to the safety of Earth. The demon clan was inherently brutal, practicing by devouring the blood and souls of living beings. If a large number of demons were to flood an Earth with its current strength, would be utterly unable to resist, resulting in untold suffering and a hell on Earth. Upon hearing this, the man in black robes was first stunned, then suddenly erupted into a series of eerie cackles. Since you know I am one of the demon clan, I advise you to submit to me obediently. He suddenly straightened his body, the black robe billowing without wind, and a thick aura of demonic energy once again surged from within him. Though still weak, it was more violent than before. As long as you help me take control of this world once the demon lord arrives, I will certainly reward you for your contributions. At that time, riches, power, and status will be at your disposal. Even if you wish to be the supreme commander of this world, it will be but a word away. In his eyes, Ling Feng, no matter how strong, was merely a loose cultivator. The demon clan's influence spanned multiple planes, and the demon lord was exceedingly powerful. As long as enticing conditions were thrown out, there was no fear of the other party not being tempted. Ling Feng shook his head coldly, saying, "It seems you still do not see the situation clearly. Why, I can only make you wake up to reality." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Feng suddenly raised his hand, his fingertips swiftly twisting, as he formed an incredibly complex hand seal. Buzz! A deep humming sound resonated within the hall, and the previously dimly lit hall abruptly darkened. Suddenly thick black gas surged from the surrounding beams and columns, flowing and gathering in the air like ink. These black gases carried a cold and violent aura. Wherever they passed, the stones of the floor seemed to be corroded, emitting wisps of white smoke. The black gas grew increasingly abundant, gradually weaving into a massive black light net enveloping the entire hall. On the light net, countless bizarre runes flickered, exuding a heart-pounding aura, as if they could devour the very souls of all beings. The man in black robe's pupils shrank suddenly, disbelief etched on his face. This is a formation. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Feng once again formed another hand seal. Swish! If the previous black gas was the coldness of hell, then the golden light that emerged at this moment was the warmth of paradise. Bright golden specks of light surged from the corners of the hall like stars in the sky, intertwining with the black light net. The golden specks of light carried a gentle and sacred aura. Wherever they passed, the lingering smell of blood in the air faded significantly. The golden specks of light quickly gathered, forming golden light bands that entwined over the black light net, creating a peculiar double formation. The black light net and golden light bands did not conflict with each other, rather they complemented one another. One exuded an aura of destruction, while the other brimmed with the power of vitality. The two extreme powers perfectly merged within the hall, forming a strange, yet powerful nested formation. The man in black robes was completely stunned, his gaze filled with shock and confusion. Having cultivated for thousands of years, though he wasn't very familiar with formations, he understood that only one formation could be set up in a given area. The core of a formation is to mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Different formations would interfere and repel each other, making it impossible for them to coexist. Yet the scene before him completely overturned his understanding. Ling Feng had actually arranged two entirely different formations within the same hall, and they were even nested together. This was simply unheard of and unseen. How could you possibly do this? The forces of formations repel each other, making it impossible to stack. What kind of sorcery did you use? The man in black robe's voice was hoarse, filled with confusion and fear. Ling Feng leaned leisurely against a beam, his arms crossed. Looking at the astonished expression of the man in black robes, he casually explained, "Have you been living under a rock? Let me enlighten you. The two formations I set up are called Soul-Devouring Refinement Formation, which specializes in refining the souls of living beings and making them endure insufferable agony. The other is called Nurturing Spirit and Soul Formation, which nourishes the soul, allowing it to ascend." He paused, a playful smile creeping onto his lips. "In other words, within this nested formation, you are currently, and you will simultaneously experience the ultimate pain of having your soul torn apart and devoured, while also enjoying the ultimate pleasure of your soul being nourished and elevated. As long as there is even a trace of spiritual energy around, these two sensations will infinitely cycle, allowing you to experience true pain while simultaneously feeling joy." The man in black robe's face instantly turned pale, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. As a member of the demon tribe, his soul was far stronger than that of a human, even to the extent of being considered immortal. Regardless of the severity of his injuries, or if his physical form was disintegrated into countless pieces, as long as a sliver of his soul remained, he could absorb blood essence to recover. However, precisely because of this, the souls of the demon tribe were exceptionally sensitive. If what Ling Feng said was true, the soul being torn apart and mended in a constant cycle would be more terrifying than death itself. Yet he quickly regained his composure, a flicker of luck flashing in his gaze. "Humph. Stop pretending to be mysterious here. The soul of my demon tribe is the most powerful in the world. Even the most formidable needle techniques cannot truly harm its essence." He stared intently at Ling Feng, trying to discern any flaws on the other's face. "Moreover, the moment you made your move, I sense that you are merely at the early stage of Golden Core. A mere brat at the early stage of Golden Core. Even if he understands some superficial formations, what can he do to me?" In his eyes, even if Ling Feng could set up a formation within a formation, he might not have enough power to activate it. The early stage of Golden Core cultivation was nothing more than a fledgling lackey among the demon tribe, unable to pose any threat to him. Had he not forcibly broken through this planet's barrier, he would not have fallen to the same early stage of Golden Core. With this kid, it would only take a second to eliminate him. Ling Feng couldn't help but laugh. "I certainly know of the uniqueness of the demon tribe's soul, though otherwise I would have used the soul search technique on you long ago, instead of wasting my breath here. He recalled his experiences from years ago fighting against the demon tribe on the Tianlin continent. At that time, he captured a demon, and out of curiosity, he wanted to know what the demon tribe usually did. To his surprise, the soul of the demon tribe possessed a backlash force. He not only failed to extract any memories, but was instead severely injured by the opponent's soul power, nearly obliterating his own soul, which terrified him into never daring to casually use the soul search technique again. However, on this earth, searching the souls of mortals was still feasible. Upon hearing this, the black-robed man felt a surge of hope, his face once again displaying arrogance. Since you are aware of the might of my demon tribe, you should quickly submit to me. Otherwise, once I regain my strength, I will ensure you experience the most painful tortures in the world. He believed in the uniqueness of his soul, feeling that these two formations posed no real threat to him. Ling Feng scoffed coldly, the playful glint in his eyes vanishing, replaced by a chilling, killing intent. You truly do not shed tears until you see the coffin. Let me show you what real formation power is. With that, Ling Feng lightly snapped his fingers. Snap. The crisp sound echoed through the great hall like the fuse of ignited explosives. In the next moment, the black light net and golden light band within the hall erupted with dazzling brilliance. The black light net instantly tightened, and countless black runes sprang to life, lunging towards the black-robed man. The black-robed man felt a powerful suction force emanating from all directions, as if his soul was tightly grasped by an invisible giant hand, then violently torn apart. Ah! A piercing scream instantly resounded throughout the hall. Even Qiyu and the three from the dragon team, who were outside, couldn't help but shiver. Some wealthy individuals lingering at the entrance, hoping to wait for Ling Feng to come out and express some words of gratitude, changed their minds upon hearing the dreadful sound. They turned and fled, wishing they had more legs. In just a few breaths, only Qiyu and the three from the dragon team remained watching intently. Inside the great hall, the black-robed man clutched his head, curled up on the ground, rolling frantically. He felt as if his soul was being pierced by countless steel needles simultaneously, as though it had been thrown into a boiling cauldron, with every inch of his soul bearing the utmost agony. That kind of pain far exceeded any physical torment, as if it aimed to completely tear and crush his soul. He attempted to mobilize the demonic energy within him to resist, only to find that as soon as the demonic energy left his body, it was instantly devoured by the black light net. Not only did it fail to have any effect, but it instead intensified the suffering of his soul. Just when he felt his soul was about to be entirely torn apart, and his consciousness was on the verge of dissipating, a gentle golden power suddenly surged into the depths of his soul. That power was like the warm sun of spring, akin to sweet spring water, instantly soothing the wounds of the originally torn fragments of his soul. Quickly healed, and the pain dissipated, replaced by an extreme sense of comfort and pleasure. It was as if every pore in his body had unfurled, his soul becoming lighter and purer than ever before. That feeling was even more exhilarating than consuming the blood essence of 100,000 living beings. The black-robed man's screams abruptly stopped, replaced by a satisfied moan. The pain on his face vanished, giving way to ecstasy and bewilderment, his body no longer rolling. Instead, he lay limply on the ground, reveling in the sensation of his soul's ascension. However, this pleasure lasted less than 3 seconds before the tearing force of the black light net struck again. Oh, damn it! The shrill scream echoed once more, even more tragic than before. The recently healed soul was torn apart again, and the extreme pain rolled back, plunging him from heaven straight into hell. No! Stop! The black-robed man howled frantically, his body twisting into bizarre shapes on the ground. It hurts. It's too painful. Hurry and stop. Yet the response to him was the golden, healing power striking once more. Pain and pleasure, destruction and life. Two extreme sensations repeatedly cycled within his soul. In one moment he was enduring the excruciating pain of his soul being torn apart, wishing for instant death. In the next moment he was enjoying the ultimate pleasure of his soul's ascension, reluctant to let that feeling fade. The intertwining and contrasting sensations intensified the pain and made the pleasure more enticing. This contradictory experience was like the most vicious curse, continually ravaging his will. Within the great hall, the shrill screams and satisfied moans alternated, sounding extraordinarily eerie. The black-robed man's body convulsed and rolled on the ground. The expression on his face twisted between grimaces and ecstasy as he fell into a state of madness. Qiyu stood at the temple entrance, once again hearing the tragic sounds, as she hurriedly covered her ears and turned away. Even Long Yao was covered in goosebumps, standing there rubbing her arms incessantly. Huang Lai and Chao Shi fared a bit better, but they too felt a chill creeping from their feet up to their heads. Time passed second by second. In just 5 minutes the black-robed man was already on the brink of collapse. His black robe was soaked with sweat, his hair disheveled, sticking to his face, black blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth, his gaze absent, and he looked utterly disheveled. The soul cycling between tearing and mending was an extreme torment, far more unbearable than sin. He felt his will being gradually extinguished with only one thought remaining in his mind, wanting to die. Kill. Just kill me. The black-robed man shouted with his last ounce of strength. I would rather die than endure this torment any longer. Hurry and kill me. Ling Feng's lips curled into a cold smile at his words, showing no sign of emotion. 3 minutes later, the man in the black robe could no longer hold on. He no longer had the strength to roar, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently, as if he were about to suffocate. His eyes were filled with despair and fear, no longer displaying the previous arrogance and pride. I submit. The voice of the man in the black robe was so weak it was nearly inaudible, tinged with a heavy nasal tone and a sob. You are formidable. You are now the boss. I beg you. Please stop the formation. At this moment, he had no thoughts of resistance left, only wanting the hellish torment to end swiftly. Forget about revealing the secrets of the demon clan. Even if asked to commit suicide immediately, he would do it without hesitation. Ling Feng looked at his complete surrender, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He raised his hand and once again made a hand seal. Buzz. The black light net and the golden light band retracted simultaneously as the black air currents and golden light points receded like a tide. The light in the hall gradually returned to normal, and the heart-pounding pressure dissipated. The formation had stopped. The man in the black robe seemed to have all his strength drained, collapsing onto the ground, clutching his head tightly, as his body trembled uncontrollably. He gasped for breath, making a ha-ha sound from his throat. Tears and mucus mixed together, streaming down his cheeks, dripping onto the blood-stained ground, looking utterly miserable. After a full minute, the man in the black robe finally began to recover slightly. He lifted his head, gazing vacantly at Ling Feng, his voice still hoarse. From now on, whatever you say goes. I only ask you. Please don't activate that formation again. He was now filled with extreme fear of Ling Feng. The torment at the soul level had become an unshakable nightmare. He didn't even dare to look at Ling Feng again, fearing that if the other was displeased, the terrifying formation would activate once more. Ling Feng walked slowly to him, looking down from above, and spoke slowly. Speak. How did your demon clan find this place? And how did you come here? Besides you, are there any other companions? The man in the black robe swallowed hard and spoke with difficulty. My name is Mo Sha. I am a Star Exploration General of the Demon Clan. Star Exploration General? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion in his tone. What does that mean? It means searching for planets with living beings in the universe, Mo Sha explained. Ling Feng nodded, indicating for him to continue. The vastness of the universe and the multitude of stars made it not surprising that there were other living beings. But he hadn't expected that the Demon Clan had already begun interstellar exploration, and Earth had unexpectedly become one of their targets. Mo Sha's voice was intermittent, filled with the bitterness of memories. 200 years ago, I followed a team of star exploration from the Demon Abyss realm. In these 200 years, we traveled through various star systems, discovering 66 planets, with life some rich in spiritual energy, while others were barren. 5 years ago, we discovered this planet. As usual, we prepared to enter this planet, but, to our surprise, there was a golden barrier obstructing the outer perimeter of the planet. A look of fear surfaced on Mo Sha's face, as if he was transported back to the thrilling scene from 5 years. The barrier was incredibly hard. We gathered all the strength of the entire team and attacked for a whole day and night, yet the barrier showed no damage, not even a crack. In the end, we had no choice. The captain ordered the use of an interstellar shuttle to forcibly break through. He paused, seemingly calming his emotions. At the moment the shuttle collided with the barrier, a crack was indeed created, but the shuttle exploded on the spot, and we were thrown away by the powerful shock wave. Many were torn to pieces by the rebound force of the barrier, while others were blown to dust by the shock wave of the explosion. I consider myself fortunate. I had a defensive treasure protecting me, falling onto this planet and managing to survive. Ling Feng listened to this, instinctively looking up at the sky outside the hall. The night was deep, the stars twinkled with no sign of a golden barrier in sight. What is the golden barrier? Ling Feng withdrew his gaze and continued to ask, his tone much more serious. Mo Sha shook his head, a look of confusion on his face. I don't really know. It is like a gigantic golden wall that envelopes the entire planet, incredibly solid. Golden wall. Ling Feng frowned slightly, murmuring softly. Where did this golden wall come from? Was it deliberately created by someone? Or was it formed naturally from the start? He shook his head to temporarily suppress the doubts in his heart, and continued to ask, how many people were in your team? Where are the others? And what is the shuttle you mentioned? Mo Sha gasped for breath and said, there were 3,000 of us. After crashing into the barrier, I don't know how many survived. As for the shuttle, it was the interstellar transport vehicle we used, capable of flying at high speeds across the universe and traversing star systems. However, it exploded after colliding with the barrier, and we couldn't even find the wreckage. Ling Feng nodded. So your injuries were also due to the impact when breaking through the golden barrier. Mo Sha forced a bitter smile, wiping the black blood from the corner of his mouth. Yes, I thought I would die then, but fortunately fell into the mountains behind this temple and accidentally killed a wild boar. At that time I was too weak and could only drink the boar's blood to barely recover a little strength, and later I hid in this temple. Then why have you been hiding here for 5 years without going out? Ling Feng continued to question. I wanted to go out too. Mo Sha raised his voice, a hint of grievance and helplessness in his tone. But my injuries are too severe, and being of the demon clan, I cannot tolerate the sun. Once exposed to sunlight, it feels like my whole body is being burned and my injuries worsen. So I can only stay in this dark and damp temple, slowly recovering from my injuries. Ling Feng understood. It wasn't that Mo Sha didn't want to go out, but that he was afraid to. Then how is it that you are referred to as a deity here? Ling Feng's gaze fell upon Mo Sha, tinged with a hint of mockery. Mo Sha hurriedly waved his hands, an innocent expression on his face. That was what they called me, not something I claimed for myself, though I never intended to be any kind of deity. I just wanted to quietly recuperate. Oh. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. Tell me how that happened. After saying this, he found a stone to sit on, crossing his legs and relaxing like a spectator watching a performance. Mo Sha noticed Ling Feng sitting there preparing to listen to a story. He relaxed his tense nerves and slowly began to speak. During these 5 years, I didn't see a single soul for the first 3 years. It wasn't until one night 2 years ago that a man and a woman arrived here. After they entered, they set up a small house in the yard, and then engaged in activities that I couldn't quite understand. Out of curiosity, I went over to take a look. Mo Sha said, a lewd smile appearing on his face as he looked at Ling Feng. Guess what I saw? Lo and behold, 2 great lumps of white flesh writhing inside the tent. It was quite intense. Ling Feng's expression darkened, not expecting that this demon tribe would have such tastes. It was indeed quite lewd. Mo Sha continued. As a result, I got too close and was caught by them. At the time, my injuries had only healed a little. To avoid causing unnecessary trouble, I used some tricks to Ever since then, people have frequently come here. Later, I don't know who spread the word that there were celestial beings in this temple, and more people began to arrive. I also became a bit inflated, gradually liking this feeling. By offering them some benefits over time, they began to call me a deity, and the number of visitors kept increasing. So tell me, how many people have you killed in these 5 years? Ling Feng asked. Mo Sha shook his head and said, I haven't killed anyone. It's not that I didn't want to kill to regain my strength, but I was afraid of encountering someone I couldn't deal with, which would lead me to lose more than I gain. Of course, I can't say I haven't killed at all. There were a few unwise fellows who tried to rob me, and I had no choice but to kill them and absorb their blood to barely regain a bit of my cultivation. After hearing this, Ling Feng's gaze instantly turned cold, his voice as chilling as ice. Do you think I'm blind? The blood oath formation you've set up today is to take these people's lives, isn't it? Do you still dare to say you have no intention of killing? The severity on Mo Sha's face faded, revealing a hint of helplessness. That's right, today I intended to kill these people to use their blood to restore my strength. That's because after 2 years of observation, I found that there are no real cultivators in this world. The strongest are just some petty tricks for strengthening the body. So I had nothing to fear and simply used these greedy individuals to restore my strength. I didn't expect to encounter you. I had endured for 2 years, finally waiting for my injuries to heal a bit, set up this blood oath formation, hoping to recover 10% of my cultivation in one go, and then fly freely in the sky. But who knew halfway through a calamity like you would appear, and in the end I still ended up in a mess. After saying this, Mo Sha lifted his head, his gaze complex as he stared at Ling Feng, suddenly breaking into a grin. But speaking of which, haven't you ever killed anyone? Haven't you ever killed for profit? I must say, you humans are all petty. On the surface you preach righteousness and morality, but behind the scenes you are treacherous and deceitful, ready to stab a knife in your back at any moment. Although our demon tribe is brutal, at least we are open and above board, taking what we want without concealing our desires. After all, he thought it through. Whatever was said in the end led to death. It was better to speak freely and vent his thoughts. Ling Feng, upon hearing this, smiled. Instead of getting angry, his eyes gleaming with amusement. You are correct. I have indeed killed, and I have killed many who had no enmity with me. He slowly walked in front of Mo Sha, looking down at him. The story is over. I now give you 2 choices. First, submit to me. Second, I choose second. Mo Sha interrupted before Ling Feng could finish. Dream on if you think I will submit to a human. Our demon tribe only knows conquest, not submission. For him to bow to a human was more unbearable than death. Ling Feng, upon hearing this, showed no surprise, merely nodding lightly. Fine then, let's go with the second. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand, without hesitation, lightly flicking his long fingers, producing a crisp snap of his fingers. Snap! The moment the sound fell, the hall underwent a sudden transformation. The black mist that had originally dissipated suddenly surged from the ground, boiling, like ink swirling madly with a chilling wind howling. Countless black shadows rushed towards Mo Shah. It was indeed the soul-devouring and body-refining formation that brought him immense discomfort. What the hell? No. Please no. Mo Shah, upon seeing this, was so frightened that tears streamed down his face mixed with snot. The defiant look in his eyes was instantly replaced by extreme terror. He crawled on the ground with his hands and feet, shouting at Ling Feng, One. I choose one. He was truly scared. It wasn't fear of death, it was the torment of a life worse than death. The soul was torn apart bit by bit, while maintaining clarity through excruciating pain. That feeling was 1,000 times scarier than descending into the 18 layers of hell. He would rather die a quick death than go through it again. Ling Feng looked at him disheveled and weeping, and a playful smile crept on his lips, as if he were admiring an interesting toy. He sighed softly, waving a hand as if to casually disperse dust. Wouldn't it have been better to do this sooner? Why go through the trouble of undressing to fart such a superfluous act? With his gesture, the black mist in the hall dissipated in an instant, and everything returned to calm, as if the terrifying scene had never occurred. Mo Shah collapsed on the ground, gasping heavily, his clothes soaked with cold sweat, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He looked at Ling Feng's calm face, swallowed hard, and complained with a sobbing tone, You are not adhering to martial ethics. I've said what I needed to say, why must you torture me? It's fun. Ling Feng shrugged, his tone carrying a hint of playful mockery. I just wanted to see what you looked like when you begged for mercy. It turns out there's nothing special about it. Fun. Mo Shah's eyes widened in shock, utterly bewildered. Is this what you call fun? You seem to be enjoying yourself, but I am suffering immensely. You pervert. But he could only curse inwardly, not daring to voice it. The previous torment had completely made him realize that this human boy before him was a thorough demon, even more devilish than their demon tribe. Provoking him would only bring discomfort upon oneself. Better to submit. There is a saying, those who recognize the times are wise. At this moment Ling Feng waved at him, his tone flat. Come here. Mo Shah stiffened, hesitated for a moment, then shakily crawled up from the ground, moving cautiously towards Ling Feng. He was afraid that he might do something wrong and provoke the terrifying formation again. When he stood a meter in front of Ling Feng, he stopped cautiously, saying, just to be clear, you can't activate that formation again. Rest assured. Ling Feng smiled, a hint of cunning in his eyes. As long as you obediently submit to me and behave, I naturally will not use the formation to torment you again. Soul contract. Mo Shah's expression changed dramatically as he stared at Ling Feng with wide eyes filled with shock and resistance. Isn't a soul contract unnecessary? The demons are known for their word being their bond. When they pledge allegiance, they do so without betrayal. Mo Shah was all too aware of what a soul contract entailed. It is an exceedingly tyrannical contract. Once signed, his soul would be entirely under the control of the other. As soon as any thoughts of rebellion or betrayal arise without the need for the other party to act, the soul would instantly self-destruct without even a chance to squeak. Such a contract is more terrifying than any vow, as it completely entrusts one's life and death. Ling Feng said nothing, only looked at him with a half-smile, slowly raising his right hand, his fingers slightly curled, making a gesture as if to snap his fingers. Damn it. I'll sign. Is that all right? Seeing this, Mo Shah was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. He quickly sat cross-legged, adopting a well-behaved posture, and eagerly said, Come on, I'm ready. Joking aside, though the soul contract is terrifying, at least it means he would still be alive. If he were to endure that soul-devouring array again, he doubted he would survive without going completely insane. Choosing the lesser of two evils, he decided to sign. Ling Feng, seeing his compliance, smiled with satisfaction, saying, That's more like it. If you had cooperated earlier, it would have saved a lot of trouble. With that, he slowly stood up, extending his right hand palm, facing Mo Shah's crown. A pure golden spiritual energy surged from his palm, coalescing into a complex contract rune. The rune shimmered with dazzling light, emanating a mysterious power, the very essence of the soul contract. Ling Feng gently pressed his palm against Mo Shah's crown, the golden rune burrowing into Mo Shah's brow, like a living entity merging deep within his soul. Mo Shah felt a warm, yet domineering force surging into his soul, as if an invisible shackle locked his soul tightly. Simultaneously, a clear command was imprinted in the depths of his soul. Unconditionally obey Ling Feng, with no thoughts of rebellion or betrayal. The entire process took only a minute, and the soul contract was completed. Ling Feng slowly withdrew his hand, retracting the spiritual energy, and said, You can get up now. Mo Shah slowly stood up from the ground, clearly feeling the wonderful connection that had been established between his soul and Ling Feng. He could vaguely sense Ling Feng's emotions, while Ling Feng could completely control his life and death. At that moment, he harbored no thoughts of resistance. Instead, he felt a strong sense of belonging, believing it was only natural to obey Ling Feng. Even though he had just mentally criticized Ling Feng for being a pervert, he now felt that being a subordinate to such a person was an honor. This is the terrifying aspect of the soul contract. It not only binds actions, but also distorts will, instilling the idea of obedience deep within the signatory. Ling Feng nodded and said with satisfaction, "Since you have already pledged allegiance to me, I will naturally not treat you poorly. It's about time we should leave." Hearing this, Mo Sha displayed a hint of difficulty on his face and quickly said, "Well, my injuries haven't even healed to 10%. At dawn, when the sunlight hits me, I will feel a burning pain all over, and I won't be able to withstand it." Ling Feng, upon hearing this, showed no hesitation and snapped his fingers again. Snap. The crisp sound echoed, causing Mo Sha to shudder all over. Instinctively, he crouched down, covering his head with his hands tightly, closing his eyes, repeatedly begging for mercy. "Let's go. Let's go. I can handle it. I can handle it." He had developed a psychological shadow regarding Ling Feng's finger snap, and upon hearing the sound, he thought he would be tortured. However, after a few seconds, the anticipated pain did not come. On the contrary, a gentle and pure golden spiritual energy surged from all directions like spring rain, nourishing his body and soul, filling him with unprecedented comfort. The injuries within him were slowly healing, and his soul was gradually being nourished. "What is this?" Mo Sha's face revealed a look of surprise, his eyes filled with disbelief. Ling Feng's voice came calm and steady. "I'll give you an hour. I'll wait for you at the door. Within this hour, recover as much as you can. Once the time is up, we leave." With that, Ling Feng no longer paid attention to Mo Sha and turned to walk towards the grand hall's entrance. Mo Sha watched Ling Feng's departing figure, then looked at the swirling golden spiritual energy around him, feeling a surge of intense gratitude. He never imagined that Ling Feng would actively help him heal. At this moment, he had no complaints left, only overwhelming relief. Relieved that he had recognized the situation and pledged allegiance to Ling Feng. Otherwise, not only would he have faced endless torment, but he would also have missed this excellent opportunity for healing. Mo Sha dared not waste a moment, quickly sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes, and fully guiding the surrounding golden spiritual energy into his body. The golden spiritual energy flowed through his meridians like the purest spring, slowly repairing the damaged meridians. Mo Sha could clearly feel that his strength was rapidly recovering. In just half an hour, his injuries had healed to 10%. He knew he only had an hour and needed to seize every moment to recover as much strength as possible. Outside the grand hall, the night wind was cool, stirring the fallen leaves on the ground gently. Ling Feng stood with his hands behind his back, gazing up at the vast sky, where his deep eyes reflected the countless stars, hiding thoughts that no one could comprehend. What he was contemplating was the golden curtain of light described by Mo Sha that spanned the heavens, something that could not have formed naturally. To withstand the full force of the 3,000 demons without damage indicates that the earth is far more complex than it appears. It must conceal some grand secret. Is it an ancient protective formation left by powerful beings, or a naturally formed protective mechanism? Having lived for tens of thousands of years and witnessed countless powerful formations, he had never seen one capable of safeguarding an entire planet. The emergence of the demons further cast a shadow over everything. Mo Sha's survival indicates that the demons crossing the barrier were not an isolated incident. Those scattered survivors must be like Mo Sha, hiding in dark corners, licking their wounds and regaining. The demons, being inherently bloodthirsty and reveling in plunder, once they recover their peak combat power, this planet lacking a cultivation civilization will surely descend into a hell on earth. Ling Feng is not a saint who pities the heavens if thousands of years have dulled his emotional fluctuations. But earth is his root, the only warmth in his memories. Here lie the rivers and mountains he is familiar with and the loved ones he protects. Even as time flows and people change, this bond has never dissipated. Protecting Earth is not a responsibility, but a heartfelt desire. As for why he took in Mo Sha, it is based on this consideration. The demons are most sensitive to the aura of their kin. Having Mo Sha by his side would greatly aid in finding other survivors. Moreover, as a demon interstellar explorer, Mo Sha knows many secrets and methods of the demon race. Keeping him around is far more valuable than eradicating him directly. In a moment of thought, Ling Feng caught sight of several figures at the entrance of the temple. Chi Yu stood at the forefront, her white dress particularly striking against the night. Her hands were clasped in front of her, her eyes reflecting a mixture of worry and anticipation as she occasionally glanced towards the main hall. The three members of the dragon team behind her paced back and forth, seemingly waiting for something. Ling Feng withdrew his gaze and stepped toward the entrance. Hearing the footsteps, Chi Yu's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly approached, her voice tinged with an imperceptible excitement. "You've come out. Was that person dealt with?" "Yes, it was dealt with," Ling Feng nodded. Huang Lai and the others quickly stepped forward, their faces instantly filled with respect and gratitude. As the representative Huang Lai spoke, first his tone sincere. Young hero Ling, we just learned from Miss Qi that you are also affiliated with the authorities. We have been waiting here specifically to express our gratitude to you for saving our lives in person. If it weren't for your timely intervention, we would have likely perished at the hands of that demon. Chao Shi added, still shaken by the terrifying power displayed by Mo Sha earlier. If not for this young man before them, it was likely that hundreds of lives would have been lost today. Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively, his expression indifferent. It was merely a small effort, no need to dwell on it. At this moment Long Yao timidly asked, did you kill that demon? Ling Feng looked at her without answering, instead turning to Huang Lai and asking, you should hurry to act on the information I provided earlier. Do not let any of them slip away, and inform the families of the victims to give them justice. Huang Lai quickly clasped his fists and said, rest assured, I have already notified the local authorities to commence joint enforcement. Everything will be cleared within a day. Ling Feng nodded lightly and made a sound of acknowledgement. As a member of Huaxia, he had heard of the legends surrounding the Dragon Team since childhood. The Dragon Team, as the most mysterious and highest law enforcement department of the state, specialized in handling various supernatural events, and their efficiency was indeed commendable. Seeing that Ling Feng had no further instructions, Huang Lai clasped his fists and said, in that case we shall not disturb you any longer, and we will take our leave. If there's anything needed in the future, young hero Ling can contact us through Miss Qi at any time. After speaking, he saluted Ling Feng with a standard military salute. Chao Shi and Long Yao also stood at attention and saluted in unison, displaying their military bearing. Then the three of them turned and nodded at Qiyu before quickly walking towards the GL8 business car, parked not far away. The sound of the engine shattered the night sky, and the vehicle soon disappeared into the darkness. Only Ling Feng and Qiyu remained at the temple entrance, with the night breeze gently blowing, carrying a faint scent of grass and trees mixed with the unique dampness of the mountains. Qiyu gazed at Ling Feng's tall figure, hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help but ask, Ling Feng, did you kill that person? Earlier Ling Feng had only mentioned that he dealt with the situation without specifying how. She wanted to clarify earlier, but had not dared to ask until the three from the Dragon Team left, finally unable to contain her curiosity. Ling Feng shook his head and replied calmly, no, but I have subdued him. Qiyu's eyes widened instantly. What? He wanted to kill so many people, why didn't you kill him? She simply couldn't understand Ling Feng's actions. This was a demon who had committed numerous atrocities. Keeping him alive was like raising a tiger to trouble. Ling Feng looked at her excited expression, his tone still calm. Some things cannot be solved merely by killing. Keeping him alive is more useful than killing him. Qiyu bit her lips, still unable to let it go, but he is so evil. Just now he almost killed us and so many innocent people. Are you not afraid of keeping him around and him doing evil again? Ling Feng's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile, a glint of confidence flashing in his eyes. Don't worry, he will behave and won't harm anyone again. What method? Qiyu pressed on her curiosity, thoroughly piqued. Ling Feng, however, did not explain, simply stating, you don't need to know too much, just trust me. Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, Qiyu revealed a hint of disappointment. Over the past few days, she had witnessed enough to know that asking Ling Feng about things he didn't want to discuss was futile. Ling Feng paused, his tone turning serious. This matter must be kept confidential. You cannot tell anyone, including your superior Li Guodong. Why? Qiyu asked, puzzled. No reason, just don't speak of it outside, Ling Feng replied. Although Qiyu still didn't quite understand, she nodded obediently, while looking into Ling Feng's serious eyes. I understand. I will keep it a secret, and won't tell anyone. Just as the two were chatting, a faint sound of footsteps came from the main hall. Mo Sha emerged from within, his complexion having improved somewhat, a hint of color returning to his previously pale face. His eyes regained some spirit, and although his black robe was still somewhat disheveled, it no longer bore the previous signs of distress. His internal injuries had recovered by about 20% after a brief rest. Although his cultivation was not fully restored, he could move freely under the sun without any issues. Ling Feng looked at him and asked indifferently, how much have you recovered? I have recovered by 20%, Mo Sha replied honestly. All right then, let's go. Ling Feng nodded, turned, and headed toward the parking lot. However, just as he turned around, his hands quickly formed complex hand seals, creating strands of silver light in the air. As the last hand seal was completed, a massive white sword shadow suddenly condensed above the temple, the sword body, radiating a sacred light, exuding immense pressure. Then Ling Feng shouted softly, Sword of Dawn. The moment the words left his mouth, the enormous sword light descended with a catastrophic force. With a loud bang, the dazzling light instantly enveloped the entire temple. Amidst the swirling dust, the massive structure trembled violently under the sword light, bricks and stones flying. After a moment, as the dust settled, not a single whole brick or tile remained of the temple, leaving only a scene of devastation. Chiyue, witnessing this, covered her mouth in disbelief, her eyes wide as she looked at the temple reduced to ruins, then abruptly turned to Ling Feng with a shocked expression. Her heart was filled with questions. What was this operation? A massive sword descending from the heavens. What kind of existence was this young man? Meanwhile, Mo Sha remained calm, arms crossed, seemingly unfazed. Ling Feng turned and walked down the mountain, his silhouette appearing increasingly mysterious under the setting sun. Qiyu watched as Ling Feng's figure disappeared, and she hurriedly followed. Yet her gaze couldn't help but occasionally dart towards Mo Sha, her eyes filled with a hint of wariness and unease. The thought of traveling alongside someone who had just moments ago wanted to kill her made her feel utterly uncomfortable. Even her breathing turned cautious. Mo Sha trailed behind the two, remaining silent. The three of them drove in a BMW X5, heading down the mountain. Qiyu sat in the front passenger seat, still occasionally glancing back at Mo Sha in the rear seat, her body tense, clearly still a bit frightened. Ling Feng noticed her concerns and turned to smile at her reassuringly, saying, "Don't worry, he's very obedient now and won't kill randomly." Qiyu obediently nodded and softly uttered an "oh," but she still couldn't completely relax. Mo Sha sat in the back, curiously gazing out the window. This was the first time in 5 years that he had ventured so far from the temple. Previously, he could only wander around near his home, and only at night. He watched the flowers, grass, and trees quickly retreating outside the window, then shifted his gaze to the steering wheel that Ling Feng was operating. Seeing the faint green light flickering inside the car, he curiously asked, "What is that circle you are holding? Is it some kind of magical artifact?" Ling Feng replied, clicking his tongue, "This is not a magical artifact, it's a car, a mode of transportation used to carry people around." Mo Sha furrowed his brows, clearly not understanding. In his knowledge, there were two types of transportation. One was flying on a magical tool, and the other was a shuttle that could fly freely in space, much faster than flying on a magical tool. The object before him, called car, looked rather unremarkable, showing no special features. The only peculiar aspect was that it could speak and utter words he couldn't comprehend, yet they sounded quite melodic. Ling Feng sensed Mo Sha's bewilderment, and simply explained, "In this world, cars are the most advanced mode of transportation. Almost everyone uses them when going out, unlike anything you've encountered before." Mo Sha listened with a confused expression, nodding as if he somewhat understood, but his curiosity only intensified. The car moved smoothly along the mountain road, and Mo Sha's curiosity grew stronger. He couldn't help but ask this. "Car looks quite interesting, can I give it a try, eh?" Ling Feng did not turn around directly, refusing. "No, you can't drive, you would cause an accident." Mo Sha, undeterred, continued to plead, "Just let me try, I promise I won't mess up." "I said no means no." Ling Feng's tone was firm. He certainly didn't want someone who didn't even know what a car was to drive. He had only bought it a few days ago. Although it wasn't worth much, he couldn't let someone who couldn't drive ruin it. However, Mo Sha clearly showed no signs of giving up, incessantly muttering, "Just let me try, I promise I won't break it." His voice wasn't loud, but he kept buzzing in Ling Feng's ear like a fly, driving him to distraction. Qiyu, sitting in the front passenger seat, looked at Ling Feng's increasingly dark expression, unable to hold back a laugh, yet dared not laugh, forcing herself to turn and look out the window, pretending she didn't hear. The car left the mountain road and entered the asphalt road on the outskirts of the city, the road conditions becoming... Mo Sha's pleas continued, tinged with a bit of grievance and persistence. "I beg you, just let me try you. I've lived for hundreds of years and have never seen such a peculiar mode of transportation. I really want to experience it." Ling Feng, thoroughly annoyed, felt his temples throbbing and finally, unable to bear it any longer, pulled over to the side of the road. He turned to Mo Sha in the back seat and said irritably, all right, stop nagging, you can drive. But you must promise me to go slow. If you dare to break my car, I won't let you off." Mo Sha was instantly overjoyed, quickly nodding enthusiastically. "Don't worry, you'll be careful. I absolutely won't break it." Ling Feng sighed helplessly and switched seats with Mo Sha. Mo Sha sat in the driver's seat, excitedly rubbing his hands together, mimicking Ling Feng's earlier position, gripping the steering wheel with eager anticipation. Ling Feng, now in the passenger seat, patiently reiterated the driving procedures a few more times. Got it. Mo Sha impatiently replied, his foot already lightly pressing on the gas pedal. The car slowly started moving. At first, Mo Sha was quite cautious, driving at a slow speed along the road. He fiddled with the steering wheel, curiously feeling the control of the car, a smile of excitement spreading across his face. Qiyu, sitting in the back seat, watched Missouri Sha drive, her unease multiplying, her hands tightly gripping the armrest, barely daring to breathe. Ling Feng in the front passenger seat saw that Mo Sha was behaving decently at first, and let out a slight... He had originally thought that with Mo Sha's golden core stage cultivation, controlling such a small car would be a piece of cake, considering that cultivator's reaction speed and coordination far exceeded ordinary people. But he was clearly mistaken. After driving for a while, Mo Shah gradually became familiar with the operation, feeling that low-speed driving was too dull. His eyes heated with excitement, and he unconsciously pressed the gas pedal deeper. The car's speed increased rapidly from an initial 40 miles per hour to 80, and it continued to accelerate. Slow down, damn it. Ling Feng's expression changed, and he quickly reminded him. This speed is exhilarating. Mo Shah replied excitedly, showing no intention of slowing down, reveling in the thrill of the speed. He manipulated the steering wheel, occasionally jerking it sharply, weaving the car left and right on the road, leaving onlookers horrified. Chi Yue, frightened, turned pale, tightly closed her eyes, covered her ears with her hands, and screamed, "Ah! Slow down. Too fast." Ling Feng was equally startled. He hadn't expected Mo Shah to be so reckless, hurriedly shouting, "You bastard, step on the brakes, there's a turn ahead." Not far ahead was a sharp turn, yet Mo Shah not only failed to slow down, but accelerated instead. He clearly underestimated the inertia caused by excessive speed. The car, under the immense centrifugal force, couldn't turn as he intended and crashed into the guardrail by the side of the road. "Oh!" Chi Yu's scream pierced the night sky. Bang! Crack! Boom! Thud! A series of harsh crashing sounds erupted. The car crashed violently into the guardrail, which bent and broke upon impact, causing the front of the car to crumple instantly. Ling Feng was instantly furious, smoke billowing from his ears. He forcefully pushed open the car door, pointing at Mo Shah inside the car, and shouted furiously, "Mo Shah, you big fool, what the hell? This is my brand new car." Mo Shah crawled out of the car, still wearing a puzzled and excited expression, seemingly still in shock from the adrenaline rush. Hearing Ling Feng's furious shout, he paused for a moment, scratching his head innocently and saying, "I don't have a second, Grandpa." Ling Feng. Chi Yu also crawled out of the car, her legs trembling with fear, leaning against the car, gasping for breath, her gaze towards Mo Shah, filled with terror, no longer daring to relax even slightly. An hour later, the night had deepened to an unbreakable darkness. A BMW X5, with only one headlight lit and a deformed front, slowly drove into the parking lot of the Buyue Hotel. The scratches and dents on the car stood out starkly, clashing with the hotel's luxurious atmosphere. After the car came to a stop, Ling Feng opened the driver's door and stepped out. His face still bore a hint of helplessness as he looked at his severely damaged new car, unable to resist glaring at Mo Shah. Mo Shah shrank his shoulders as he stepped out of the car, his head bowed low, daring not to look up at Ling Feng, resembling a child scolded by a parent. Even his breathing became cautious. He knew he had caused a huge mess and could only try to diminish his presence. Chi Yu also got out from the back seat, gently smoothing the wrinkles on her skirt. Seeing Mo Shah's timid demeanor, fearing reprimand, and looking at Ling Feng's face, which was a mix of anger and helplessness, she wanted to laugh, but held it back, silently standing to the side. Ling Feng stared at Mo Shah's appearance. The reprimand that had been on the tip of his tongue was ultimately swallowed. He shook his head, helplessly sighed, and said, "All right, it's already past midnight, and we've been through a lot tonight. He'll take you both for some late-night snacks." Having said that, he naturally took Chi Yu's hand and stepped forward. Mo Shah hesitated for 2 seconds before quickly following, maintaining a half-step distance. The neon lights along the street outlined a prosperous silhouette. The three walked along the sidewalk for about 10 minutes and arrived at a barbecue restaurant not far from the hotel. The restaurant was bustling with voices, and several outdoor tables were filled with diners. The sizzling sounds of grilling meat mixed with laughter and conversation, creating a lively atmosphere. The air was filled with rich aromas of meat, cumin, and chili, enticing anyone from afar. Ling Feng found a random table outside for the two to sit down. A waiter quickly approached, handing them the menu. "What would you like to order?" "Our grilled lamb skewers, grilled pork belly, and grilled chicken wings are particularly delicious, along with grilled vegetables and staple foods." Ling Feng took the menu, handed it to Chi Yue, and said, "You order first. Choose whatever you want." Chi Yue nodded, took the menu, and examined it carefully, occasionally looking up to ask Ling Feng a few questions. She selected some of her favorite skewers and a staple food. After she finished ordering, she glanced at the bow to Mo Shah and quietly asked, What do you want to eat? How about you take a look too?" Ling Feng pulled the menu back and said he doesn't deserve to be picky. After saying that, he returned the menu to the waiter. "Order double of what we just picked." "All right." The waiter agreed promptly and quickly walked away. Before long, plates of skewers were brought out one after another. The skewers were grilled to a golden and shiny finish, releasing a rich aroma that made one's mouth water. Chi Yu picked up a lamb skewer, blew on it gently, took a small bite, and revealed a look of satisfaction. Ling Feng also picked up a skewer and began to eat slowly, satisfying his taste buds. In contrast, Mo Shah stared at the skewers before him, his brows furrowed, and a clear expression of disdain on his face. In his understanding, only meat from spirit beasts infused with spiritual power and spirit fruits could be called food. Such mundane meat, greasy and devoid of spiritual energy, was not to his liking. "This looks greasy and smells strange. Can it even taste good?" Ling Feng raised his eyelids and replied irritably, if you don't want to eat, then don't. He had already anticipated Mo Sha's reaction. If it were him, his response might have been even more exaggerated. Mo Sha hesitated for a moment, observing the diners around him enjoying their meals and inhaling the rich aromas in the air. He ultimately couldn't resist his curiosity. He picked up a lamb skewer, frowned, and took a small bite. Initially, he wore an expression of disdain. But when the crispy exterior and tender meat melted in his mouth, the unique flavors of the meat mingling with cumin and chili burst on his tongue, the unprecedented freshness instantly shattered all his prejudices. After a few seconds of shock, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Mo Sha's eyes, and the disdain on his face vanished, replaced by overwhelming excitement. He no longer held any disdain, but instead began to eat heartily, mumbling indistinctly, "Wow, this is so delicious." Seeing Mo Sha devour the food, you couldn't help but laugh. Initially, the doubled skewers could barely suffice for the three of them, but before long they were all wiped out by Mo Sha alone. Ling Feng had no choice but to call the waiter repeatedly to add more skewers, going from dozens to hundreds. Time and time again, Mo Sha ate as if he hadn't had a meal in 800 years, devouring everything from grilled lamb skewers to grilled pork belly and grilled vegetables, enjoying himself immensely. The diners at the neighboring table were gradually attracted by this astonishing appetite, exchanging glances and whispers filled with astonishment. One person couldn't help but exclaim, "My goodness, this person can eat too much. How many skewers has he eaten already?" Another laughed and said, "Has he not eaten for ages? He must be starving." Some even took out their phones to sneakily film Mo Sha, continually exclaiming how absurd it was. Mo Sha remained utterly indifferent to this, wholly focused on the skewers, completely ignoring the curious gazes and discussions around him. He ate the skewers faster and faster, quickly eliminating one skewer after another, with the pile of sticks on the table growing higher, resembling a small mountain. Ling Feng watched the densely packed sticks on the table, and then glanced at Mo Sha, who was still eating without pause, shaking his head helplessly. Chi was also stunned by Mo Sha's appetite. She leaned close to Ling Feng's ear and whispered, "Ling Feng, he can eat too much, right? He's eaten a few hundred skewers already. How can his stomach hold that much?" Ling Feng chuckled and explained, "Don't worry, his body can handle it. He won't burst. The physique of a cultivator far exceeds that of an ordinary person. Not to mention 1,000 skewers, even 100 sheep, Mo Sha could easily digest it." Thus Mo Sha ate for nearly 2 hours the pile of sticks on the table, densely packed, totaling over 1,000 skewers. Only at the end did he finally put down the skewer in his hand, a satisfied smile on his face. So satisfying. This is unbelievably good. At this moment, he had completely fallen in love with barbecue, even feeling that compared to spirit fruits and spirit beasts, this mundane food, filled with smoky flavors, captivated him even more. Ling Feng looked at his satisfied appearance, shaking his head helplessly. He waved for the waiter to bring the bill. The total came to over 4,000 yuan for 1,200 skewers, plus staple foods and drinks. This late-night meal cost as much as the living expenses of an ordinary family for half a month. Meanwhile, in the lobby of the Beauties Hotel, a different scene unfolded. Shun Hongtao strode into the hall with an imposing presence, his face dark enough to drip water, and his eyes filled with fury and frustration. Following him were 7 or 8 men dressed in black attire. These men had cold eyes and a fierce aura, exuding a dangerous vibe that made it clear they were no ordinary individuals. They were all shadow guards of the Shun family, the pinnacle of Shun's combat strength, usually concealed in the shadows and rarely seen. Among these shadow guards stood an old man with a goatee, who was the same withered figure that had accompanied Shun Hongtao at the Fanning Temple on the Hungry Wolf Mountain. After escaping from Hungry Wolf Mountain, Shun Hongtao's anger only intensified. He had thought that this trip to Fanning Temple would yield some benefits. However, he never expected that the divine being he had worshipped like a god for 2 years was actually a blood-sucking demon. The mere thought of the scenes in Fanning Temple made Shun Hongtao tremble and break out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for that mysterious young boy who acted just in time, he would have probably turned into a desiccated corpse with his essence completely drained. Moreover, he had a bit of a conflict with that boy in the parking lot of Fanning Temple. If the old man had chosen to act back, then he likely wouldn't have even needed to enter the temple, as he would have met his end right there. Fortunately, it seemed the boy didn't care to hold a grudge against him. Now that he had some free time, it was time to settle the score with the one who had thrown his son off the building. Having narrowly escaped from Fanning Temple, the fury and frustration within him erupted instantaneously. He could no longer contain himself, and promptly gathered the shadow guards of the Shun family and the old man, storming toward the Beauties Hotel. Shun Hongtao walked straight to the hotel front desk, slamming his hands down heavily on the counter, producing a thunderous bang. He glared at the front desk manager and coldly asked, "What time is it now? Has that kid not returned yet? Did he leave?" The front desk manager was startled by Shun Hongtao's sudden outburst, trembling slightly and displaying an expression of terror. He quickly stood up and stuttered, "Master, he hasn't checked out, the deposit hasn't been refunded, and his luggage is still in the room." As he spoke, he cautiously glanced at Shun Hongtao's expression, fearful of saying something wrong that might anger him. Upon hearing this, Shun Hongtao's brows relaxed slightly, but his expression remained grim. He nodded, his tone icy, as he said, "Final, wait for him in his room. I don't believe that kid won't return today." He had already made up his mind that as soon as that kid returned, he would order the shadow guards to take action, giving his son a proper revenge and relieving his pent-up anger. After finishing, he shot a glance at the front desk manager, his tone carrying an irrefutable command, "Lead the way, take me to his room." The front desk manager dared not hesitate, quickly nodding and respectfully saying, "Yes, master, please follow me." He picked up a spare room card from the front desk and cautiously walked ahead, guiding everyone toward the elevator. Throughout the journey, the front desk manager didn't dare to take a single breath, continuously praying in his mind for the young man to return quickly. Otherwise, as the front desk manager, he might soon find himself unemployed. Soon the group arrived at the room where Ling Feng was staying. At that moment, Ling Feng was returning to the hotel with Chi Yu and Imo Sha. During check-in, Ling Feng had booked 2 rooms, one for himself and one for Chi Yu. However, after some intimacy, the other room naturally became vacant, which was just right for Imo Sha. The three stepped out of the elevator, strolling down the softly lit corridor where only the sound of their footsteps echoed in the quiet passage. Ling Feng stopped at the door of the room, took out another room card from his pocket, and handed it to Imo Sha. "This is your room, the one on the right at the end of the corridor. You can go there yourself." After saying this, he took Chi Yu's hand and pushed the door into his room. Imo Sha held the room card in his hand, filled with curiosity, unsure of what this small card was for. But he didn't dwell on it for long and headed towards the end of the corridor. Arriving at the door, Imo Sha stared at it in a daze, tentatively pressing down on the doorknob, but the door didn't budge. He frowned and pulled the door with more force, yet it remained tightly shut. Imo Sha furrowed his brow, his face showing a hint of confusion as he pressed the doorknob harder, but the door still did not open. "Strange, why can't this door open?" Imo Sha murmured softly, glancing down at the room card in his hand, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Could it be that this small card has some hidden trick? He tried placing the room card on the doorknob, and then tried sticking it to the door itself, but still the door did not open. After struggling for a while, without success, his confusion deepened. He even began to doubt whether this room card was useless or if he was just using it incorrectly. Imo Sha hesitated for a moment, considering whether he should turn around and find Ling Feng to ask how the door opened. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the door suddenly swung open from the inside. The person who opened the door was a middle-aged man in black, one of Shun's shadow guards. He merely cast a casual glance at Imo Sha and said flatly, "Our boss is waiting for you. Come in." After saying this, he stepped aside, indicating for Imo Sha to enter. Imo Sha frowned, his eyes filled with, he didn't know this person at all, nor did he know who the boss he mentioned was, much less why they were waiting for him. After a moment of hesitation, he still lifted his foot and walked in. Upon entering the room, he found about 10 people standing in the living room. These individuals had cold eyes and expressionless faces, each watching him warily. He instinctively halted, glancing around, and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Wow, this resting place is surprisingly lively. How can a single room accommodate so many people?" His gaze soon fell upon 2 individuals by the sofa, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. He recognized these. It was these 2 who, over the past 2 years at Fanning Temple on Hungry Wolf Mountain, had worshipped him as a divine being and frequently came to offer their respects. The 2 were Shun Hongtao and the old man. At that moment, Shun Hongtao, sitting in the center of the sofa, slowly stood up. He crossed his arms and coldly stared at Imo Sha, a trace of a mocking smile appearing on his face. "Kid, you finally returned. I thought you were too scared to come back." He looked at Imo Sha with eyes full of hostility. At this moment, his mind was completely occupied with thoughts of avenging his son, completely unaware that the man in the black robe before him was the very divine being he had revered. Imo Sha stared at Shun Hongtao, his eyes swirling with utter confusion. He frowned slightly, his tone laced with disbelief. "Are you waiting for me?" Shun Hongtao scoffed, his tone unkind. "What else? Am I here in the middle of the night to drink the northwest wind?" Imo Sha curled the corner of his mouth into a shallow arc and casually asked, "Oh, waiting for what?" Shun Hongtao's expression suddenly darkened, his voice cold. "Waiting for what? You threw my son off the building, breaking his legs, and now he lies in the hospital clinging to life, and you dare to ask me what you're doing here?" Imo Sha's brow tightened further, his eyes scanning left and right, confusion etched on his face. "Threw your son off the building? I just came out of that damn temple today. Oh, when would I have the time to throw someone? To be falsely accused right after seeing the light of day again. Are humans in this world so despicable and shameless?" Shun Hongtao, seeing him still playing the fool, his face instantly darkened to the point of dripping water, and he shouted angrily, "Stop pretending. Today I will let you experience the taste of having your limbs severed." Emo Sha being accused like this suddenly became angry. Damn it today, I truly feel like I've hit rock bottom. Being a slave to humans is fine, I can accept that. But what are you guys? How dare you come and intimidate me? Do you really think I have no strength at all? As soon as he finished speaking, his black robe moved without wind, a chilling aura sweeping outwards, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The shadow guards beside him suddenly froze as if being targeted by a prehistoric beast. Every hair on their body stood on end, and a wave of cold surged from their feet straight to the top of their heads. The elderly figure who had been silent suddenly coughed, lowering his voice to Shen Hongtao. Master, do you think he resembles someone? Resembles who? Shen Hongtao asked in confusion. The elder did not answer immediately, his thin, emaciated finger pointing at Emo Sha's black robe, his tone carrying a hint of uncertainty. Take a good look at his black robe. Does it look familiar? Familiar? Shen Hongtao was taken aback, instinctively focusing on that black robe. After half a minute, he suddenly gasped, the words escaping his lips. Wait a minute. Isn't this the divine lord from Hungry Wolf Mountain? His exclamation was filled with shock and fear, full of disbelief. Hadn't he been subdued by that mysterious youth? How could he appear here? The shadow guards were also stunned, exchanging glances, their expressions filled with terror. Although they had not seen the divine lord from Hungry Wolf Mountain in person, they had heard stories about the divine lord in the Lingjiang territory for the past 2 years. Even the cultivation method they practiced was something the master had sought from the divine lord back in the day. Emo Sha looked at Shen Hongtao's terrified expression, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He slowly paced, his black robe sweeping across the ground, leaving a faint trace of black energy, his tone tinged with mockery. Oh, finally recognized me. What? Are you here to offer yourself willingly? Shen Hongtao, hearing the words offer yourself, felt his legs go weak and nearly collapsed to the ground. He knew all too well the implications of Emo Sha's offer yourself. Just a few hours ago, he had narrowly escaped a life-threatening encounter. Shen Hongtao's face turned as pale as paper, recalling the terrifying scene from hours ago. A bone-chilling cold surged from his feet throughout his body. He forced out a smile that was more grotesque than crying, waving his hands repeatedly. Divine Lord, you misunderstood. I didn't come to offer myself. Oh, I was waiting for someone here. Emo Sha raised an eyebrow, scoffing. Waiting for someone? Just a moment ago, didn't you boast about breaking my limbs? Misunderstanding. Pure misunderstanding. Shen Hongtao hurriedly explained. Divine Lord, a few days ago my son was thrown down from here by a young man, breaking both his legs. That person lives in this room. I came here to settle the score, but who would have thought I would encounter you, Divine Lord? He spoke while secretly observing Emo Sha's expression, fearing to provoke this grim figure. Upon hearing the words young man, Emo Sha's gaze flickered slightly. This room was where Ling Feng had directed him to come. Could it be that the young man he just recognized as his master was Ling Feng? Thus he asked, is the young man you mentioned called Ling Feng? Shen Hongtao was taken aback. Divine Lord, how do you know? Do you also know him? A glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. Could the Divine Lord also have a grudge against that kid? If he could leverage the power of the Divine Lord to eliminate that kid, it would not only avenge his son, but also please the Divine Lord, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, he nodded vigorously, his tone filled with flattery. Yes, that's right. His name is Ling Feng. Divine Lord, do you intend to settle the score with him? That kid is simply audacious. Not only did he injure my son, but he also offended you. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Upon hearing this, Emo Sha's eyes flashed with undisguised killing intent, realizing these people had come to settle the score with the master he had just recognized. Since signing a soul contract with Ling Feng, anyone who was an enemy of Ling Feng was also his enemy. He gently shook his head, his tone tinged with helplessness. Ling Feng is now my master. If you seek him out for retribution, you are also seeking it from me. In that case, I can only resolve the trouble for my master. You? What did you say? Shen Hongtao's voice trembled. Divine Lord, you must be joking, right? How could that kid possibly be worthy of being your master? As soon as the words left his mouth, the image of that mysterious youth from the Fanine Temple flashed in his mind. That young man had effortlessly broken the formation that nearly claimed hundreds of lives. Could it be that the Divine Lord had acknowledged that mysterious young man as his master? Most importantly, that young man was the same person who had injured his son, both named Ling Feng. If this were true, then he was completely finished. How could he dare to bring people to seek trouble with someone capable of easily dealing with gods? Wasn't that asking for death? Thinking of this, Shen Hongtao hurriedly knelt down and knocked his head, his forehead knocking against the floor. Divine Lord, I have eyes, but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I did not know he was your master. Please forgive me. Forgive you. Emo Sha scoffed coldly. It's too late to say that now. Shen Hongtao was so frightened that he lost his soul, scrambling to crawl to Emo Sha's feet, clutching the hem of his black robe, his voice trembling like a sieve. It was my folly. I deserve to die. Please, Divine Lord, have mercy and spare my life. The elder also hurriedly knelt down, his face full of respect. Divine Lord, the master was blinded by rage. It was not intentional offense. Please show mercy, considering the Shun family has been your faithful followers for many years. Mo Sha lowered his head, looking at the two people beneath him as the smile in his eyes gradually turned into a chilling, killing intent. He took a step forward, and the carpet beneath his feet instantly sank under the invisible murderous aura. A tremendous pressure emanated from him, enveloping the entire room like a mountain pressing down. The faces of everyone turned pale, and they instinctively stepped back. Since you want to cause trouble for my master, then you shall all die. Mo Sha's voice was calm, devoid of any ripples, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Before his voice faded, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. His speed reached an extreme, leaving only a faint black shadow in the air. The shadow guards in the living room only felt a flash before their eyes, and couldn't even see Mo Sha's movements when they heard a crisp sound of bones cracking. The shadow guard standing at the front had his neck forcefully twisted by Mo Sha. His head dangled at a strange angle, eyes wide with disbelief and terror before his body slumped down. Blood gushed from the severed neck, splattering onto the carpet like a blooming, vibrant red flower. Run! The elder reacted the fastest, letting out a shriek. Knowing full well how terrifying Mo Sha's strength was, he dared not hesitate for a moment and turned to flee towards the window, completely disregarding Shun Hongtao's fate. As the saying goes, when calamity strikes, everyone flees for their lives, and those who run slow become prey. At this moment, he wished he had wings to escape this place of turmoil instantly. The other shadow guards also reacted and scattered in panic. However, in Mo Sha's eyes, their speed was as slow as snails. With this little ability, you dare to run away in front of me. It's simply wishful thinking. As he spoke, his figure moved like a ghost among the crowd, the entire process breathtakingly fast. In just a few seconds, all the shadow guards in the living room were dead. The elder died particularly tragically, with a massive hole punched in his chest, his heart long turned to mush. A late-stage martial king expert, unable to even scream, was instantly killed. Shun Hongtao collapsed to the ground, staring at the scene of carnage before him, terrified beyond reason, his pants already soaked with urine. In a matter of just a few breaths, the dozen shadow guards had all perished. The living room was a scene of slaughter, blood staining the carpet and sofa, while the walls were splattered with gore. The air was thick with the smell of blood and gunpowder, resembling a hell on earth. Shun Hongtao kept bowing his head, mumbling for mercy, his forehead bruised and bloodied. Lord Divine, have mercy, have mercy. While bowing, he screamed, his forehead hitting the floor, blood flowing. I was wrong. I shouldn't have caused trouble for your master. Please spare my life. I will never dare again. Mo Sha stood before him, looking down with no trace of pity in his eyes. Shun Hongtao was already terrified to the point of losing his mind, his body trembling like a leaf, babbling incoherently for mercy. Seeing Mo Sha approach, his pupils contracted violently, revealing a look of despair. Lord Divine, please, please spare me. Mo Sha curled his lips into a cruel smile. With this cowardly demeanor, you dare to seek accountability from my master? No, no, I will never dare again. Lord Lingfeng is your master, just like my rebirth parents. How could I dare to hold him accountable? It's too late, Mo Sha said coldly. He extended his hand, grasping Shun Hongtao's neck, lifting him. Shun Hongtao struggled, desperately flailing his limbs. Yet in the face of Mo Sha's absolute strength, his struggles were as ineffective as an ant shaking a tree. With a crisp sound of crack, Shun Hongtao's eyes widened, his tongue lolling out, and he instantly lost breath, heading to meet his great-grandmother. Mo Sha released his grip, and the corpse fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. After eliminating everyone, he waved his hand, and a wave of black energy swept over. The corpses shrank at a visible rate, their vital blood continuously drawn away by the black mist, transforming into streams of red energy that surged into his body. Even the blood stains on the floor, walls, and sofa vanished without a trace in an instant. At this moment, Mo Sha's injuries had somewhat recovered. He stretched lazily, loosening his muscles, a contented smile appearing on his face. After absorbing the vital blood, Mo Sha waved his hand again, and the shriveled corpses instantly turned to ashes, scattering in the air. The living room returned to its previous tidiness, as if the brutal massacre had never occurred, leaving only a faint trace of murderous aura and a slight hint of blood. He walked to the sofa and sat down, feeling the soft texture, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, so refreshing. As for everything that had just happened, he paid no mind, as if he had merely performed a trivial, everyday task. However, he quickly collected his thoughts, remembering Lingfeng, that young man who subdued him and signed a soul contract, though he felt unwilling to be a servant. Yet Lingfeng's strength was indeed formidable, providing him with a spirit-gathering array for healing, giving him the chance to recover. Master, Mo Sha murmured softly, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Following a master stronger than himself didn't seem like such a bad thing. Meanwhile, in the room where Ling Feng was, a completely different scene unfolded, full of warmth and intimacy. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the neon lights flickered, capturing the entire night view of the city. The room was luxuriously decorated, the air thick with the scent of hormones. The melody of love rose and fell, exuding ultimate temptation. This battle lasted for a full 2 hours before it finally concluded. The next morning, the morning light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, scattering like fragments of gold upon the floor. The air still carried the scent of hormones, mingled with the faint aroma of the two, weaving a gentle net that enveloped their intertwined figures. Chi Yu's cheeks still glowed with a lingering blush, her delicate skin pressed against Ling Feng's warm chest, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the defined contours of his collarbone. Having just experienced an hour of tender intimacy, her body still bore a slight ache. Her breath was a bit hurried, the warmth of her breath brushing against Ling Feng's chest, carrying a hint of sweetness. We will be heading back to Hua City soon. After this, will we still be able to meet? Chi Yu's voice was soft, laced with a barely perceptible tremor, her head buried in Ling Feng's neck. Just the thought of returning to their respective lives, with the events of these past few days becoming mere memories, tugged gently at her heart, a sense of loss gradually washing over her like a tide. Ling Feng of these past few days was like the stars in the sky, dazzling and bright. Especially the moment they witnessed the grand sword descending from the heavens at Fanning Temple, it felt like a spectacular scene from a movie. She feared that such beauty was merely a fleeting illusion. Sensing Chi Yu's unease, Ling Feng gently placed his hand on her smooth shoulder, his fingertips caressing her with tender strength. He lowered his head, his voice deep, as he said, "Of course we can meet. As long as you desire, I am always available. Besides, we are both in Hua City, isn't it easy to meet?" Chi Yu's gaze locked into his gentle eyes, her inner turmoil gradually soothed. She nodded vigorously, a faint smile curving her lips, yet she couldn't help but whisper, "I know with a man as outstanding as you, there must be many women around you." Her voice grew softer, tinged with a hint of self-doubt. "My request is simple, just having a small place in your heart is enough for me." She dared not ask for too much, hoping only that she would not become a fleeting passerby in his life. Ling Feng tightened his arms, holding her closer, allowing her to distinctly feel his powerful heartbeat. "Rest assured, you occupy at least half of my heart." In truth, he was not wrong in matters of women. Chi Yu indeed held half of his heart. The other half, however, was given to Lin Yuro. As for whether there would be other women in the future, that remained uncertain. However, according to his plans for courting, there might still be. Chi Yu lifted her head, gazing into his sincere eyes, her heart filled with sweetness. She shyly lowered her gaze, yet couldn't help but let a smile bloom. "I don't ask for half as long as you don't forget me." Ling Feng looked at her bashful demeanor, his eyes filled with indulgence. He glanced at the time, realizing it was only a little past 8 in the morning. There was no rush to return to Hua City. So he gently traced his fingertip across Chi Yu's flushed cheek, his voice laced with a teasing warmth. "There's still time. How about we go for another round?" "Oh." Chi Yu's eyes widened in shock, resembling a startled fawn, her cheeks flushed to the brink of burst. "You're coming again? We just went for an hour. My legs are already weak." Can you still manage?" She instinctively shrank her body, feeling the lingering soreness in her legs. Yet seeing the fervor in Ling Feng's eyes stirred an indescribable flutter in her heart. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, his tone filled with confidence. "Of course, a man cannot say he cannot." His palms slowly glided down her delicate back, sending shivers of sensation coursing through her. Chi Yu's breath quickened, her gaze becoming dreamy. Her body, initially holding a hint of resistance, gradually softened under his gentle yet assertive touch. The sun climbed higher, its rays filtering through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled shadows on the sheets. The ambiguous atmosphere in the room heated up once more, with soft whispers and tender breaths intertwining. A stark contrast to the bright sunlight outside, creating a moving symphony of love. Feel free to imagine the scene. Meanwhile, 100 kilometers away in Hua City, at the Yujing Tianxin community. This was a high-end community with a serene environment shaded by lush trees and filled with the sound of chirping birds and fragrant flowers. Ling Feng's villa was situated deep within the community, far from the main road, giving it a particularly quiet atmosphere. Wang Xiaoying was meticulously wiping the furniture in the living room with a cloth. She wore a clean home outfit, her hair neatly arranged, and a gentle smile gracing her face. Ever since Ling Feng woke from his coma, the house had regained its vitality. Her greatest joy each day was to keep the home spotless and prepare delicious meals, waiting for her son to return. As for her newly recognized son Zhu Dachong, although a bit chubby and simple-minded, she truly liked him. He had been coming over frequently these past few days to help her out and chat, preventing her from feeling too lonely. Thinking of her son, now doing well, Wang Xiaoying couldn't help but smile, her eyes filled with contentment. Suddenly a loud crash shattered the tranquility, followed by the sound of the villa's door being violently kicked open. Wang Xiaoying was startled, her whole body shivering, and the cloth in her hand fell to the ground. She quickly looked up, her heart racing, only to see a young man in a floral shirt standing at the villa's entrance, accompanied by 6 tall and burly men looking menacing. The young man in the lead was none other than Zhang Wei, the heir of the Zhang family in Hua City. With his hands tucked into his pockets, a mocking smirk on his lips, his gaze swept across the living room with a chilling intensity. His eyes finally landed on Wang Xiaoying, filled with unabashed malice. Wang Xiaoying forced herself to remain calm, frowning as she asked, "Who are you? Why did you break down my door? This is illegal." Zhang Wei scoffed and took 2 steps forward, arrogantly stating, "Illegal? Let me tell you, old woman, in Hua City, nothing I Zhang Wei do is illegal." He glanced around the exquisitely decorated living room and its furniture, growing even more furious. Many of these appliances and furnishings were purchased at his expense. Moreover, at that time, to please Su Qingxue, he had bought the most expensive and best items, only to find out later that they became someone else's wedding gifts. "I not only want to destroy your door, but I also plan to smash your shabby house. Where is Ling Feng? Tell him to roll out here." At the mention of Ling Feng's name, Zhang Wei's expression twisted with fury, his teeth gritting. "Damn it, how dare he hit me? In Hua City, only I bully others, and no one has ever dared to treat me this way. Today I must yank out all his teeth so he knows the consequences of offending the Zhang family." Zhang Wei had been harboring a belly full of anger these past few days. The humiliation of being slapped away by Ling Feng was like a thorn embedded in his heart, leaving him restless day and night. He used the Zhang family's connections to thoroughly investigate Ling Feng's background. Just a recently awakened vegetable with no background. Just a stroke of luck clinging to the young lady of the Su family, Su Muqing. After learning the truth, Zhang Wei became even more reckless. Although the Su family had some reputation in Hua City, the Zhang family was not to be trifled with either. In terms of strength, the 2 families were evenly matched. A backgroundless vegetable dared to hit him, the young master of the Zhang family. How could he swallow that? Just yesterday, after uncovering Ling Feng's background, he couldn't wait to bring along the bodyguards he raised at home and head straight to the Yujing Tianqing community. He wanted to trample Ling Feng underfoot in front of him, making him pay a painful price for that slap. Wang Xiaoying's heart suddenly tightened upon hearing the name Ling Feng. She never expected that this group of fierce and menacing individuals had come for her son, who had just recovered his health. She could not allow her son to get into any more trouble, nor could she stand by and watch him get hurt. Suppressing the fear within her, she took a step back and deliberately feigned a look of confusion. "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know the person you're referring to. Please leave my house immediately, or I will call the police." As she spoke, she quietly moved toward the phone on the sofa, her mind racing to get rid of these intruders. "Call the police." Zhang Wei laughed heartily, as if he had heard the biggest joke, his laughter dripping with mockery and disdain. "Old lady, are you living in a dream? In Huasher, even the police have to think twice about the weight of the Zhang family. Go ahead and call. I want to see which police officer dares to interfere with my affairs." His smile faded, replaced by a dark scowl. "Now quickly bring Ling Feng out, or don't blame me for being rude. I told you there is no one here you are looking for. Please leave." Wang Xiaoying's voice trembled with suppressed fear, yet she gritted her teeth and refused to back down. Zhang Wei's patience was completely exhausted, and a cruel smirk twisted his lips. "You really don't know your—" With that, he waved to the 6 burly men behind him, ordering them in a fierce tone, "Search. Tear the whole house apart, and find that brat Ling Feng. If you can't find him, then smash the place to pieces. Leave not a single intact item." "Yes, young Master Zhang," the 6 men replied in unison. Each of them was tall and muscular, their faces menacing, clearly seasoned fighters. Following Zhang Wei's order, they charged into the villa. They were like locusts, leaving chaos in their wake as furniture was recklessly overturned and decorations smashed to the floor, creating a cacophony of breaking sounds. "What are you doing? Stop!" Wang Xiaoying watched in horror as her home, which she had just moved into, was being destroyed, her heart aching as if pricked by needles. Setting aside her deep-seated fear, she lunged forward, arms outstretched to block them. "You are illegally trespassing. I won't allow you to destroy my home. Get out of the way." A burly man with a brutish face impatiently shoved Wang Xiaoying aside. His strength was immense, and she stumbled back several steps, nearly falling. Zhang Wei leisurely strolled to the center of the living room, looking down at Wang Xiaoying's disheveled appearance with a mocking smile in his eyes. "Old lady, if you refuse a toast, you'll be forced to drink a forfeit, right?" He stepped closer to her, the pressure of his presence making it hard for her to breathe. "Do you think you can block my path, Zhang Wei? Are you tired of living?" Wang Xiaoying's body trembled uncontrollably, but she stubbornly lifted her head, flames of anger burning in her eyes as she glared at him. "You thieves will eventually get what you deserve." "What you deserve?" Zhang Wei scoffed, raising his hand to deliver a sharp slap. Smack! The sound echoed clearly in the living room, piercing to the ear. Wang Xiaoying was knocked to the side, her cheek instantly marked with 5 distinct red fingerprints, the searing pain spreading across her skin, bringing tears to her eyes. Tears flowed uncontrollably, a mix of anger and fear surged within her, yet she gritted her teeth, defiantly glaring at Zhang Wei. Just as Zhang Wei raised his hand to deliver another slap, a sudden roar of an engine echoed from outside the villa. Following that was a screech of brakes as a black BMW X5 came to a steady stop at the villa's entrance. The door swung open and a hefty figure weighing over 200 pounds emerged, Zhu Dachang. Today he wore a loose t-shirt and sweatpants, his round belly swaying as he walked, humming a popular online song, clearly in a good mood. Having nothing to do at home, he decided to visit Wang Xiaoying for a chat to see if she needed any help, but as he reached the villa's entrance, the smile on Zhu Dachang's face froze. The door was wide open and he could hear the sounds of crashing and arguing from inside. His heart sank with a bad premonition, and he hurried his steps waddling into the villa. The sight that greeted him made his eyes blaze with fury. The living room was a mess, with furniture overturned and decorations shattered all over the floor. And there was his newly recognized mother, Wang Xiaoying, being confronted by a young punk, the red mark on her cheek glaringly evident as the young man raised his hand ready to strike again. "You bastard, let go of my mom." Zhu Dachang's eyes turned bloodshot and the anger in his chest erupted like a volcano. Though he was usually honest and slightly timid, anyone who bullied the people he cared about could unleash an astonishing courage within him. Wang Xiaoying had treated him like a son, and the care he received in the last few days made him feel a long-lost maternal love. Now seeing her being bullied, he could no longer hold back. He roared angrily, his plump body exploding with astonishing speed, charging at Zhang Wei like a rampaging wild boar. Zhang Wei was preparing to slap Wang Xiaoying again when he suddenly heard the furious roar from behind him. Before he could turn around, he felt a tremendous impact coming at him. Everything went black before his eyes, as if he had been hit by a raging bull, losing his balance and being thud. A heavy thud echoed as Zhang Wei crashed into the floor 2 meters away, his back hitting the sharp edge of the overturned coffee table, causing him to gasp in pain. He struggled to get up, but felt as if all his bones were dislocated, every movement sending a sharp pain through him. "Damn it, you fat piece of trash, how dare you hit me." Once Zhang Wei regained his composure and looked up to see who had knocked him down, he instantly exploded with rage. Zhu Dachang was red-faced, eyes wide like copper bells, filled with a fury that seemed ready to devour. When had Zhang Wei ever suffered such humiliation? Being knocked down by a fat man, if this got out, he would lose all face in Huasher. "Are you tired of living?" Zhang Wei struggled to rise, rubbing his aching back, his gaze dark and menacing as he glared at Zhu Dachang. "Kill him. Beat him to death." The 6 men who had been smashing things immediately halted at Zhang Wei's roar, turning around to surround. These men were professional bodyguards hired by the Zhang family at great expense, not only skilled, but also ruthless. Accustomed to bullying others alongside Zhang Wei, they had never taken Zhu Dachang, this fat man, seriously. The phone rang once, and the other end eagerly picked up. "Soon, kid dare to mess with our Zhang Xiao. You're asking for death." A burly man with a buzz cut sneered, charging towards Zhu Dachang, first raising his fist to smash it into his face. Although Zhu Dachang was furious, he knew deep down that he was no match for these professional bodyguards. He spent his days either online or eating and had not exercised in years, leaving him physically weak. In terms of strength, he was even weaker than a middle school student. That previous impact had already drained all his energy. Watching the fist coming towards him, Zhu Dachang instinctively raised his hand to block. However, his movements were slow and clumsy, unable to block the opponent's swift attack. Bang! The fist landed solidly on Zhu Dachang's face, the immense force causing his vision to fade to black. A warm liquid immediately gushed from his nose, blood flowing from his nostrils and dripping onto his t-shirt, staining it a large patch of red. "You fat pig, is this all you've got? How dare you meddle?" The burly man coldly laughed, lifting his leg for a brutal kick right in the stomach. Zhu Dachang was kicked back a few steps, clutching his stomach and bending over, grimacing in pain, emitting a whimpering sound. The other 5 burly men saw this and immediately closed in, raining down punches and kicks on him like a torrential downpour. The fists and toes striking his body made dull thudding sounds. Zhu Dachang had no strength to fight back, only able to cover his head with his hands curled up on the cold floor, enduring the beating raining down on him. "Stop it. Please stop." Wang Xiaoying, witnessing this, cried out in heart-wrenching despair. She dashed forward like a madwoman, trying to push away the violent men. But as a frail woman, her strength was pitifully small. The burly men hardly regarded her, casually pushing her down to the ground. Wang Xiaoying fell onto the cold floor, scraping her elbow and drawing blood. But she couldn't care about the pain, struggling to get up and rushing forward again to obstruct them. "Stop. If you want to hit someone, hit me. Don't hit him." Zhang Wei watched the disheveled appearance of Wang Xiaoying and Zhu Dachang, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Feeling that it wasn't enough to vent his anger, he leisurely walked in front of Wang Xiuying, grabbing her collar and forcefully pulling her up. Old woman, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why aren't you so tough anymore? Zhang Wei's eyes were filled with malice. If you dare to block me again, I'll make you know what pain is. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand, striking repeatedly at Wang Xiuying's cheek harshly. Slap, slap, slap. The crisp sound of slaps echoed in the living room, particularly grating to the ears. Zhu Dachong, beaten to a pulp, saw Wang Xiuying being struck, his neck muscles bulging, as he roared, "You son of a bitch, if you have a grudge, come at me. Don't hurt my mom." Zhang Wei couldn't be bothered with his furious shouts, continuing to slap Wang Xiuying's face. He slapped her more than a dozen times until his hand felt numb, finally releasing his grip on her collar. Bang! Wang Xiuying collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, dizzy with ringing in her ears, a fiery pain on her cheek, nearly blotting out her consciousness. She struggled to open her eyes, but could only see blurred shadows. Damn, you still dare to fight back, truly unaware of your own mortality. Zhang Wei spat, his sinister gaze sweeping over the two, filled with disgust and disdain. Zhu Dachong was on the verge of death, his already plump face now swollen like a pig's head, his eyes squeezed into a slit. Blood streamed from his nose and the corner of his mouth, his body covered in bruises, not a single part intact. Lying on the ground, he could only emit weak breaths, lacking the strength to move a single finger. Zhang Xiao, what should we do with these two? A burly man stopped walking up to Zhang Wei and respectfully asked. Zhang Wei stroked his chin, a glint of malicious calculation flashing in his eyes. He hadn't found Ling Feng yet, and letting these two go would be too easy on them. He then circled the living room and found a family photo. In the photo was Ling Feng, who had just slapped him, the middle-aged woman lying on the ground along with a middle-aged man. Upon seeing this, he suddenly understood this woman was Ling Feng's mother. This made it easier. As long as he brought this person back, he wouldn't have to worry about Ling Feng not showing up. Thinking this, he ordered the others, take these two back with me. Zhang Wei's mouth curled into a calculating smile, then spread the word, let that kid Ling Feng personally come to the Zhang family tonight to get them back. Tell Ling Feng that if he doesn't show up tonight, he can expect to collect the corpses of these two, old and weak. I want him to know that daring to hit me, Zhang Wei, comes at the cost of one's life. Yes, Zhang Xiao. The 6 burly men responded in unison. 2 of them stepped forward, dragging the nearly lifeless Zhu Dachong like a dead dog. The other 2 burly men dragged the almost unconscious Wang Xiuying, walking towards the villa's exit. Zhang Wei looked around the wrecked living room with satisfaction, spat, and then turned to leave. As he reached the door, he paused, glancing back at the chaotic villa, a smug smile appearing on his face. Ling Feng, I'm waiting for you to come begging me. After saying that, he climbed into the business car parked at the door and drove away. The villa was left in ruins, with overturned furniture lying haphazardly, silently recounting the violence that had just occurred. At this moment, inside the Boyu Hotel in Hua City, the ambiguous atmosphere had yet to dissipate. Ling Feng and Shi Yu were immersed in exquisite intimacy, their lips and teeth intertwined, their body temperatures merging. The two wished to merge each other's very essence into their bodies, forgetting all the worldly troubles. Suddenly, the phone on the bedside abruptly rang, the sharp ringtone shattering the tranquility of the room. Ling Feng's brows tightened instantly, the desire on his face fading slightly, replaced by a hint of impatience. The ringtone came at an utterly inopportune time, while he was busy. He blocked his ears, pretending not to hear. But the phone seemed intent on interrupting, hanging up once, and within 3 seconds it rang again, persistently, infuriating. The urgent ringing sounded like a death knell, ringing over and over, particularly grating. The ringtone continued for a full 5 minutes, showing no signs of stopping. Shi Yu's cheeks flushed, breathing unsteadily, as she said, why don't you answer it? What if it's something important? Ling Feng gritted his teeth, cursing the caller in his heart 1,000 times. Ultimately, he suddenly, After their intimate moment, Ling Feng finally rolled out of bed and picked up his phone. The screen displayed a shocking 16 missed calls, all from Su Qingxue. This woman really knows how to ruin the mood, Ling Feng muttered under his breath, his tone filled with displeasure. Reluctantly, he swiped the screen and called back. The phone rang once and the other, and eagerly picked up. Soon after, Su Qingxue's hurried voice came through. Ling Feng, something has happened. What happened? Ling Feng furrowed his brows and asked solemnly. Su Qingxue replied, I just received news that Zhang Wei from the Zhang family, the one you slapped before. He barged into your home and kidnapped your mother and that fat guy. He also threatened that you must go to the Zhang family's old residence to take the blame before nightfall today, or else. Shi Yu did not continue, but it was already quite clear. Boom. This statement was like a thunderclap exploding in Ling Feng's mind. A terrifying rage suddenly erupted from within him. The originally warm room instantly dropped to freezing point, and the moisture in the air condensed into tiny shards of ice that fell onto the floor. Shi Yu lay on the bed, her skin still glistening with the sweat of intense exercise. A bone-chilling coldness suddenly struck her, and Chi Yu lay on the bed, her skin still glistening with the sweat of intense exercise. A bone-chilling coldness suddenly struck her, and she shivered violently, her body covered in goosebumps, instinctively tightening the quilt and looking up. Ling Feng had his back to her, surrounded by a layer of grayish, ominous energy. The invisible sense of oppression made her nearly suffocate. His posture was straight, yet it exuded a terrifying anger, like a ferocious beast on the verge of rampaging. Chi Yu's heart sank instantly. Even without thinking, she knew that something serious must have happened based on the phone call. She cautiously spoke, her voice trembling slightly. Ling Feng. What happened? Is something wrong? Ling Feng did not turn around immediately. He tightly gripped his phone. The sound of Su Qingsu's anxious breathing still came through the receiver, but he could no longer hear it, his mind only filled with the images of his mother and Zhu Dachang being taken. Killing intent. A thick, suffocating killing intent erupted from his gaze, as if it would tear the air. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the raging anger, and spoke coldly into the phone. I understand. Without waiting for Su Qingsu's response, the call was abruptly cut off. Get dressed. Ling Feng turned around, his face devoid of any expression, only the rage swirling in his eyes was terrifying. We need to return to Hua City immediately. My mother has been captured by the Zhang family. What? Chi Yu's eyes widened in shock, the color drained from her face, replaced by sheer terror. How dare someone touch Ling Feng's family? What kind of madness was this? Were they looking for death? In the past few days, she had witnessed Ling Feng's methods firsthand. His strikes resulted in death and injury, with the lightest being broken arms and legs. She knew this was not the time to be shocked. The priority was to hurry back and rescue them. Chi Yu dared not delay, quickly throwing off the covers, enduring her boat's fatigue, and scrambling to find her clothes. As she got dressed, she couldn't help but wonder. The Zhang family. Was it the Zhang family among the four great families of Hua City? Why did they capture Ling Feng's mother? Was there some past grievance? With the Zhang family capturing Ling Feng's mother, it was likely that more lives would be lost. In less than a minute, the two were ready. Ling Feng showed no hesitation as he turned and strode towards the door, with Chi Yu closely following behind. Reaching the door of Mo Sha's room, Ling Feng raised his hand and knocked heavily on the door. At that moment, Mo Sha was leaning by the window, curiously observing the bustling city. Hearing the urgent knocking, he snapped back to reality and turned to open the door. As soon as the door opened, the playful expression on Mo Sha's face froze, instantly replaced by shock. There stood Ling Feng at the door, his face dark enough to drip water, surrounded by a thick aura of ominous energy. In his deep, unfathomable eyes, an unmasked, killing intent surged like a volcano ready to erupt. The terrifying aura made Mo Sha instinctively take half a step back. Holy crap! Mo Sha's heart screamed in alarm. This stance was clearly one that intended to kill. No, it was aimed at killing demons. Just when he was still scared, Ling Feng already spoke go. One word, without any unnecessary chatter, commanded with undeniable authority. Mo Sha breathed a sigh of relief, raised his hand to pat his chest, muttering softly, "Oh my, you scared me to death." Then he hurriedly followed suit. In the parking lot at the hotel entrance, the deformed BMW X5 sat quietly. The three of them got into the car one after another. Vroom. The engine roared like a beast, and the screech of tires grinding against the pavement tore through the air as the car sped out of the parking lot. The car raced wildly down the road, its speed far exceeding the limit. Vehicles along the way scrambled to avoid it, and many drivers leaned out to curse, but upon seeing the BMW's frenzied pace, they quickly withdrew. A traffic cop spotted the speeding vehicle and immediately activated the siren, attempting to pull it over. However, the speed was simply too fast, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye, leaving the cop helpless. In the passenger seat, Chi Yu clutched the handrail tightly, her face somewhat pale. She was not afraid of the speed, she was afraid of Ling Feng's current state. She could feel the almost overflowing anger and killing intent emanating from Ling Feng, a force capable of devastating everything, making her both pained and worried. She wanted to comfort him, but didn't know what to say. However, she understood that at this moment any words would be futile. The only thing she could do was stay by his side and return to Hua City as quickly as possible. After a long while, Chi Yu took a deep breath, pulled out her phone, found the number marked Director Li, and pressed the dial button. As soon as the call connected, before she could speak, she heard Li Guohua's reprimanding voice. "What are you doing? You've been out of touch for days. Do you think I'm air? If not for the fact that you're on an undercover mission and it's inconvenient to contact you, I would have already called you back." Chi Yu was taken aback by his harsh words. Was Li Guohua going through a midlife crisis? Why was he? But she suppressed her anger and spoke quickly. "Director Li, the mission has been completed and I'm on my way back to the bureau. An emergency has arisen and I need you to send someone immediately." Completed the mission. Li Guohua interrupted her directly. "What does the completion of the mission have to do with you? Last night the Dragon team already contacted me. They took down the criminal organization, capturing both the criminals and the goods. The elite from the Dragon team took action. Do you need to meddle? I'm telling you the Dragon team will arrive at the Bureau in 2 hours. I'm busy preparing the welcome ceremony right now and don't have time to listen to your idle chatter. With that, the line went dead with a busy tone. Chi Yu held up her phone, her entire body frozen stiff. She never imagined that Li Guohua would take such an attitude, completely denying all the efforts she and Ling Feng had made without even giving them a chance to explain. Damn, Chief. Chi Yu suddenly erupted, hurling her phone violently against the dashboard. A dull thud echoed as the phone case flew off, and the screen cracked like a spider's web. Her chest heaved heavily, her eyes reddened with a mix of anger and grievance. It wasn't that she mourned the loss of her own credit, but she was furious at Li Guohua's indifference and bureaucratic attitude. The moment the Dragon Group arrived, he was in such a hurry to organize some damned welcome ceremony. Little did he know last night the Dragon Group had been perfectly courteous to her. Of course, that was all thanks to Ling Feng. If not for him, those arrogant bastards wouldn't have deigned to glance at a mere criminal police captain like her. Hey. Mo Shah from the back seat suddenly leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the phone on the dashboard. What a waste to smash it like that. If you don't want it, can you give it to me? I see you both have one and I want one too. This morning he had pressed his face against the window, watching the passers-by, each clutching one of these devices. He was intensely curious about what was so captivating about them. Chi Yu, still simmering with unvented fury, whipped her head around and snapped, "Shut up." Mo Shah flinched at the sudden outburst, shrinking back into the rear seat with his head drooping, his eyes as pitiful as a scolded little beast. After a long moment, Chi Yu took a deep breath to suppress her surging emotions. She turned to Ling Feng in the driver's seat, her voice laced with apology. "Ling Feng, I'm sorry. Our director, he..." Ling Feng gripped the steering wheel, his expression eerily calm. "I heard everything. Leave the rest to me, you don't need to get involved. I'll handle it myself." When he had agreed to wade into this mess, his only condition was to keep his family safe. But now it seemed that promise was nothing but a hollow, empty phrase. Chi Yu gazed at his impassive profile, her heart sinking. She could clearly feel that Ling Feng was truly enraged. This fury was directed not only at the Zhang family, but also at Li Guohua's incompetent bureaucratic demeanor. Ling Feng took out his own phone and called his father, Ling Jiangwo. Learning that his father was still out driving his taxi, he merely instructed calmly, "Come home late tonight." He feared that if his father returned home, now any remaining members of the Zhang family might still be there, putting him in danger. It would be better to let his father come back after he had resolved everything. After hanging up, Ling Feng tossed his phone onto Chi Yu's lap in the passenger seat and floored the accelerator. The car surged forward instantly, like a black lightning bolt, tearing through the air and racing towards Huashi. Meanwhile, at the Su family estate in the eastern suburbs of Huashi, Su Qingxue stood outside the door of Su Zenshin's study, having paced back and forth for over 10 minutes. She was dressed in a white dress, its hem gently swaying with her anxious steps. Her usually elegant and composed face was now etched with worry, her brows tightly furrowed, and her hands constantly wringing together. She had received the news an hour ago. Zhang Wei of the Zhang family had led a raid on Ling Feng's villa, capturing his mother and his friend. Her first instinct was to report to her grandfather Su Zenshan and have him send people to rescue them. But her grandfather had gone into seclusion a few days ago with strict instructions that no one was to disturb him unless it was a matter of utmost importance. Su Qingxue fully understood the importance of her grandfather's seclusion, yet Ling Feng's loved ones were in mortal danger. Every minute of delay increased the risk, and she couldn't bear to just stand by. What should I do? Should I go in or not? Su Qingxue bit her lower lip, caught in a fierce internal conflict. Just then the study door creaked open. Su Zenshan emerged dressed in a gray tang suit. His face bore the fatigue of just having concluded his seclusion, but his eyes remained as sharp as an eagle's. Seeing Su Qingxue pacing anxiously at the door, he frowned slightly. "Qingxue, what's wrong? You look so distressed. Haven't you been resting well these past few days?" "Grandfather." Su Qingxue, as if seeing a savior, quickly strode over and said urgently, "Grandfather, something terrible has happened." Su Zenshan raised a hand to rub his brow, then walked to the stone table in the courtyard and sat down, motioning for her to sit as well. "Don't panic. Tell me slowly. What has you so flustered?" Su Qingxue sat down and immediately spoke. An hour ago, Zhang Wei of the Zhang family led his men to break into Ling Feng's home and took his mother and friend captive. Zhang Wei also declared that Ling Feng must come to the Zhang family's old residence alone before nightfall to confess his crimes. Su Zenshin's face instantly darkened, his expression turning grave. "What did you say?" "The Zhang family has captured Ling Feng's mother." "Yes." Su Qingxue nodded emphatically. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Su Zenshin's tone carried a hint of reproach as he abruptly stood up. "It's been over an hour, and you're only..." Su Qingxue lowered her head in grievance, protesting. "You specifically instructed that no one was to disturb you during your seclusion. And now you're blaming me." Su Zenshan took a deep breath and softened his tone slightly. Qing Shui, you need to learn to prioritize. Some things are more important than others. I've told you many times who Ling Feng is. Now that his family has been taken, we must act immediately. Su Qingxue looked up hesitating. But the Zhang family is no weaker than ours. If we use force, we might not be able to rescue them. As the CEO of the Su group, her thoughts were more focused on the family's interests. The Zhang family had deep roots in Huasher with connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world, and their businesses spanned every industry. Once a complete rift was formed, the Su family's development in Huasher would inevitably suffer a severe blow. Su Zhinshan shot her a glance, his tone laced with disappointment. Qingxue, your vision is still too narrow. We may not know if we can rescue them, but we must show our stance. If we know about this and do nothing, the Su family will lose a tremendous opportunity. Moreover, Ling Feng saved my life. He is our family's benefactor. Regardless of the pros and cons, I must make my position clear, even if it costs me this old life. Besides, even if the Zhang family is powerful, the Su family is no pushover. I'd like to see if that Brad Zhang Wei has the guts to challenge me. With that, Su Zhinshan no longer hesitated and strode out of the courtyard, pulling out his phone and dialing a number. When the call connected, his voice was cold and urgent. Notify everyone. Gather all the Su family martial artists. Target the Zhang family's old residence. Now. Immediately. Right now. After hanging up, he dialed another number. Old Lei, there's a chance for you to prove yourself. Are you interested? At this moment, within a top-tier entertainment club in the center of Hua City, a lavishly decorated office reveals a scene both enchanting and peculiar. Seductively leaning against the sofa, she wore a red qipao. Ever since she last wore a qipao for Ling Feng, she had fallen in love with that sensation. With a cigar pinched between her left hand, the smoke swirling around her alluring face bore a hint of languid amusement. In her right hand, she held the latest smartphone, the screen displaying a rather indecent film from the island nation. She watched with great interest, the corners of her mouth occasionally curling into a mischievous smile. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly a flurry of urgent knocking echoed. The seductive beauty was startled, like a little girl caught in wrongdoing, hurriedly shutting off her phone's screen. She straightened her clothes and called out with dissatisfaction, "Come in, why are you knocking?" The door swung open, and Gui Shou hurriedly walked in. "Miss, something's happened, there's significant news." "What news could make you so flustered?" The beauty picked up a glass of red wine from the table and took a sip. Gui Shou quickly approached the sofa and lowered his voice, saying, "I just received news that Ling Feng's family has been captured by the Zhang family." "Oh." The beauty raised her eyebrows, intrigued. Does the Zhang family have such audacity? How dare they provoke Ling Feng? She had witnessed Ling Feng's strength firsthand, able to easily annihilate those at the initial stage of the martial king realm. How could the Zhang family be so bold? The specifics are unclear, but it seems that Ling Feng slapped Zhang Wei previously, and Zhang Wei, harboring resentment, has now taken his family away. Gui Shou explained. Zhang Wei even declared that Ling Feng must go to the Zhang family's ancestral home alone before 8 o'clock tonight, to atone for his sins. Ling Feng hasn't shown up, yet likely still on his way back, or unaware of the news. The beauty set down her glass of red wine, sitting up straight, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Interesting, truly interesting. The Zhang family is courting death, daring to pluck the tiger's hairs. She had been contemplating how to get closer to Ling Feng these past few days, and now the opportunity had arisen, she certainly could not let it slip away. Gui Shou, having followed her for years, naturally understood her intentions. He rubbed his hands together and asked, "Miss, do you think we should join in on the fun? With Ling Feng's incredible strength, if we lend a hand at this moment, we might be able to forge a good relationship with him, ensuring our plans have an additional layer of security in the future." The beauty chuckled, her smile enchanting, yet laced with calculation. "Join in on the fun. Of course we must go. Such a splendid opportunity cannot be missed." She paused, her gaze turning cautious. "However, we mustn't act too impulsively. The Zhang family has maintained their foothold in Hua City for many years, and surely possesses considerable capabilities. I have heard that there is an old fellow in their family who has been in seclusion for 20 years, striving to break through to the martial saint realm. Some say he failed and died, others claim he succeeded and has been hiding in the shadows." Gui Shou nodded. If the Zhang family truly has a martial saint in residence, then Ling Feng may not fare well this time. The beauty remarked, "These are all rumors, the truth is hard to discern. So we shouldn't show ourselves first. Let's find a place to hide and observe. If that old fellow really emerges and can match Ling Feng, we will pretend to know nothing and quickly leave, avoiding getting involved. If Ling Feng can easily crush the Zhang family, then we will come out to do him a favor, help him tidy up the aftermath, and conveniently establish a connection with him." Her calculations were sharp, wishing to please Ling Feng while avoiding unnecessary danger. "You still think things through, miss?" Gui Shou nodded, his face filled with admiration. The beauty stood up, stretching lazily, her curves on full display. "Let's go, we'll head out now, find a hidden spot near the Zhang family's ancestral home, and see how this drama unfolds. With that, she stepped towards the door, and Gui Shou quickly followed. The two hastily descended the stairs and got into a discreet black Mercedes heading towards the Zhang family's ancestral home in the western suburbs. At this moment, there was only about half an hour left until nightfall. In the western suburbs of Hua City, the Zhang family's ancestral home stood majestically against the mountains, resembling a small castle under the glow of the setting sun. Inside a spacious study, the faint aroma of sandalwood lingered. In the center of the study lay a pear-wood chessboard with black and white pieces arranged in a tense standoff. On either side of the board sat two elderly men, both dressed in exquisite silk tang suits, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. The elder on the left had a gaunt-faced, deep-set eyes and 3 strands of silver beard swaying gently in the wind. He was the current head of the Zhang family. He was also Zhang Wei's grandfather, Zhang Wanjian. The elder on the right was slightly plump, fatigue from travel evident on his face, yet his eyes sparkled with brilliance. He was Zhang Wanjian's close friend Xiaotong. In his youth, he was also a formidable martial artist, but later became obsessed with breaking through realms, often wandering the world, leaving his whereabouts difficult to trace. With a soft snap, Zhang Wanjian placed a black piece in the lower right corner of the board, a single move that turned the tide, revitalizing the entire game. He looked up at Xiaotong, across from him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Brother Xiao, after 2 years of wandering the world, your chess skills seem to have stagnated, and you appear rather distracted. Did you not say you were seeking the opportunity to break through? Why do you have the time to come visit my humble abode today? Xiaotong sighed, shaking his head helplessly, rubbing his throbbing temples. He picked up a nearby purple clay teacup and took a sip, his tone tinged with a hint of despondency. Don't mention it, it's all tears when it comes to that. I've been running outside for 2 whole years, and not only have I not made any progress in my cultivation, but I've also seen enough to overturn my understanding from the past few decades. Oh, Zhang Wanjian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. For you to be so moved, it must be that you've encountered some extraordinary person or event. Xiaotong set down his teacup, leaning slightly forward, lowering his voice to say, just yesterday when I passed through Lingjiang City, I heard there was a grand ceremony for offering sacrifices to the gods. I originally did not believe in such feudal superstitions, but the claims were so astonishing that participating in the ceremony could bring unexpected benefits to cultivation. I thought I might as well join in the fun just in case there was a fortuitous encounter. Guess what I saw? Zhang Wanjian instinctively inquired. Could it be that you really saw the so-called god? You bet. Xiaotong slapped his thigh, his voice involuntarily rising a few notches. Then he quickly lowered his voice again, his eyes filled with fear and shock. I tell you, I truly saw a true god, and it was an evil god that almost took my life. Zhang Wanjian displayed a hint of disdain, chuckling. Brother Xiao, your words are somewhat outlandish. Both you and I have cultivated to the martial king realm, and have lived for over half our lives. How could we not know that there are no such things as gods in this world? Even if there were gods, they would only be individuals with a higher realm than ours. Ultimately, they are still shouting. Seeing that Zhang Wanjian did not believe him, pointed at his own chest and said, why would I brag about this? Look at my pulse, it's still unstable. Let me tell you, the sacrificial ceremony last night was nothing but a scam. The so-called god was merely a practitioner of sinister arts, a demon in disguise. He set up a bizarre formation that trapped hundreds of people attending the ceremony. Once the formation activated, I felt as if my blood was being pulled violently by some unseen force, surging out through my pores, my body flushed and heated, as if my meridians were about to burst. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands, his face filled with terror, as if he were reliving that horrific night. You have no idea how desperate that feeling was, watching your own blood about to flow out, yet having no strength to resist. Zhang Wanjian's smile gradually faded, his brow furrowing tightly, his fingers unconsciously tapping the chessboard, a formation. I've lived for over 70 years and heard countless martial arts techniques, but I've never heard of any formation. Xiao, brother, you wouldn't be making this up to fool me, would you? Xiaotong waved his hand, speaking urgently. Do I really need to joke with my own life? There were several experts at the martial king level present, yet they too were trapped by that formation, unable to fight back at all. If it weren't for my good fortune in encountering a true god, you wouldn't be seeing me right now. A true god? A glimmer of doubt crossed Zhang Wanjian's eyes. What do you mean by that? Xiaotong nodded heavily, his eyes filled with admiration and awe. Just when I felt I could no longer hold on, and my consciousness began to blur, a young man suddenly stood up. The young man looked to be just over 20, dressed plainly, yet strikingly handsome. However, the aura he exuded was heavier than that of mountains. I swallowed hard and continued. At that moment, the demon, seeing someone so arrogant, activated the formation to attack the young man. I thought to myself, if we couldn't withstand that formation, how could this young man possibly resist? But guess what happened? The young man merely waved his hand as if swatting a fly and effortlessly dismantled the formation set by the demon. What? Zhang Wanjian abruptly sat up straight, disbelief etched on his face. How is that possible? Is there really such an extraordinary young man in this world? Xiaoting exclaimed excitedly, of course it's possible. I witnessed it with my own eyes. The scene was simply jaw-dropping. Zhang Wanjian fell silent, his fingers lightly tracing the chessboard, his expression complex. He understood Xiaotang's nature. Though somewhat boastful, he would never lie about matters of life and death. A young man in his 20s possessing such terrifying strength completely overturned Zhang Wanjian's understanding of martial arts. He muttered to himself, when did China produce such a figure? With such talent and strength, even the martial clans with centuries of heritage might not be able to cultivate a genius like this, right? Then he asked, what was his name? Did you find out? Xiaotang's face showed a hint of regret. At that time I was too busy escaping, my mind was in chaos, how could I dare to ask his name? Zhang Wanjian sighed and said, China is truly a land of hidden talents. Who would have thought that a young man could achieve such feats? The younger generation surpasses the older. It seems we are getting old, having cultivated our whole lives, yet can only remain at the martial king stage. Xiaoting also sighed heavily, saying, who says otherwise? It's truly disheartening to see how people can outshine each other. After speaking, he picked up the purple clay teacup, feeling the warm tea slide down his throat. I said, Brother Zhang, I've been sitting here for quite a while snacking on 3 plates of sunflower seeds and drinking 2 pots of good tea. Why haven't I seen your precious grandson Zhang Wei? Mentioning his grandson, Zhang Wanjian's serious demeanor softened slightly, and he shook his head helplessly. Don't mention that rascal. He just loafs around all day doing nothing worthwhile, always causing trouble outside. Just a few days ago, I don't know where he got into trouble and was slapped in the face. And guess what? This morning the boy went and captured the family members of the person who slapped him, threatening that a young man named Ling Feng must come to the Zhang family's old residence before nightfall to atone, or else he would not be polite to his family. Xiaotung frowned and asked, with things being this way, aren't you going to do something? Zhang Wanjian waved his hand dismissively, his tone full of the arrogance of a noble family. The kid has grown up, his wings are hardened, and he won't listen to discipline anymore. Let him be. Young people need some boldness. Besides, if someone slaps you in the face and you don't dare to retaliate, what kind of man are you? This would be a disgrace to our Zhang family. And you know my Zhang family has stood firm in Huasher for 100 years. We have deep roots. Who are we afraid of? Xiaoting shook his head, a hint of worry on his face as he recalled the mysterious young man who broke the formation in Lingjiang City, a chill creeping down his back. He looked at Zhang Wanjian, his expression serious. Brother Zhang, you are just too indulgent with him. Who knows when he might encounter someone he shouldn't provoke, just like I did with that young man last night. Ha ha ha. Zhang Wanjian threw his head back and laughed. Xiao, brother, are you scared out of your wits? How many of that kind of extraordinary people can there be among the billions in China? In a small place like Huasher, there absolutely wouldn't be such a person. That Ling Feng is at most a reckless youth. When he comes ill, let Zhang Wei teach him a lesson, making sure he understands the Zhang families standing in Huasher. Xiaoting thought for a moment. Indeed, such a talent was rare in a century. He nodded, chuckling self-deprecatingly. That's true. If there were people like that everywhere in China, I wouldn't dare step outside with my martial king cultivation UID, just stay home reading novels to avoid embarrassment. The two exchanged smiles. Just as they were about to continue discussing the situation on the chessboard, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the study. Then a series of knocks on the door shattered the tranquility within the room. Zhang Wanjian's smile vanished instantly, his brows furrowed tightly as he shouted at the door, didn't I already say? When I'm receiving guests, unless it's something important, no one is allowed to disturb me. Can't you understand human language? A flustered voice came from outside. Master Su Jinshan from the Su family is blocking the front gate with a large group of people, and Lei Hu, the master of the Thunder Tyrant Martial Arts School, has also brought quite a few people here. Zhang Wanjian listened to the butler's words, his expression grave as he murmured to himself, how could they gather together? What could they want at this moment? Xiaotong also furrowed his brows, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes as he looked at Zhang Wanjian, and said, it's strange he chose to come when I was visiting, not before or after. Could it be that he discovered our ambush from 5 years ago? Zhang Wanjian shook his head firmly, stating, 5 years ago we both concealed our faces, there's no way he could have known it was us. Moreover, half a year ago, I bribed a servant from his household and secretly added bone-corroding powder to his food and drink. That poison is colorless and tasteless, causing the veins to corrode and immense pain, gradually draining one's cultivation until they become crippled. Logically, he should be lying on his bed, barely alive. How could he have brought people here? His brows knitted tighter, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Could it be that the poisoning has been exposed? Xiaotong raised a hand, a fierce look crossing his face as he stood up abruptly, saying, regardless of the reason, we shall go and find out. If he has really uncovered what happened 5 years ago, or has seen through the poisoning scheme, he absolutely cannot leave here alive today. Zhang Wanjian took a deep breath, a chill suddenly rising around him, and his gaze became cold and resolute. You are absolutely right, Brother Xiao. Since he has come to us, we need not be polite any longer. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his aura heavy. I want to see what kind of storm a person afflicted by bone-corroding powder, coupled with a brute, can stir up. With that, he took the lead, striding towards the study with each step exuding the pressure of a martial king at the initial stage. Xiao Teng followed closely behind, his murderous intent apparent, his gaze sharp as a blade. As they passed through the ornate corridor, the servants of the Zhang family held their breath, their expressions solemn. Zhang Wanjian reached the end of the corridor, stopped, turned, and instructed the butler in a low voice. Go and inform everyone, summon all the martial artists of the Zhang family back here. Yes, master. The butler replied, turning and leaving swiftly. At this time the dusk gathered, and the night fell like ink. Zhang Wanjian and Xiao Teng arrived at the front courtyard, and from a distance they saw a dense crowd outside the gate, about 30 or 40 people, all with heavy auras and aggressive stances. The two leading figures were Su Zhanshan and Lei Hu. Su Zhanshan wore a dark blue Zhongshan suit, standing tall, his complexion rosy like the morning sun, showing no signs of the frailty associated with bone-corroding powder. His eyes were sharp like an eagle, locking onto Zhang Wanjian as he stepped out of the house, as if trying to pierce through him. Beside him, Lei, who was as sturdy as an iron tower, broad-shouldered, his black outfit taut against his bulging muscles. Zhang Wanjian instantly put on a perfectly measured smile, his tone cordial, like an old friend. Brother Zhanshan, it's been a while. You seem to be in even better spirits than before. What brings you here today with so many friends to visit my Zhang family? Su Zhanshan clasped his hands behind his back, sweeping over Zhang Wanjian's insincere smile, and spoke solemnly. Brother Wanjian, I am not here to visit today, but to save your Zhang family. Save my Zhang family. Zhang Wanjian seemed to hear the biggest joke of the century, throwing his head back in hearty laughter. Brother Zhanshan, are you perhaps too idle lately to be making such jokes? As the laughter gradually ceased, a trace of inquiry flashed in his eyes. It seemed that Su's visit this time was not for revenge. This meant that Su Zhanshan had not realized the ambush and poisoning from 5 years ago. However, looking at Su Zhanshan's rosy complexion, he showed no signs of being poisoned. Could it be that the poison had expired? Or had he already found the antidote? Zhang Wanjian shook his head, deciding not to ponder the reasons any further. He deliberately paused, softening his tone with a hint of curiosity as he asked, I am quite curious about what great trouble my Zhang family has encountered to trouble both of you, to bring so many people here. Su Zhanshan let out a light sigh, his tone tinged with helplessness. You need not test me, ultimately this matter still has to be asked of your useless grandson. Oh, so it was Xiao Wei who caused the trouble. Zhang Wanjian's smile grew wider, feigning annoyance as he said, This rascal, always idle, and causing trouble. I have long said I would discipline him properly. I suppose he, being young and reckless, offended Brother Zhanshan. Don't worry, I will certainly have him receive 30 lashes and personally come to apologize to you. Su Zhanshan shook his head, his tone suddenly serious. He did not offend me. He has captured someone he should not have caught. I advise you to send someone to release them now, or perhaps there is still a chance to salvage the situation. Zhang Wanjian's smile stiffened slightly as the incident of Zhang Wei capturing 2 people flashed through his mind. However, he did not take it to heart. After all, what could come of it? He then waved his hand dismissively, his tone light. I thought it was something serious. It's merely a childish prank between young people. Children get temperamental and competitive. Is it worth making such a fuss? He looked at Su Zhanshan, chuckling. Brother Zhanshan, I must say you are making a mountain out of a molehill. Mischief. Making a mountain out of a molehill. Su Zhanshan stepped forward abruptly, his expression serious as he said, Mischief. Making a mountain out of a molehill. Su Zhanshan stepped forward abruptly, his expression serious as he said, Do you know who he has captured? They are no ordinary commoners who can be easily dealt with. Zhang Wanjian raised an eyebrow, his curiosity deepening, yet his tone retained the arrogance typical of a prestigious family. Could it be someone related to a high-ranking official? Or is it one of your Su family's people? If that's the case, I shall have someone return them, and let Xiao Wei come and apologize. Su Zhanshan shook his head, his eyes becoming extremely grave as he stated emphatically, But they are people your Zhang family cannot afford to offend. Zhang Wanjian burst into laughter as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke of the century. Brother Zhanshan, you must be joking. In this washer, my Zhang family has no one we cannot provoke. Let alone an unknown figure. Even a prominent family from Jiangnan province would have to give my Zhang family some. He stopped laughing, his gaze sharp as he looked at Su Zhanshan. I am curious to know who exactly my grandson has captured that makes you so apprehensive. Old Su, why waste words with him? Lei, who unable to contain himself, interrupted their conversation with a rough. He stepped forward, his black outfit suddenly bulging from the internal energy, his muscles distinct and well. This old fool is clearly playing dumb. Oh, let's just rush in and seize the person. Why waste our breath here? Zhang Wanjian's smile vanished instantly, his eyes turning cold as his figure buzzed with the sound of his Tang suit. An aura erupted rivaling that of Lei, who the pressure of a martial king at the initial stage surged like a tide, causing the surrounding air to feel somewhat stagnant. Zhang Wanjian's tone was icy, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Brother Lei, how fierce your anger is. My Zhang family has established itself in Huashi for a century, and we have never feared anyone. Since you want to test the weight of my Zhang family, I shall play along and show you that the century-old heritage of my Zhang family is not merely a name. Just what I wanted. Lei, who roared, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead. He turned to Su Jinshan and said in a deep voice, Old Su, keep an eye on things from the side. Once I have my match with this old thing, we can go in and rescue the people. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Hu's feet pushed against the ground violently, and the bluestone slab instantly cracked like a spider web. His figure shot forward like a cannonball, hurtling towards Zhang Wanjian with a howling wind. With his massive fist raised high, gathering immense power, he struck towards Zhang Wanjian's face with a thunderous boom. Here it comes. Zhang Wanjian shouted angrily, stepping forward rather than retreating. He too clenched his fist, his overwhelming aura sweeping out like a thunderstorm, meeting Lei Hu's heavy blow. With a thunderous crash, the moment their fists collided, a magnificent shockwave suddenly spread out from the center of their standoff. The surrounding trees shook violently, leaves flying everywhere. A few people nearby were jolted by the shock, their blood surging, and they had to take several steps back. Lei, who felt a tremendous force rushing up his arm, numbing his tiger's mouth and causing his knuckles to ache, and he staggered back 3 steps before barely stabilizing his footing. Zhang Wanjian was not much better off. The unparalleled force made his blood surge as if a boulder pressed against his chest, and he took 2 steps back before regaining his balance. He looked at Lei, who with a more serious expression, Brother Lei, it's been a while. Your cultivation has indeed improved significantly. Cut the nonsense. Lei, who bellowed, his inner strength roaring into action, the pressure of his early martial king phase spreading like waves, displaying his dominance. He pushed off the ground again, his figure flashing as he charged towards Zhang Wanjian once more. Zhang Wanjian's gaze sharpened. He did not dare to be careless. He turned sideways, narrowly dodging this strike, while his right hand shot out, like lightning, slamming towards Lei Hu's waist. Despite his large frame, Lei, who reacted quickly. Sensing the danger, he raised his palm to block the gust of wind coming at his waist. Both were in the early martial king realm, exchanging blows with fierce winds howling, their strikes ruthless and merciless, and neither seemed to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, outside the Huashi Public Security Bureau, a starkly different scene unfolded. Li Guohua, dressed in a crisp police uniform, stood on the steps in front of the Public Security Bureau, hands clasped behind his back, gazing intently at the distant intersection with excitement and anticipation on his face. Today was the most glorious day since he took office. The Dragon Group of China was coming for a personal visit, a matter so significant that even the top leaders of Jiangnan province would be stirred, let alone him, the chief of the city bureau. To welcome the arrival of the Dragon Group, Li Guohua had arranged an exceptionally grand welcoming ceremony. He not only selected the most spirited young officers from the bureau to form the welcoming team, but also invited a drum and gong troupe and purchased several long strings of firecrackers. He even laid out a red carpet that extended from the road all the way to the entrance of the office building, putting in Chief, they've arrived. A secretary hurried forward, lowering her voice to remind him. Li Guohua straightened up at once, looking in the direction pointed out by the secretary, and saw a business vehicle approaching the Public Security Bureau. The business vehicle stopped at the entrance, and 3 individuals emerged from the car. The leader was a middle-aged man with a resolute face like a chiseled statue, his eyes sharp like an eagle, exuding an aura that commanded respect even without anger. Following closely were a man and a woman, both exhibiting extraordinary demeanor. These 3 were Huang Lai Chao Shi and Long Yao, who had been at Fanning Temple the previous night. As soon as the trio got out of the car, Li Guohua hurried down the steps, vigorously waving his hand to the welcoming team behind him. Instantly, the sound of drums and gongs filled the air and firecrackers went off, creating a deafening noise. The officers in the welcoming team shouted in unison, "Welcome the leaders of the Dragon Group. Welcome the leaders of the Dragon Group." Their voices were loud and orderly, echoing through the skies, clearly the result of long practice. However, Huang Lai frowned when he saw this spectacle, his expression darkening instantly, a hint of obvious impatience flashing in his eyes. What he detested most was such a superficial welcome ceremony. As personnel of a special national department, their duty was to protect the safety of the country and its people. They should be low-key in their personal conduct and high-key in their work, and engaging in these flashy activities was nothing but a waste of time and resources. Li Guohua ran up along the red carpet and stood straight before Huang Lai and the others, giving a perfectly standard military salute. His face was plastered with a sycophantic smile as he exclaimed, "Leaders of the Dragon Group, you have worked hard. I am Li Guohua, the chief of the Huasher Public Security Bureau, and on behalf of all the officers, I warmly welcome you to our bureau for guidance. Your arrival truly brings glory to our bureau. We are honored beyond measure." Huang Lai returned the military salute with a blank expression, his tone cold as he said, "Director Li, there's no need to be so polite. Remove the people on both sides. There's no need for such superficialities." Li Guohua's smile stiffened for a moment, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure, eagerly nodding and bowing. Yes, you're right, leaders. Everyone please withdraw." He exchanged a glance with the nearby secretary, and she understood immediately. She hurriedly ran over, waving her hand at the drum and gong troop and the welcoming team, signaling them to stop. Moments later, the sounds of drums and firecrackers ceased abruptly, and the welcoming team orderly withdrew, leaving only Li Guohua and several important officials of the bureau standing in place. The air was still filled with the smell of gunpowder from the firecrackers, and red paper scraps were strewn about on the ground, creating a somewhat chaotic scene. Li Guohua once again plastered a smile on his face and said warmly to Huang Lai and the others, "Leaders, after your long journey, you must be exhausted. Please come inside. I've already prepared tea for you. Let's go inside and rest for a bit to relieve your fatigue." Huang Lai waved his hand, speaking urgently and firmly, "There's no need to go inside. We are here specifically to find someone." "Find someone?" Li Guohua was taken aback, confusion filling his eyes. Who could the Dragon Group be seeking out in person? Could it be a fugitive? Or perhaps it was a special talent who had made significant contributions to the country. Huang Lai saw his confusion and got straight to the point. "We are looking for a benefactor who provided extremely important intelligence to our Dragon Group, helping us dismantle a massive criminal organization. I came this time specifically to thank him, and I hope Director Li can actively cooperate and help us get in touch with him to see where he is now, so we can go immediately." Benefactor. Li Guohua's heart stirred, and his eyes lit up instantly. A benefactor who could draw a personal visit from the Dragon Group must have played a huge role in cracking a major case. What? Ling Feng. Chiyu. Li Guohua's smile instantly froze as if doused with cold water, leaving him rooted to the spot. He never expected that the meritorious officials the Dragon Group had specifically sought were these two names. Just a few hours ago, Chiyu had called claiming she had something important to report. But at that moment his mind was entirely occupied with the details of the welcome ceremony, so he hadn't the patience to listen to Chiyu brushing her off with a few perfunctory words before hanging up. Now it seemed Chiyu had likely wanted to report on work, and even ask him to send someone for a task. Yet he had completely ignored her. Suddenly a terrifying thought struck his mind like a thunderclap. Just this noon, the Zhang family had seized Ling Feng's family. They had also declared that Ling Feng must report to the Zhang family's old mansion before nightfall to atone. Damn it. This is a complete disaster. Li Guohua screamed internally, a dense layer of cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead, trickling down his temples, and soon soaking the collar of his police uniform. The people the Zhang family had captured were the family of the very meritorious official the Dragon Group sought. As the director of the Hua City Public Security Bureau, he had not only failed to fulfill his promise to protect Ling Feng's family, but was also wasting resources on a welcome ceremony. If the Dragon Group held him accountable, his position as director would be at risk, perhaps even more. Huang Lai saw Li Guohua standing still, his eyes flickering, his face alternating between pale and red, silent for a long time. He frowned and reminded Director Li, "What's wrong? Are Ling Feng and Chiyu not from Hua City? Or are they not police officers?" No. Li Guohua snapped back, quickly waving his hand. They are from Hua City, and they are officers. But Ling Feng is not a regular officer. He's an external hire I brought in to assist the Bureau with some cases. Huang Lai nodded, a look of understanding crossing his face. I see. I wondered how Mr. Ling with such strength could be just an ordinary officer. So he's a specially hired external agent. He paused, his tone growing more urgent. Then do you know where Mr. Ling is now? You must at least know his address. I do. Li Guohua's voice trembled slightly, sweat already streaming down his forehead, dripping onto his uniform. But he probably isn't at home now. He's at. He stammered for a long time, his throat as if blocked, unable to form a complete sentence. Huang Lai's gaze suddenly sharpened like a blade, clearly sensing something amiss, and a faint martial artist's pressure emanated from him. Though only a trace of pressure to an ordinary person like Li Guohua, who had never cultivated it, felt like the weight of Mount Tai, making it hard to breathe and causing his legs to tremble slightly. Where is he? Huang Lai's tone intensified, carrying an undeniable authority. Li Guohua felt he couldn't hold on. The invisible pressure was like a boulder on his chest, suffocating him. He knew this matter couldn't be hidden, so he had to confess. He swallowed, wetting his dry lips, his voice filled with panic. He should be on his way to the Zhang family's old mansion. The Zhang family's old mansion. Huang Lai frowned, full of confusion. Does he live there? No. No. Li Guohua shook his head. Unable to contain himself any longer, he spilled the whole story. The Zhang family's young master Zhang Wei had some conflict with Ling Feng for unknown reasons, and Ling Feng slapped him. Zhang Wei held a grudge and took people to seize Ling Feng's family. Ling Feng. He must be heading to the Zhang family's old mansion to rescue them now. Huang Lai's face grew darker with every word, his eyes sharp as knives fixed on Li Guohua. Director Li, do you realize how important Mr. Ling is to the nation? The intelligence he provided helped us dismantle a cross-provincial human organ trafficking ring, arresting over 1,200 criminals and saving countless lives and property. Since you agreed to protect his family, you should have fulfilled that duty. Now that his family has been captured, if anything goes wrong, your position as director is over and you'll face an organizational investigation. In truth, he omitted one thing. Ling Feng's cultivation realm was likely a milestone for Huaxia. Their primary reason for coming was to recruit Ling Feng. But the current situation was dire. His family captured, and the local government had done nothing. This would only make the recruitment more difficult. Investigation. Li Guohua's legs went weak at those words, nearly collapsing. As director, he had his share of rule violations. If the Dragon Group truly investigated him, those secrets would surely surface. Then not only would he lose his position, but even his life might be in jeopardy. What are you standing there for? Huang Lai barked sternly, seeing him frozen. Lead the way immediately to the Zhang family's old mansion. If Mr. Ling's family suffers any harm, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Yes, I'll lead the way now. Li Guohua quickly responded. He took a deep breath, forcing down his panic and anxiety, and staggered toward a police car. He prayed incessantly that the Zhang family wouldn't harm Ling Feng's family, or else he would be utterly finished. Huang Lai, Chao Shi, and Long Yao followed closely behind. Several core officials from the bureau dared not lag behind and got into cars as well. The convoy rumbled toward the Zhang family's old mansion on the western outskirts of Hua City, the atmosphere oppressively suffocating. Meanwhile, in the front courtyard of the Zhang family's old mansion, the battle between Zhang Wanjian and Lei Hu continued. Their moves were bold and unrestrained, their fighting spirit undiminished. Huff, huff. Old bastard, you really can take a hit. Lei Hu panted heavily. If we keep this up, we'll both be done for. Zhang Wanjian sneered, his voice weak but mocking. Lei Hu, you're nothing special. The Zhang family is no place for your insolence. Before his words faded, they both roared and charged at each other again, fists and palms colliding fiercely. Boom. Falling leaves swirled around, as if witnessing the curtain fall on dusk. Su Jinshan, watching from the side, felt his heart burning with anxiety. He repeatedly looked up at the sky. The sun had completely sunk below the horizon, and night was rapidly descending. No, I can't wait any longer. Su Jinshan thought to himself, his hands unconsciously clenching into fist. He didn't know if that little brat from the Zhang family would harm the hostages. Once night fell, if something happened to Ling Feng's family, he would have no way to explain. Though my strength is only 70 to 80% recovered now, with Lei Hu's help we should be able to take down Zhang Wanjian together. Su Jinshan quickly calculated the internal energy dormant within him already stirring, causing subtle ripples in the surrounding air. Old Lei'll help you. With a low shout, Su Zinshan's form blurred as he charged toward Zhang Wanjian. His speed was immense, the bluestone slabs beneath him thudding loudly. He channeled all his internal energy into his fist, striking with a fierce wind aimed at Zhang Wanjian's vital rear. Zhang Wanjian was startled, not expecting Su Jinshan to intervene suddenly. Just as he turned to block, a black shadow darted out with ghostly speed, a kick slicing through the air towards Su Zinshan's waist. The kick came too suddenly, and Su Jinshan had no time to react, instinctively raising his arms to cross over his waist. A dull roar exploded like two heavy stones colliding, sending ripples through the surrounding air. Su Jinshan felt a tremendous force transmitting from his arms, the power unparalleled, sweeping away the internal energy he had gathered. His body retreated 5 or 6 steps before he barely stabilized himself, with a numb and intense pain in his arms that nearly rendered them unfeeling. Grandpa! Su Qingxue exclaimed, her face instantly paling. She hurriedly rushed forward to support Su Zinshan's swaying body, her eyes filled with concern. Grandpa, are you okay? Are you hurt? Su Jinshan shook his numb arms, took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging blood within, and shook his head. I'm fine. He slowly raised his head, his gaze as heavy as iron, locking onto the suddenly appeared figure. Su Jinshan shook his numb arms, took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging blood within, and shook his head. I'm fine. He slowly raised his head, his gaze as heavy, yet his eyes were as deep and unfathomable as a cold pool radiating a subtle pressure. This person was Xiao Tong. He had originally been a bystander, but with Su Zinshan's rash interference he had no reason to remain idle. Martial King. Su Zinshan's pupils suddenly constricted like needles, and a storm surged in his heart. In the martial world of Huasher, the Martial King stood as the pinnacle of combat power with no more than 5 in total. Yet he had never seen this man before, nor had he heard of him. That seemingly casual kick contained an exceptionally pure internal energy, the strength even surpassing his peak period, definitely indicative of Martial King level power. Su Zinshan was filled with confusion. He had mingled in Huasher for decades, well aware of the top experts from various factions, yet he had never heard of such a figure. Could he be a hidden master invited by the Zhang family from outside? Who are you? Su Zinshan narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with caution. The remaining internal energy within him circulated rapidly again, the airflow around him stirring, readying for battle at any moment. Xiao Tong grinned, his tone frivolous. Who I am is not important. What matters is that this was supposed to be a fair, unknown duel, yet you suddenly intervened, which is rather ungracious, don't you think? He paused, his gaze suddenly turning sharp. Since you insist on barging in, I might as well indulge you in a little sparring, just to stretch my muscles. Su Zinshan took a deep breath, fully aware that he could not avoid this battle today. The opponent was a peak Martial King. While he was still injured, his strength reduced to less than 30%, making his chances of victory almost non-existent. But he could not retreat. Olay, who was still fighting against Zhang Wanji, and Ling Feng's mother, was still inside. If he backed down, it would not only betray Lei Hu, but also cross the line within himself. All right, then I will come to experience your skills. Before he finished speaking, Su Zinshan gathered the last of his internal energy and charged forward, his fists shooting towards Xiao Tong like meteors. Bring it on. Xiao Tong laughed heartily. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his figure flickering like a ghost. His movements seemed slow, yet they perfectly avoided Su Zinshan's thunderous punches, flowing like water without a hint of aggression. At the same time, he occasionally countered with a palm strike, the gust of wind sharp as a knife, carrying a chilling aura that forced Su Zinshan to retreat, repeatedly weary from the defense. The sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. The martial artists brought by the Su family and Lei Hu's subordinates stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Most of them were warriors and martial masters. In the face of a Martial King level battle, they could not intervene, nor dared to even approach. Now that the core figures of both factions were divided into 2 groups battling, they found themselves at a loss whether to assist or continue standing their ground. What are you all standing there for? Get in there. Su Qingshu pressed her lips together, a trace of determination flashing in her eyes. Though she was a woman, she commanded thousands of employees of the Su family. At this moment, she suddenly exuded an air of authority, her voice clear and carrying an undeniable command. With her order, the Su family's martial artists and Lei Hu's subordinates instantly reacted, each taking their stance, unleashing a deafening roar as they charged towards the Zhang family members. Charge! The battle cries pierced the sky, shaking the air and completely breaking the silence of the Zhang family's old courtyard. Just as they rushed forward, suddenly 3 or 4 dozen martial artists burst out from the main gate of the Zhang family's old residence. Each of them had fierce eyes. They were the hired fighters from the Zhang family. Clearly, they had been hiding behind the door, waiting for the right moment. Without a word, they charged forward, throwing punches and kicks towards the Su and Lei factions. Bang! Crack! Op! Damn it! You hit the wrong person. The sounds of fists and feet colliding erupted, intertwined with screams and shouts. The battle among real men had thus commenced. On a small hillside 300 meters away, a towering ancient pine stood. The thick trunk stood tall, its branches lush and leafy, the dense foliage like a giant umbrella completely shielding the figures beneath. Wu Mei and Gue Shou were crouching on the branches of the ancient pine, holding binoculars, intently observing the battlefield in front of Zhang's old residence. Wu Mei and Gue Shou were crouching on the branches of the ancient pine, holding binoculars intently. However, the slit of the Chi Pao was now deeper than before, evidently torn when she climbed the tree, adding a touch of wild charm. She had a colorful lollipop in her mouth, her cheeks slightly puffed, her eyes sparkling with mischief, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Gue Shou wore a black trench coat, fixated on every detail of the battlefield, fearing he might miss any changes. Beneath the tree stood over 100 young men dressed in flashy outfits. Each of them sported colorful hair adorned with fierce tattoos of dragons, tigers, and skulls, exuding an intimidating aura. Each held pipes, machetes, and other weapons. With fierce expressions, they stood ready, emanating an air of lawlessness and bloodlust, looking like desperate individuals about to engage in a gang fight. Uncle Gue, do you think they can defeat the Zhang family? Wu Mei asked, turning the binoculars in her hands, her lollipop occasionally making a crunch sound. Gue Shou put down the binoculars, shaking his head gravely. It's difficult. Zhang Wanji and Lei Hu are both at the initial stage of Martial King with strength on par, and it's hard to distinguish a victor for now. But the black-clothed man that Su Jinshan is facing, the suspense is too great. You see, the black-clothed man has been toying with Su Jinshan, effortlessly executing his moves, evidently not using his full strength. His true strength is probably far above that of Su Jinshan. Once he gets serious, Su Jinshan will surely be defeated in under 3 moves. If Su Jinshan falls, Lei Hu will be left unsupported, and he will not stand a chance against Zhang Wanji and the black-clothed man. By then, the Su family and the people brought by Lei Hu will be at their mercy. Ultimately, this war will be a guaranteed victory for the Zhang family. After listening to Gui Shou's analysis, Wu Mei raised her delicate eyebrows slightly. A hint of curiosity appeared on her face as she asked, "Oh, that man in black, is that formidable? I originally thought that the only ones capable in Hua City were those old-timers like Zhang Wanjian and Su Jinshan." Gui Shou spoke in a calm tone, yet a hint of seriousness lay deep in his eyes. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the land of Huaxiao, and the reclusive masters rarely reveal their prowess. That man in black is most likely an external aide hired by the Zhang family, or perhaps their long-hidden trump card. In either case, Su Jinshan and Lei Hu will undoubtedly face defeat. He paused slightly, turning to look at Wu Mei with a tone that carried a hint of inquiry. "Miss, should we take action now? If I go help Su Jinshan restrain that man in black with their strengths, defeating Zhang Wanjian should be a piece." Wu Mei shook her head, licking her lollipop, her eyes glinting mischievously. "There's no rush, let's wait a bit longer." Gui Shou looked puzzled. "Wait for what? If we delay any longer, Su Jinshan and Lei Hu are going to lose. By then, even if we intervene, it might not turn out well for us." "Wait for Lingfeng." Wu Mei smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. "Have you forgotten our purpose for this trip? We are here to provide a favor to Lingfeng. If we act now, it holds little value, but if we wait for Lingfeng to arrive and step in when he needs help the most, the effect will be vastly different. At that time, not only will we have Lingfeng owe us a great favor, but we can also demonstrate our sincerity to him. That is the greatest value of our journey." Gui Shou, upon hearing this, suddenly understood, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. "Miss, your considerations are thorough. I have not thought this through." Wu Mei picked up the binoculars again, focusing on the figure of the man in black, perplexed. "But speaking of which, who exactly is that man in black engaging with Su Jinshan?" Gui Shou shook his head. "I don't know. It's possible that he was just visiting the Zhang family and decided to show off when this incident arose, seeking to make his presence known." "Show off?" Wu Mei couldn't help but laugh. To be able to show off at the level of a Wang-level warrior is already a skill in itself. "I hope he doesn't end up embarrassing himself and gets caught instead. That would be quite amusing." Gui Shou didn't respond further, instead turning his gaze back to the battlefield, his expression growing ever more serious. On the battlefield in front of the Zhang family's old residence, the fight between Lei Hu and Zhang Wanjian was still ongoing. The moves of both fighters had become increasingly sluggish, though every attack seemed to lack power, yet their fighting spirit remained unyielding. Just as the two stalemated on the other side of the battlefield, Su Jinshan found himself in a perilous predicament. After dozens of exchanges, no matter how he varied his techniques or exerted his strength, he hadn't even grazed the opponent's clothing. His internal energy had long been squandered, and if he continued to exhaust himself like this, he would soon become at the mercy of his adversary. As his mind wavered, Su Jinshan felt a sudden emptiness in his dantian, nearly unable to sustain himself. Just as his spirit wavered, and he was about to collapse, a faint warm current suddenly awakened within his. It was the remnant true energy left in his body from Lingfeng's treatment earlier. During his recent closed-door cultivation, it was precisely this true energy that allowed him to recover to about 70 to 80% of his strength. He had thought that this true energy had long been absorbed completely by himself, but unexpectedly, at the brink of exhaustion in his dantian, it had become active once more. This true energy surged through his meridians like a spiritual serpent, and wherever it passed, the dry meridians regained a hint of warmth. In an instant, the true energy poured into his dantian like a long-awaited rain after a drought, instantly rejuvenating his nearly depleted dantian and replenishing his waning internal strength. What was even more incredible was that this true energy continued to nourish his dantian, causing his internal strength to grow at a visible rate. This is too miraculous. Su Jinshan's heart soared with joy, and a blazing light erupted in his eyes. He never imagined that the strand of true energy left behind by Lingfeng could be so domineering. Not only could it assist him in recovering his cultivation, but it also provided crucial support at a critical moment, truly a heavenly treasure. Without this true energy, his current strength might not have even recovered to 10%. At that moment, Xiao Tang's attack had already arrived. A palm struck out, its force sharp as a knife, carrying a bone-chilling coldness directly aimed at Su Jinshan's face. Seeing Su Jinshan standing still, Xiao Tang assumed he had given up resisting, a disdainful sneer forming on his face. The fierce wind rushed toward him, yet Su Jinshan remained unfazed. He took a deep breath. His abundant internal strength under the guidance of that true energy surged toward his right hand like a tidal wave. Just as he raised his hand to meet the strike, the true energy in his dantian suddenly erupted, uncontrollably racing through his meridians and converging entirely in the palm of his right hand. Buzz! A light tremor occurred, and a dazzling golden light burst forth from his palm. The brilliance intensified, resembling a miniature sun radiating a scorching wave of heat, carrying a world-destroying might toward Xiaotang's palm. Xiaotang stared at the golden light, and the disdain on his face instantly froze, replaced by shock and dismay. He could clearly sense the terrifying power emanating from Su Zhenxin's palm, a force far beyond his imagination, instilling a hint of fear within him. Impossible. He was clearly on the verge of collapse. Just now, how could he suddenly unleash such terrifying power? But by now it was too late to withdraw his palm. Xiaotang could only grit his teeth and gather all the remaining internal strength in his palm. A pitch-black palm print coalesced, wrapped in a strange cold aura, striking fiercely toward that golden light. Crack the sky palm! Xiaotang roared, the black palm print pressing down toward the golden light, enveloping Su Zhenxin's hand. Bang! A deafening explosion resounded as the golden and black palm prints collided violently in midair. A terrifying shockwave surged out, centered on the two of them, tearing the surrounding air into countless fragments. Both Su Zhenxin and Xiaotang simultaneously grunted, being sent flying backward like kites with their strings cut. In the process, both men involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood, the crimson droplets tracing a tragic arc in the air before heavily crashing to the ground. After falling, Su Zhenxin couldn't help but cough up another mouthful of blood, his breath rapid and unsteady. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Xiaotang, filled with shock and profound realization. He was all too familiar with the attack Xiaotang had just used. 5 years ago, while returning from an auction house, he was ambushed by two mysterious individuals who employed precisely this palm technique. That move was immensely powerful. He had been caught completely off guard and struck in a vital spot, suffering severe injuries and nearly losing his life on the spot. Though 5 years had passed, the chilling aura and overwhelming might of that palm technique remained etched in his memory, impossible to forget. She knew that this was not the time for impulsiveness. If they did not leave now, they would all perish here. She turned to Su Zhenxin, choking back her sobs, and said, "So it was you. The one who ambushed me 5 years ago, it was indeed you." Su Zhenxin's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper, each word laced with deep-seated hatred. Xiaotang got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and revealed a sinister smile. "That's right, that surprise attack 5 years ago was indeed my doing." He looked up and down at Su Zhenxin's swaying figure, a glimmer of playful surprise flashing in his eyes. "But you truly have a hard life. Having suffered such heavy injuries, not only did you not die, but you've actually regained your cultivation level, which is quite impressive." Su Zhenxin trembled as he stood up, gritting his teeth and asking why. "We are strangers with no enmity or grudge. Why did you ambush me?" "Why?" Xiaotang laughed heartily, his laughter tinged with madness and disdain. He turned to Zhang Wanjian, who was still facing off against Lei Hu, and called out loudly, "Brother Zhang, this old man knows that it was the two of us who ambushed him 5 years ago. You tell him why we did it." His bold admission was in fact backed by confidence. Just now, although Su Zhenxin unleashed an astonishing amount of power, he could sense that the power was borrowed from an external force and could not last. Su Zhenxin was already heavily injured, his internal energy in chaos, and he had no strength to launch a second counterattack. Moreover, this matter was a scheme between the two of them. How could he bear the blame alone? Zhang Wanjian must be pulled into the fray to share the consequences. Hearing this, Zhang Wanjian showed a hint of surprise on his face. He naturally understood Xiaotang's intentions. However, he didn't mind, as they were occupying an absolute advantage. Even if they revealed the truth, it would not be a big deal. The worst that could happen would be to kill everyone present to eliminate future troubles. Zhang Wanjian dodged a punch from Lei Hu, his figure flashing as he quickly reached Xiaotang's side. He sneered at Lei Hu and said, "Lei Hu, you should stop fighting. Listen to the grudges between us and Su Zhenxin so you can understand what's going on." Breathing heavily, Lei Hu approached Su Zhenxin, warily watching Zhang Wanjian and Xiaotang, and asked, "Old Su, what exactly is going on? 5 years ago you were ambushed. Could it really have been them?" Su Zhenxin nodded, his eyes filled with hatred. "That's right. 5 years ago, when I returned from the auction house, I was ambushed by these two, severely injured, causing my cultivation level to regress." Auction house. Lei Hu furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling something. Zhang Wanjian looked at the heavily injured Su Zhenxin, a smug smile appearing on his face. "Brother Zhenxin, since we've reached this point, I won't hide it from you any longer. Years ago, you snatched my century-old spirit mushroom at the auction house, so naturally, I had to take it back." "Nonsense!" Su Zhenxin shouted angrily, spewing a mouthful of blood. "That century-old spirit mushroom was bought by me with real gold and silver at auction, and the highest bidder wins. How can you claim it was stolen?" At that time your bid was lower than mine, and you after losing you held a grudge, and actually colluded with outsiders to ambush me. You are truly despicable and shameless. Despicable and shameless. Zhang Wanjian shrugged a look of disdain on his face. In the martial arts world, strength is the hard truth. A strong fist is true skill. I had given you a chance back then to sell it to me at the original price, but you refused, so I could only take it back in my— He paused, his tone becoming even more severe. I originally thought you would surely die from your injuries, but I didn't expect you to be so tenacious, surviving against all odds. But it doesn't matter. Today, I will make you completely disappear, forever eliminating future troubles. Hearing this, Su Jinshan suddenly recalled events from half a year ago. His body trembled violently, his eyes filled with shock. So you mean the poisoning incident from half a year ago was also your doing? Half a year ago, he had suddenly been poisoned, suffering excruciating pain, nearly losing his life. Fortunately, Ling Feng intervened to save him, allowing him to escape with his life. Zhang Wanjian threw his head back and laughed, his pride evident. That's right, it was indeed my doing. I bribed your Su family's servants to poison your food and drink. I thought you would surely die this time, but I didn't expect you to escape again, which makes me look at you with new eyes. You are too shameless. Beside them, Su Qingxue could no longer contain her rage. She pointed at Zhang Wanjian, trembling with anger. You couldn't buy something, so you secretly ambushed and poisoned. Do you have any conscience left? Conscience? Zhang Wanjian scoffed dismissively, his eyes filled with mockery. What is conscience? Can it be eaten? In this world, only strength is the most important thing. If Su Jinshan had been sensible and handed over the century-old spirit mushroom willingly, none of this would have happened. He turned to Su Jinshan, his tone carrying a hint of temptation. Brother Jinshan, considering our past acquaintance, I will give you one more chance. As long as you hand over the century-old spirit mushroom now, and allow your people to surrender, I will let you and Lei Hu leave today. What do you think? You wish? Su Jinshan said decisively, his eyes filled with determination. The century-old spirit mushroom has long been used by me. Even if I had it, I would never give it to you two despicable villains. You can only kill us if you want us to surrender. Old Su is right. Lei Hu also shouted angrily. His momentum erupted once more. There's nothing to discuss with you shameless scoundrels. Today either we kill you or you kill us. There is no third option. Zhang Wanjian's smile instantly vanished, his eyes turning fierce. Since you refuse the toast and insist on drinking the penalty, don't blame me for being impolite. He signaled to Xiao Tong with his eyes, then waved his hand and shouted loudly to the people behind him, charge. Leave not a single one behind. Kill. 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 The warriors of the Zhang family let out a thunderous roar and charged towards Su and Lei's forces once more. Lei Hu glanced at the heavily injured Su Jinshan, determination in his eyes. Brother Su, you saved my life 20 years ago. Today, no matter what happens, I will protect you. He turned to Su Qingxue and said, Qingxue, take your grandfather and leave quickly, while hold them off. Su Qingxue looked at the resolute Lei Hu, her eyes instantly filling with tears, anxiously saying, Grandpa Lei, we're leaving. What about you? They are numerous, and you cannot stop them at all. Lei Hu grinned. Don't worry, with these waste it won't be easy for them to kill me. I, Lei Hu, have traversed the martial world for decades. What kind of storms haven't I seen? Even if I die today, I will take a few of them with me. With that, Lei Hu roared, his internal energy surging wildly, his muscles once again bulging. He charged towards Zhang Wanjian like a cannonball, an imposing aura surrounding him. Su Qingxue gazed at the resolute figure of Lei Hu charging forward, and the searing tears finally broke free from her eyes, cascading down her cheeks and splashing onto the cold bluestone slab. She knew that this was not the time for impulsiveness. If they did not leave now, they would all perish here. She turned to Su Jinshan, choking back her sobs, and said, Grandpa, we must go. In the moment she reached out to support him, Su Zanshan's frail yet strong hand gently pushed her away, shaking his head slowly, his gaze as steadfast as rock. Qingxue, you go first, I cannot leave. Grandpa! Su Qingxue cried out in desperation. You are gravely injured. Staying here is a death sentence. If we leave together, as long as we can survive, there will be opportunities for revenge. Old Lei has been my comrade through life and death for decades. Now that he is holding the rear for me, how can I, Su Jinshan, be the coward who abandons a friend? Su Jinshan staggered forward, each step seeming to tread upon the edge of a knife, his wounded body swaying dangerously, yet exuding an unshakable resolve. Even if I die, I will die alongside him. In the underworld, it will be good to have a companion to look after each other, so as not to be lonely. He turned to Su Qingxue, his eyes filled with a hint of reluctance and hope. Qingxue, you are the hope of the Su family. You must live to escape. With those words, Su Jinshan no longer hesitated. The remaining inner strength within him surged, dragging his battered body forward without turning back into the storm of blades and lights. Grandpa! Su Qingxue cried out in anguish, tears blurring her vision. She understood her grandfather's temperament all too well. Once he made up his mind, not even 1,000 cattle could pull him back. On the battlefield, Lei, who was single-handedly facing two opponents, holding his ground against the two martial kings, Zhang Wanjian and Xiao Tong. With his robust physique akin to bronze and iron, and an indomitable wild spirit, he withstood the relentless assault from both opponents. Amidst the howling winds of fists, he momentarily pressured his foes back, gaining the upper hand. Su Zhanshan also joined the fray, although severely injured. His combat prowess was greatly diminished. Yet relying on his extensive battle experience, he maneuvered around, launching surprise attacks on Zhang Wanjian and Xiao Tong, relieving some of the pressure from Lei Hu. "Old Su, you are truly a stubborn old man. Even now you still refuse to leave," Lei Hu shouted at Su Zhanshan while fighting. Su Zhanshan coughed up a mouthful of blood, but laughed loudly, his voice hoarse yet tragic. "Old Lei, since we are brothers, how can I let you fight alone here? Even if we are to go to the Yellow Springs, I must lead the way for you, otherwise with your stubborn mind you will surely suffer down there." Upon hearing this, Lei Hu also laughed heartily, his laughter echoing through the night sky, with a resolve akin to a determined gamble. "Good. Today let us go wild together. What does death matter? It is a good fortune to have a companion on the road, so as not to feel lonely." As he spoke, Lei Hu's attacks became even more ferocious, each strike imbued with overwhelming force, forcing Zhang Wanjian and Xiao Tong to retreat repeatedly. The warriors on both sides had long lost their senses, each one fighting like madmen, disregarding their lives. Although the Zhang family had the numerical advantage, the warriors from the Su and Lei factions were all elite, fiercely unafraid of death. In no time, casualties mounted as both sides fought fiercely, the blood pooling on the bluestone slabs, producing a chilling creak underfoot. From time to time, someone would scream as they fell, never to rise again, their bodies sprawled in a grotesque heap, creating a scene of utter carnage. As time ticked away, Lei Hu's stamina rapidly dwindled amidst the fierce battle. Facing two martial kings alone, even with his extraordinary physique, he gradually began to falter. His wounds multiplied, blood gushing forth, staining half of his body red. His vision began to blur, and his movements grew increasingly sluggish, revealing more openings. PFF. Xiao Tong seized upon this fleeting opening and struck Lei Hu's chest with a powerful, sky-splitting palm, gathering all his inner strength. Lei Hu let out a groan, a heart-wrenching pain surged through his chest as several ribs shattered, and a mouthful of hot blood spurted forth, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string. He traced a tragic arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. He lay in a pool of blood, gasping for air, the pain in his chest nearly causing him to faint. Lei Hu attempted to struggle to his feet, but found his body unresponsive, a piercing pain in his chest rendering him nearly unconscious. "Old Lei!" Su Zhanshan shouted in alarm, rushing to help only to be struck by Zhang Wanjian, who seized the opportunity. Another mouthful of blood spewed forth as he stumbled to the ground, unable to rise again. Seeing this, Zhang Wanjian revealed a cruel smile, saying to Xiao Tong, "Take advantage of his weakness, we cannot give them any chance." Xiao Tong nodded, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The two exchanged a glance and rushed towards the downed Lei Hu, their hands gathering overwhelming inner strength, a palm and a foot aimed precisely at Lei Hu's vital points, intent on ending him on the spot. Su Zhanshan lay on the ground, watching helplessly as their attacks closed in on Lei Hu, his heart filled. He tried to rise to stop them, but found he lacked the strength even to move a finger, forced to watch as their strikes drew ever closer. Lei Hu looked at the imminent threat, yet a hint of a relieved smile appeared on his face. He turned his head with great difficulty, looking at the gravely injured Su Zhanshan. Not far away, his lips moved as if to say something, but ultimately it transformed into a sorrowful smile as he slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Just as Zhang Wanjian's palm wind and Xiao Tong's kick were about to reach Lei Hu's vital points, two dazzling beams of golden light suddenly pierced the night sky, rushing in like shooting stars, accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking air, instantly striking Zhang Wanjian's wrist and Xiao Tong's ankle. "Oh! Oh!" Two piercing screams rang out simultaneously. Zhang Wanjian and Xiao Tong felt a searing pain in their wrists and ankles. Their attacks abruptly halted. They looked down to see blood holes appearing at their wrists and ankles, blood gushing forth, causing them to convulse. Following that, a series of urgent engine roars echoed. A black SUV sped towards the Zhang family's old residence like an arrow released from a bow, astonishingly fast, its tires screeching against the ground, leaving two scorched marks. Before the vehicle could come to a halt, a figure leaped directly out of the windshield. The figure was lithe and agile, like a leopard, spinning in the air before lightly touching down, creating a wave of air that made the surrounding debris tremble. The newcomer was clad in black casual attire with a handsome, cold face. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, reminiscent of an emperor's descent, instantly freezing all the combatants in place, rendering them unable to move. This person was Ling Feng, who had raced all the way from Linjiang City. He stood on the bloody battlefield, his icy gaze sweeping over everyone present, finally landing on the barely breathing Lei, Hu, and Su Zhanshan. Deep within his eyes, a trace of emotion quietly flickered. Regardless of their strength, simply knowing that he came to rescue them after learning that his family had been captured was a bond worthy of his risk to life and death. Everyone turned their gaze towards the sound, where a tall figure as solitary as a pine tree stood quietly in place. The young man wore dark casual attire, his ink-black hair fluttering gently in the evening breeze, and his handsome face exuded an aura that repelled others, overshadowed by a layer of frigid aloofness. Ling Feng scanned the surroundings, slowly closing his eyes, the long lashes casting a faint shadow upon his eyelids. At the moment his eyes shut, an immense, invisible force suddenly expanded outward from him, which was the unique spiritual sense of a cultivator. The spiritual sense was like an intangible giant net, instantly enveloping a radius of 3 kilometers. Wherever it passed, every detail was vividly perceived. The layout of the Zhang family estate and the figures within were all clearly imprinted in Ling Feng's mind. His spiritual sense functioned like the most precise detector, meticulously scanning every corner, focusing on 2 particular auras: his mother Wang Xiuying and his good friend Zhu Dachang. Yet despite his repeated sweeps with his spiritual sense, those 2 familiar auras remained elusive. Within 3 kilometers, not even a trace was captured. Could they have been taken beyond the 3-kilometer range? It was not that Ling Feng did not wish to expand his search, but his current realm limited his spiritual sense to cover only 3 kilometers. If he were at the peak of the Emperor realm, he could easily envelop not just a small estate, but the entire Earth in an instant. With no results from his search, Ling Feng's heart sank further, and a chilling, bone-piercing, killing intent surged uncontrollably from within him. This killing intent swept through the front yard of the Zhang family like a winter blizzard, causing everyone present to shiver, as if they had suddenly fallen into an ice cellar, the very marrow of their bones chilled. Zhang Wanjian and Xiao Tong clutched their injured wrists and ankles, their faces etched with terror and disbelief. They could distinctly feel that their meridians had been shattered inch by those 2 beams of golden light. The injuries on both of them were rapidly worsening. If they did not receive timely treatment, they would become utterly— "You! Who are you?" Zhang Wanjian stammered, his voice trembling, his eyes filled with profound fear. He could clearly sense the terrifying pressure radiating from Ling Feng, a might that far surpassed any existence he had ever encountered in his life. Xiao Tong gritted his teeth against the pain and struggled to raise his head. When he finally saw Ling Feng's face, his pupils constricted suddenly, nearly gasping in shock. He trembled as he raised a finger, shakily pointing at Ling Feng, stuttering, "To Zhang Wanjian. Zhang brother, he is the one I saw last night at Lingjiang, the true god." Last night at Lingjiang, he had witnessed this youth effortlessly dominating the entire scene with his own strength. The horror of his methods was like that of a deity descending to the mortal realm, and even now it left him with lingering trepidation. He never expected that this godlike youth would come here. Moreover, upon his arrival, he had already shattered the meridians of both him and Zhang Wanjian. As soon as Xiao Teng finished speaking, the door of the black SUV, which had come to a sudden halt, swung open, and 2 figures stepped down leisurely. The woman on the left wore a moon-white long dress, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her skin fairer than snow, and she was none other than the flower of the police station in Huashirqiyu. She exuded a warm and elegant temperament, yet there lingered a faint sense of detachment in her brows as her calm gaze swept over the gathered crowd without stirring a ripple. On the right stood a man clad in a dark robe, his figure slender like bamboo, emanating a mysterious and chilling aura. This was Mo Sha. The 2 quickly approached Ling Feng's side, standing solemnly, one on the left and one on the right. The moment Xiao Teng caught sight of Mo Sha, his pupils constricted again, and his fear intensified, nearly causing him to lose control of his bowels. Last night he had nearly been drained of life by this man in black, without even a shred of resistance. His cultivation was unfathomable. Yet he never imagined that this man in black would be in league with the godlike youth before him. Last night the 2 had clearly been in a hostile state. How could they now stand side by side? Each of these 2 could easily subdue him, and now they had joined forces. Moreover, it was evident that their intentions were far from benevolent. Upon hearing Xiao Teng's words, Zhang Wanjian's initial terror transformed into a full-body tremor. He never expected that this seemingly 20-year-old young man was indeed the godlike figure that Xiao Teng had mentioned. He believed he had never offended this youth, yet upon their first meeting the other party had struck with such ruthless force, showing no mercy whatsoever. He was certain that if that golden light had struck his head directly, it would have resulted in a splattering of brains. Zhang Wanjian gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and tried to calm the fear rising within him. He looked at Ling Feng and asked with great difficulty, This young master, I Zhang family have never offended you. Why did you strike so ruthlessly upon first meeting?" never offended me. Ling Feng scoffed coldly, his voice like ice. Before his words even left his mouth, he flashed forward, suddenly appearing before Zhang Wanjian. Zhang Wanjian barely had time to comprehend his movement before he felt a grip like an iron claw around his neck, lifting him off the ground. With his neck being constricted, Zhang Wanjian instantly found it hard to breathe, his face turning crimson. He frantically clawed at Ling Feng's arm, trying to break free, but Ling Feng's grip was like iron, unyielding. That overwhelming force seemed poised to crush his neck, and the shadow of death enveloped him entirely. Wasn't it your Zhang family who told me to come to collect my debt before nightfall? Ling Feng's gaze was icy like ancient ice. And now you dare to ask me who I am? Speak. Where are the two people that Zhang Wei captured? Zhang Wanjian, nearly suffocating, felt his mind go blank. It wasn't until he heard Ling Feng's words that he suddenly reacted. So this youth had come for those captured by Zhang Wei. He struggled to squeeze out the words, You are Ling Feng. He never imagined that the godlike youth shouting spoke of was the same person his troublesome grandson aimed to deal with. This was like looking for shit in a latrine with a lantern. Truly cursed to the ends of the earth. The person was captured by Xiao Wei. I don't know where they are. Zhang Wanjian's eyes were filled with pleading. Please, let me go first. I will call him and have him bring the person immediately. Ling Feng's sharp gaze locked onto his eyes, scrutinizing the emotions within. Sensing the genuine fear and confusion, he realized that Zhang Wanjian was not lying. With a slight loosening of his grip, Zhang Wanjian fell heavily to the ground with a thud. Ling Feng looked at him coldly, saying, I will give you 20 minutes. If I do not see the person in 20 minutes, your Zhang family will be left with nothing. Zhang Wanjian lay on the ground, his chest rising and falling violently, gasping for breath, a searing pain echoing in his throat. The place where he had been gripped earlier had already left deep imprints. Zhang Wanjian lay on the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. The excruciating pain from his shattered meridians felt like countless steel needles piercing him, and the lingering sensation of suffocation tightened around his throat. The intertwining agony of two forms of torture was so overwhelming that he nearly ground his teeth to dust, feeling as if death were preferable. His heart was filled with dread. The murderous intent in Ling Feng's eyes was no jest. He had no doubt about the boy's words. If he failed to bring the person back on time, the Zhang family would truly be uprooted, leaving no trace behind. The boy's strength was terrifying. A martial king-level powerhouse was like a child in front of him, and annihilating the Zhang family was as easy as lifting a finger. Zhang Wanjian dared not delay for a moment, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to tremble as he retrieved his phone from the deformed pocket. The device had been twisted and warped from the earlier fight, its screen cracked like a spider's web, yet it miraculously still lit up. He shakily dialed Zhang Wei's number. The moment the call connected, he could no longer contain the fury within him, yelling, You idiot. You big idiot. Where the hell are you? On the other end, Zhang Wei was at a bar with a few friends, and upon hearing his grandfather's roar, he immediately felt irritable. Why are you shouting? I'm not having fun with my buddies. Can't you say something properly? Fun your mother's egg hammer. Zhang Wanjian shook with anger, roaring into the phone. I'm telling you, the two people you captured today need to be brought to the old house's entrance right now, immediately. I give you 15 minutes. You must be here within 15 minutes. If you're late by even a minute, it'll flush you down the toilet, leaving you with no chance to even drink your own urine. Zhang Wei was taken aback by his grandfather's rage. He had never seen him this furious before. The two people captured, were they not the two relatives of Ling Feng taken this morning? Could it be that those two had some significant background? Or was it that they had relations with the Su family, causing his grandfather to be wary? Grandpa, those two are just... Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Wanjian interrupted. Bring them over immediately, or the Zhang family will no longer exist. After saying this, he hung up fiercely, giving Zhang Wei no chance to ask questions. Zhang Wanjian took a deep breath, striving to suppress the anxiety and agony within him. He then struggled to lift his head, looking at Ling Feng with a smile that was more painful than tears. Mr. Ling, I have called. Your relatives will be here soon. Could you let me heal first? I feel like I can't hold on much longer. His meridians continued to shatter, and he felt his cultivation in decline. If this continued, he would become useless before anyone else could act, or even drop dead on the spot. Ling Feng looked at his disheveled state, sneering coldly. Before I see the person, just lie on the ground and savor this pain slowly. After saying this, he ignored Zhang Wanjian's pleas and turned towards Su Jinshan, who was lying not far away, gasping for breath after being ambushed by Xiao Teng, while aiding Lei, who clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. Lei, who seeing Ling Feng's arrival, wore a look of both shock and joy. He was astonished that Ling Feng's power was so terrifying that a single strike rendered two martial kings powerless. He was delighted that he would finally not have to meet his great-grandmother. Moments ago he thought he was surely doomed, but unexpectedly a twist of fate brought him hope. The fluctuation of such extreme highs and lows nearly pushed one's mindset to the brink. Meanwhile, Su Jinshan, lying on the ground and on the verge of death, struggled with all his might to lift his body, but his arms felt as limp as noodles devoid of any strength. He opened his mouth, barely audible. "Mr. Ling, I'm sorry. I was useless and couldn't save your relatives." Ling Feng approached him slowly, crouching down, his tone gentle, a stark contrast to before. "Thank you." Su Jinshan trembled all over. Those 3 words, light as a feather, bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. His eyes instantly reddened, feeling that all his efforts, and even the perilous situation he faced today, were worth it. Even if he were to die here and now, he had no complaints. He believed in Ling Feng's character. If he perished today, while saving others, Ling Feng would owe the Su family a tremendous favor. And this favor would ensure the Su family's stability for several years to come, shielded from the bullying of others. He looked intently at Ling Feng, opened his mouth, and wanted to say something. However, before he could speak, a mouthful of dark blood suddenly erupted from him, splattering onto the ground before him, a shocking sight. Seeing this, Ling Feng slowly extended his right hand palm, facing upward. As he focused his mind, a faint white halo quietly emanated from his palm. This halo was soft and warm like the first ray of sunlight in the morning, dispelling the lingering chill and murderous aura remaining from the fight, making one feel entirely at ease. Ling Feng ignored the shock of those present, his gaze focused and calm. The true energy of cultivation within him began to circulate, slowly, continuously streaming into his palm. The light in his palm grew increasingly radiant, and soon countless tiny white specks floated out from his palm, like fireflies dancing in the sky, gently entering Su Jinshan's body. These white specks were the essence of true cultivation, energy condensed to the extreme. As they landed on Su Jinshan, they instantly merged with his every limb and bone. Su Jinshan's previously tightly shut eyes suddenly opened wide, his face filled with disbelief. He distinctly felt a warm power flowing into him like a stream. The once broken ribs tingled with a soothing itch, and the excruciating pain swiftly faded at a visibly rapid pace. The light in Ling Feng's palm surged once more, and an even denser stream of true energy flowed into Su Jinshan's body, like a small white snake gently entering through his chest. Boom! The previously chaotic internal energy, under the guidance of the true cultivation energy, began to circulate slowly, as if it had found its home. In just a minute, the injuries within him had healed completely. Not only that, but the true energy Ling Feng had left him had allowed him to recover day and night for several days, and his strength had barely returned to 70 or 80%. At this moment, not only had the severe injuries from the earlier fight healed completely, but his strength had also skyrocketed, returning to the peak of the early Martial King stage, with faint signs of breakthrough to the mid-Martial King stage. Su Jinshan stood up, excitedly cupping his fists towards Ling Feng. "Mr. Ling, I can't thank you enough. From now on, the entire Su family will follow Mr. Ling's lead, standing by you through life and death, without any regrets." This scene left everyone present dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock and horror, even forgetting the rhythm of their breathing. The servants of the Zhang family around them were now paralyzed with fear, looking at Ling Feng as if he were a deity. They could never have imagined that the Zhang family, usually so domineering, would provoke such a terrifying being. The Zhang family's old residence was bound to face a disastrous fate today. Zhang Wanjian lay on the ground, his heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, fear crawling up his spine, nearly freezing his very soul. He realized how absurd his previous request had been. In the presence of such a godlike figure, he had dared to make demands. Was this not akin to seeking death? His only hope was that Zhang Wei would bring the others quickly, otherwise the Zhang family would truly leave no one alive. Soon Ling Feng used the same method to fill Lei Hu with blood. Lei Hu hopped around a couple of times, his bones cracking as he stretched, immediately wanting to find Zhang Wanjian and Xiaotung for a spar, but was stopped by Ling Feng raising his hand. Time ticked away. 5 minutes had already passed since Ling Feng had given the 20-minute deadline. Meanwhile, Zhang Wanjian had only 10 minutes left of the 15 minutes he had given Zhang Wei. Ling Feng stood still at the entrance of the courtyard. The invisible pressure surrounding him made everyone present tremble, as if sitting on needles. Zhang Wanjian's cold sweat soaked his robe, and the pain from his severed meridians surged once more. Yet he dared not utter a sound, forcing himself to endure the pain as he tried to call Zhang Wei for urgency, but his fingers trembled violently, unable to press the right numbers for a long time. He could only pray frantically in his heart, hoping Zhang Wei would arrive quickly, with help, praying that this devil would show some mercy. Meanwhile, in a bar, Zhang Wei was frightened out of his wits by his grandfather's furious roar, sobering up significantly from the alcohol. He was usually arrogant and bold, fearing nothing, but had a deep-seated respect for the old master of the Zhang family. Not daring to delay even a moment, he quickly pushed away the women in his arms and called a few friends. He hastily called his subordinates, instructing them to bring Wang Xiuying and Zhu Dachang. He himself drove his sports car rushing towards the Zhang family's old residence. Not far from the Zhang family residence, a van was parked by the roadside. In the back seat of the van, Wang Xiuying and Zhu Dachong were bound hand and foot, their mouths tightly gagged with coarse cloth. Though the swelling on Wang Xiuying's face had subsided somewhat, clear fingerprints remained and her wrists were bruised from the rope's dark red blood dripping down between her fingers. Her disheveled hair clung to her sweaty cheeks, her gaze vacant and helpless. Zhu Dachong was in a much worse state, his body covered in bruises and his face swollen like a pig's head. Even though he was in excruciating pain, he continued to struggle desperately. It was one thing for him to suffer humiliation, but now that his newly recognized mother was also in danger, how could he accept it? However, the ropes were tied too tightly. After hours of struggling, he only succeeded in worsening his wrist wounds, achieving nothing at all. Just then, two bodyguards with cigarettes in their mouths got into the car, glancing at the two in the back seat with disdain. They then started the engine, flooring the gas pedal, and the van sped towards the Zhang family's old residence. The young master of the Zhang family had issued a death order. They must arrive within 10 minutes, but luckily the distance was not far, and with some effort they could make it. In the front yard of the Zhang family residence, the atmosphere remained suffocatingly oppressive. Zhang Wanjian lay on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, with the pain from his severed meridians striking him again. Yet he dared not complain, even slightly forcing himself to endure, while silently counting down the time in his heart. Lei Hu and Su Jinshan stood behind Ling Feng, their eyes scanning the Zhang family servants like vigilant hawks wary of any tricks. Su Qingxue approached Ling Feng, her voice barely above a whisper. Ling Feng, actually my grandfather and grandpa, Lei, have already done their best, but still. Ling Feng glanced at her, a brief ripple crossing his gaze, then nodded solemnly, and said, I know, leave the time ticked away the remaining time until the 15-minute deadline was short. Just then, two piercing engine roars came from afar, breaking the deadly silence. Everyone turned to look and saw a flashy red sports car leading the way, its front adorned with extravagant stickers. Following closely behind was a dilapidated van. As the window rolled down, two bodyguards with cigarettes poked their heads out, their expressions arrogant and clearly not intimidated by the scene before them. The sports car door swung open and Zhang Wei, dressed in a floral shirt, stepped out, hugging a woman in a crop top, with smoky eye makeup staggering as he walked. As soon as he steadied himself, he shouted, Grandpa, I've brought you the people, aren't they just two lowly peasants? Why are you so furious? I'll find you 10 or 8 more later. Before he could finish his sentence, his gaze collided with Ling Feng's icy eyes. That look was like a bottomless cold lake filled with a destructive, killing intent that instantly froze his blood. He instinctively shrank his neck, an inexplicable fear shooting up from his feet to the top of his head. But as he quickly remembered that this was the Zhang family's territory and saw dozens of his family's warriors standing at the entrance, he straightened his back. However, when the back door of the van was violently pulled open and Wang Xiuying and Zhu Dachong were dragged out like dead dogs by two bodyguards, the air around Ling Feng instantly solidified, as if even the wind had stopped flowing. Wang Xiuying's hands were bound behind her, blood marks on her wrists. Her once gentle face was now swollen, bearing clear fingerprints. Her disheveled hair covered most of her face, but her eyes filled with tears the moment she saw Ling Feng, her eye sockets turning red. Next to her, Zhu Dachong was in an even more pitiful state. His body was covered in bruises and his face was more swollen than before, looking just like a pig's head. His eyes were squinted into a slit, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his tattered clothing revealed skin covered in footprints. He was thrown to the ground by the two bodyguards like a dead dog, letting out a muffled grunt, but still struggling to get up. The gag in his mouth produced muffled whimpers, as if he were accusing or pleading for help. Mom. Fatty. Ling Feng's voice was hoarse, like it had been scraped by sandpaper, carrying a chilling air. An uncontrollable fury erupted from his chest, soaring to the heavens. His eyes turned crimson, and the spiritual energy around him surged uncontrollably, forming an invisible storm that lifted the debris and droplets of blood from the ground, swirling in the air. The already oppressive atmosphere reached its peak at that moment. The Zhang family's warriors trembled in fear, collapsing to the ground and not daring to breathe loudly. Their eyes were filled with utmost terror, as if they were looking at Ashura crawling out of hell. Zhang Wanjian's heart sank as he beheld the injuries of Wang Xiuying and Zhu Dachong, realizing the gravity of the situation. What he feared most was that the fool Zhang Wei had taken action. Now it seemed not only had he acted, but he had done so with such brutality. He hurriedly struggled to get up, cursing at Zhang Wei, you bastard, how have I taught you? I told you to bring them here safely, yet you dare to harm them. Do you want to bring about the ruin of the entire Zhang family? After scolding Zhang Wei, he immediately turned around, plastering an excessively ingratiating smile on his face, bowing repeatedly to Ling Feng. Mr. Ling, I'm sorry. This bastard is ungrateful. Ooh, I will definitely teach him a lesson when I get back. No, I will break all his limbs right now so he can never commit evil again, and he'll have to lie in bed for the rest of his life. Please show mercy and spare the Zhang family this time. Zhang Wei was dumbfounded by his grandfather's scolding, completely unable to comprehend why the old man was so wary of this kid. In his eyes, Ling Feng was just a useless person with some connections to the Su family. Last time he had slapped him a few times, this time it was just right to settle old scores along with new ones. Grandfather, why are you afraid of him? Zhang Wei retorted to Zhang Wanjian, then pointed at Ling Feng and roared, this kid slapped me last time and my face still burns with pain. Today he dares to barge into our Zhang residence and act wild. I think he's tired of living. They'll break his limbs and make him know the might of our Zhang family. You little bastard. Zhang Wanjian trembled with rage, and a mouthful of old blood suddenly sprayed out. He raised his hand to point at Zhang Wei, his lips quivering for a long time, but he couldn't utter a single word. Only one thought remained in his heart. It's over. The Zhang family is completely finished. Ling Feng paid no heed to the farce between the grandfather and grandson. His gaze was locked tightly on Wang Xiuying and Zhu Dachong, with guilt and piercing murderous intent surging in his eyes. If only he could have returned earlier, if only he hadn't gone on that damned mission, how could they have suffered such torment? His figure flickered, and Ling Feng instantly appeared before them. He gently untied the ropes binding them, and pulled out the cloth stuffed in their mouths. Mom, I'm late. Ling Feng's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. The crimson in his eyes faded slightly, replaced by a thick, overwhelming self-reproach. Wang Xiuying looked at her son's face, reached out to stroke his cheek, shook her head, and said softly, "Finger him fine. Don't worry. As long as you're well, I'm at ease." As soon as Zhu Dachong was freed, his pent-up emotions could no longer be contained. He hugged Ling Feng tightly and sobbed, "Fengzi, I'm useless. I failed to protect Mom." Ling Feng patted his shoulder gently and said calmly, "Fatty, this isn't your fault. He'll make them pay back this debt tenfold." He helped Wang Xiuying to her feet, turned around, and walked towards Su Qingxue, who was not far away. "Qingxue, please take my mom and Fatty home first. He'll be back as soon as I finish things here." Su Qingxue saw the unyielding coldness in his eyes and naturally understood what he was about to do. The Zhang family had not only kidnapped his loved ones, but also harmed them. Ling Feng would never let it go easily. She nodded firmly, her tone solemn. "Don't worry, he'll take care of Auntie and Fatty. Be careful yourself. Finger, aren't you coming with us?" Wang Xiuying looked at her son, her eyes full of worry. "Mom, you go back first. He'll come home after I settle things." Ling Feng forced a reassuring smile. Though full of doubts, Wang Xiuying nodded. "Then he'll cook for you at home and wait for your return." Ling Feng watched as Su Qingxue helped Wang Xiuying and led the limping Zhu Dachong out of the Zhang family's old mansion. Only after their figures disappeared from sight did he slowly turn around. At this moment, the aura around Ling Feng completely transformed. If before he was a volcano ready to erupt, now he had become a frozen thousand-mile hell. His eyes were once again tinged with crimson, and a chilling aura like tangible ice blades radiated from him. It made everyone present shiver involuntarily, as if they had fallen into an abyssal ice cave, with every breath carrying a piercing cold. Sha. Ling Feng's voice was icy and piercing, devoid of any human warmth. Sha stepped forward, saying nothing, but his eyes were fanatically fixed on Ling Feng. He could feel the fury in his master's heart, a fury capable of incinerating everything. And it was this thrill of destruction that he was most obsessed with. "They'll give you a chance to recover from your injuries." Ling Feng's gaze swept over the Zhang family members present, as if appraising a group of the dead. "Spare no one who is related to the Zhang family. I want them to suffer eternal damnation." "Got it." Sha licked his lips excitedly, a glint of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. He exuded a sinister aura and stepped forward toward the Zhang family members who had collapsed in fear. "Mr. Ling, you can't break your word." Zhang Wanjian begged bitterly upon seeing this. "You promised me that as long as I delivered the people on time, you would let it go. How can you go back on your word?" Ling Feng looked at him, his eyes full of scorn. "I originally thought that as long as you handed over the people, I would only deal with the scoundrels who captured my mom. But your Zhang family failed to teach your offspring properly, and they dared to injure my family. Since that's the case, let the entire Zhang family be buried with them." That was all Zhang Wei's doing. It has nothing to do with the rest of the Zhang family. You can deal with him alone. Why drag the entire family into this? Please spare us." Zhang Wanjian quickly said, pushing Zhang Wei out without hesitation. In the face of life and death, so-called kinship was already worthless. He only wanted to save his own life and preserve the foundation of the Zhang family. Sacrificing Zhang Wei for the survival of the entire family seemed to him the most cost-effective deal. "Because he is a member of your Zhang family." Ling Feng sneered. "One person commits evil, and the entire clan pays the price. That's my style." Zhang Wei, upon hearing that his grandfather was willing to sacrifice him, widened his eyes in disbelief and stared at Zhang Wanjian. "Old man, what did you say?" You're actually going to hand me over. He's just a pauper. Why are you afraid of him? Our Zhang family has so many martial artists, can't we defeat him alone? Screw your mother. Zhang Wanjian cursed furiously. I now declare you expelled from the Zhang family. From this moment on you have no connection to the Zhang family. Whether you live or die is none of our concern. Screw your mother. Zhang Wanjian cursed furiously. I now declare you expelled from the Zhang family. From this moment on you have no In the past he had done many tyrannical things, and his grandfather had always turned a blind eye, or even backed him up. Could it be that this Ling Feng really had some formidable background? He wanted to argue further, but at that moment a flurry of hurried footsteps sounded from afar. Everyone looked up and saw a crowd of over 100 people marching toward the Zhang family's old mansion. Leading them was a woman in a sexy cheongsam with a seductive figure and a coquettish demeanor. It was Wu Mei. The slit on Wu Mei's cheongsam was very high, revealing a pair of snow-white long legs. She walked quickly in high heels to Ling Feng's side, a hint of perfectly measured concern on her face. Brother, I just received news that your family was taken by the Zhang family, so I brought people here immediately. I didn't expect you to be here first. It seems I'm still late. Ling Feng sized her up, his gaze lingering a few seconds longer on the slit of her cheongsam. Then he said coldly, Is that so? But I think it's better for you to stay in the tree, it's cooler for watching the show there. His spiritual sense had long detected Wu Mei and her group. Before he even arrived at the Zhang family's old mansion, this bunch had been hiding in the trees in the distance watching. He also knew what this woman was thinking. She just wanted to appear at the right moment, so he would owe her a favor. Wu Mei's expression froze instantly, and she gave an awkward laugh. Brother, you're joking. How could I be watching a show? I'm here sincerely to help you. Ghost Hand, standing by, looked at Ling Feng with shock in his eyes. He hadn't expected Ling Feng to detect their presence from such a distance. This young man's strength was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Ling Feng couldn't be bothered to bicker with her any longer and turned to Mo Sha, saying gravely, What are you standing there for? Get moving. Yes. Mo Sha acknowledged and was about to act when a sharp siren suddenly tore through the sky, growing closer from afar. Several police cars screeched to a halt in front of the Zhang family's old mansion. Several police cars whizzed in, coming to a steady halt in front of the Zhang family mansion. The doors opened and Huang Lai, Chao Shi, and Long Yao from the Dragon team quickly stepped out. As soon as Huang Lai landed, he rushed to Ling Feng's side, his face revealing a hint of guilt as he spoke sincerely. Mr. Ling, I just received word that your family has been taken. Oh, I rushed over with my team right away. I didn't expect you to arrive first. It seems I am late once again. Huang Lai's words carried much more sincerity than those of Wu Mei. At least he was truly here to save people without any convoluted calculations. Ling Feng slightly raised his eyelids, casually waved his hand, and replied flatly, Thank you. I have already rescued the people. Ooh, I can handle things here. You may leave. Huang Lai sighed, knowing that Ling Feng was certainly angry at the city bureau for failing to protect his family. He took a deep breath and turned to shout at Li Guohua, who was hiding behind Li Guohua, Come over here. Upon hearing the call, Li Guohua trembled, shivering as he walked over, head bowed, and not daring to look at Ling Feng. Li Guohua's negligence led to the Zhang family's abduction, and he knew he could not escape blame. Mr. Ling, I sincerely apologize. Huang Lai bowed to Ling Feng, saying, I have already investigated the matter. This incident was caused by Li Guohua's dereliction of duty. I have reported this to the provincial bureau and suspended all his duties. Once the investigation is concluded, I will certainly provide you with a satisfactory response. Ling Feng's lips curled into a faint arc as he chuckled softly. That is your concern? I am busy now, and if there is nothing else, please leave. Huang Lai surveyed the chaotic surroundings and instantly understood what Ling Feng was about to do. He paused and said, Mr. Ling, on the way here I arranged for an investigation into the entire Zhang family. The Zhang family's crimes over the years amount to hundreds, involving drug trafficking, illegal seizure of citizens' property, intentional harm, and even leaking important state secrets. Such a family is utterly despicable, seeking glory by betraying the nation. My purpose in coming here is to apprehend the entire Zhang family and bring them to justice. In truth, he had not conducted a prior investigation. These accusations were merely improvised. He was well aware that Ling Feng was currently boiling with rage and would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to the Zhang family. However, Ling Feng was not a law enforcement officer, and public slaughter would inevitably draw criticism. This would be somewhat detrimental to his plans in Huashi. Meanwhile, Zhang Wanjian, lying on the ground, though unable to comprehend the conversations around him, sensed that things were not looking good. He knew that the Zhang family was likely facing a disaster this time. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and quietly attempted to inch away, hoping to escape amid the chaos. However, just as he moved a few steps, a golden light suddenly shot from Ling Feng's fingertips, directly aimed at his head. Puff! A soft sound rang out, and a mixture of red and white splattered out, staining the blue stone slabs before him. Zhang Wanjian's body fell limp, with the upper part of his neck completely vanished, leaving only a glaring pool of blood. The onlookers' pupils constricted, sharply, gasps echoing as their faces were etched with extreme terror. They couldn't even see how Ling Feng attacked as Zhang Wanjian's head was simply gone. Demon. He is a demon, someone shouted, and the Zhang family members who had previously been sprawled on the ground suddenly erupted into action, scrambling to their feet and fleeing in all directions. They had long lost any courage to resist, merely wishing to escape from this hellish place. Seeing this, Ling Feng merely cast a casual glance at Emo Sha. Emo Sha licked his lips, of bloodthirsty excitement flashing in his eyes as he transformed into a blurred shadow, ghost-like, blocking the escape route. He held no weapon, relying solely on his bare hands as he began a merciless harvest. Shadows darted past, and neck blood sprayed. A Zhang family warrior barely took a few steps before Emo Sha caught up with him, striking down on the back of his head, instantly cracking it open like a watermelon. Another warrior attempted to escape over the wall, but Emo Sha leaped up, kicking him down, then crushed his chest. A few other warriors huddled together in resistance, but Emo Sha sneered, launching both fists, the powerful demonic energy, causing their bodies to shatter into pieces. Emo Sha's movements were swift, precise, and ruthless, each strike aimed at vital points without any hesitation. The screams, the sound of bones cracking and splattered flesh intertwined, creating a symphony of death. Huang Lai watched Emo Sha's figure, his pupils suddenly constricting, filled with shock. He recognized this person as the demon who appeared last night, in Lingjiang, wanting to put everyone to death. He never expected to see him here again, and moreover that he would obey Ling Feng's orders. Mr. Lingness. Huang Lai looked hesitantly at Ling Feng. He is now my subordinate. Ling Feng said casually, he is killing on my behalf. If you think I am committing a crime, you may apprehend me. Huang Lai hurriedly waved his hand, anxiously saying, Mr. Ling, that was not my intention, I meant to say. He barely got halfway through before abruptly stopping. He knew that saying anything at this moment would be pointless. Huang Lai turned to exchange a glance with Chao Shi, and the two nodded in tacit agreement. Then Huang Lai raised one hand to the sky and declared loudly, his voice resonating, upon investigation, the Zhang family is suspected of numerous serious crimes utterly heinous. According to Huaxiao law, the entire family is to be apprehended. If there is any resistance, they are to be killed on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards the remaining Zhang family members. Chao Shi instructed Long Yao, saying, Yao, you don't need to take action, leave the killing to us old folks. After saying that, he also rushed forward following Huang Lai. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei, who stood frozen in place, was still in a state of confusion. The scene of his grandfather being shot in the head was etched in his mind, leaving him disoriented and unsure of what to do. It was only after hearing Huang Lai's words that he gradually came to his senses. He shouted, You are wronging us. The Zhang family has never leaked state secrets. At most, we just trafficked some drugs and killed a few disobedient citizens. We have not betrayed the country. Before he could finish his words, Emo Sha, who was in the midst of harvesting lives, happened to pass by him. Without even glancing up, Emo Sha waved his hand, and a fierce gust struck directly on the crown of his head. Puff! Zhang Wei's head was abruptly sliced off halfway, blood and brain matter flowing out in a gruesome spectacle. He died, not understanding what kind of terrifying existence he had provoked and why he met such an end. Lying on the ground, Xiao Ting looked at the gruesome scene before him, shaking in fear, his whole body trembling. He struggled to escape from this place of turmoil, enduring his injuries. He was not a member of the Zhang family. He was just here to help, and he did not want to die here. But just as he stood up, a tall figure blocked his path. Our debts have not been settled yet. Where do you think you are going? Lei Hu stood before him, his gaze fierce like an enraged tiger. Previously, Xiao Tung had ambushed Su Jinshan and fought him for a long time, a Lei who had long since harbored deep-seated hatred towards him. Now, with this guy heavily injured, it was the perfect opportunity for revenge. Xiao Tung turned pale upon seeing Lei Hu. His body trembled and his voice was thick with a plea for mercy. Brother, I am not one of the Zhang family, who I merely came to visit. I implore you to show mercy and spare my life. Visit. Lei Hu scoffed, his fist as large as a sand pot smashed forward with a whooshing sound. When you ambushed my brother, did you ever consider that this day would come? Bang! A punch struck Xiao Ting squarely in the chest, the dull thud accompanied by the sound of cracking bone. Xiao Tung's body flew back like a kite, with a severed string crashing heavily against the courtyard wall, a mouthful of crimson blood splattering out, staining the wall. He struggled to rise, but Lei Hu had already leaped forward, raining down punches like a storm, each blow striking at vital points with precision. Crack, crack! The clear sound of bones breaking echoed in the night sky. Xiao Tung's screams gradually weakened, and finally he fell silent, dead under Lei Hu's fists. Lei Hu stared at Xiao Tung's corpse, taking a deep breath as the raging anger in his chest finally subsided somewhat. He turned to Ling Feng, his eyes filled with undeniable awe. Had it not been for Ling Feng's timely arrival, both he and Su Jinshan would likely have perished here today. On the battlefield, the situation had already become a one-sided massacre. Though the Zhang family's warriors were numerous, they were utterly overwhelmed by the combined might of the two martial saints Mo Sha and Long Zhu. Mo Sha appeared as a harbinger of death, his shadow weaving through the crowd. Wherever he passed, Zhang family's warriors fell to the ground screaming in agony, unable to withstand his might. Although his golden core strength was only at 20% recovery at the moment, he was the strongest among those present, next only to Ling Feng. In just a few minutes, dozens of Zhang family warriors met their demise, with not a single one spared. Over 80% of them perished at Mo Sha's hands. He was drenched in blood as if he had crawled out of a blood pool, yet his eyes were more exhilarated than ever. The thrill of slaughter sent his blood boiling. Ling Feng remained standing, without moving a single step. To him, these mere Zhang family lackeys were unworthy of him taking action personally. With Mo Sha alone, it was already sufficient. Having dealt with the Zhang family's people in the front yard, Mo Sha showed no signs of stopping, turning to charge into the Zhang family's main estate. He had received orders to leave not a single living soul. Wait a moment. Just as he was about to enter the old Zhang family residence, Ling Feng spoke up. Mo Sha halted, turning to look at Ling Feng. Only kill those of the Zhang family. Spare the innocent women and children, Ling Feng said calmly. Though he was furious, he was not someone who relished in needless slaughter. Those innocent women and children should not pay for this matter. Mo Sha was taken aback for a moment before nodding. Okay. Beside him, Huang Lai showed a hint of relief. He had previously worried that Ling Feng would be blinded by rage, killing indiscriminately. It seemed that Ling Feng was not someone who could not discern right from wrong. This young man had strength and principles. He would surely achieve great things in the future. When Mo Sha charged into the Zhang family estate, the family members inside were already terrified by the sounds of slaughter outside. Some attempted to escape over the walls, some grabbed weapons to resist, while many others cowered in their rooms, trembling, too afraid to even breathe. Mo Sha was like a ghost in a deserted realm, unleashing a new wave of slaughter in the courtyard. He only targeted the male members of the Zhang family, merely knocking out the women and children without exterminating them. Screams and cries echoed in the courtyard, blood staining the stone pathway, soaking the flowers and plants in the corners. The once thriving Zhang family mansion now resembled a hell on earth. This family business that had operated for 100 years was now facing total annihilation. Lei Hu and Su Jinshan stood guard behind Ling Feng, their eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings, wary of any fish that might slip through the net. Qi Yu slowly walked to Ling Feng's side, looking at his upright, yet somewhat cold silhouette, her eyes filled with concern. Ling Feng, your appearance just now. It frightened me a bit. Ling Feng turned to her, his icy gaze softening in an instant, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. It was just a momentary loss of control. He leaned slightly closer, whispering in Qi Yu's ear, just like my feelings for you, occasionally losing control of. Qi Yu's cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue. She shyly glanced at him, gently punching his arm, and pouted. You are so annoying. Wu Mei stood nearby, gazing at the corpses scattered across the ground, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She had originally intended to use this opportunity to win a favor from Ling Feng, but unexpectedly, he was completely indifferent, and his ruthlessness far exceeded her imagination. She knew she could no longer harbor any thoughts about Ling Feng. This man was not someone she could provoke. Long Yao looked at the bloody scene before her, her face turning pale, instinctively clenching the hem of her clothes. Although she was a member of the Long group and had seen many storms, such a brutal massacre still made her feel uneasy. Chao Shi patted her shoulders softly, comforting her. You will gradually get used to scenes like this in the future. Long Yao nodded silently, her gaze involuntarily drawn to Ling Feng. This seemingly young boy was shrouded in a layer of mysterious aura, making it impossible to see through. After about 10 minutes, the screams in the Zhang family estate gradually subsided. Mo Sha emerged from the courtyard more bloodied than before. He walked straight to an open space, sitting cross-legged and quickly forming hand seals. A chilling, demonic aura spread from his body, wrapping around the bodies on the ground. In just a few minutes, the corpses on the ground rapidly shrank, transforming into mummified remains. Even the bloodstains on the stone pathway began to fade under the erosion of the demonic aura, eventually vanishing completely. Immediately after, Ling Feng raised his hand and gently waved. Dozens of mummified corpses with that seemingly casual gesture instantly turned into wisps of blue smoke, dissipating into the heavens and earth as if they had never existed. The onlookers were once again astonished by this miraculous technique, their eyes wide, gazing in disbelief at Mo Sha and the always composed Ling Feng. What kind of divine technique was this? Most of those present were martial artists who had trained for many years, but their past understandings seemed like child's play in this moment. Compared to the strength of the two before them, what they possessed was simply negligible. Huang Lai and Chao Shi exchanged glances, both seeing deep shock and apprehension in each other's eyes. Ling Feng's earlier casual wave had once again refreshed their understanding. They had previously speculated that Ling Feng's realm might be at the peak of martial saint or the early stages of martial god. But now it seemed they had grossly underestimated him. Huang Lai stepped forward and said to Ling Feng, Mr. Ling, we will take care of the rest. We will thoroughly investigate the remnants of the Zhang family and capture them all, providing you with a satisfactory explanation. Ling Feng looked at the now tidy courtyard. The anger in his heart completely subsided. He gave Huang Lai a slight nod. Thank you for your trouble. It's our duty, Huang Lai smiled. Mr. Ling, if you ever need assistance in the future, feel free to contact us at the Long Group. Ling Feng did not say much, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. He turned to Qi Yue's tone gentle. Qi Yue, I should head home now. Qi Yu's eyes flashed with reluctance as she softly asked, when will we see each other again? Ling Feng smiled gently, his gaze warm. As long as you wish, any time is fine. Qi Yu nodded heavily, a bright smile blooming on her face. Ling Feng glanced at Wu Mei, said nothing, and then addressed Mo Sha. Mo Sha, let's go. Understood. Mo Sha responded as he got up, following closely behind. Su family and Lei Hus group hurried to keep up as well. Once everyone vanished into the night, the officers left behind exchanged glances, bewildered. And the Zhang family estate, which bore witness to the extinction of a century-old family, gradually faded into the horizon. The night was as dark as ink, enveloping the entire Huasher like a veil of ink. With the clamor subsiding, the bloodshed at the Zhang family's old residence fell into complete silence, leaving behind a scene of devastation that bore witness to the sudden collapse of a century-old prestigious family. The evening breeze was cool, carrying with it the tranquility of the night. Ling Feng, accompanied by Mo Sha, Lei Hu, and Su Jinshan, walked leisurely back to Yujing Tianqing. 20 minutes later, the four arrived at Yujing Tianqing and stepped into Ling Feng's home. The room was brightly lit with a warm yellow glow, gently dispelling the coolness of the late night, slightly alleviating the lingering bloodthirst that clung to them. Yet the living room remained in utter disarray, with tables and chairs askew, the tempered glass coffee table shattered, and the floor scattered with broken porcelain ornaments and debris, a complete mess. Wang Xiaoying was bent over, slowly picking up the shards of glass and debris from the floor, her eyes betraying a hint of fatigue. Ling Zhengwo had just returned, and the usually taciturn man said not a word. He simply bent down to silently straighten the tilted cabinets, rearranging the scattered furniture, cleaning up the aftermath with the simplest of actions, calming the chaos at home. Su Qingxue stood to the side, her slender and graceful figure gently picking up lightweight items, with delicate movements, quietly lending a helping hand. Meanwhile, Lin Yuru, who should have been at school, was darting around the living room, quickly tidying up objects and organizing miscellaneous items. The most out of place in the house was Zhu Dachang, sprawled on the only intact leather sofa. His body was still swollen with bruises, and his already pig-like face remained a ghastly sight, lying sprawled on the only intact sofa. Clutching a bag of ice, he repeatedly pressed it against his swollen cheeks and forehead, occasionally gasping in pain, low groans escaping his lips as he tried to ease the excruciating ache coursing through his body. Hearing footsteps at the door, the four inside simultaneously looked up. Upon seeing Ling Feng's unharmed figure, Wang Xiaoying instantly dropped the broom in her hand and quickly approached him. Her eyes were filled with uncontainable worry and affection, completely disregarding the three strangers behind Ling Feng. She scrutinized Ling Feng from head to toe, repeatedly confirming that he was uninjured before urgently saying, "Finger, you're finally back. Are you all right? Did they do anything to you?" Ling Feng looked at his mother's anxious expression, warmth flooding his heart as the overwhelming killing intent and malice he had accumulated during the day dissipated by half. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he softly shook his head. "Mom, I'm fine. Don't worry. That's good, that's good." Wang Xiaoying repeated, her heart that had been hanging all afternoon finally at ease. Ling Feng's gaze swept across the chaotic living room, looking at his parents' busy and weary figures, feeling a pang of guilt. He spoke softly, "Dad, Mom, it's too late today. You don't have to clean up now. Just get some rest, and I'll have someone come over to renovate everything tomorrow." As soon as he said this, Wang Xiaoying waved her hand. "You child, always wasting money. Tidying up the house isn't tiring, we can take our time. Besides, you know our current situation, there's no extra money for renovations. It's unnecessary to spend that." Ling Zhengwo also paused his actions, solemnly agreeing, "Yes, Finger. Living at home, we must be frugal. For the next few days I won't run my truck, and I'll fix the furniture at home. It'll do, no need to waste." Ling Feng stepped forward, gently resting his hand on his mother's shoulder, his gaze firm, as he said, "Mom, the past is behind us. We are different now. You don't have to worry about money anymore. In the future, if you want to eat something, buy something, or go somewhere to play, feel free to do so. I'll bear all the expenses. Our family will no longer have to scrimp and save or suffer." His tone was resolute, carrying a compelling aura that was far from the empty words of youthful bravado. To him, a being with the profound essence of an emperor who had traversed 88,000 years, the wealth, power, and superficial fame pursued by the world were merely dust within reach, hardly worth mentioning. At that moment, Su Jinshan, standing behind Ling Feng, stepped forward at the right moment. His demeanor was humble and elegant as he slightly bowed to Wang Xiaoying, sincerely saying, "Mrs. Ling, I apologize for intruding. My Su family has a standalone manor by the Zixiao Lake in Lingjiang, nestled between mountains and water, with a serene and elegant environment far from the hustle and bustle of the city. It's perfect for peaceful living. If you and Mr. Ling don't mind, you can move there to live. The manor is fully equipped, and you won't need to worry about." Wang Xiaoying suddenly froze, looking at the dignified and courteous elder before her, feeling a bit flustered. She turned to Ling Feng, her eyes filled with doubt. "Finger, who is this old gentleman?" "Mom, this is the old man from the Su family I mentioned to you before," Ling Feng explained with a smile. He then stepped aside to introduce the two men behind him, saying, "This is old Master Lei Hu, and this next to him is Mo Sha, my newly accepted brother." He deliberately concealed Mo Sha's identity as a member of the demon clan, merely glossing over it to prevent his family from feeling alarmed. Su Jinshan nodded respectfully, his demeanor humble and courteous, lacking the proud bearing of a family head. Lei Hu grinned widely, cupping his hands towards Wang Xiaoying and sincerely saying, "Mrs. Ling, you're too kind. Today's intrusion was uninvited. You can just call me Xiao Lei." Mo Sha, aware that he was in the presence of the master's closest family members, remained composed, slightly bowing his head in respect, silent. Wang Xiaoying quickly smiled and returned the greeting, warmly inviting, all right, don't just stand there. Please." She then turned to Su Jinshan gently and apologetically declining, "Old Master Su, we truly appreciate your kindness. Thank you very much. However, we are just an ordinary family accustomed to a simple life. I appreciate your goodwill, but we won't need that." Upon hearing this, Su Jinshan was about to persuade her again, but Ling Feng gently raised his hand to signal him. He understood his mother's nature. Pure and unassuming, she would never accept such a generous gift. Su Jinshan, being perceptive, ceased to press the matter, smiling and nodding. "I apologize for my thoughtlessness, Mrs. Ling. If you ever need anything in the future, please feel free to let me know. The Su family will certainly do our utmost to assist." The group then moved to sit on the remaining intact sofa in the living room, engaging in casual conversation. The atmosphere within the house became warm and soothing, shedding the earlier tension of violence, filled with familial warmth. At this moment, Lin Yuru was increasingly diligent and understanding, particularly eye-catching. She gracefully flitted between the living room and kitchen, boiling water and brewing tea, delivering cups of warm tea to everyone. Her actions were gentle and proper, with a sweet smile and warm hospitality, attending to everyone's needs with no hint of complaint. Every gesture was delicate and graceful, exuding the demeanor of a capable hostess, thoughtful and warm-hearted. This scene fell into Su Qingsu's eyes, causing a sudden surge of intense anxiety, within her a faint sense of urgency quietly spreading. The living room was filled with a gentle warmth, and Su Qingxue stood quietly to one side, her gaze fixed on Lin Yuro, who skillfully and methodically managed the household chores. Her slender fingertips tightened imperceptibly, a wave of sourness and helpless panic churning in her heart. She came from a top-tier wealthy family accustomed to luxury and pampering since childhood. From childhood to adulthood, everything was handed to her on a silver platter, surrounded by servants, never having to deal with a single household chore. Tasks like serving tea and tidying up were entirely foreign and challenging to her. Su Jinshan watched his granddaughter's awkwardness and panic, discreetly conveying a look. He signaled her to take the initiative to help to assert her presence and to bridge the gap with the Ling family. Upon receiving her grandfather's gaze, Su Qingxue felt an intense urgency and hurriedly wanted to step forward to assist. But she stood there at a loss, staring at the table full of tea sets, completely unsure of where to begin. Su Jinshan gazed at his granddaughter's predicament, a fleeting hint of disappointment crossing his eyes as he sighed softly. He understood well that while Qingxue had exceptional talent in business, she lacked a touch of worldly experience and was unfamiliar with mundane matters. In terms of household chores, she had no advantage whatsoever. A subtle yet slightly awkward atmosphere quietly spread through the living room. At that moment, Zhu Dachong, who had been resting, suddenly threw off the thin blanket and sat upright, his expression unusually serious. He stared intensely at Ling Feng, his tone filled with confusion as he asked, "Crazy, we've grown up together, and I know you better than anyone else. But ever since you woke up from your 2-year coma, I find it increasingly hard to understand you. You must honestly tell me what has happened to you these past few days. You were just an ordinary person with nothing special about you, but after you woke up, not only do you possess gambling skills, but you also have martial arts abilities. Moreover, old Su and old Lei are clearly top figures in Huasher, yet the way they look at you reveals nothing but respect and reverence. Crazy, to be honest, the current you feels extremely unfamiliar and concerning to me." Zhu Dacheng's words fell, and the living room once again fell into silence. Immediately after, Ling Jiangwo, who had remained silent for a long time, slowly spoke up. This composed and restrained middle-aged man looked deeply at his son, his tone carrying a hint of gravity, as he said, "Finger, the question that Da-Chang wants to ask is also the question that has been weighing on my heart for several days. Your mother and I have raised you for 20 years. Every word and action of yours is etched deep in our hearts. No one knows you better than us. You lay in a coma for 2 years, and under normal circumstances your physical functions, vitality, and spirit would surely decline and weaken. Yet when you woke up, not only was there no trace of illness, but your mental state far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Your serenity is not that of a 20-year-old youth, but rather that of a seasoned elder who has seen the world. Although you are trying to hide it, I am your father, and having watched you grow up, how could I not see such a stark trend? Your mother and I have refrained from asking, fearing you might have unutterable secrets, but since the conversation has come to this point, if you are willing, please tell us the truth. If not, we will act as if we never asked." The sincerity in his words was filled with parental love and understanding. Hearing this, Su Jinshan and Lei Hu exchanged a glance, their pupils suddenly narrowing in shock and disbelief. They never expected that such an impressive figure as Ling Feng would have parents completely unaware of his circumstance. Faced with his brother's anxious questioning and his father's heartfelt inquiry, Ling Feng's expression remained calm and steady, a complex emotion flickering in his cold eyes. He stood silently for a moment, then slowly began to walk in the spacious, quiet living room. 88,000 years of cultivation spanning ancient loneliness and bloodshed. Countless life and death close calls had long since tempered his state of mind, elevating it beyond the mundane, rendering him serene and unruffled. Yet in the face of his family's worries and doubts, his heart, having endured the vicissitudes of time and long since frozen, still stirred with warmth and softness. After pacing several circles, Ling Feng stopped and turned to his concerned parents. "Mom and Dad, no matter what I become, I will always be your son. This bond of blood is eternal, unchanged, and never diminished. I do indeed undergo tremendous changes. These experiences are too extraordinary, far beyond ordinary understanding and imagination. I didn't mention it before, fearing you would find it hard to accept and feel anxious. Now that you have both asked, I will no longer hide and will share the truth with you." Wang Xiaoying hurriedly stepped forward, gently taking his hand. "Finger, if this makes you uncomfortable, you don't have to force yourself. Your father and I do not seek wealth or status, just that you are safe and healthy." Ling Feng grasped his mother's warm hand, in return a faint smile on his face, his eyes filled with relief. "Mom, this is not a secret that cannot be shared. It is merely a long experience. Even if you do not ask, I will eventually explain it to you." After saying this, he turned to Lei Hu at his side, his tone casual. "Old Lei, give me the cigarettes you have." Lei Hu did not dare to delay, quickly pulling out a pack of premium Zhonghua from his pocket and respectfully handing it to Ling Feng along with a lighter. His gaze was eager, filled with intense curiosity and anticipation, desperately wanting to know what grand past this extraordinary young man had hidden. Ling Feng pinched the cigarette between his fingers, taking a light puff, the faint smoke slowly escaping, obscuring his cool brows and eyes, while also unraveling the tale of an immortal journey spanning 88,000 years. "Everything must start from the moment I fell into a coma 2 years ago." Ling Feng's voice was calm and deep, carrying the weight of ancient experiences, slowly resonating in the quiet living room and reaching everyone's ears. 2 years ago, I unexpectedly fell into a coma, my worldly body sinking into slumber, and everyone thought I had become a vegetable lying in bed unresponsive. Yet no one knew that at the moment of my coma, my soul had directly departed from this mundane world and crossed over into a true realm of cultivation. It was a world beyond mortal comprehension, devoid of secular laws and human relationships, where only strength mattered. The weak were less than ants, while the strong looked down upon the masses, capable of cutting through mountains with a thought and overturning rivers with a gesture. Everyone held their breath, no one interrupting, all eyes wide open, staring fixedly at Ling Feng, wholly immersed in this unbelievable tale. Ling Feng's voice was calm and soothing, as if narrating someone else's story. "When I first arrived in that world, I had nothing, alone and helpless, merely a humble ant among the most ordinary mortals in the realm of cultivation. Without any cultivation techniques to rely on, lacking resources for training, without any background to support me, and not even a shred of cultivation, I was utterly ignorant of the basic survival rules of that world. In the first year of stepping into this strange realm, I lived in extreme hardship, barely managing to survive, wandering aimlessly without a home. I hid day after day, exhausted from fleeing, repeatedly falling into life-threatening situations, always just a hair's breadth away from being obliterated, vanishing completely between heaven and earth." Hearing this, Zhu Dachang raised his deformed face, his eyes squeezing open a slit, urgently asking, "Crazy person, are you sure you're not just spinning a tale?" It's no wonder he didn't believe it. Casually speaking of cultivation and enlightenment, a thought could slash through mountains, a wave of the hand could cover the galaxy. Such absurd feats seemed more unreal than science fiction. Beside them, Lin Yuru softly murmured, her eyes filled with astonishment and shock. So what you said before was all true. She recalled the time when she was celebrating her friend's birthday in a glamorous setting and was unexpectedly kidnapped by human traffickers trapped in a dire situation. Had it not been for Ling Feng's sudden appearance, his proud figure effortlessly sweeping away all the evildoers, she would have met a tragic end. At that time, she was filled with confusion, questioning Ling Feng about how he possessed such extraordinary skills. Ling Feng merely smiled and shrugged it off, saying he had received guidance from a celestial being in his dreams, learning his abilities. She had previously thought it was just a casual joke, but now realized that every word was true. A hint of profound weariness crossed Ling Feng's eyes as he continued. Later, I encountered an old man with white hair. He saw me as a tall and handsome youth, charming and lovable, and said I was an ancient millennium cultivation genius, taking me as his disciple and teaching me the ways of cultivation. From that moment on, I engaged in relentless practice day and night, never daring to slack off for even a moment. While others cultivated for a day, I would tirelessly cultivate day and night for 3 days. As others enjoyed resources and stable breakthroughs, I walked on the edge of life and death, sharpening my heart through battle and nurturing my Tao through slaughter. I began as the lowest level Qi refinement cultivator, steadily advancing and breaking through layers, achieving foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent, soul god transformation, and tribulation transcendence. It was a path fraught with thorns, but I eventually reached the pinnacle of martial arts in that world, attaining the status of emperor. He spoke with a calm and composed pace, recounting the realms of cultivation in just a few words, but to Su Jinshan and Lei Hu it was like thunder striking their ears, shaking their hearts and minds. As worldly martial arts experts, they understood that cultivation is inherently against the heavens, with each breakthrough more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Yet the lofty realms Ling Feng described, layered and unprecedented, completely overturned their lifelong understanding. Ling Jiangwo frowned slightly, speaking in a hushed tone of confusion. Soul transmigration. Cultivating in another realm. A martial arts epic. Ling Feng lit another cigarette and continued. That world is called Tianling Continent, where I spent a full 88,000 years. In those 88,000 years, I traversed through blood-soaked storms, faced life-and-death situations in perilous secret realms, battled unparalleled talents across the 4 seas, and 8 wastelands, stepping over countless white bones, experiencing the turmoil of 1,000 battles. I once challenged ancient sects all on my own, crossed endless star seas, suppressed otherworldly demons, and from being an ant in the dust, fought my way up, ultimately attaining the supreme position of an emperor, earning the title of Wind Emperor. The emperor stands at the peak of all paths, revered across the heavens. In that vast world of cultivation, I was the ultimate pinnacle, able to shatter the stars with a wave of my hand, extinguish the lives of countless beings with a flick of my wrist, traversing the heavens, invincible in the world. In just a few words, I encapsulated the glorious struggles of eons and recounted the supreme radiance. Inside the living room, an instant of silence fell, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Zhu Dachong was completely stunned, mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time, his face filled with disbelief. 88,000 years. Wow, crazy person are you? Still human. According to his understanding, very few beings in the world could live that long. Even a turtle in the deep sea wouldn't live for so many years. Yet Ling Feng looked no more than in his early 20s, while within his body lay the accumulation of over 80,000 years, turning his understanding upside down. Everyone present was lost and thought, their minds blank, unable to regain their composure for a long time. Only Mo Sha, who appeared the calmest, was already churning inside. He was originally a powerful god transformation cultivator from the demon clan. Although just an ordinary soldier in the demon army, he had already embarked on the path of cultivation. He understood deeply how formidable the barriers of cultivation were, with the gap between realms like a chasm. In the ancient times of the demon clan, even the most powerful demon lord could barely touch the threshold of the emperor's realm. No one had ever truly stabilized their position as an emperor, ascending to the ultimate heights of the heavens. He never imagined that his master was once a remarkably powerful emperor. At this moment, Mo Sha's feelings of loyalty and pride surged to their peak. To serve an emperor is not a humble burden, but rather an unparalleled opportunity, difficult to find, a once-in-a-lifetime chance at the highest fate. After a long time, Lin Yuru was the first to come back to her senses, looking up at Ling Feng. Her voice was soft yet tinged with a hint of anxiety as she gently asked, "Then, why did you come back?" Ling Feng turned to look at his parents, his eyes filled with tenderness. Even possessing the expanse of the heavens, it cannot compare to an inch of familial affection on earth. I have ascended to the absolute pinnacle of the Emperor's realm, overlooking the countless races that bow in reverence. While it may seem that I am adorned with glory and unmatched in the world, in truth, I have felt the loneliness of eternity The only concern, the only bond in this world is my parents who gave me life and nurtured me. He paused slightly, his gaze sweeping gently over Lin Yuru beside him, his tone soft and affectionate. And also the person I think of day and night, hidden deep in my heart, my beloved. That gentle glance felt like a spring breeze caressing the heart, instantly melting Lin Yuru's defenses. Her cheeks flushed, her ears burned, and her heart was filled with a flurry of emotions. She truly hadn't expected that Ling Feng, even with such supreme glory, would always keep her in his heart, crossing eons, yet still unable to forget. Ling Zhangwo's lips trembled slightly, his eyes instantly reddening. He felt no pride in his son reaching the pinnacle of the immortal realm. All that remained was endless heartache. 88,000 years. His son had drifted alone in an unfamiliar world, enduring the long passage of 80,000 years. Countless times he stood on the brink of life and death, countless times bathed in blood, enduring countless desolate, lonely nights without companionship. All accomplished through his own strength, he struggled step by step from the mountain of corpses and sea of blood to stand atop the pinnacle of the world. Wang Xiuying was already in tears, quietly wiping her eyes, her heart aching with unbearable pain. The hearts of all parents in the world wish for their children to have a bright future, yet compared to the supreme glory, what they truly desire is for their children to be safe and healthy, free from worry year after year. She dared not think deeply, could not imagine how her once weak and obedient son had suffered unimaginable hardships during those 80,000 years in another world. How many injuries had he endured? How many solitary and desolate years had he survived? My dear Fenger, how you have suffered. Wang Xiuying choked back her words, her voice trembling and hoarse, each word filled with heartache. Ling Feng gently wiped away his mother's tears, smiling to reassure her. It's all in the past, Mom. I'm back now and everything is well. From now on I will protect our family and no one will dare to bully us again. On this night the warm lights filled the room. The crowd sat in silence, listening attentively as Ling Feng narrated the ancient fluctuations of the Tianling continent. He gradually unfolded the myriad secrets of the vast world of cultivation, recounting the life and death trials he had endured along the way. There was the humble and arduous struggle of low-level cultivators for survival. There were the perils and competitions of exploring secret realms, risking life and limb. There were the dazzling and fierce confrontations among the top talents of the myriad worlds. And there was the supreme glory of standing atop all worlds revered by the heavens. The story contained the violent waves of bloodshed and slaughter, as well as the rarest encounters in the world. Moreover, it encompassed the desolation and loneliness of being utterly isolated across the ages. From time to time the crowd interjected with questions, and Ling Feng patiently answered them all. Lei Hu inquired about the differences between martial arts and cultivation and the methods for breaking through limits. Su Jinshan asked about the mysteries of ancient secret realms and the great paths of heaven and earth. Zhu Dachang, filled with curiosity, questioned the miraculous abilities of flying through the skies and moving mountains. Su Qingxue and Lin Yuro sat quietly listening in silence, their eyes filled with shock, admiration, and emotion. The long night passed in an instant. The incense on the table had long since burned out, the lingering smoke dissipated. Outside, the dark night faded as the morning light pierced the horizon with beams of soft light, cascading onto the world, heralding the dawn. The crowd sat through the night, none feeling drowsy or fatigued. They sensed their spirits trembling incessantly, the echoes of the story lingering in their hearts, an overwhelming shock surging from within, difficult to quell. After this night, everyone finally comprehended Ling Feng's extraordinary past and truly understood the young man before them. Within his seemingly ordinary and youthful physique lay the weight of 88,000 years of ancient vicissitudes, concealing a supreme divine soul that overlooks the immortal realm. Only Ling Feng's parents felt no trace of vanity or envy, only a heart full of tenderness and compassion. They simply hoped that their son, who had endured countless tribulations, would live a peaceful and worry-free life henceforth. In this mundane world, they wished for ordinary life to be stable, no longer drifting alone and no longer experiencing the trials of life and death. The eastern sky turned pale as gentle morning light penetrated the glass window, casting a slanting glow into the living room, dispelling the darkness of the night. After a night of conversation, everyone remained spirited, replaying in their minds the vast, boundless world of cultivation described by Ling Feng, the shock within them lingering. Zhu Dachang rubbed his still aching cheek, feeling the lingering soreness and numbness. Throughout the night, he had heard of Ling Feng's miraculous cultivation abilities of slaying demons and flying through the skies. The incredible techniques he heard made him restless, and his curiosity, suppressed for most of the night, could no longer be contained. He suddenly sat up straight from the sofa, his eyes wide open and filled with excitement as he looked at Ling Feng, his voice rising several notches. Crazy, I've just heard you talk about so many incredible techniques of flying through the air and vanquishing foes with a snap of your fingers, and my curiosity is through the roof. Why don't you show us a bit of your skills now, so we can witness the true methods of cultivation firsthand, instead of just relying on words, hey? With this, everyone in the living room became intrigued. Su Qingxue slightly straightened her posture, proudly accentuating her figure. Lin Yuro put down her teacup, unwilling to be outdone. Although she had previously seen Ling Feng kill in the heavenly realm, those were simple moves, not the profound cultivation techniques she had heard all night. Since the fat guy brought it up, she too was eager to see what cultivation techniques were truly like. Su Jinshan and Lei Hu exchanged glances, both filled with eagerness. Even the usually composed Mo Sha slightly lifted his eyelids, wanting to see how his master would demonstrate the divine abilities of the past in this mundane world. Even the usually composed Mo Sha slightly lifted his eyelids, wanting to see how his master would demonstrate the divine abilities of the past in this mundane world. Wang Xiuying quickly spoke up to dissuade her tone, laced with concern. Dachong, don't be foolish. Finger has already spoken for an entire night, he should rest. Why bother with those strange things? Mom, I just want to take a look. I won't keep Crazy from resting. Zhu Dachong replied with a playful grin. He then turned to Ling Feng, pleading, good brother, just indulge my curiosity a little. Ling Zhangwo remained silent, choosing not to further dissuade him. He too was curious about the astonishing abilities his son had mentioned. Ling Feng looked down at Zhu Dachong, his gaze sweeping over the numerous bruises and swelling on his body, along with several cuts of varying depths, and a faint smile graced his lips. If it were an ordinary person, such injuries would require at least half a month to heal. He nodded slightly and said calmly, well, since you wish to see, I will help you alleviate your injuries. With that said, Ling Feng stepped closer to Zhu Dachong. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he slowly raised his right hand, a layer of imperceptible white spiritual light gathering in his palm. Making no extra movements, he gently placed his palm on top of Zhu Dacheng's head. At the moment of contact, a warm, life-filled current surged forth, flowing through Zhu Dacheng's meridians like a gentle stream, instantly spreading throughout his limbs. Zhu Dachong, who had initially looked like a pig's head, rapidly diminished in size at a visible rate. Zhu Dachong first stiffened all over, then couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, as if he were soaking in a hot spring, every joint and muscle of his body relaxing. He widened his eyes, feeling clearly that the swollen areas on his face were rapidly diminishing, and the bruises on his skin were slowly fading away. The living room fell silent, everyone holding their breath, fixated on the changes occurring on Zhu Dachong. In just a few moments, the face that had been swollen and red was restored to its original shape, all wounds and bruises completely vanished. The once coarse and reddened skin not only returned to its pristine state, but even under the nurturing of pure life force became fair, delicate, and radiant, making him appear rejuvenated, filled with vitality. Ling Feng slowly withdrew his hand, standing casually to the side, his expression calm and composed, as if he had merely done a trivial task. Zhu Dachong instinctively raised his hand to touch his cheek, then moved his arms and legs, bouncing up and down several times, his face etched with utter shock and joy. He spun around several times in place, feeling incredibly light all over with not a hint of discomfort. He immediately shouted, awesome. Crazy, you are truly amazing. This is incredible. All my injuries are healed, and even my skin has improved a lot. This is simply divine technique. Su Qingxue covered her slightly parted red lips, her eyes filled with astonishment. Coming from a wealthy family, she had seen many beauty products, but never had anyone achieved such a feat. Healing from severe injuries in mere seconds had completely surpassed the realm of modern medicine. Lin Yuro also nodded repeatedly, softly exclaiming, this is truly unbelievable. Su Jinshan stood up and walked over to Zhu Dachong, examining him closely. He reached out to touch the previously injured areas, letting out a long sigh. Astounding. Astounding indeed. Mr. Ling's abilities have transcended the limits of our martial arts. Witnessing it firsthand today, I have truly understood what it means to possess immortal techniques. Mo Sha stood in the corner, appearing calm on the surface, yet a storm was raging in his heart, churning ceaselessly. After centuries of cultivation, his vision was unmatched by most, and he easily saw through the means that Ling Feng had just employed. It was the power of the laws of the origin of heaven and earth, the supreme path capable of giving birth to. Cultivators can attain martial skills through hard work and perseverance, but to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth relies on innate talent and opportunities from the Tao, which cannot be forced. There are countless laws in the world encompassing time, space, the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and the phenomena of wind and thunder. Yet countless cultivators exhaust their lives in pursuit, often unable to even touch the surface of a single law, forever fated to be disconnected from the source of the Tao. As a member of the demon clan, he understood the difficulties even more deeply. The demon physique inherently opposed the laws of heaven and earth, Among millions of demons at most only one could miraculously comprehend a thread of the law's profound meaning, regarded as a peerless genius by the entire clan. But now the master he followed casually manipulated the laws of life. Such a defiant technique once again shook him profoundly. The crowd displayed expressions of shock, yet only Ling Feng remained composed, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if everything were merely a gentle breeze. He raised his hand lightly, his tone calm and unruffled, showing no hint of arrogance. There is no need for such astonishment. It is merely the most basic technique of the laws. Currently my realm has fallen and my cultivation is far from my peak. What I can exhibit now is merely the ability to quickly heal injuries and nourish the flesh and muscles. Had it been in my prime, mere flesh wounds would be nothing noteworthy. Even those nearing the end of their lifespan, I could defy fate to extend their lives, and even help others break through their cultivation shackles, directly pointing towards the path of immortality. What the hell? Immortality. These 4 words exploded like thunder in the living room. Everyone present froze instantly, their expressions of shock solidifying into absolute disbelief. Since ancient times, immortality has been the ultimate aspiration sought by all beings in the world. Emperors, generals, and wealthy merchants have spent their lives seeking the methods of immortality, only to find it all in vain. But now Ling Feng spoke of an actual path to immortality. How could this not shake one's heart? Zhu Dachang, who had just been laughing and joking, suddenly retracted all his playful demeanor and walked up to Ling Feng with a dazed expression. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Long-lasting life. Crazy. Are you serious? Is there really someone in this world who can live forever? In his understanding, aging, sickness, and death were the iron laws of nature. No one could escape them. If humans could truly live forever, even delivering takeout would see one at the top of the rich list thousands of years later. Ling Feng's gaze was calm as he slowly began to explain. In the true world of cultivation, immortality is not a mere fantasy. When a cultivator ascends to a higher realm, they can break free from the cycles of mundane life and death, with lifespans extending tens of thousands of years as a norm. If one can break through their shackles, they can exist alongside heaven and earth with endless lifespans under the same sun and moon. However, in this world, spiritual energy is depleted and the Tao is incomplete. To reach that point is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Su Zinshan's body trembled slightly, complex emotions swirling in his murky eyes. Upon hearing that the path to immortality truly exists, he felt both an extreme yearning and a deep sense of helplessness and melancholy. So there really is such a path in the world. I have spent decades struggling in martial arts, yet in the end I could not escape aging, sickness, and death. Today, I finally have my eyes opened. Sighed. Lei Hu sighed heavily, his eyes filled with emotion. We are ultimately bound by the mundane world, confined by the rules of heaven and earth for our entire lives, unable to glimpse even a fraction of the Tao. Ling Zhangwo furrowed his brows, remaining silent for a long time. Today his worldview had been completely overturned by his son time and time again. From unrivaled martial arts crushing the masses to the vast history of crossing realms for 88,000 years. And now hearing about the immortal path to longevity, each event and detail transcended worldly understanding and overturned common sense. However, his temperament was stable, and he quickly calmed his emotions, undisturbed by the illusory notion of immortality. As the morning light grew stronger, the golden sunlight filled the entire living room, dispelling all gloom. The crowd temporarily set aside their thoughts on immortality and gathered together again, with the topic still revolving around the distant Ling Tian continent. Everyone exchanged words, throwing out their accumulated doubts with enthusiasm. Ling Feng patiently answered, narrating the customs, sects, wondrous beasts, and perilous locations of the cultivation world one by one. Zhu Dachang loved hearing thrilling combat stories, listening with rapt attention. Su Qingxue and Lin Yuro were enchanted by the rare flowers and herbs, celestial mountains and pavilions, and the stunning scenery of the cultivation world, quietly listening, with longing in their eyes, secretly envisioning that extraordinary realm. For a moment, laughter and chatter filled the air, the atmosphere light and harmonious, and the fatigue from the night's sleeplessness was thoroughly washed away by the new and grand topic. Just as everyone was enjoying their conversation, a steady sound of footsteps approached from outside the door. Then a respectful voice came in. "Excuse me, is Mr. Ling at home?" Members of the Dragon Group, Huang Lichao Shi and Long Yao, have come to visit. The once boisterous living room fell silent instantly. All conversations halted, and everyone turned their heads towards the door in unison. Dragon Group. Zhu Dachang looked confused, whispering in doubt. What organization is this? Su Zinshan's expression suddenly turned serious as he explained in a low and grave tone. The Dragon Group is the most elite special operations agency in China, responsible for handling disputes in the mundane martial world and bizarre events. They hold significant power and operate with strict fairness. Now that all three are here in person, it must be from Mr. Ling. Ling Jiangwo stood up, and as a retired military man, he instinctively straightened his back upon hearing of an official visit, his expression growing more serious. Ling Feng remained unperturbed, casually saying, "Open the door and let them in." Lin Yuro got up and walked to the door, opening it. Standing outside was Huang Lai Chaoshi and Long Yao, who had appeared at the Zhang family's old residence yesterday. All three were dressed in sharp standard uniforms, standing tall with a steady presence. Huang Lai was the first to step inside, his gaze swiftly scanning the crowd in the living room. Upon seeing Ling Feng, a sincere smile immediately broke across his face as he walked over briskly. He respectfully clasped his hands in greeting to Ling Feng, his demeanor exceedingly humble, devoid of any trace of arrogance typically associated with high-ranking officials. "Mr. Ling, I apologize for intruding so early in the morning, and I hope for your understanding." Chao Shi and Long Yao followed closely, both bowing in courtesy, their manners impeccable. After witnessing Ling Feng's unparalleled strength, twice the three felt genuine awe, not daring to show even a hint of disrespect. "No problem, please take a seat," Ling Feng gestured with a calm tone. As they took their seats one by one, Huang Lai's gaze swept across the chaotic living room, and he instantly understood. This disarray was likely the aftermath of the Zhang family's downfall. As an official, a trace of self-reproach welled up in his heart. If Ling Feng hadn't assisted in cracking the case the day before rushing about outside, perhaps his home wouldn't have suffered such a calamity. He took a deep breath, composed himself, and spoke with a solemn expression. "Mr. Ling, we have come today specifically to express our gratitude. The key clues you provided the day before helped us wipe out the criminal organization in one fell swoop. And yesterday you struck again, completely eradicating the Zhang family, a malignant tumor that had plagued Lingjiang for decades." Speaking of this, Huang Lai's expression grew even more serious and grave. The Zhang family had entrenched themselves in Lingjiang for decades, secretly colluding with various illegal forces, engaging in smuggling, drug trafficking, seizing civilian property, oppressing the people, and committing countless heinous crimes that are too numerous to list. Mr. Ling's intervention not only eradicated a long-standing chronic ailment in Lingjiang, but also brought peace to the region, benefiting countless commoners with immeasurable merit. Chao Shi interjected at the right moment, his tone solemn. "Yesterday we completed a thorough inventory and seized a large quantity of contraband and complete illegal evidence from the Zhang family's residence. All evidence is conclusive and ironclad. Currently, the remaining members of the Zhang family have all been arrested and detained. The relevant case files will be immediately submitted to the headquarters, and they will be dealt with severely according to the law." It can be said that Mr. Ling, by his own efforts, solved this long-standing major unsolved case, achieving remarkable and irreplaceable feats. Their words were sincere and measured with great precision. They deliberately avoided any mention of the personal grievances between Ling Feng and the Zhang family, instead focusing solely on his righteousness and magnificent contributions to the public and the nation, demonstrating the official's thoroughness and prudence. Ling Jiangwo sat quietly to one side, a turbulent undercurrent in his gaze. He was a retired veteran who had adhered to the principles of family and country his entire life. Hearing of his son's successive achievements, his heart swelled with blazing pride, yet it was also tinged with a heavy contemplation. To him, it was a man's duty as a son of Huaxia to serve the nation. But the thought that Ling Feng had endured 88,000 years of solitary vicissitudes, and upon returning just a few days ago, had not had a moment's peace, stirred waves of bitterness and heartache within him. Ling Feng spoke indifferently. "The annihilation of the Zhang family was merely a personal vendetta to me, not as noble and righteous as you describe." Huang Lai laughed heartily at this, a flicker of fervor in his eyes, and smoothly set aside the thanks to get to the point. "Mr. Ling, your humility and detachment are truly rare. Today the three of us came early in the morning, not only to express our gratitude, but also to discuss an important matter with you." Ling Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, his expression calm. "If I'm not mistaken, you want to invite me to join the Dragon Group and work for you." Huang Lai immediately straightened up, his expression becoming extremely serious, and said earnestly, "To be honest, the Huaxia Dragon Group recruits extraordinary individuals and martial arts masters from all over with the purpose of protecting Huaxia's territory, repelling external threats, and resolving various domestic special crises. The current situation seems stable, but in reality undercurrents surge. Hostile forces from abroad lurk and spy, heretical cultivators and sinister arts emerge endlessly, and all kinds of strange incidents occur frequently. Local branches have long suffered from a shortage of talent and manpower. Mr. Ling possesses extraordinary strength, a far-reaching vision, a steady temperament, and both courage and strategy. You are a top-tier talent rarely seen in a century. Last night, I fully reported your 2 interventions to the headquarters. The high-ranking officials there are full of praise and highly recognize your actions. The team leader specifically ordered me to come today and sincerely invite Mr. Ling to formally join the Huaxia Dragon Group to protect our homeland together with us. As his words fell, Huang Lai's gaze burned intensely as he fixed his eyes on Ling Feng, quietly awaiting his reply. In his heart, with Ling Feng's displayed heaven-defying strength, if he could be brought into the Dragon Group, it would be a great fortune for all of Huaxia. Xiao Shi also quickly chimed in, his tone earnest. Now Huaxia appears stable, but in truth undercurrents surge. Many dangers that ordinary people cannot see constantly threaten the safety of our land and people. If Mr. Ling is willing to join, it would be like holding up a sturdy protective umbrella for millions of commoners. The living room instantly fell into a profound silence, all eyes converging on Ling Feng, the atmosphere quiet and still. Zhu Dacheng muttered inwardly that the Dragon Group sounded prestigious, with boundless glory upon joining. Anyone else would likely jump at the chance, but he wondered if the madman would agree. Su Jinshan remained calm, knowing that Ling Feng's strength was extraordinary. Although the Dragon Group held high authority, secular positions might not be enough to retain him. After hearing the invitation, Ling Feng's expression showed not a single ripple, and he said flatly, "I'm used to a life of leisure and have never liked being bound by rules and regulations. I have no intention of attaching myself to any organization. I can only gratefully decline the Dragon Group's kind offer." Having lived through 88,000 years of immortal cultivation, he was long accustomed to a life of freedom, following his heart wherever it led. The organizations and worldly ties of the mortal realm were nothing but shackles to him. Now that he had returned to the human world, his only wish was to protect his parents and loved ones, and to enjoy life's pleasures without wanting to get entangled in too many mundane official conflicts. A flicker of dismay flashed across Huang Lai's face as a wave of intense disappointment surged within him. He had long anticipated that someone of Ling Feng's caliber might not be willing to join the Dragon Group, but hearing the refusal still filled him with regret. Just as he was about to speak again to persuade Ling Jiangwo, who had been silently listening all along, suddenly interrupted. Ling Jiangwo leaned forward, his gaze fixed on Ling Feng, his expression stern, bearing the unique resoluteness of an older generation soldier. In his youth, he had enlisted and served on the border, dedicating half his life to the nation. The four words family and country were etched deep into his very bones. "Finger, don't rush to refuse." Ling Jiangwo's voice was steady and powerful. "I have a few words I'd like to say to you." Ling Feng looked at his father and nodded slightly. "Dad, go ahead." Ling Jiangwo took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "I served in the army for over a decade, and from the day I put on the uniform, I understood one principle: without the nation there is no home. Only when the country is at peace can the people live in safety. The reason we can sit safely in our homes today, free from the ravages of war and bandits, is not because the world is inherently peaceful, but because countless people are silently guarding it behind the scenes." He pointed to Huang Lai and the other two across from him, and continued, "The Dragon Group acts with integrity for the nation and its people, protecting Huaxia's vast territory, the common people under heaven, and the land that nurtured us. From what these comrades have said, dangers lurk both within and outside our borders. Evil men and malicious forces run rampant in the shadows, with countless perils concealed beneath the surface of calm, constantly threatening the stability of our homeland. Now that you possess such ability, it is certainly unobjectionable to use it only to protect our family. But think about it the other way: you have the power to protect more people, to help the nation resist dangers and eliminate scourges. That is an even greater responsibility." Ling Jiangwo's eyes were sincere and earnest, his tone gradually intensifying. "I don't ask you to chase fame or fortune, nor do I expect you to seek promotion or wealth. But as a child of Huaxia, with greater ability comes greater responsibility. If you can join the Dragon Group and contribute your humble efforts to protect the nation and its people, that would be the conduct of a true man. This is also my expectation of you as an old soldier. If you can join the Dragon Group and contribute your humble efforts to protect the nation and its people, that would be the conduct of a true man." Wang Xiuying gazed at her husband's solemn expression, then turned her head to glance at Ling Feng, feeling a wave of hesitation within her. She gently tugged at her son's sleeve and softly said, "Finger, your father is straightforward and speaks without beating around the bush, but every word he says is reasonable. Of course, the final decision lies with you, and we will not force you." Though she was reluctant to see her son toil and suffer, she understood the truth in her husband's words. Huang Lai, Chao Shi, and Long Yao's eyes brightened, and hope reignited within them. They could see that Ling Jiangwo's words held significant influence over Ling Feng. Ling Feng fell silent. He slowly turned to look at his father, meeting the gaze of the man whose eyes bore the marks of hardship. The passage of time had aged his appearance and accumulated the weight of experience, yet the fiery, pure loyalty to his homeland in those eyes had never faded. Throughout the 880 years of his cultivation journey, he had witnessed sect wars, clan battles, and racial conflicts, But it was only in this ordinary world that he truly felt the purest sense of loyalty to his homeland. Initially, he had only wished to protect his family and live a stable life. In his leisure time, he would go out to court girls and enjoy a carefree existence. However, his father's words struck him like the morning bell resonating deeply within his heart. Indeed, he was born on this land of Huaxia, nourished by this earth, living alongside countless compatriots. If he possessed the ability but turned a blind eye to the world's tribulations, his heart would ultimately feel a sense of regret. He vaguely recalled watching martial arts dramas in his youth, filled with passionate dreams of wielding a sword across the world, defending the weak, and upholding justice. He had thought that by crossing into the world of cultivation, he would be able to revel in the martial arts world and showcase his talents. Yet he found himself starting as a loser with mediocre talent, just an ordinary mortal among the crowd. Not to mention embarking on adventures with a sword. Even while fleeing, he wished he could grow a few extra legs. When he finally achieved great cultivation, he had grown weary of the martial world's conflicts, and his only obsession was to return to his homeland and the human realm. After enduring countless years of wandering, finally returning home to seek a sense of responsibility within his capabilities was only natural. Moreover, the Dragon Group was by no means a mundane or evil organization. Its very foundation was to protect the people and maintain peace in Huaxia. All of this did not conflict with his plans for courting girls. By joining, he could still live freely in his daily life, only stepping in during times of crisis, which would not overly disrupt his routine. After a brief moment of reflection, Ling Feng had made up his mind. He looked at Huang Lai and the others slowly, saying, "Since my father has said so, I shall agree." Upon hearing this, Huang Lai suddenly slapped his thigh, and a radiant smile burst forth on his face. Mr. Ling's willingness to assist is truly a blessing for the Dragon Group and for all of Huaxia. Chao Shi also displayed a look of joy, repeatedly saying, "With Mr. Ling's addition, we have more confidence when facing difficult crises in the future." Long Yao's eyes curved into a smile as she sweetly said, "Welcome, Mr. Ling, to the Dragon Group family." Ling Jiangwo's previously tense face gradually relaxed, and the weight of worry faded away. What replaced it was deep satisfaction. He gently nodded, filled with warmth. It was the result he most desired to see: his son understanding the responsibilities toward his country and willing to step forward. Huang Lai suppressed the excitement bubbling within him and took out a heavy badge from his briefcase. The badge was intricately engraved with the Huaxia dragon pattern, alive and vibrant, exuding a sense of solemn dignity. He held the badge with both hands and solemnly presented it to Ling Feng, speaking with respect and sincerity, "Mr. Ling, this is the exclusive member badge of the Dragon Group." After that, he took out a standardized membership registration document and continued, "This is the registration." After that, he took out a standardized membership registration document and continued, "This is the registration document for joining. You only need to fill in basic information." Ling Feng took the badge, running his fingers over the cool metallic patterns, the dragon emblem vividly alive, radiating a sense of solemnity. He casually placed the badge safely in his pocket and swiftly completed the basic information on the document. With all the procedures done, Ling Feng raised his gaze, speaking calmly, "However, I must say beforehand, I will not be stationed at the headquarters. You need not constrain me in that regard. In any urgent situation, feel free to contact me, and I will take action." Huang Lai replied, "Rest assured, Mr. Ling, your daily activities will not be restricted, and you need not adhere to a fixed schedule. Only in the case of significant events that cannot be resolved locally, foreign expert invasions, or large-scale disturbances, will the Dragon Group contact you. Otherwise, you may live your life as you wish." Additionally, the Dragon Group will provide a basic monthly stipend and supplies, while granting access to the internal martial arts classics, which Mr. Ling can refer to at any time. If you have any needs, the headquarters will do its utmost to accommodate you. Ling Feng slightly nodded, his expression calm. "I understand. I am aware of the rules. As for my duties, I shall do my best." Then I once again represent the Dragon Group in sincerely welcoming Mr. Ling to join. Huang Lai spoke earnestly, filled with enthusiasm. Ling Feng smiled lightly and said, "Since I have joined the Dragon Group, we are colleagues. There is no need to continue addressing me as Mr. Just call me by my name." The group then chatted casually for a while, finalizing related matters, and the atmosphere became increasingly. Huang Lai continued to converse with Ling Jiangwo about the past, learning that the latter was a retired veteran, which fostered a deeper connection. They talked happily about their military careers and the changes in the country. Outside, the daylight brightened completely, and the morning sun spread across the land. Huang Lai knew that the Ling family had not rested all night, and felt it inappropriate to continue disturbing them, so he stood up to take his leave. As they reached the door, Huang Lai once again clasped his hands towards Ling Feng. "Once again, welcome, Mr. Ling, to the Dragon Group. In the future, let us work together to safeguard the peace of Huaxia." "Together we will protect the peace of Huaxia," Ling Feng lightly replied. Huang Lai and the three others turned accompanied by their staff and gradually disappeared from view. After the three departed, the living room returned to its usual warmth. After a night of conversations and the dragon group's visit in the morning, everyone's feelings were particularly complex. Zhu Dachong leaned closer to Ling Feng, envy on his face. Not bad, Fengzi, you are now a member of the dragon group, holding special privileges. In Lingjiang, no one will dare to provoke you anymore. But seriously, Dad was right, those with abilities should do more for everyone. That is the mark of a true hero. Su Zhanshan stroked his beard, reflecting, Mr. Ling has a broad vision balancing family and the greater good, which is commendable. Joining the dragon group is beneficial for both public and private matters. Ling Jiangwo looked at his son, his eyes filled with satisfaction and expectation. Finger, now that you have chosen to join, you must uphold your true intentions. There is no need to force yourself to compete or take unnecessary risks. Remember, protecting your homeland is a responsibility, but taking care of yourself is equally important. I understand, Dad, Ling Feng replied with a nod. Wang Xiaoying stepped forward, holding Ling Feng's hand, gently reminding him, no matter what you do in the future, be sure to pay attention to your safety. No matter how dangerous it is outside, home will always be your safe haven. Come home early when you're tired. Mom will always prepare delicious food for you. The morning light poured through the windows, filling the entire house with warmth and brightness. After a night of turmoil, revelations, and invitations, everything settled. Ling Feng held the dragon group badge, his heart already possessing a clear direction. After 800 years of wandering, he finally returned home to find his loved ones. In the days to come, he would protect this small family, ensuring his parents' well-being and his friends' peace of mind. As his father said, he must shoulder a responsibility, using his own strength to guard this land of Huaxiao that nurtured him, rooting out evil and restoring order. Once a heavenly wind emperor, now standing in the mortal realm. The road ahead is long, and a new journey has just begun. After a night of heartfelt conversation, everyone came to understand the magnificent and tumultuous 80,000-year cultivation journey of Ling Feng. The storm of emotions stirred deep within their hearts had yet to subside, even now. Especially Su Zhanshan and Lei, who the gazes they fixed upon Ling Feng had long shed their former simple reverence, replaced by an extreme fervor and devout piety. Having devoted their lives to the mundane martial arts, they had spent half a lifetime in arduous cultivation, fumbling through incomplete martial techniques, stuck at bottlenecks for years without progress. Yet when they learned that the calm and composed youth before them was a peerless sovereign who overlooked the ages and roamed the immortal path, mastering the supreme cultivation arts of the world, their hearts instantly ignited with blazing hope. They secretly yearned for the sovereign's mercy, hoping to gain a sliver of heaven-defying fortune. Ling Feng's gaze swept lightly over Su Zhanshan and Lei, who, taking in the longing in their eyes, and understood their thoughts clearly. Last night the Su family had offered their full support, and Lei, who had remained steadfast and loyal. Both had stepped forward without hesitation. Ling Feng had always remembered this debt of gratitude. Having lived for 88,000 years, he had seen through the myriad facets of human nature and naturally perceived their intentions. They merely wished to cling to this great tree, seeking a cultivation opportunity that transcended the mundane, and the benefit naturally would be related to cultivation. But at present he possessed no resources whatsoever. However, there was one thing: he still had the techniques stored in his memory. During his 80,000-year journey across the Tianling continent, he had roamed far and wide, and had often plundered and killed. From the lowest beginner techniques to the highest immortal arts, he had seized at least several thousand manuals over the years. Some inferior techniques he discarded after a single read, giving them away. Those that remained were the essence of the Tao, refined through countless selections. Every word holding truth, every sentence embodying the way. With this thought, Ling Feng turned and ascended to the top-floor bedroom, fetching paper and brush. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, he calmly picked up the brush and began to write on the spot. His movements were casual and free, as if writing ordinary street characters without any deliberate showmanship. Only the soft rustle of the brush tip against paper echoed gently through the silent hall. The people exchanged bewildered looks, their hearts full of doubt, utterly unable to fathom Ling Feng's intention. Could it be that after narrating his grand cultivation history, he now intended to show off his calligraphy to appear impressive? But the next moment, everyone composed themselves. Ling Feng's brush moved like flowing clouds and water, each stroke vigorous and powerful, every line imbued with the rhythm of heaven and earth. Each character, though appearing ordinary, concealed the exquisite principles of the cultivation path. He did not write the supreme immortal arts that would shake the ages, not out of reluctance, but because he deeply understood the truth that cultivation must proceed step by step. Su Zhanshan and Lei, who were both mundane martial cultivators. After decades of devoted practice, their physical bodies and meridians had long been set, and their innate talents had solidified. To suddenly cultivate high-level immortal arts would not only fail to bring breakthroughs, but would instead shatter their meridians and cause their bodies to explode. It is like asking an adult to carry a ton of gold without any external aid. Is that possible? The answer is no. Only if that adult possesses absolute strength can he enjoy such wealth. Therefore, Ling Feng specifically tailored 2 basic cultivation techniques best suited to their physiques and cultivation foundations. After a moment, Ling Feng set down his brush and handed the 2 sheets of paper filled with profound oral instructions to Su Jinshan and Lei Hu respectively. These 2 techniques are basic cultivation methods I have prepared for you on the spot based on your physiques and cultivation levels. Ling Feng spoke in a calm and unhurried tone, explaining, "You 2 have long trained in mundane martial arts, making your bodies robust. However, this has also caused your blood and qi to be impure, with many hidden flaws in your foundations, rendering you unable to receive advanced immortal arts. These basic techniques are perfectly suited to your current state. They will help purify your mixed blood and qi, convert martial true qi into pure cultivation spiritual energy, cleanse your marrow, refine your veins, and solidify your foundation." Su Jinshan and Lei, who took the paper with trembling hands, clutching it tightly, as if it were a supreme. Their arms quivered uncontrollably, their eyes blazed with fervent joy and extreme excitement, and their breathing grew rapid and heavy. They had devoted decades to martial arts, cultivating half their lives, and only today had they truly touched the fundamental path of cultivation. How many martial masters, exhausting their wealth, connections, and opportunities, had failed to obtain a complete technique? Ultimately, they were trapped by incomplete methods, unable to break through their constraints, and died with regret. And now a sovereign who overlooked the ages personally tailored techniques for them, bestowing them freely. How could one not be moved? This fortune had already surpassed all mundane martial inheritances. It was a supreme blessing they dared not even dream of. They lowered their eyes to gaze at the profound and obscure oral instructions on the paper. Each line of scripture was exquisitely subtle, every word in harmony with the principles of heaven and earth, imbued with enduring Tao resonance. In comparison, the martial techniques treasured by the mundane world seemed like childish games, crude and Ling Feng watched their stunned and overwhelmed expressions, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he spoke slowly. "Do not be impatient. Devote yourselves to cultivating this basic technique, stabilize your foundation, and polish your Tao heart. Once you have fully mastered this technique and your cultivation steadily advances, reaching the foundation establishment stage, which you call the mid or even peak martial saint realm, I will grant you a higher level technique and divine ability. The path of cultivation requires steady steps. If the foundation is weak, the great Tao is hard to achieve. Only by solidifying the base can subsequent cultivation progress 1,000 miles a day, breaking through without obstacles and opening a smooth road ahead." These few words encapsulated the core truth of eternal cultivation, every word a pearl, striking and enlightening. Su Jinshan and Lei, who were deeply shaken, as if receiving a sudden awakening, instantly clearing countless cultivation confusions. Su Jinshan forcibly suppressed the storm within his heart, holding the technique with both hands in a solemn manner. He bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, his posture filled with utmost respect and piety. "Thank you for your generous gift, Mr. Ling. This old man has spent decades in martial cultivation, half a lifetime, considering himself extraordinary. Today, receiving your exclusive technique, I realize I was but a frog at the bottom of a well. This heaven-defying grace of creation I shall never forget. I vow to follow you, Mr. Ling, for the rest of my life, serving you wholeheartedly, even unto death." Having lived over 70 years, he had witnessed countless legendary tales, but never had he been so profoundly moved as at this moment. These 2 thin sheets of paper were no ordinary technique. They were a straight path to the supreme immortal way. It was a fortune that could rewrite his lifelong cultivation and overturn the fate of the Su family for generations. In this world, how many family clans and scattered cultivators had shed blood over a single technique manual? Yet Ling Feng not only casually bestowed a perfectly suited immortal technique, but also promised higher-level inheritances in the future. This kindness was heavier than Mount Tai, beyond any repayment. Su Jinshan's heart was filled with burning gratitude, and he became ever more convinced that following Ling Feng was the most correct and fortunate choice of his life. Lei Hu too was so moved that his eyes reddened. He bowed deeply with clasped hands, his voice firm and sincere. "Mr. Ling's great kindness, Lei, who could never repay, even if ground to dust. I am a rough man, unskilled with pretty words, but I swear here today, from now on, whatever Mr. Ling commands, be it a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, a bottomless abyss, Lei, who will never flinch and will die without regret." Lei Hu was a man of fierce and straightforward temperament, clear in his grudges, and valued loyalty above all. In his eyes, this basic immortal technique was no ordinary inheritance, but a supreme grace capable of reversing fate. a huge fortune he could never repay even with all he had. At this moment he had already resolved in his heart to follow Ling Feng unto death, never to leave. Or Ling Feng looked at the excited expressions of the two, slightly raised his hand, and spoke in a calm and gentle tone. There is no need for such formality. You have treated me sincerely before, it is only right to repay kindness. This set of skills is merely the starting point for cultivation. If you practice diligently, your future realms and achievements will be far broader than you can currently imagine. With these words, he shifted the topic, his expression becoming more serious. In addition, I plan to refine a foundational essence cleansing pill for each of you. This pill can cleanse the marrow and veins, wash away the impurities accumulated in your bodies, and purify your blood and spiritual power. It will not only help you break through your current cultivation bottleneck, but also completely excavate your innate talents, allowing you to practice this set of celestial arts with greater efficiency, increasing your cultivation speed exponentially. These words struck like thunder, echoing in their ears. Su Jinshan and Lei, who had been excited beyond control, suddenly froze in place, their faces etched with extreme shock and disbelief. Pill. Pill. Lei Hu's throat moved as he swallowed a dry gulp, his voice trembling noticeably. Su Jinshan's body shook violently, completely lost in a daze as a storm surged in his heart. Outsiders may not know the value of pills, but they had delved deeply into martial arts for many years, having heard countless secrets of martial arts since childhood and understood perfectly. The art of alchemy in Huaxia had completely vanished from the world hundreds of years ago. In ancient times, Taoist alchemists and grandmasters refined countless miraculous pills with their unparalleled skills. These pills could heal wounds, strengthen the foundation, break through realms, and prolong life. Each one was a treasure against the heavens, sought after by all. However, as time flowed and wars changed, countless lineages were severed and extinguished. The orthodox art of alchemy had long since disappeared into the annals of history, leaving no trace behind. The so-called pills and fake elixirs circulating in the market today are merely low-grade products concocted by street doctors to attract attention, having the name of pills without any of the essence. Compared to the pills from hundreds of years ago, they are worlds apart and hardly worth mentioning. For hundreds of years, countless martial arts giants, wealthy families, and hidden masters have exhausted their resources, traversing mountains and rivers in search of the lost orthodox alchemy, only to come up empty-handed and regretful. Yet at this moment, Ling Feng's seemingly casual words indicated that he was going to refine true elixirs for them. Lei Hu stood in a daze for a long time before slowly coming to his senses, murmuring softly, "So, the legendary art of alchemy really does exist." Su Jinshan took a deep breath and sighed. "I have been foolish, Mr. Ling is the eternal emperor who has transcended 88,000 years mastering supreme celestial arts. For him, refining pills, a basic skill of cultivation, is merely a task of little effort. The skill itself is already a miraculous opportunity. Now, with an additional elixir, this tremendous fortune today is enough for them to completely break free from the shackles of worldly martial arts and step onto the path of true immortality." Su Jinshan bowed deeply, his posture filled with utmost respect, his tone earnest. "Thank you, Mr. Ling, for your kindness and guidance. I am fortunate beyond measure to receive your careful instruction. This great grace I will remember for all my life and dare not forget." Lei Hu followed suit, respectfully clasping his fists. "Mr. Ling's kindness is akin to being reborn. We will certainly devote ourselves to hard training, never betraying your earnest efforts." Ling Feng slightly raised his hand, signaling them to rise, and spoke calmly, "No need for such formality. To refine the essence cleansing foundational pill, I will need several rare herbs as assistants. I will immediately list the herbs needed. You two should act separately, utilizing your respective networks to gather all the herbs as quickly as possible. Remember, the herbs must be fresh and intact with sufficient potency. Avoid any withered, moldy, or artificially ripened inferior products, otherwise the effectiveness of the refined pills will be greatly diminished." "Understood. We will set off immediately, using all our connections to gather the required herbs." Su Jinshan responded earnestly, his eyes filled with determination. Lei Hu also quickly chimed in, "Rest assured, Mr. Ling, whether it's a few herbs or even the rarest treasures, Lei Hu will spare no effort to procure them." At this moment, both of them were already overwhelmed with excitement and anticipation, eager to set off immediately to gather the herbs and refine the elixirs to break through their realms. Ling Feng slightly nodded, picked up a pen, and swiftly wrote a list of herbs, handing it to Su Jinshan. Most of the herbs listed were rare and seldom found in the secular world, unobtainable in ordinary pharmacies. "Go ahead," Ling Feng said lightly. "We take our leave." Su Jinshan and Lei Hu carefully tucked the skills close, treating them like a treasured possession. They then bowed and hurriedly turned to leave, not daring to waste a moment, their minds full of thoughts to gather the herbs as soon as possible. Su Qingxue watched Ling Feng's figure, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She gently nodded, and then followed her grandfather's footsteps to leave. Inside the house, only Ling Feng's family of 3 remained along with Zhu Dachang, Mo Sha, and Lin Yuru. The warm, golden morning light spilled through the window, filling the room, and adding a touch of leisurely warmth. Wang Xiuying looked at the disarray in the room, and sighed, "I'm getting old, and can't keep up anymore. You young folks continue chatting, I will go rest." After greeting a few people, she walked with Ling Jiangwo toward the bedroom. Zhu Dachang looked at the room that had just been full of people now reduced to 4, and his inner restlessness could no longer be contained. He rubbed his hands together and quickly approached Ling Feng, wearing a flattering yet sincere smile, his tone containing a hint of coaxing and anticipation. "Crazy fellow. My good brother. I saw everything just now. You personally taught the old Su family the cultivation skills, and even specifically refined pills for them. You are truly generous. We are blood brothers who grew up wearing the same pair of shorts. Our bond is unmatched. Since you are so generous with outsiders, I cannot fall behind. You are now so powerful with extraordinary abilities. As your best brother, I can't just remain an ordinary mortal, can I? If I follow you out, you dominate the world, while I remain weak, not only dragging you down, but also losing. How about this? Teach me to cultivate too. I want to pursue immortality. I want to become stronger. In the future, I can accompany you on adventures, support you, and never again be bullied. I can also protect our parents, gaining multiple benefits." After saying this, Zhu Dachang looked at Ling Feng with eager eyes, his gaze sincere and earnest, fearing that Ling Feng might refuse him. Ling Feng looked at his eager brother, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. With a gentle smile and a calm demeanor, he said with certainty, "Even if you don't ask, I had already planned to teach you how to cultivate." "Oh, really? Crazy, you were already planning to take me for cultivation." Zhu Dachang's eyes instantly widened, and a joyful smile erupted on his face, so excited that he almost jumped on the spot. "That's great. I knew my brother was the best." Ling Feng nodded lightly and teased, "If I don't teach you some skills, next time you get beaten into a pig's head, it'll still be me treating you so. I'm saving myself some trouble." Zhu Dachang, hearing this, immediately became unhappy. "Hey, crazy, what do you mean by that? I was protecting our mom at the time, mainly drawing the fire. Otherwise those few guys wouldn't have gotten close to me at all." Ling Feng exaggeratedly gave a thumbs up. All right, you're the best. Since you're so amazing, then I don't need to teach you personally." With that, he turned to the quietly standing Mo Sha and instructed Mo Sha, "From today onwards, you are responsible for teaching the fatty how to cultivate." "Yes," Mo Sha responded without hesitation, "but he is of the human race, and I. The great Tao has different paths that lead to the same destination. All methods converge as one." Ling Feng interrupted calmly, "No matter the race, the ultimate goal of cultivation is to become stronger. Shortly I will pass you a complete human cultivation system, and you can teach him according to this method." "Understood." Mo Sha slightly bowed his head, responding respectfully. Zhu Dachang on the side immediately shouted with a face full of discontent, "Crazy, this is too unfair. If you want to slack off, just say so. Why send your little brother to teach me?" Ling Feng chuckled, "Fatty, it's not that I don't want to teach you personally. You also saw it just now. I am now part of the Dragon Group, and can be considered a civil servant within the system with many things to handle. Besides, Mo Sha is really impressive. Teaching you is more than enough." Zhu Dachang curled his lips. "Humph. A civil servant, huh? I know your thoughts. What you're really afraid of is that he'll follow you and disrupt your opportunities to chase girls." Ling Feng, upon hearing this, subtly rubbed his nose and instinctively glanced at Lin Yuru beside him, feeling a slight unease in his heart. Zhu Dachang had accurately pinpointed his thoughts. If he personally accompanied the fatty for cultivation, his own free time would be significantly occupied. More importantly, in the future, when he had free time to chase girls, the fatty would definitely follow him, which would affect. Ling Feng sighed inwardly, stepping beside Zhu Dachang, placing a hand on his shoulder, feigning a look of desolation, and spoke with a hint of melancholy. "Fatty, you know I've endured over 80,000 years of solitude. Now that I've finally returned, I haven't truly experienced life or enjoyed some of the delicacies of the mortal world. Cultivation is inherently a tedious and monotonous task. If I accompany you every day for hard training, won't I be returning to those lonely and uninteresting days? We are the best of brothers. Can you bear to let me be trapped in dull cultivation again and miss out on the joys of the human experience?" After saying this, he even pretended to rub his eyes. He even deliberately raised his hand to rub the corners of his eyes, portraying a figure steeped in loneliness, yet yearning for the warmth of life. Zhu Dachang watched his brother's earnest performance, wanting to laugh, but holding it back. However, he had to acknowledge the truth in Ling Feng's words. After over 80,000 years of loneliness, it was indeed time to enjoy life. Thinking of this, Zhu Dachang stopped hesitating, turned around, and quickly walked in front of Mo Sha, completely changing his attitude, a face full of flattery. "Brother No Sha, go. From now on, just call me Little Fatty." Mo Sha, with an expressionless face, replied flatly, "All right, Little Fatty." Zhu Dachang lowered his voice and quietly asked Sha Gu, I want to know, how does your strength compare to crazy? Without a doubt, I would die within a second, Mo Sha replied with certainty. He was speaking the truth. He had experienced it at the temple before. Moreover, at that time Ling Feng hadn't even used his full strength. If he had, he believed he could definitely withstand for more than a second. Oh, the gap is so large. Zhu Dachang exclaimed in shock, then quickly asked, what about compared to those two old men just now? Zhu Dachang's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to refrain from complaining, then you're not that impressive. I thought you were really strong. Before his words could fully settle, Mo Sha's cold voice rang out again, each word crisp. Within a second those two would surely die. Learning that Mo Sha was stronger than those two old men, Zhu Dachang instantly perked up, He quickly raised his hand to pat the dust off Mo Sha's robe, a beaming smile on his face. I knew Sha Gu was hiding his strength. From now on I'm following you to mix with the elite. You just focus on teaching me to cultivate, and I'll ensure you enjoy life well. I know all the major clubs in Hualong City. I'll make sure you have a good experience. Ling Feng listened to their conversation, helplessly rolling his eyes. All right, enough of this useless chatter. As he spoke, his gaze slowly fell upon a ring on Mo Sha's right hand. It was a seemingly ordinary black ring, ancient and unremarkable. It was a storage ring. Ling Feng's eyes flickered, and a plan formed in his mind. He instinctively rubbed his nose, maintaining a casual demeanor, and said, Mo Sha, can I borrow this storage ring for a while? I will return it to you later. Upon hearing this, a fleeting flicker of reluctance crossed Mo Sha's dark eyes. This storage ring had accompanied him through countless battles with the demon race for many years, and he had grown accustomed to having it with him, making it one of his few personal belongings. Hence, he felt a deep attachment. However, this feeling was but a fleeting moment, vanishing without a trace. He had forged a life-and-death soul contract with Ling Feng, and his spirit had already completely submitted. Ling Feng was his only master in this life, and the master's command was the will of heaven, not to be defied in the slightest, nor to be hesitated, let alone just borrowing the storage ring. Even if the master asked him for his entire cultivation and life at this moment, he would unhesitatingly present them with no complaints. Without the slightest hesitation and no delay, Mo Sha raised his hand, gently took off the storage ring from his finger, holding it with both hands, and respectfully presented it to Ling Feng. Ling Feng took the storage ring, feeling its cool touch at his fingertips, the texture ancient and heavy. This seemingly inconspicuous little ring actually concealed vast spaces within, holding a world of its own. Zhu Dachang, full of curiosity, leaned over to inspect it for a while, and asked in confusion, crazy, this black ring looks plain and ordinary. What exactly is its use? Ling Feng, rubbing his fingers over the surface patterns of the storage ring, explained, this is called a storage ring, the most basic and common storage artifact in the cultivation world. Storage ring? What is that? Zhu Dachang scratched his head, looking completely bewildered. Ling Feng's expression remained calm as he softly explained, a storage ring contains an independent space where one can store countless items, easily carried and accessed at will. In the Tianling continent, storage rings are essential items for every cultivator, considered the most basic necessity for cultivation. As cultivators venture into the world, they carry numerous magical tools, pills, and spirit stones, making it impossible to carry everything. The storage ring is the only solution for storage, and having one is quite common. After hearing Ling Feng's explanation, Zhu Dachang's eyes widened in shock. Wow, that's so amazing. A tiny ring can actually hold things. Isn't this like having a mobile warehouse? This is just too incredible. Lin Yuro exclaimed, unable to contain her amazement. The things in the cultivation world truly are unheard of and utterly astonishing. As the two marveled, Ling Feng had already activated his spiritual energy, infusing it into the storage ring, quietly probing its independent space. In an instant, the entire scene within the storage ring vividly appeared in Ling Feng's mind. The storage space was not excessively vast, only about the size of a standard football field. Such a specification was merely the lowest-tier basic storage space in the Tianling continent, standard for ordinary cultivators, and hardly worth mentioning. However, when Ling Feng saw all the items stored inside, even a seasoned emperor who had witnessed countless treasures couldn't help but tremble, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. What moved him was not the ordinary storage space, but rather the items piled within, which completely exceeded his expectations. On one side of the storage ring, a large quantity of gold, silver, jewels, jade, antique paintings, and rare artifacts were neatly stacked. There were also stacks of brand new cash, enormous in number, resembling a small mountain with immeasurable value. These were the pinnacle of worldly wealth, sufficient to make an ordinary person overnight millionaires, ensuring a lifetime of comfort. Yet in Ling Feng's eyes, they were mere worldly trifles, hardly worth mentioning. What truly changed his gaze was the hundreds of crystal stones neatly arranged in the center of the space. These crystal stones were pure white and translucent, shimmering with light, their spiritual energy dense and devoid of impurities. The spiritual energy was rich and pure, undeniably top-grade spirit stones, extremely rare in the cultivation world. Ling Feng's heart surged with immense waves. Top-grade spirit stones. There were hundreds of top-grade spirit stones. He was very clear about the grading and preciousness of spirit stones. In the cultivation world, spirit stones are strictly divided into 4 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. The differences between each grade were vast, with an exchange ratio strictly defined as a 100-fold difference. 100 low-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for 1 mid-grade spirit stone, and so on, with the differences escalating by 100-fold at each level. Regardless of the type of spirit stone, they are the currency and cultivation resources for cultivators. Top-grade spirit stones, however, are the ultimate treasures among spirit stones. Their spiritual energy is pure and flawless, containing the most essential natural essence, allowing for a cultivation absorption rate far surpassing that of ordinary spirit stones. Cultivators absorb natural spiritual energy with difficulty, making slow progress. When absorbing spirit stones, the cultivation speed can be said to increase exponentially. While top-grade spirit stones may not yield a pace of 1,000 miles a day, 100 miles a day is certainly achievable. Their pure spiritual energy, free from impurities, does not require refining and can be directly absorbed and transformed, yielding extraordinary results. In addition, there are the legendary immortal-grade spirit stones said to contain the power of the Tao of immortality, incredibly rare and hard to find. Even Ling Feng, who once ascended to the position of emperor, had never seen a true immortal-grade spirit stone, only having heard the oldtimers mention them. In the past, on the spirit-rich Ling Tian continent, top-grade spirit stones were rare treasures worth their weight in gold. But now on this earth, where spiritual energy is depleted and the great Tao is fragmented, and even a trace of thin spiritual energy is extremely scarce, hundreds of top-grade spirit stones represent an immeasurable fortune. Apart from the vast number of top-grade spirit stones, in a corner of the storage ring there lay a long knife, entirely black, imbued with deep, murderous intent. The blade was ancient and grand, subtly radiating a chilling aura of slaughter. Undoubtedly, this should be Mo Sha's life weapon. The remaining space contains some ordinary clothing, all inconsequential rags hardly worth mentioning. Ling Feng slowly reined in his emotions, suppressing the shock surging within him. He took a deep breath and turned to the respectful Mo Sha beside him, asking, "Mo Sha, where did you acquire these items in the storage ring?" Mo Sha replied casually, "All these were gifted to me by people during my time in the temple over the past 2 years, accumulating over time to amount to this much." Ling Feng nodded slightly, having already guessed this part. He continued to inquire, "I'm not asking about these mundane items, I'm asking about those spirit stones." Mo Sha was taken aback for a moment, realizing Ling Feng was referring to the pure white crystals. He then casually replied, "Are you talking about those white stones?" "Precisely." Ling Feng nodded. Mo Sha still wore a puzzled expression as he casually said, "I can't remember exactly how long ago it was. Years ago, while traversing the stars, I came across an abandoned, desolate planet and found it filled with these white stones. At that time, I thought they were quite nice looking due to their translucent quality, so I whimsically collected a large number." Hearing Mo Sha's words, Ling Feng was left speechless, filled with helplessness and emotion. The extremely rare top-grade spirit stones which cultivators would fight over were seen by Mo Sha as merely a pile of useless pretty stones left idle for years. What a brutal treasure! A brutal treasure! This is the disparity of vision, a tremendous stroke of fortune. Mo Sha, unaware of the spiritual stones' profound uses and their immense value, through a casual act had amassed such a vast cultivation resource. Ling Feng secretly marveled that this unexpected gain was indeed a timely assistance. With these top-grade spirit stones, he could just try to break through his current realm. Or is this world truly as he suspected, with the cultivation limit only at the early golden core stage with no possibility of further breakthroughs? If that were the case, these spirit stones would have to be used for other purposes. Collecting his scattered thoughts, Ling Feng looked at Mo Sha, who wore an ancient black robe which felt utterly out of place in the modern world. So he said to Zhu Dachang beside him, "Fatty, take Mo Sha to get a change of clothes. He looks like a monster going out." Hearing this, Zhu Dachang carefully examined Mo Sha's attire. He wore a solemn dark robe with an ancient belt around his waist, the emblem in the center resembling that of Shanxi Delong, unique and eye-catching. With a handsome face and long hair that didn't seem to flow, he could be considered a pretty boy. In an instant, a mischievous smile flashed in Zhu Dachang's eyes, and without a second thought, he eagerly dragged Mo Sha out to shop. As they walked, he asked, "Brother Sha, why do you call your master a madman? Are you too into cosplay? And how long have you had your hair? Why is it so long? What makeup products do you usually use for your face? It's so exquisite. Do you have a girlfriend? Are you—" In the spacious living room, only Ling Feng and Lin Yuro remained, the latter quietly standing beside him. The gentle morning light fell upon Lin Yu-rao's exquisitely beautiful profile, outlining the delicate and soft curve of her jaw. Her long eyelashes gently drooped, casting a faint shadow that accentuated her enchanting brows and eyes, exuding an elegant and ethereal charm. Throughout the entire night, she silently accompanied him, quietly listening to Ling Feng's ancient past, her emotions rising and falling with his experiences. From shock and heartache to an ever-deepening love, her heart had long been filled to the brim by this young man before her. In the past, Ling Feng was an ordinary boy next door, gentle and kind, warm and humble, which made her develop a fondness for him and secretly fall in love. Yet now Ling Feng was the emperor who had endured 88,000 years of solitude, rising to the top from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, yet still held warmth in his heart. This extreme contrast, this profound tenderness, completely captivated Lin Yu-rao, and the love in her heart spread like a tidal wave, growing ever more intense and fervent. Ling Feng slowly turned around, his gaze resting on the girl before him, his eyes filled only with an unwavering. He gazed at her quietly standing figure and caught sight of the faint red veins in her eyes, revealing the fatigue of a sleepless night. "Yu-rao, don't you have classes today?" His voice was soft, breaking the tranquility of the living room. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu-rao's clear and lively eyes locked onto Ling Feng's, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she replied, "I don't have classes in the morning, only in the afternoon. I want to spend more time with you." Without the embellishment of grandiose words, just a few simple phrases revealed her undeniable affection and warmth, pure and sincere. Ling Feng felt a warmth in his heart, his inner softness touched in an instant, and his gaze grew ever gentler. He carefully observed her slightly fatigued brows and eyes, softly advising, "You've been with me all night, without sleeping. Do you want to rest here for a while?" Lin Yu-rao gently shook her head, her delicate feet moving slightly closer to him. The distance between them instantly closed, their breaths intertwining, their warm essences merging. The previously silent air gradually warmed, enveloped by an atmosphere of ambiguity and tenderness softly entwining around the two of them. "I was a bit sleepy at first," Lin Yu-rao said, lowering her gaze, her long eyelashes fluttering with a hint of youthful shyness. "But after hearing your story, I lost all sense of drowsiness." Ling Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, his tone laced with a relaxed and teasing lightness. "Oh, why? Is it because after hearing my heroic deeds you find me too handsome to resist?" This time Lin Yu-rao did not shy away. She slowly lifted her gaze, her clear eyes locking onto Ling Feng's, no longer holding the shyness she once had. Instead, they were filled with deep and sincere love, her gaze ardent, open, and affectionate. "Because when I think of you alone in a strange world, enduring 88,000 years of solitude, facing countless life and death perilous situations, suffering countless unrecognized hardships, my heart aches so much that I cannot sleep." 88,000 years. She murmured softly, her tone filled with bitterness. "Such a long time, without family or friends, no one to accompany or rely on, bearing all the trials and tribulations of the world alone. I truly cannot bear to imagine how you manage to endure it step by step. Realizing this, my heart aches and throbs, leaving me with no trace of sleepiness." As he gazed upon the genuine pain in her eyes and the redness around them, Ling Feng was completely melted by her tenderness. He had grown accustomed to the deceit and treachery, to killing and plundering. He had seen how cultivators would go to any lengths, cold and ruthless, for resources, cultivation, and power, and had long since become indifferent to the warmth and coldness of human feelings. Yet returning to the mortal realm, the love of his parents, the sincerity of friends, and the unreserved affection and care of the girl before him warmed his lonely soul time and again. Ling Feng raised his hand, his actions gentle to the extreme, lightly brushing away a stray lock of hair beside her cheek. The warm touch of his fingertips made Lin Yu-rao shiver slightly, the stirrings in her heart growing more intense. "It's all in the past," Ling Feng said in a low voice. "Those hardships and solitude have already been left behind in the starry river. Now that I am back in this mortal realm, I have family, brothers, and you by my side. In the days to come, I will ensure you are safe and sound year after year, with warmth and tenderness, never allowing the storms and hardships to disturb you in the slightest." This gentle promise pierced through all of Lin Yu-rao's psychological defenses like a spring breeze, transforming into rain. The emotions that had been pent up all night erupted completely, as she could no longer restrain the feelings in her heart, no longer reserved or shy. She took a step forward, lightly rising on her toes, her soft arms gently wrapping around Ling Feng's neck, completely surrendering herself into his embrace. The girl's body was soft and fragrant, carrying a faint sweet scent of her hair, her warm body temperature radiating through their clothes, the close distance causing their heartbeats to intertwine quietly. Lin Yu-rao gently pressed her cheek against Ling Feng's chest, listening to the steady and powerful beats of his heart. "Ling Feng, I'm so glad you're back, and I'm glad I can still meet you. I used to think that as long as I could silently accompany you and watch you live safely and smoothly, that would be enough. But now I realize I've been greedy. I want to be with you always, year after year, day after day, with me by your side. I want to accompany you through all your loneliness, to see all the fireworks of the world, never parting, always together. Ling Feng slightly raised his arms, gently wrapping them around her slender and soft waist, holding her steadily in his embrace, his grip gentle yet firm. I will, Ling Feng said, lowering his head to brush his nose lightly against her hair, his tone resolute and affectionate. In the years to come, you will always be by my side. In the tranquil living room, warmth flowed freely, and the atmosphere was imbued with a tender ambiguity. The two of them held each other tightly, silently keeping watch, not parting for a long time. Not knowing how long they had embraced, Lin Yuro slowly lifted her head, her watery eyes gazing into Ling Feng's deep eyes, filled with warmth and infatuation. Her breath was slightly hurried, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. The intertwining of youthful shyness and ardor made her beauty captivating. This time she completely dropped all reserve, her eyes carrying a hint of proactive fervor as she softly murmured, Ling Feng, I'm sleepy. Ling Feng looked down at her blushing cheeks and glistening eyes, instantly understanding the feelings hidden deep within her gaze. He swallowed lightly, his voice tinged with a low, hoarse tenderness. I'll carry you upstairs to rest. Lin Yuro did not shy away, but rather became more proactive. She tightly wrapped her arms around his neck, slightly tilting her head, her nose gently brushing against his chin. I want you to stay with me. These simple 5 words, like the gentlest of spells, completely stirred Ling Feng's heartstrings. He could no longer restrain his feelings, his arms tightening slightly as he directly lifted her into his embrace. Ling Feng bent down, steadily holding the girl in his arms, genuinely feeling her light and soft figure. Lin Yuro was exceptionally obedient, resting her entire body against his broad and warm chest. Her delicate profile was pressed closely against him, and her clear eyes were filled with absolute peace, as if staying in his embrace meant that all the world's storms were irrelevant to her. He moved slowly and cautiously, trying to make no sound, fearing that he might disturb his parents, who were napping. Step by step, he walked steadily up to the 4th floor, entering the spacious and tidy master bedroom, gently placing Lin Yuro on the soft bed. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warmth and tranquility onto the soft bedding. Lin Yuro lay quietly on the bed, her cheeks flushed like the dawn, her eyes shimmering without a hint of shyness. Her pale fingers gently reached out, hooking onto Ling Feng's shirt hem, exerting a slight force to pull the still bent young man directly to her side. She turned to look at the young man within arm's reach, her eyes interwoven with shyness and fervor, softly asking Ling Feng, will you stay and keep me company? Faced with the girl's direct and warm affection, the last trace of restraint in Ling Feng's heart completely dissipated. He leaned down and gently kissed her as warmth and tenderness enveloped the room, spreading softly through the day and night. Outside, the morning light was gentle, and inside, warmth and affection intertwined as time flowed softly. For more than 2 hours they lingered together, with everything peaceful and tender. In the downstairs bedroom, Ling Jiangwo and Wang Xiuying remained quietly asleep, showing no signs of waking. No one knew whether the elderly couple had stayed up too late the night before, sleeping deeply and unwilling to awaken, or if they were simply aware and intentionally refrained from disturbing the two upstairs. Time passed quietly, and in an instant the sun rose to its zenith in the sky, signaling that it was already noon. The scorching sunlight filled the room, and the once passionate atmosphere finally settled into calm. On the bed, Lin Yuro's brows and eyes were lazy, her cheeks still carrying a lingering blush, her body weak and exhausted, lacking even the strength to lift her hand. The 2-hour battle had completely exhausted all her strength. At this moment, she felt soft all over her limbs, weak, lazily leaning on Ling Feng, her face filled with satisfaction and tenderness. She slightly raised her gaze, looking at the high sun outside the window, suddenly coming to her senses and softly exclaiming, oh no, it's already noon. I have a class this afternoon, I can't be late. As she spoke, she struggled to rise despite her weak body. However, as soon as she moved slightly, her legs felt weak, her entire body powerless, and she instantly fell back onto the bed. Lin Yuro let out a soft hum, her eyes carrying a hint of helpless laziness. Ling Feng looked at her soft and powerless appearance, feeling a bit guilty in his heart. I might have been a bit too forceful earlier. I need to be more careful next time. I will definitely be careful. He gently supported her waist, whispering affectionately, don't worry, there's still time. I will take you to school. But I feel so weak, I have no strength at all. Lin Yuro leaned against him, her voice soft and delicate, carrying a hint of grievance. Ling Feng gently rose, carefully arranging her clothes. Then he steadily supported her waist cautiously, helping her get out of bed. Lin Yuro leaned almost her entire body against him, her steps unsteady and her form soft, each step gentle and lingering. After a simple wash and freshening up, the two of them leaned on each other, walking slowly downstairs. As they descended, the living room remained quiet with the doors to their parents' bedroom tightly closed, showing no signs of life, evidently still resting. Ling Feng remained silent, gently closing the main door, and walked out of the community, with Lin Yuro hailing a taxi, heading towards the school. The bustling street at noon was filled with vehicles and voices, the sunlight bright, and the air thick with the aroma of life. Inside the car, the atmosphere was gentle and relaxed. Lin Yuro leaned against Ling Feng's shoulder, a faint smile lingering on her lips, her heart filled with sweetness and stability. Even though her body still felt sore and weak, being treated with such gentle care made her feel utterly happy, and all her fatigue vanished without a trace. 20 minutes later, the car stopped steadily by the street next to the university entrance. As the school year approached, the entrance was bustling with students full of youthful vitality, laughter, and chatter intertwining, creating a lively atmosphere. "Are you hungry? Let's eat first, then go to school." Ling Feng turned to look at the girl beside him, his tone gentle and indulgent. Lin Yuro nodded, lightly replying sweetly, "Okay, I'll do whatever you say." Then the two of them walked side by side towards a light luxury Chinese restaurant next to the school gate. This restaurant had an elegant environment and a light flavor, making it the perfect choice for girls, and it was one of the most frequented dining spots for students at this school. At this moment, it was lunchtime, and the restaurant was packed with customers filled with voices and excitement, creating an extremely lively scene. The two found a quiet booth by the window and were just about to pick up the menu to order when a somewhat wary voice suddenly came from nearby. Ling Feng. Hearing his name, Ling Feng slightly raised his gaze and casually glanced towards the source of the voice. He saw a young figure sitting at a table not far away, looking gloomy. This person was none other than Zhao Tianyu, who had previously coveted Lin Yuro and had sought trouble at the entrance of the old community, only to be severely crushed and taught a lesson by Ling Feng in public. Since being crushed last time, Zhao Tianyu had buried a deep shadow in his heart, feeling both fear and hatred towards Ling Feng. He was well aware of Ling Feng's terrifying strength. He was undoubtedly a warrior that ordinary people could not contend with. After the humiliation, he planned to spend some money to have the Julong gang teach Ling Feng a lesson. However, the next day when he arrived at Tianshang Renjian, he found that it had been sealed by the police. It was rumored to be a conflict between gangs, and the Julong gang had been wiped out. Even their leader Chen Jiu had met his demise. He later put the matter aside, waiting for an opportunity to settle the score with Ling Feng. With old grievances rising and the perfect opportunity at hand, Zhao Tianyu naturally would not let it slip by easily. However, this time he did not intend to confront Ling Feng directly, but planned to leverage the power of the influential ally beside him to take revenge. Beside Zhao Tianyu sat a young master with a flamboyant and rebellious demeanor. The young man in his early 20s wore high-end luxury brand clothing and a valuable limited edition watch on his wrist, showcasing his identity as a member of a top aristocratic family from head to toe. His brows and eyes were filled with an innate arrogance and a dandy spirit, every move exuding the hubris of a rich young master looking down on everything. This person was Huang Juanhao, the legitimate son of the Huang family, one of the 6 top families in Huashi. The Huang family had dominated Huashi for many years with deep roots and immense power. Their connections spanned both the underworld and the legitimate world, making them a top aristocratic family that no one dared to provoke easily. As the only legitimate son of the Huang family, Huang Juanhao was spoiled since childhood, brash and domineering. Relying on his family's power, he acted tyrannically in Huashi, doing whatever he pleased without fear. Today, with nothing to do, Huang Juanhao specially brought a few sycophants to the university gate. He originally intended to take advantage of his family background to flirt with a few attractive female college students. When Zhao Tianyu's gaze fell upon Lin Yuro not far away, he beheld her stunningly beautiful face and saw her nestled closely beside Ling Feng like a fragile bird. In that moment, jealousy and resentment surged wildly within him. He had long coveted Lin Yuro, yet she had always remained cold and aloof, never once casting a glance in his direction. But now that distance and coldness only melted away in Ling Feng's presence, revealing a warmth and reliance that made him seethe with jealousy. Recalling the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Ling Feng in public, Zhao Tianyu clenched his teeth, his fists tightly balled, and the bitterness in his gaze intensified. Last time he had been unprepared and outmatched, allowing this brat to bully him at will. Now, with the backing of the wealthy Huang family, he felt invincible. In contrast, Ling Feng had no family background, no connections, and nothing to his name. Why should he fear With this thought, Zhao Tianyu's confidence surged, and the remnants of fear he had felt towards Ling Feng were completely devoured by his overwhelming jealousy and resentment. He suppressed the malice in his eyes and leaned closer to Huang Juanhao, lowering his voice, "Young master, do you see that girl over there?"